The Pope and Kim Chun-dong were anxious and could only call out their daughter's name loudly, hoping she was safe. "So-ran, So-ran," Kim Chun-dong shouted so loudly that he was out of breath. "So-ran, where are you?" The Pope was on the verge of tears with worry for her daughter. They went into the deep forest like that and called out loudly, "So-ran." After a while, with no trace in the city, people had no choice but to go deep into the forest. Everyone's face was filled with worry, and although the light shone everywhere, their whereabouts had not yet been found. It was deep into the night in the city, but unlike its usual peace, everyone was now busy running around looking for the two missing girls. Jun Sang-hyuk and Park Ho-seong also rushed over after hearing the news. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is So-ran missing?" When Kim Chun-dong saw him, it was as if a glimmer of hope that had been extinguished was rekindled. "Sang-hyuk," people began to explain the situation. "I'm not sure. The last time I saw them was when they were playing with a dog." Jun Sang-hyuk asked back suspiciously. "A dog?" The Pope had now lost his reason from worry and cried out, "Sang-hyuk, please find So-ran." She lost her composure and continued to shout loudly, "Please, our So-ran." Jun Sang-hyuk saw that the situation was urgent and froze for 5 seconds, unable to answer. Darkness covered the sky, with only a few faint starlights twinkling. People returned to the square and began to look for the two children. Sang-hyuk asked, "This is the last place you saw the children, right?" He turned to Park Ho-seong and asked, "Can you use the memory of the earth?" She immediately answered, "I'll try." Park Ho-seong gathered her energy and used magic to create a pink aura. As time passed, she unleashed the power of the skill, and her short hair also fluttered with it. Park Ho-seong's eyes glowed pink due to the energy source in her body. Suddenly, her complexion changed as if she had noticed something. From overexerting herself, Park Ho-seong coughed up blood. Jun Sang-hyuk saw that and called out worriedly, "Oh, Ho-seong." He immediately went over and asked about her condition. "Ho-seong, are you okay?" Park Ho-seong could only cover her mouth with her hand to keep from coughing up blood. A member behind her said, "It's probably because this place directly receives the power of God." Park Ho-seong still hadn't recovered her senses and couldn't speak. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at her worriedly and said, "Then we have to find another way. It should be fine if we go outside the temple, right?" But Park Ho-seong answered with difficulty, "I will use the memory of the earth in another place." Jun Sang-hyuk was very anxious but couldn't stop her. He said in a soft voice, "It will be the same around here. Don't push yourself too hard." But Ho-seong answered firmly, "But we have to try every possible method." Then she continued worriedly, "So-ran is a precious person to me." Then Park Ho-seong urged everyone, "We don't have much time, let's go." Jun Sang-hyuk saw that and said nothing more. A moment later, in the quiet night forest, a pink energy brightly lit up an entire area. Park Ho-seong was now trying her best to use the memory of the earth magic to find a clue to the whereabouts of the two children. Jun Sang-hyuk watched her from the side with a worried expression. He didn't know what to say. He was afraid that Park Ho-seong would overexert herself again and suffer internal injuries. Suddenly, Park Ho-seong noticed something, and to everyone's surprise, she immediately ran out. Following the guidance of the earth, she ran into the deep forest like that, and Jun Sang-hyuk also followed her worriedly. Park Ho-seong's speed was so fast she was no different from a gunslinger of the West. Her eyes shone with determination, and she rushed forward with the desire to find So-ran. Jun Sang-hyuk also followed quietly, and no one spoke. In the city, the buildings were now deep in the quiet curtain of night. Only the streetlights remained. Park Ho-seong and Jun Sang-hyuk passed through the forest and headed towards the city. After running for a while, Park Ho-seong stopped and said concisely, "Here." Facing the shabby house in front of them, she asserted, "So-ran and the saint entered here." Jun Sang-hyuk reminded her, "We don't know what they will do to the children, so let's go in quietly." Park Ho-seong immediately agreed. Yes, the two quietly opened the door of the house and checked the situation. But inside were only ordinary items, and it could be said that it was quite old. Jun Sang-hyuk was very puzzled by the situation at this time. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking startled the two of them. Jun Sang-hyuk quietly soothed the puppy so it wouldn't make a sound and give them away. "Shish shish." As the puppy barked loudly, a woman asked, "Who's there?" Seeing the other person's large build, Jun Sang-hyuk and Park Ho-seong immediately went on guard. But the homeowner was a kind-looking grandmother with white hair. The grandmother first asked if they had come to pick up the children. Jun Sang-hyuk and Park Ho-seong had not expected the situation to turn out this way, so they stood blankly for a moment. A moment later, the two of them shut their mouths and said nothing more. Seeing the two children sleeping soundly inside the shabby house, Jun Sang-hyuk and Park Ho-seong didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Hyeon and the saint were fast asleep after a fun day with the puppy. At that moment, the grandmother quietly approached and opened her mouth. "I don't know what happened, but it seems the children followed my puppy here." The grandmother first explained the situation as if to reassure the two of them. "They seemed very tired, so they fell asleep right after they came. I was going to take them back when they woke up." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and said, "It's all right. We're just glad the children are safe." The grandmother spoke quietly as if she understood a parent's heart. "You must have had a hard time looking for the children." "I'm sorry." Jun Sang-hyuk immediately replied politely, "Not at all," and he added, "We were able to find the children thanks to you. If there's anything you need," before he could finish his sentence, Park Ho-seong noticed something. She called the monarch. When the two looked towards the old room, a sick-looking child was lying there. The grandmother behind them said, "They said it's leukemia." Looking at the emaciated child, the grandmother added, heartbroken, "I don't know what this child did wrong to catch such a terrible disease." Jun Sang-hyuk asked where are his parents. Only then did the grandmother confide the situation. "They all ran away, so I'm taking care of him," she added in a voice mixed with anger and pain. "Those wicked people abandoned my son just because he was sick." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the boy with eyes full of pity, and then he suggested, If you don't mind, I'd like to help a little." The grandmother was very surprised to hear that. Park Ho-seong and Jun Sang-hyuk looked inside from outside the door with mixed feelings. He said resolutely, "I want to see this child smile." The next morning, a red sun rose, illuminating the entire city. Now the three children were playing happily with the puppy. The ordinary sight was like a scene anyone might have seen in their neighborhood as a child. The sick boy had now regained some of his energy. From behind, Jun Sang-hyuk and the Pope also rejoiced, seeing their pure smiles. The Pope said quietly, "It's a relief. We found the children and were able to treat the boy." Jun Sang-hyuk replied, "It's all thanks to you, Pope." The Pope continued, watching the boy happily hugging the puppy. "But what's more important is that I never thought I'd see a sight like this. This child didn't have the money for treatment," and she added, "That's why we're here. So that there are no more children like that child, adults must try harder." Feeling the responsibility on his shoulders for a society always full of happiness, Jun Sang-hyuk was suddenly lost in thought, and he opened his mouth. "In that case, there is one thing I'd like to ask." As the Pope turned to look, Jun Sang-hyuk continued with a gentle smile, "I'm thinking of building a hospital." Hearing that, the Pope didn't understand his meaning for a moment. Knowing that this would not be a simple matter, he quietly asked back, "Pardon?" A while later, the city news reported that the world's strongest player, the masked monarch, had established an organization named Umbrella. In addition, the Umbrella organization was established to support the poor and marginalized in our society. The busy daily life of the city continued. Everyone focused on their own work. The adults were still checking the news on their phones. They became more motivated as they read the news about the masked monarch. Thousands of nurses nationwide. News from all over reported on this incident. The masked monarch announced that this hospital would be for patients with rare, serious, and terminal illnesses. The Umbrella Hospital will be located behind the masked castle and will be equipped with the world's best medical staff and equipment. One day, as usual, the light was shining on the church and the fountain in front of it. Inside, everyone was discussing together. Dae asked how large the organization would be. Jun Sang-hyuk wanted to review the budget to see how much his funds could handle. Dae reported that the currently available funds were in the thousands, and Jun Sang-hyuk decided, "Then let's start with hundreds." Jae asked if it was okay to entrust the construction to Yusung Construction as before. Jun Sang-hyuk agreed. "Do that. I will contact Chairman Park." The Pope could only listen from the side. It wasn't something he could give an opinion on in the first place. Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk turned and said, "Oh, and I also want to level up So-ran." The Pope was startled. After composing himself, he thought that the saint was too young and it was still too early for her to be killing monsters now. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. "Don't worry, there is a way," the Pope asked back in surprise. "A way," and he explained clearly. "You know that priests can gain experience without directly participating in battle, right?" Hearing that, the Pope asked clearly, Are you talking about healing? Jun Sang-hyuk nodded and added, we will need So-ran's help a lot now. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled, thinking about the future, and continued, if that child levels up, she will be a great help to us. The Pope now trusted him completely and asked no more. A moment later, she quietly answered, yes, I understand. One day, clouds gathered at the peak of a high mountain, embroidering the blue sky. At this time, a boy was doing combat training with a monster, and he gritted his teeth with each attack from it. Outside, Baekjung was watching the boy continuously get hit by the monster. Behind him were other members of the masked legion. Baekjung assessed, it's inefficient, it's taking too much time. The person next to him added, their stats are high, so there's no other way. As the situation wasn't good, Baekjung shouted loudly, hey you, get hit more. We can only do our work if your bones break or your flesh tears. The boy answered angrily. I'm trying, aren't I? Is that enough? Inside the tent, Jun Sang-hyuk's gentle voice echoed, the dragon tried to eat the princess. He was leisurely reading a book to So-ran, then the prince appeared and grabbed the dragon's tail. The dragon quickly ran away. The girl heard that and giggled. Suddenly a hand came in and waved as if giving a signal. The monarch saw it, and Jun Sang-hyuk suggested to the girl, So-ran, shall we level up again? The lovely child obediently nodded her head. Yes. At that moment a wounded arm came in. So-ran stood by and prepared, and the girl gathered her energy and cast healing magic. In just 1 second, those wounds disappeared in an instant. So-ran was also very surprised by her ability. The girl happily boasted to Jun Sang-hyuk, wow, I leveled up again. He praised her with admiration. Really, So-ran, you're amazing. But after that, the boy outside asked again, but Hung, how much longer do I have to do this? I'm bored. Jun Sang-hyuk hadn't expected to be in this situation, so he asked back, really? And he asserted, just wait a little, I'll make it end faster. The boy heard that and answered, yes. After coming out, Jun Sang-hyuk quietly asked Baekjung, I don't think this will work, isn't there another way? Baekjung answered, we're thinking about it too. How about we try with someone with a low level? Jun Sang-hyuk was worried that the saint's image would be tarnished if someone found out. Baekjung thought to himself and smiled. But isn't there a perfect person for this job? Jun Sang-hyuk heard that and thought quietly. A moment later he realized that Baekjung was very right. A few days later, a questioning voice echoed in the quiet mountain as usual. Where am I? The green-haired man, brought by Lilith, was very confused. Why did you suddenly call me? Jun Sang-hyuk and Baekjung were already waiting with sly smiles. There's something I need to ask of you, the green-haired man asked back, curious. Something to ask. At that moment, a monster approached and roared from behind him. The green-haired man still didn't understand what was happening at all. Why is an orc? Before he could finish his words, both of his arms were caught by Baekjung. The green-haired man turned in shock and asked, what are you doing? Why are you holding me? Only then did Jun Sang-hyuk open his mouth. You have the lowest level among us, and he gave him a mission. Get So-ran's level up to 10. The green-haired man's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why he had gotten involved in this. What did you say? The orc monster immediately rushed fiercely, trying to bite off his 2 delicious arms. The green-haired man shouted in despair. He struggled with terrified eyes. Let go, let me go. And so the sound of his screams echoed throughout the mountain. The result was as everyone knew. At that time in broad England, clouds were serving as a backdrop to a magnificent building that soared high into the sky. A mansion was shrouded in its usual silence. Inside, a blond man let out a long sigh. Looking at the bag on the table, he said gloomily, space expanded by 50 times, weight reduced from 100 to 1. How did they make an item like this? And he asked himself with a dark face, who are these guys? A moment later, the blond man packed his things into the bag and leisurely walked out. A guard saw it and asked, where are you going? Suddenly, the blond man with the bag answered briefly, I'm going to Korea. The guard couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. What, Korea? After finishing his words, the blond man left without looking back. Don't wait for me. Just continue what you were doing. Not caring that everyone was looking at him with worried expressions, the blond man continued, I probably won't be coming back. Only then was it revealed he was the operator of the mage's tower, Merlin. As morning came, the golden sunlight enveloped the bustling city. The daily life here continued peacefully, and people with different appearances created a peaceful atmosphere. It was also lively. In front of a downtown store, many people had gathered due to the soaring demand for purchases. Behind the sparkling glass, a backpack and a book bag with a blue scroll attached were displayed very meticulously. Everyone said in admiration, "Oh, is this the space expansion bag? It's no joke. I never thought I'd see it in person." A young man in his 20s pressed his face against the glass to get a better look. The admiration didn't end, and he, along with many others, stared at the treasure before them, and everyone's mouth hung open. He asked himself how many monsters he would have to catch to get this. The crowd flocking to the store, far from decreasing, only grew larger. In the very noisy and chaotic scene, Jun Sang-hyuk kept a certain distance from the crowd. Seeing the dense crowd, he smiled faintly, and in the next moment Jun Sang-hyuk had appeared inside the store. He walked around nonchalantly, but no one noticed him, and he didn't feel particularly interested in anything either. Reaching the stairs, he slowly went up. Above was a single room, and as soon as he opened the door and entered, Jun Sang-hyuk was faced with the sight of people arguing very intensely. He had entered so quietly that no one noticed that another person had been added to the room when suddenly a shout was heard. "I told you no, we don't need help from an outsider." At that rebuttal, which was almost a shout, the two people frowned and quietly continued to watch. Both of them were Jun Sang-hyuk's people. On this side, the young man in a blonde cloak still said stubbornly, "I told you I'd help." In response to that rather excessive offer of help, the other person didn't waver at all, but rather, looking slightly helpless, threw cold water on him, saying, "We don't need your help, so get lost right now." At that moment, Jun Sang-hyuk asked the girl who had been quiet all this time. He was curious. "Isn't that Merlin? Why is that guy here?" She understood his meaning and quickly explained, "It's nothing else. He wants to know how to replicate the space expansion bag. That's why he's acting like that." Jun Sang-hyuk was a little surprised by Merlin's reason. He looked at his colleague next to him and asked back, "What did you say?" The blond man, despite all the efforts to refuse his request, didn't give up and persuaded him. "Just tell me. I can even work for free." Too bothered to even shout at him, the other person answered, "Hey, say something that makes sense. It's not like we're short on hands." Merlin's madness was probably something none of them had expected. He said pleadingly, "Shall we make a magic contract? If I violate it, you can take my heart." At a loss for words at his logic, the man sighed in exhaustion. This bastard really. And he added another curse. "Get lost to your country." Even Jun Sang-hyuk's group, who had only been watching for a long time, were truly at a loss for words. Still not giving up, Merlin clung on until the end. He said, "But that's not all. He made the greatest magic item in the world of eternity. Compared to that, what is space magic in this difficult situation?" The girl asked for Jun Sang-hyuk's opinion. "What should we do now? Should we tell that person to leave?" Contrary to her perspective, he said. "Why should we do that?" His colleague asked back, a little surprised. "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk raised the corners of his mouth and said confidently, "That guy said it himself, that he'd even make a magic contract." Although she didn't clearly understand the intention of the man next to her yet, she decided not to ask further. Finally, everyone decided to make a magic contract as Merlin had previously boasted. Instead of a signature, a few drops of blood fell. Merlin used his ability to formalize that the contract would take effect from now on as everyone in the room watched. The man who had been trying to chase Merlin away now gave a meaningful smile. He said to Merlin, "From now on until we tell you the secret of space magic, Merlin, you will be helping us. No objections, right?" he answered. "Of course." After speaking, Merlin, with a very bright expression, hurriedly said, "Please tell me the secret of space magic." The other person immediately shot back, "Hey, don't you even know the order of things?" It was still not clear what on earth he had to do. Merlin asked, unable to understand what. The man took out a large black bundle full of monostones. He smiled and said, "Didn't you grind these monostones first?" It was as if the trust they had just built had crumbled in an instant. Merlin said flustered, "Wait a minute, what about the secret of space magic?" Jun Sang-hyuk and his female colleague were still silent. The man answered, as if to impress upon Merlin once again what he had to do right away. "What do you mean, the secret of space magic?" And he shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, go and grind all of this right now." Only then did Jun Sang-hyuk smile with satisfaction. "Hee hee," he remarked. "Another easy-to-fool guy has come in." Merlin then shouted, "I am the great wizard Merlin." "To that majestic reputation," the man coldly retorted. So, on Halasan Mountain in Jeju, all kinds of flowers were in full bloom under the warm sunlight. The mountain rested against the clouds, and time seemed to flow leisurely in a peacefulness far removed from the smoke and calculations of the noisy city. Jisoo and Kim Chun-dong, dressed in hiking gear with backpacks on, took firm steps one by one on the dirt path. On both sides of the path, fields of grass with yellow flowers blooming like stars in the night sky stretched out. The bright and clear weather suddenly gave way to a thick fog that covered the surroundings. The two immediately stopped walking, greatly surprised. Kim Chun-dong unconsciously opened his mouth. They wondered why fog had suddenly appeared. Something else appeared before their eyes. Kim Chun-dong opened his eyes wider and continued to question. In the clear scenery, a towering castle suddenly appeared, cutting through the fog and blocking the path before the two. It was a truly chilling sight. They exclaimed in surprise. "What is this?" The massive wooden gate leading into the castle slowly opened with a heavy groan, and the fog was still thick. With no other choice but to face it, the two entered together. An endlessly long corridor appeared waiting for them, and on both walls a line of candles flickered with a faint light. They were illuminating their path. Jisoo, finally terrified, said to her companion, "Oppa, let's get out of here. It's scary." Hearing his sister's words, Kim Chun-dong firmly reassured her. "Have you forgotten that your big brother is an adventurer?" And he continued in a confident voice, "Don't worry, just follow me. Who knows, there might be a secret treasure here." The corridor came to a dead end, and a very strange voice echoed before them. "Kiki, that's right. There are many very big treasures here." Someone was sitting majestically on a chair modeled after a throne on a high platform. A dazzling light shone on him, adding to his majesty. He continued, "Welcome to this place, knights," and he continued with a devilish smile. "Welcome to the Infinite Tower." The being was dressed in a king's clothes, but it was not human. A long hooked nose covered part of its upper lip, and on either side long sharp claws stretched out. As soon as they heard the welcome, the two siblings broke into a cold sweat. They realized where they were was a nightmare, and their eyes widened. Kim Chun-dong was so scared he stammered, "What?" And he was stunned, realizing this place was the old sky-piercing castle, the Infinite Tower. Jun Sang-hyuk's mansion. He too had a surprised expression, but it wasn't as intense. He turned to his colleague next to him and asked again to confirm the place. "The Infinite Tower?" Baekjung, who was next to him, answered. "Yes, I have confirmed the location of the tower and returned." As if realizing something, Jun Sang-hyuk said, "It's not that." Before he could finish his words, he changed his attitude, although he had some doubts. Jun Sang-hyuk said to his colleague, "There must be a reason why the Infinite Tower appeared at this time." The Infinite Tower. Just hearing its name was enough to give anyone goosebumps. This structure was a tower so high that its top could not be seen. Because of its immense and magnificent scale, people called it the Infinite Tower. The tower was easy to infiltrate, allowing entry without much difficulty, making it the optimal way to level up early. Countless young people set foot here with such ambitions. The Infinite Tower had the advantage that you didn't actually die, but died during the conquest. So many people left their majestic swords on the battlefields inside the tower, but were still considered alive when they came out. However, once you died inside the tower, you could never enter again. That warrior was compensated with money. But the monsters no longer dropped any loot, and their corpses could never be taken outside. That was the end of the journey to upgrade oneself here. People never sought out that tower again after that. Knowing the nature of the Infinite Tower well, its appearance was still hard to understand. Jun Sang-hyuk asked himself, "I received a lot of help from it in the first round of the game, but why did it appear now of all times?" Just then, Baekjung remembered one more important detail. He said, "It's different from before. There is one fairy king in the Great Hall." Jun Sang-hyuk was even more confused. He turned to him and asked instinctively, "What?" Racking his memory, he pictured the definition of a fairy that only appeared during battle. Jun Sang-hyuk asked himself, "Does this mean this place has a special point, like the limit break potion from the mysterious Peach Island?" The Infinite Tower still soared straight up towards the blue high sky. Inside, countless people who wanted to upgrade themselves had gathered, perfectly equipped in armor. They were gathered in one place, and everyone's face was filled with extreme vigilance. Suddenly, one of them turned around. Behind them, a valiant army was entering as 100 strong. Jun Sang-hyuk was at the forefront, already prepared for battle in his familiar red armor. Right next to him was Baekjung, and the troops' momentum was overwhelming. Jun Sang-hyuk's face was not clearly visible beyond his mask, but the only things that were clear were his intense killing intent and determination. Even facing the Fairy King, they showed no signs of being intimidated or afraid. The old being still greeted them with that strange voice, "Welcome, knights. Welcome to the Infinite Tower." The old one smiled and added, "From now on you must obtain many points and become the successors to the treasures I have prepared." After that, the Fairy King continued, "Start by choosing the tower's difficulty." As soon as he heard the last words, Jun Sang-hyuk was very surprised. He immediately asked, "Difficulty? What do you mean by that?" The Fairy King slowly explained to all the warriors who had the same question. There are ranks: easy, normal, hard, very hard, and impossible. 5 different ranks. The old one smiled and continued. You can only enter the tower after you have chosen a difficulty. Understanding the problem, Jun Sang-hyuk retorted to the old one. He said, Then does the score we get depend on the difficulty? Without hesitation, the old one answered. That's right, but you'll be taking a bit more risk, won't you? At the expectant words of such an eccentric, the room was as quiet as a mouse. But Jun Sang-hyuk immediately broke the atmosphere with another question. He said, Could you explain each difficulty level? The Fairy King answered, It's not difficult. After that, the old one cleared his throat and added, If easy is 1, normal is 2, and hard is 4. Having said this, the old one continued like a teacher guiding students to find the answer. He asked, Then what would very hard be? Jun Sang-hyuk followed the ranks the old one had mentioned from the beginning and concisely answered with the number 8. Hearing that, the old one's laughter became even more bizarre. The old one answered no. The answer is 16. Understanding the problem, he continued the old one's words. I see. It's calculated by squares, not just doubled. To such a sharp person, the Fairy King offered praise. You're quick to understand. So impossible would be 256, right? Very sharply, Jun Sang-hyuk noticed another aspect of this promotion battle. He asked, It doesn't seem like it's just the difficulty that increases. To that question, the Fairy King answered, Of course, the Infinite Tower is a place to test a knight's level. After that, the old one continued, Unlike the easy difficulty, you can actually die on the other difficulties. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, as if struck by lightning. As if that wasn't enough, the Fairy King revealed more. On the very hard difficulty, you cannot use skills. Some of Jun Sang-hyuk's troop members looked at each other and asked themselves, We can't use skills. The Fairy King continued to finish his explanation. Finally, on the impossible difficulty, and the old one answered concisely, You cannot use mana. At this point, even Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but be suspicious. He was shocked and questioned the old one. What do you mean we can't use mana? The old one answered nonchalantly. You can only rely on the protection of your armor. And he looked straight at the thousands of people in the Great Hall. The old one asked, Can you defeat a monster 256 times stronger than you without using mana? No one could answer that challenging question. And even Jun Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment, calculating. Jun Sang-hyuk looked back at Baekjung. He assigned the masked mercenaries to start with the hard difficulty, and he continued, Once you gain experience, you will change the difficulty. Baekjung agreed with his colleague's method and said, Yes, let's proceed in that order. Jun Sang-hyuk looked straight at the Fairy King and asserted as if to unite the army's spirit. He said, After that we will enter the Infinite Tower. The old one excitedly hurried them. Choose your difficulty. Knights. Jun Sang-hyuk didn't let that triumphant attitude last long. He said to the Fairy King, Thank you for the detailed explanation, but because of that it became boring. Faced with such a bold player, the Fairy King was slightly surprised, and Jun Sang-hyuk looked straight at the old one and declared confidently, I will challenge the impossible. The old one laughed madly at his bold choice. The old one said, I always respect a knight's choice. As soon as the words were finished, a strange blue magical energy appeared and wrapped around Jun Sang-hyuk's body. He was slightly surprised, but thanks to his combat experience, he was not flustered at all. The Fairy King added, as if to mock his courage and pride, You don't seem to understand the meaning of the word impossible. At those words, Jun Sang-hyuk gave the old one a firm and murderous look. The old one said briefly, as if saying goodbye to the most special person, Come back alive. The stream of energy grew larger and larger, and in an instant it sucked Jun Sang-hyuk into another place. The Legion commander's figure was slowly disappearing from the middle of the Great Hall. The Fairy King stared intently at what was happening before his eyes and thought to himself, Good luck, knight. At this time, 2 familiar feet slowly appeared. From the feet to the body, there was no need for the head to appear. We could already tell it was our protagonist, because tonight's most dazzling red armor didn't overlap with anyone else's. Gradually, his handsome face was also revealed, and his eyes looked forward with determination. And now he appeared in a magnificent and spacious room, and the surrounding dust also slowly settled, and he let out a sigh of relief as if he had set down a burden. After examining the room for a moment, he said, 30 helpless and 70 incredulous. I seem to be back where I started. This place is the same as when I first came. After that, he held out his hand again and looked at it intently, and his face also became gloomy, looking at his palm. He sighed helplessly. I really can't use mana. Suddenly he felt something behind his back and was surprised, turning his gaze. A sturdy shadow with blue skin. It was a monster with two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth and two hook-like things stuck in its nose. Its pale blue body was slightly large and there were red marks like blood on its body. It growled. From this side he summoned his weapon and looked at it with sharp eyes, asking, "Are you my first opponent?" After that he summoned his hot weapon. He gripped it firmly with both hands, ready to fight at any moment. Then he raised the corners of his mouth in a sneer. "All right, let's see how strong you are." This blue-skinned monster wasn't afraid of anyone either. It immediately picked up a huge axe and charged, grinding its teeth, but he was still very calm, not at all afraid, and looked at it calmly with affectionate eyes. Just 1 second later, the clean and quiet room now exploded with a bang and stones flew in all directions. As the dust cleared, his figure appeared. He had raised his sword to block the blue monster's huge axe. As the attack missed, this guy was very angry, opened its mouth and roared in fury. And then it struck down again and the calm ground was shattered. It was a good thing he dodged quickly, otherwise he would have gone to see his ancestors early. It was very unpleasant. He glanced at it with affectionate eyes. Without giving him time to prepare, the blue monster flew at him again at the speed of setting up an altar. Another explosion occurred. He was used to seeing stones and dust. He stood in the wreckage, panting from the exhaustion of dodging, and gritted his teeth in anger. This blue monster was tireless, as if the author had hacked its level, and it charged at him again with wide eyes and an open mouth. Meanwhile, he still hadn't grasped the situation, and another explosion occurred. I don't know how many times it had already happened. A few more times and there would be no stones left to break, but this time was different. The previous few times were just playing around with his little brother. Now it was the real start. He dodged the technique with the speed of light, and even it couldn't help but be surprised. When it turned its head to look closely, he had already gotten right behind it, and the dust had not yet fully settled. Seeing this little brother was very angry and roared, grinding its beautiful teeth like a hippopotamus. He didn't care what it was screaming. Still engrossed, he raised his sword and charged at it, which had its mouth open and was drooling. Towards the ugly and dirty thing, his eyes were still as sharp as ever, and he looked at it one last time, preparing to put it on the altar and watch the chicken naked. And with a whoosh and just 1 or 2 sword strikes, this blue monster was decapitated and had to go get its lunchbox without having done anything after that. He picked up his hot weapon again and turned away, as if someone had abandoned their child. He didn't care that the headless blue monster was collapsing its huge body to the ground, and he took off his mask to reveal his handsome and cool face, enough for 10,000 little sisters to fall for. He looked at the blue monster to make sure it had really followed its ancestors. Confirming that it had really gone to be with its ancestors, he let out a sigh of relief. He was a little tired from wrestling with it and dodging just now. The ugly and dirty head, it was like that when it was alive, and now that it was dead it was even more disgusting, but he couldn't help but be impressed. "I can't believe one orc is this strong. It's not going to be easy from now on." Suddenly someone's voice was heard asking him, "The Great Hall and the 2nd floor, which will you choose?" He was dazed and surprised, not knowing what to do. But whatever life was like, he immediately looked at the 2nd floor and said, "Of course it's the 2nd floor." Suddenly, white dots appeared on his hand and he turned to look, curious. Not only his hand but the surroundings were filled with white phantoms. He was at a loss for words, seeing these, not knowing what to say. After that, he gave a very awkward smile and shed a drop of sweat from his armpit. It turned out he had to get ready to fight again. The white things from before had now turned into 2 blue-skinned monsters similar to the one before but with a bit more muscle. As they roared a few times, the scene changed to a spacious room with many people. They looked like the Yuan dynasty army, and if you counted, there seemed to be hundreds or even thousands in that crowd. 2 young men stared intently at the door with surprised expressions, and a red light appeared in the center, and a person in red clothes watched with caution. Then he opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape, and shouted HMPH, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Jun Sung-hyuk walked out from inside. His armor was not intact and was broken in several places. The people here saw him and called out to the king. A black-haired person asked him how he was. "My lord, are you all right?" He had just fought those monsters. How could he be all right? He was all right, but all right in tatters. But he was still very gentlemanly and kindly worried about others, more importantly. "What about the others? Is anyone hurt?" The black-haired man answered immediately. "Ah, my lord, everyone is fine." As if remembering something, the black-haired man added, Odin went up to the 83rd floor and got 4 million points, he asked back in surprise. The 83rd floor after that, he asked no more. All right, I see, everyone did well. Everyone answered in unison, thank you, my lord. A moment later, he stood before a being with a crown who looked like a king. He had a pointed nose and pointed ears, looking like a fairy. The fairy looked at him, smiled and said, I guess it wasn't just idle talk when I thought you'd survive an impossible situation, was it? Hearing him say that, as if taunting him, he hardened his face and answered, do you think I would joke with my own life? His face was full of determination, and he went straight to the point. So how many points did I get? At that, the fairy held out a hand with long nails that looked like they hadn't been cut in years, bared his teeth, smiled and said, take my hand. He also immediately held out his hand and took his. Everything around them gradually turned blue and white round particles floated up. The fairy sat in a chair and he stood below, and as their two hands touched, a current of air appeared. After that, the fairy closed his eyes, smiled, and slowly felt it out. Suddenly, the fairy's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open with a very surprised expression. As if in disbelief, cold sweat poured continuously from his face. Sweating, he stammered to confirm, asking, no way, you went up to the 47th floor? He didn't care what he said, he just needed to know his score. Tell me my score, as if his score was very rare. He continued to stammer. Knight, the score you have obtained is 1,750,721,733 points. As soon as these words came out, the other players behind him were all extremely surprised, shocked as if they couldn't believe their own ears. But he had no change in expression, as if he already knew. Not caring that the other players were breaking out in a cold sweat, he said, can I see the statistics? The fairy answered immediately. Of course. He accepted a thick record book filled with dense writing. He turned each page and looked at it carefully. He stared intently at one page without taking his eyes off it. After that, he closed the record book and returned it to the fairy. He also said, I was lucky. Then have you chosen the treasure you want? But he surprised the fairy by coldly answering with just one word, no. He turned his body and then turned his face again to say, there is one item I want to choose, but I don't have enough points yet. I'll postpone it for next time, the fairy said to him. With your score, you could easily get a divine grade item, couldn't you? He turned his body towards the door and answered as he walked, I told you I'd be back. Seeing him slowly leave, the fairy was flustered and confused and called out to him, wait, Knight. Not caring that the fairy was calling him, he continued to walk without once looking back. At his actions he was at a loss for words and broke into a cold sweat as if unable to understand. In the morning, inside a towering huge castle, Li Qianwu's eyes were wide and his mouth was agape, and he reprimanded him with a drop of cold sweat. You're crazy. What is all this? He looked at the pile of his shattered armor and asked, flustered, what did you do? But he just laughed awkwardly and answered, I went to a place where I couldn't use mana or skills. Only the golem was left. His face was as if commanding, and he smiled and asked him, how long will it take to fix this? Seeing his insolent appearance, his eyes burned and his blood boiled, and he shouted at his face, hey, it's not just fixing this, I need new materials, so it'll take a month. He continued to scold him. It was just a pity he couldn't punch him to his senses. What on earth did you do for your armor to end up like this? Even after hearing his scolding, he still had a nonchalant face, looking very detestable. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said nothing. But then he said, I was on the verge of death. At those words he was surprised. With a serious face he snorted once again, then crossed his arms, smiled, and continued, I thought I knew a lot about the world of eternity, but that place felt like a completely different dimension. He recalled the scene of fighting the blue-skinned monsters and exclaimed in admiration, it's been a long time since I had to fight on the brink of life and death. After that he opened his eyes, smiled, and stared intently at one place. Looking at the shattered armor on the table, he said, I wonder who would make a game like this. Will there ever be an end to it? At that time, a music program was being broadcast on the TV screen. A male idol was shining on stage, and below thousands of audience members were cheering. At this time, the MC began to introduce the first live music stage of the most famous rookie, Lucifer, who had topped the digital music charts. He was wearing a simple but energetic red shirt, and his hair, slightly damp with sweat from the difficult choreography, looked even more charming. The program's commentary continued. How about coming to see him in person? Although it was through a small screen, Jun Sang-hyuk could clearly hear the cheers of the female fans who were cheering for his handsome appearance. Lilith asked, how is he? He's a rookie who just debuted. Jun Sang-hyuk rested his chin on his hand and answered nonchalantly. He's all right, not bad. Watching the male idol enjoy the stage, Jun Sang-hyuk felt a little interested and said, "By the way, I heard this kid is a player," Lilith continued. "That's right, he's someone who passed the second awakening." And then she added what she had found out by chance. "But he stopped at level 30 and raised his agility and intelligence stats." Jun Sang-hyuk thought for a moment and then answered, "I can see why he chose agility, but I don't know why he raised intelligence." Lilith raised the corners of her mouth slightly and nonchalantly said it was because he had to increase his sexual appeal. "I taught him seduction magic." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but be surprised, and he turned and asked, "You taught a human your magic?" Lilith explained in more detail. "It's usually impossible, but it worked on him." And then she continued, "I think it's because his sexual appeal is high." Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk had nothing more to say because it was true. A moment later he added a question. "You know that's very dangerous, right?" Lilith answered immediately. "I know, but I've taken some safety measures." And then she smiled and explained the whole story. "I've planted a seal of subordination so he won't remember what I said." Jun Sang-hyuk made a surprised expression and asked back, "A seal of subordination?" Knowing that Jun Sang-hyuk knew well about this, Lilith said nothing more. Looking at the energetic young man on the screen, he was a little uneasy. Well then, Jun Sang-hyuk thought it seemed quite dangerous. The next day, the city returned to its usual bustling self. Jun Sang-hyuk and Dae were walking and talking, and she asked, "Are you building a resort on Jeju Island?" Jun Sang-hyuk was puzzled to hear that. "Why, is there a problem?" Dae answered immediately. "No, but since the Infinite Tower is there, a resort or a hotel would be better." Thinking her opinion was quite good, Jun Sang-hyuk thought for a moment and then admitted, "Well, that's not bad, but that place will be for the children of the organization, in accordance with his wish for a happy future." Jun Sang-hyuk was quite happy whenever he talked about this. "Isn't it cool that there's a place for the kids to run around and play?" Hearing that, she also agreed, "All right, if that's what you think, my lord." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly remembered something and asked Jun Sang-hyuk, "But the organization also needs a hospital, and weren't you planning to run for president?" At that time, they had arrived at an intersection and were waiting for the traffic light to change. Jun Sang-hyuk answered a little playfully, "Sitting in the blue house and wearing a mask, that sounds pretty cool." Hearing that, Dae added, "Many citizens are hoping that you will become president, my lord." Jun Sang-hyuk was very happy to know that. "Hee, then I'm really glad." Suddenly, Dae changed the subject again. She was truly a master of conversation. "By the way, I heard you got 1.7 billion points in the Infinite Tower." And then she asked curiously, "What's the item that you can't buy with that score?" Jun Sang-hyuk just snorted when he heard that, and then he raised the corners of his mouth and added, "It seems even the well-informed dark organization misses a few things." Dae made an uncomprehending expression. "HMPH, Jun Sang-hyuk explained clearly. "Don't you know the rule of the Golden Branch chain? That statistics table only shows you what items you can buy with the points you have. I haven't seen any items that can be bought for more than 1.7 billion. Only after hearing that did Dae realize, "Ah, that's right, I asked a foolish question." Then the two suddenly fell into an awkward silence, and no one said anything. Jun Sang-hyuk knew well, but some things only apply to regular players. He recalled the mystery shop he had gone to on the mysterious island. It was part of the Golden Branch chain. At that time, I had a chance to see a similar appendix with no limits. At this time, a sparkling catalog clearly appeared in his memory. Jun Sang-hyuk gradually fell into thought. "After looking through it all, I made a list of what I needed. When the time comes, others will find out, but is there a need to tell them?" After crossing the intersection and entering another neighborhood, Dae asked, "Then what's the best item you can get with 1.7 billion points?" Jun Sang-hyuk felt like he was being interviewed and immediately asked back, "Why do you want to know?" Dae answered, "Other players don't know at all. Wouldn't that be a lot of money?" Jun Sang-hyuk saw through the other person's intention and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "So you want me to give you the information for free?" They immediately played along with him. He, "You're not going to tell me." And then she asked playfully, "How much should I give you?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered immediately, "I don't know yet, but it's not like I need the money." Hearing that, Dae realized, "Ah, my mistake. Your net worth is in the hundreds of billions." After walking a little, she asked again, "Is there anything else you want?" Seeing that the other person was very eager to know, Jun Sang-hyuk suggested, Shall we write a contract? Day made an uncomprehending expression when she heard that. What, a contract? Jun Sang-hyuk explained clearly. From now on you can't tell anyone about it. You can't say a word unless I allow it. Hearing that, Day sighed and answered, all right, but it doesn't seem very good. Then Day added a question. What's the penalty if I violate the contract? Jun Sang-hyuk answered nonchalantly. It's simple, we'll use something else. Day couldn't help but be surprised by his words and asked back, use something else? After thinking for a moment, she was puzzled. Are you talking about an appendix contract? Jun Sang-hyuk raised the corners of his mouth as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. He answered, I don't recommend it, so think carefully before you decide. And then he continued, but it would be best to decide as quickly as possible. Day fell into thought for a moment after hearing that. At the same time, the infinite tower stood tall among the white clouds piercing the blue sky. Inside, a group of skeleton monsters was fiercely rushing and fighting, and Jun Sang-hyuk, with just a light touch of his hand, caused a powerful explosion, and stones and dirt instantly became a mess. Even standing in front of the monster, he maintained a calm expression, and with a buff he feared no one. The skeletons had no brains, so there was no way they would know this harsh fact. They just foolishly rushed in and were beheaded by Jun Sang-hyuk. He easily defeated one monster and it fell backward. It made a huge noise. After launching the attack, Jun Sang-hyuk still maintained a cold expression, just like our crush. Looking at the skeleton monsters lying motionless on the ground, he couldn't help but pout his lips as if he was bored. At this time the system asked, 88th floor Great Hall, where will you go? After thinking for a moment, Jun Sang-hyuk answered concisely, 88th floor, and thought to himself, the difficulty of the tower I entered is very hard. At that time he calculated as he ran to punish the monsters. I was going to rest until my armor was repaired, but my body is itching so I can't stop. He nonchalantly killed the monster as if he were swatting a fly. The complicated thoughts didn't stop. In the end I put on another armor and re-entered the infinite tower. But it's not just to get points. Jun Sang-hyuk thought that to let the masked mercenaries enter this difficulty he had to check the difficulty of each floor. At this time the infinite tower was still shrouded in mist. After completing the 88th floor, Jun Sang-hyuk walked out leisurely amidst the admiring gazes of all the knights. Suddenly a person asked, You're the monarch, right? And then he continued, It took quite a long time to find you. You changed your equipment. And then that person suggested, Could you spare a moment? Jun Sang-hyuk stared intently at the other person as if to scout him out. That person was wearing a golden badge in the shape of a flower. Jun Sang-hyuk was lost in thought for a moment. At that time, in the blue sea, the waves were breaking gently, creating a beautiful landscape. Finally, Jun Sang-hyuk also agreed to talk to that person. As he took a step, he opened his mouth. The current president is very worried about the infinite tower. And then he added, because difficulties higher than easy can lead to death. Jun Sang-hyuk just listened quietly without answering. A moment later, he asked, So what do you want to say? The other person answered concisely, I'll be brief. And then he continued, It has been decided that the government will manage this tower. And then he added, So I would like to request your cooperation. Jun Sang-hyuk immediately refused upon hearing that. I think you've come to the wrong person, he asked back in surprise. What? Jun Sang-hyuk answered, The infinite tower is a place where anyone has the right to enter. And then he asserted that anyone who could challenge it could become stronger. Of course you could lose your life, but that's the player's choice, Jun Sang-hyuk added nonchalantly as he took a step. But you guys want to control the freedom of the players. I don't think anyone will accept this, he stammered. But this is what the president himself said. Before he could finish his sentence, Jun Sang-hyuk turned and answered, Do you think I'm afraid of the president? And then he said in a stern voice, Let's be honest. You guys want to make money with the infinite tower, don't you? At this time he was already terrified, and cold sweat was pouring down like rain. He said stubbornly, I don't know what you're talking about. Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk continued, demanding that he tell the president, If you have something to say to me, tell him to come and say it himself. A few days later, an article with a rather bizarre headline appeared in the online newspaper again. Masked monarch not interested in things like national safety. They are worried about whether uncontrollable things like the infinite tower will be safe. They even included a photo of Jun Sang-hyuk with a gloomy expression and a murderous look no different from a demon's. The headline added to it was this, The masked monarch who is turning Korea into a city of monsters. the truth hidden behind his hideous actions. At this time Jun Sang-hyuk was leisurely sitting at home browsing the news, and as soon as he read those articles his face darkened and he became very displeased. Jun Sang-hyuk was lost in complicated thoughts. It's not different from what I thought. Alright, this might be all they do. He was startled when the door suddenly opened. She wore sunglasses, smiled comfortably, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. I've been seeing you quite often lately. Jun Sang-hyuk played along and asked, Isn't that a good thing? Jae chimed in. I suppose you could say that. Then she took out a bundle of documents, placed them on the table, and continued, I thought the corruption among Korean politicians was serious, but I never imagined it would be this bad. As Jun Sang-hyuk opened the documents, Jae added, Bribes are just the beginning. The slush funds were passed through 3 different countries. She reported the situation in more detail. When the congressmen did this, they smuggled their assets to other countries through foreign exchange fraud. It's like a gangster organization. Jun Sang-hyuk smirked slightly, as if he already knew. Couldn't we have imagined this? But she gave an answer he couldn't have known. This is nothing compared to what's next. Her words caught Jun Sang-hyuk's attention. Jae added, He has a terrible son. Sang-hyuk thought it was quite common for a politician to have an illegitimate child. Jae raised the corners of her mouth and asked, Even if he has 3? Upon hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk was shocked. What? Jae continued. And the mothers of the 3 children are all different. Jun Sang-hyuk had never imagined he could be this corrupt and could only force a laugh. Ha ha, Jae continued to tell the detailed story. Among those women there was also a minor. Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't hold back and cursed. This son of a bitch, what a scumbag, Jae said. That's not all. Then she raised her voice and said that the 3 people were one family. Jun Sang-hyuk was so surprised he just stared with wide eyes, speechless. What? She said. Looking at the photos in the documents, Jae added, He had a relationship with a minor high school girl, her older sister, and the mother of the 2 sisters. As Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the photos with a dark expression, Jae made a very striking analogy. At this point, doesn't he seem more like a dog in heat than a human? After a moment's thought, Jun Sang-hyuk told her to prepare a time and place to meet with the opposition party members. At this point, Jae no longer exposed his dirty private life. Both of them already knew it all too well. Looking at the photo in his hand, Jun Sang-hyuk showed open disgust. He preaches about a happy society on the outside, but lives like a dog on the inside. Jun Sang-hyuk added, and invite the most powerful people possible. One evening, as night fell upon the city, only the streetlights and a few small stars cast a faint glow. At a villa, Baekjung sat in the middle of a quiet space, deep in thought. He quietly took a sip of his drink to enhance the mood. Suddenly a person approached and spoke. Good evening. The leader of the opposition party, the Democratic Justice Party, had arrived as promised. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Han Jong. After that, Baekjung asked if he had checked the documents. Han Jong replied, I've checked them for sure. But he added, but I will act as if I haven't seen them. Baekjung hadn't expected this and was momentarily flustered. He asked, puzzled, May I ask why? Han Jong answered immediately. Those documents are related to the current president of the Republic of Korea. He worried that if they were too reckless, Korea would be shaken. Baekjung was very dissatisfied, stood up abruptly and said loudly, So you're saying the ruler of Korea can get away with that? But Han Jong simply said, Whatever you say has nothing to do with me, and immediately left. Excuse me, perhaps he was just another member of the Korean Cowards Association. Baekjung was now silent, his face showing extreme displeasure. As Han Jong calmly tried to leave, his phone suddenly rang. He immediately opened it and saw a message. As soon as he saw the contents, Han Jong was shocked. It was a photo of him making a secret deal to receive a bribe from another organization. Han Jong stammered, what is this? Baekjung, showing no more leniency, approached and said clearly, The monarch told me. Then he snapped. He said he wants the next president to come from the Democratic Justice Party. Hearing that, Han Jong was so scared he couldn't speak for a moment. A moment later he agreed to join them, saying, I understand, let's go. At that time in Lee Qianwu's workshop the sound of metal clashing filled the space. He and his staff were diligently repairing and making weapons in the forge. The heat here was the source of the knight's passion. Lee Qianwu stood in a corner continuously striking a weapon with a hammer. After a while he took off his glasses and sighed. Phew, isn't it too hot in here? Jun Sang-hyuk arrived at that moment. Don't overdo it. You'll lose weight at this rate. Lee Qianwu, displeased to see the kid who only ever made work for him, asked, Why do you come here every day? Jun Sang-hyuk answered concisely. To see you, Hung. Lee Cheon-woo knew exactly what he meant by coming to see him. He was just here to see his armor. Jun Sang-hyuk had to admit it. Ha, fine, you're right. Lee Cheon-woo answered. Come and check it. Sang-hyuk hadn't expected it to be finished so quickly. Really? He held the new armor in his hands, pleased, and couldn't help but admire it. Oh, it's already done? Then Jun Sang-hyuk started to flatter him loudly. How did you do it? I thought it would take a month. Lee Cheon-woo answered, annoyed. What do you mean how? Do you know how many nights I stayed up to finish this? Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk just praised him for a job well done. Lee Cheon-woo became even more displeased and said, hey, don't just thank me with words. How about buying me a beer? Jun Sang-hyuk chuckled. Kiki, all right, I'll buy it right now. And so the two went to a convenience store together. The sound of a can opening echoed. Of course, they couldn't leave out the national drink Coke. Jun Sang-hyuk happily chugged the can in his hand. Then he exclaimed in excitement, "Ha, this is great." Lee Cheon-woo, sitting next to him, was at a loss for words. This immature brat is the masked monarch. After that, Lee Cheon-woo frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction. You little brat, you said you'd buy me a drink and you brought me here? Jun Sang-hyuk was still smiling like a fool. Why, it's close to home and it's nice. Lee Cheon-woo looked sulky. Forget it, I'm never drinking with you again. Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't hold back his laughter at the sight. Kiki, after a moment, Lee Cheon-woo asked, so when are you going back to the Infinite Tower? Jun Sang-hyuk answered immediately. I'm going right away. I need to get the mythic grade armor set. Lee Cheon-woo asked curiously, how much is the mythic grade armor set? Jun Sang-hyuk answered nonchalantly. About 200 billion points. Hearing that, Lee Cheon-woo spat out his coke, his eyes wide in astonishment, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. He still couldn't hide his surprise. What? 200 billion points? You said you only had 1.7 billion. Jun Sang-hyuk added casually, I went again recently, so now I have about 2 billion points. Lee Cheon-woo was shocked. It's the same either way. When do you plan on collecting all those points? Jun Sang-hyuk said innocently. Well, someday, I guess. Lee Cheon-woo still hadn't recovered from the shock. Is 200 billion points a small amount to you? After composing himself, he took a sip of water and said, anyway, I don't know if you just don't know or if you're simply stupid. Jun Sang-hyuk replied, ah, come on. Then he smiled and continued, that's not the price for the whole set, it's the price for one piece of the set. Hearing that, Lee Cheon-woo once again spat out his coke. I don't know if he had just taken a big sip. Why was it so hard to get one drink? Lee Cheon-woo was so surprised he jumped up and shouted, what? One piece is 200 billion, Jun Sang-hyuk reminded him gently. Wipe your mouth before you speak. Lee Cheon-woo still hadn't come back to his senses from the shock. What kind of set is that? What on earth is it that it's so expensive? Seeing the other's overreaction, Jun Sang-hyuk remained calm but was at a loss for words for a moment. After a moment he opened his mouth and said, the Angeline set. Lee Cheon-woo asked in surprise, the Angeline set. This armor set originally consisted of 5 pieces. A sword, a shield, a necklace, a ring, and a cloak. Lee Cheon-woo added, asking, so it'll be about 1 trillion points. Jun Sang-hyuk affirmed, that's right. Lee Cheon-woo asked doubtfully, can you even buy this? Jun Sang-hyuk still said innocently, why not? Then he added, it's just a bit inconvenient to go back and forth. Lee Cheon-woo was at a loss for words when he heard that. After a moment he asked again, are you just ignorant or are you simply stupid? Jun Sang-hyuk chuckled and replied, Kiki, just drink your beer, Hung. The next day, sunlight penetrated every corner of the city, and new news came out on the TV. This morning in Yeouido, the leader of the Democratic Justice Party held an emergency press conference. He exposed President Kang Min-ho's crimes to reporters, saying that the people of the Republic of Korea are being deceived by his appearance. At that moment, a shattering sound echoed, and a vase broke into pieces. Kang Min-ho, who was watching the news, lost his reason and wanted to smash the screen, go in and kill Han Jong. He shouted in anger, you son of a bitch, you dare to touch me? Do you think you can get out of this inferno in one piece? Kang Min-ho panted and growled like a dog. You bastard, I'll smash you and kill you. After Han Jong's press conference was broadcast, the people all poured into the streets to denounce President Kang Min-ho of the Republic of Korea. Each holding signs and national flags, they shouted loudly, down with him, overthrow him. The people even brought megaphones and angrily demanded his immediate resignation. Down with Kang Min-ho, Kang Min-ho. They stood in front of the city hall and continued to shout, down with him, down with him. The people were probably extremely angry at being so blatantly deceived. As the sun set in the west, a car was driving leisurely along the Han River. Han Zhang, who was inside, opened his mouth. "The press and media have turned their backs on the president." Then he reported to the masked monarch, continuing, "This denunciation protest will end soon." Jun Sang-hyuk just sat quietly, lost in thought, and said nothing. After a moment he opened his mouth and praised him. "Well done, Representative Han." The car continued to move forward. The ancient abyss, an ancient yet magnificent castle, stood tall against the wind and clouds, and the sky was a deep blue like a mysterious sea. Inside, the wind still howled without stopping, and Jun Sang-hyuk slowly took one step at a time. The cloak behind him also fluttered in the wind. Suddenly he glanced to one side. A mountain of monster corpses was now piled up in front of Jun Sang-hyuk. He asked himself, is this the end? They were probably the demons he had just defeated. Suddenly, a system notification caught Jun Sang-hyuk's attention. He had now risen to level 322. Seeing that, Jun Sang-hyuk sighed. "Phew, I should rest a bit now." It had been a week since he came to the castle in the ancient abyss. Jun Sang-hyuk fell into thought. "I've poured all my strength into leveling up so far, and I plan to continue doing so." He thought the reason was simple. If I just blindly jump into the infinite tower, an accident could happen where the rate of gaining points slows down. Jun Sang-hyuk thought it was better to raise his level first for the future. Getting an armor set with abyss coins was just an added bonus. This was killing two birds with one stone. At that moment the abyss shop greeted him. "It's been a while. Did you get any items of the dead?" Having experience, Jun Sang-hyuk answered right away. "A little over 10,000. Heroes asked, "You've collected a lot. Do you want to buy an item now?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered immediately. "Of course, there's no use in keeping these items." Heroes smiled slightly and asked, "Hee, so are you going to buy the Angeline set?" Jun Sang-hyuk ordered immediately. "Yes, give me what I can buy." Suddenly, Heroes asked curiously, "By the way, why don't you go up to the third floor?" Hearing that, a sense of curiosity arose in Jun Sang-hyuk's mind. "The third floor?" he added, asking, "What's on the third floor?" Heroes answered, "I'm not sure, but there might be better things than on the second floor." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk made up his mind. I should go and see." Heroes also smiled with satisfaction. I'll be waiting." After speaking, he turned and quietly closed the door. Now Heroes was left alone in the room. The old skeleton's eyes flashed as he said meaningfully, "Good luck, masked monarch." Outside was a dark corridor with only a faint purple light. Jun Sang-hyuk hesitated for a moment, observing before taking a step. Is this the only way to the third floor?" In front of him were dozens of ferocious monsters, hungry and searching for prey, and in the distance there was also a giant monster. Jun Sang-hyuk asked himself, "There are many paths, so why must I go through a thorny one?" Before he could get his thoughts straight, the monsters rushed fiercely. Whoosh! With one attack, he split the monsters' heads in two. Sang-hyuk cleared a path to get to the third floor, and under his sword blade, the zombies were nothing but a swarm of flies. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes shone with determination as he raised the corners of his mouth and said, "All right, now I need to focus on the job." Jun Sang-hyuk swept by quickly, cutting down numerous monsters at the same time. Every time a foolish one rushed in, he easily cut it down in an instant. The monsters fell like autumn leaves. Jun Sang-hyuk used swift swordsmanship to secure a safe distance, not even giving the zombies a chance to touch his newly repaired armor. Then he looked at them with murderous eyes, determined to wipe them all out to run rampant as he pleased. Jun Sang-hyuk swept by like the wind, and the monsters immediately disappeared with the dust behind them. After wiping out one group, he continued to charge to deal with the remaining small fry. They stood ferociously and roared, but it was no big deal. At this time, a boss, bloated and sagging, looking very disgusting, was dragging its body one step at a time towards its prey. It was impossible to know how many humans it had eaten for its chin to jiggle like a potato from friends and zombies. Then it opened its XXL-sized mouth and ferociously spat out a swarm of zombies and dirty saliva. Jun Sang-hyuk was quite surprised by the disgusting sight before him. The newborn monsters immediately shambled towards him as if to chew up this delicious prey. Jun Sang-hyuk raised the corners of his mouth contemptuously. Oh, was the automatic experience point vending machine here? To him, the more monsters there were, the more items he would get. They were not a threat in the slightest. They even foolishly shouted and rushed to offer their lives to Jun Sang-hyuk. They were literally brainless. Even facing the zombies that jumped into the air and rushed at a terrifying speed, Jun Sang-hyuk calmly shouted loudly, "Let's fight." Outside the castle at this time too, the roars that shook the mountains and forests could be heard clearly. The space inside regained its original silence. Now only the sound of the wind brushing past the window could be heard. In an instant, Jun Sang-hyuk was able to defeat the giant boss. Looking at the thing lying long on the ground, he said contemptuously, "Glad you know I'll be back soon." After dealing with the mobs blocking his way, Jun Sang-hyuk stared silently at the path ahead. A flight of stairs continued on, leading to a mysterious door. He hesitated, wondering if he should go up, but nothing could stop Jun Sang-hyuk's courage. He carefully opened the door, ready to accept whatever lay behind it. Contrary to Jun Sang-hyuk's thoughts, the room inside was strangely quiet. He was quite surprised to see the figure before him. An old skeleton in a green robe sat majestically on a chair waiting for a guest. Jun Sang-hyuk asked quietly, "Heroes?" The old skeleton opened his mouth. "I should reintroduce myself first." Then he lowered his voice and said, "I am not an ordinary merchant of the abyss. I am Heroes, the soul merchant." Jun Sang-hyuk was puzzled by those words. "A soul merchant? Does that mean you trade souls?" Heroes answered. "Trading souls, that's not wrong," the old skeleton then added. "But I only buy souls, I don't sell them." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk became slightly wary and asked first, "Are the items of the dead related to souls?" Heroes answered immediately, "That's right. Those items contain the desires and thoughts of people before they die." The old skeleton continued, "And those are the fragments of the soul. I buy those fragments." Jun Sang-hyuk replied nonchalantly, "HMPH, they don't seem very useful." At the same time, he reached into his spatial pocket and took out a scroll. Heroes added, "The value of an item is determined by the buyer's needs." Jun Sang-hyuk was beginning to understand, much like with the items of the dead. Heroes answered, "That's right." Then he asked first, "Then what is the reason for collecting soul fragments from the items of the dead?" At this point, Heroes suddenly fell silent, unable to answer right away. Only after a long while did the old skeleton answer. "To escape from this boring and tedious abyss," Heroes then added, "I am currently short one fragment, and it's thanks to you." The old skeleton thought that if he obtained that last fragment he would be able to go outside. Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk was lost in complicated thoughts, and then, while the old skeleton was surprised, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" Jun Sang-hyuk quickly asked bluntly, "That fragment is my soul, isn't it?" Hit right on the mark, Heroes was suddenly surprised and couldn't answer. Then he lowered his voice and said, "I knew you were a smart person." The wind suddenly swirled inside the room and Jun Sang-hyuk glared at his opponent. Heroes continued, "Even for you, there's not much you can do in the darkness of the abyss, right? Now I will respectfully take the last fragment." After speaking, the old skeleton took out a weapon like the Grim Reaper's scythe and secretly attacked Jun Sang-hyuk from behind. He quickly sensed his position with his sixth sense. Then a scream that shook the mountains and forests erupted from the ancient castle. "Now the last fragment. I will respectfully take." After speaking, the old skeleton took out a weapon like the Grim Reaper's scythe and secretly attacked Jun Sang-hyuk from behind. He quickly sensed his position with his sixth sense. Then Jun Sang-hyuk swung his sword in time to block the deadly attack and said triumphantly, "Let me tell you one thing, I'm quite familiar with the darkness of the abyss too." Heroes was momentarily surprised by his momentum. Then Jun Sang-hyuk said concisely, "Come and take it if you can." The last fragment was before the Reaper's scythe, but he was still calm and not at all hesitant. Outside the ancient castle, the sound of weapons clashing during the battle was clearly audible. Heroes continuously swung his scythe at Jun Sang-hyuk, but he was no pushover and easily blocked all the attacks with his sword. The old skeleton was aiming to take the last soul piece to escape this dark place. Jun Sang-hyuk was also filled with killing intent to neatly dispose of those who blocked his path. Seizing a moment when Heroes lost his focus, Jun Sang-hyuk quickly moved behind him. Before the old skeleton could come to his senses, he was hit by a fatal blow and his body was split in two. Heroes could only make a kook sound as he vanished into thin air, but the old skeleton did not die so easily. He disappeared while Jun Sang-hyuk was surprised. He realized something was wrong. Invisible red threads bound Jun Sang-hyuk tightly, immobilizing him. At this moment, the Reaper's scythe appeared once more. Facing the small human, Heroes growled, "Die." At this moment, Jun Sang-hyuk had already pinpointed the old skeleton's location. Then he activated a space leap and narrowly avoided death. He even had the strength to counterattack, enough to make Heroes scream in pain. In the blink of an eye, Jun Sang-hyuk resolved the trap and majestically advanced with momentum. He raised the corners of his mouth and asked contemptuously, "Is this all you've got? Have you given up?" Heroes appeared from behind and answered, "What do you mean, given up? Why would you say that?" At this point, the old skeleton had taken off his hood, revealing a bald head. but his body was much smaller than before. At his ridiculous appearance, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but sneer. "What's with your look?" Heroes quickly got the first word in. "If you make fun of my appearance, you will surely be in trouble." The old skeleton was still confident that the smaller his body, the faster his speed, and that his bones were stronger than a dragon's. Heroes asked, "Do you think I can't fight the monarch in this form?" Jun Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment, then couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. "Hee, dragon bones." Jun Sang-hyuk raised the corners of his mouth, lifted his sword, and answered, "Do you think you are stronger than this sword made from the bones of Dragon Marion?" Heroes was very surprised to hear that, and hastily raised his hand to buy time. "Wait, Dragon Marion," Jun Sang-hyuk asked triumphantly. "Why are you scared?" Hearing that name, Heroes was terrified, but he still pretended to be strong and mumbled, "No, but I think we should talk a little first before that." Before he could finish, Jun Sang-hyuk said sternly, "I have nothing to say to you." Heroes still stubbornly tried to stall for time. Seeing that the opponent was persistent, Jun Sang-hyuk said immediately, "Let's end it here. If we drag this on, it will definitely become troublesome." Heroes stammered, "Why, you bastard?" Then the old skeleton gathered energy in a strange purple sphere and charged proactively, shouting loudly, "I'll kill you." Facing Heroes, Jun Sang-hyuk was also slightly surprised, but he soon regained his composure and glared at him. Jun Sang-hyuk summoned the dragon sword. At this moment, a huge dragon with powerful strength blocked Heroes' path. The old skeleton was surprised but tried to charge. But Jun Sang-hyuk immediately took the opportunity and swung his sword, and in the blink of an eye he cut Heroes in two. The old skeleton screamed in pain, not wanting to accept this reality. Now only a thick cloud of dust was left behind Jun Sang-hyuk. He turned his head slightly to look again. Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't find Heroes, and only bones remained in the faint smoke. Below were the artifacts left by the old skeleton. Jun Sang-hyuk said with curiosity, "Glasses." A few days later, the infinite tower still pierced through the white clouds into the blue sky. People were now focused on reading the ranking board. First was the masked monarch with 1.95 billion points. Second was Odin with 723 million points. Third was Byung. Odin wore a blue robe and smiled proudly. "HMPH, my name has been honorably listed today." Hearing that, Richard Pound approached and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Odin immediately turned and sneered, "Oh ho, look who it is, the Knight of the Sun. I guess your name isn't up there?" Richard Pound could only laugh contemptuously with a ha. Then he continued, "All right, I know how the masked monarch got his name up there, but why are a mage, a crazy blacksmith, and a magician on that list?" Odin answered, "That's all thanks to my hard work." Inwardly, she knew well, "Hey, it's actually thanks to the golem." Then Odin turned and left, not forgetting to say strongly, "Anyway, this won't be the last surprise. Get ready." Richard Pound asked in surprise, "What?" At this time the fairy sat majestically in a chair waiting for everyone. Odin spoke first. "The immortal necromancer will make an effort." And he continued, while all the knights were surprised, "to challenge the very hard difficulty." Richard Pound couldn't believe his ears. "What? The necromancer is challenging the very hard difficulty where he can't use skills?" he reminded loudly. "Hey, do you want to die? Don't do it." But Odin was still stubborn. Just wait a little, you'll be surprised." In the blink of an eye, he was moved to the very hard difficulty floor. Seeing the monsters in front of him, Odin just coldly snorted, "HMPH." The monsters were all very ferocious. Their fangs stretched to below their ears and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Odin asked, "Are you guys the first floor?" Then he quietly took out a pair of glasses. Odin continued, "This is the beginning in the infinite tower." The glasses looked identical to the ones Jun Sang-hyuk had gotten from Heroes. Facing the ferocious monsters, Odin nonchalantly put on the glasses. The monsters could no longer hold back and immediately rushed to catch their prey. Through the glasses, Odin could clearly see their bone structure. Then he said loudly, "Melt away, all of you." Sang-hyuk took out a small round lens with a string attached and said to the immortal necromancer, "Try this on." He was puzzled. "What is this?" Sang-hyuk explained. "I heard you almost finished making the two-headed snake. How are you going to carry it around?" The immortal necromancer seemed surprised that Sang-hyuk knew about it and cared. He laughed. "From now on you'll be able to carry even bigger things with this." The immortal necromancer didn't understand, put the lens to his eye and was surprised. Gasp! Is this a microcosm? Inside the lens, which fit in the palm of his hand, was a large dimension that could infinitely contain huge things many times larger than reality. Thanks to the items Sang-hyuk gave him, the immortal necromancer felt much stronger. He laughed loudly on the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, die." This is how I dominate everything. His two-headed bone snake blew everything away. In a room, people were gathered to see the achievement rankings. They were talking about the immortal necromancer's rank. What, he went up to the 15th floor, but he couldn't have used skills. People were very surprised by the change. Then how on earth did he do it? Richard also frowned and said, I can't believe it. How did the immortal necromancer? Ian came from somewhere and asked, is something interesting going on? Richard was annoyed. Nothing's interesting. I'm about to be overtaken because of that one immortal necromancer, Ian said nonchalantly. Oh, you can't help it, can you? He's one of the masked monarch's people. So, HMPH, Ian changed the subject. Anyway, is there any useful information? Richard didn't understand. What do you mean? What do you mean by useful information? I heard you have a relationship with the Dark Guildmaster. Richard was completely flustered by those words and stammered, what? Who said that? Who said I have a relationship? Ian laughed like a big sister who had caught her younger brother's weakness. But why are you reacting as if it's so wrong? If it's true, just admit it, the people in the room suddenly said loudly. It's the immortal necromancer. The two also turned that way. The immortal necromancer was standing in the middle of the room. How many floors did he go up? He's on the 7th floor. 7th floor, the immortal necromancer was arrogant. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, yes, worship me. Who is there that will not worship me? Richard and Ian saw his attitude and the sound of his laughter. The two were at a loss for words, and for some reason they disliked him. I really hate that bastard. On Sang-hyuk's side in the game there was a place called the Burst Zone. If you met certain requirements you could get several times the experience in a similar amount of time. I just discovered this Burst Zone. Sang-hyuk stood in the Burst Zone and killed quite a few monsters. There were also giant sumo wrestler monsters, currently level 326. The 3rd floor of the Abyss's second castle seems like it will become my own Burst Zone. Back at work, Sang-hyuk made a video call to the Dark Guildmaster. The blonde girl, Day. She reported from the phone screen wearing her usual black sunglasses. The Umbrella Welfare Center has been partially completed. As we discussed, we have also posted a recruitment notice in the form of a competition. Sang-hyuk asked, how much longer for the hospital construction? The hospital will also be completed soon. All the medical equipment is ready and the medical staff has arrived in Korea. Hearing that, Sang-hyuk was very relieved. Good, well done. Day suddenly remembered something. Our professor who will be participating has something to say. He asked, what is it? He wants a new drug research facility. Sang-hyuk thought. Not bad, he concluded. Do that. Call me if there's anything you need or want. Yes, I understand. One night at PSM, the night of a large fortress built by the military. The walls soared high, and below the walls there were only a few guard posts and few people came and went. The wall was very long, but there were only 1 or 2 people standing at each corner. At a deserted corner of the wall, 3 people rustled and appeared from the bushes. 3 young men were in hiding. They're really not on guard. One person said, everyone is crazy about the infinite tower, so they're neglecting the security here. A fat young man asked, but what's inside? The person in the hat said, I'm curious too, but seeing as they built a wall here, there must be something. Hee, really. Who knows, maybe there's a big treasure. This is pretty dangerous. What are you worried about? Only 3 people can enter the watchtower, the short-haired young man said excitedly. Wouldn't it be safer if only a few people could enter, right? I guess so. The person in the hat stood up and got ready. Ready? The wall was very quiet. From outside they threw a rope with a hook. It caught on the edge of the inner rampart, providing a foothold for the 3 to climb up. The only guard below was already dozing off. Next to him, the 3 were quietly climbing into the fortress. Behind the huge wall were tall ancient trees. Thousands of small spirits were flying around joyfully. It was their playtime of the day. Suddenly, 3 people jumped down. The spirits were suddenly surprised and screamed, making a loud noise. The 3 were flustered. What is this? It's just spirits here. I don't know. Kill them first. Maybe something will appear then. After killing the poor spirits, the man in the hat discovered shiny yellow coin-like things fallen on the ground. Oh, what's that? Shiny golden coins with an 8-leaf flower shape engraved on them were scattered all over the ground. He picked one up and examined it. Looks like a gold coin, the fat man said loudly. Hey, what's over here? Come and see. All 3 of them looked in that direction. What is this? Why is there a well here? In the middle of the forest a single well was sitting there, engraved with a gold coin in the shape of an 8-leaf flower. The man in the hat thought that maybe the coin had come from there. The next morning a terrible change had come over the inside of the fortress. The trees were withered and dry, and all the leaves had fallen. In the middle of that desolate land, the three intruders from last night were also dead and dried up. They were shriveled like old men with empty eye sockets. After one night, the soldiers were buzzing and calling in reports. In the center of the fortress, a giant tree, thousands of times larger, had sprouted, blocking the sky like a mountain, so they could see it even from outside. A human standing next to that huge tree was like a single small root. In a deep forest, a tower that rose to the sky like a lighthouse in the middle of the sea was emitting a very mysterious light. Its name was the Infinite Tower. Below the tower, the flame witch of the Red Tower, Christina Rovianko, scowled and shouted, "What are you talking about? Who broke in?" Her subordinates knew they were at fault, quickly bowed their heads and answered in unison, "We're sorry." Christina Rovianko scolded them angrily. "These things always happen when I'm not around." Unable to bear the consequences of this matter, she said loudly, "Get the helicopter ready immediately." At that moment, a voice from behind caught Christina Rovianko's attention. "So you're here, Flame Witch." When she turned her head, the figure of a man was approaching. It was Baekjung. He approached her step by step and opened his mouth. "The monarch wishes to see you immediately." Hearing that, Christina Rovianko glanced sideways and snorted coldly. A bad feeling arose and her heart was very uneasy. At the same time, in the middle of a desolate desert, there were a few tiled houses. In the distance, a giant old tree was emitting a green aura of life, illuminating a corner of the sky. This place was also called the Forest of Dreams, located in PSM, Italy. A real-time news bulletin from a broadcasting station reported, "Last night, 3 players broke into the Forest of Dreams, the native tree of the Forest of Dreams, the Tree of Life, causing the Tree of Life to appear. The Tree of Life is a tree that grows by absorbing the life force of other creatures. If this tree grows, the surrounding area will be severely destroyed." The station's announcer reported live that experts were very interested in this issue. They thought it was highly likely that the Tree of Life would expand to France. In the room, Jun Sang-hyuk was watching the TV news with Christina Rovianko and some of her subordinates. Baekjung, who was standing next to them, turned on the breaking news board to update everyone on the situation. After the board finished, he quickly turned off the screen and the room fell silent. Jun Sang-hyuk stared intently at the TV screen and opened his mouth. Why the Tree of Life? The name sounded like good luck, but it actually brought bad luck. Its appearance could cause a very big stir, and the consequences would be more terrible than anyone could imagine. Christina Rovianko just listened quietly to what the monarch was saying, her face pale and her body drenched in sweat. Jun Sang-hyuk opened his mouth helplessly. "You should have known there was a well inside the Forest of Dreams." Christina Rovianko answered as if she had been wronged. "Of course I knew," she added in a louder voice. "That's why I built a wall around it and always guarded it strictly." Sighing, she said again in a very angry voice, "But thanks to those damn bastards she got this far," and choked up with resentment, unable to continue. After grasping the situation before him, Jun Sang-hyuk, confused, asked Christina Rovianko, "So what are you planning to do from now on?" Christina Rovianko sighed and answered, "I don't know, but we have to stop it unconditionally." She summoned her courage and asked the monarch, "I have something to ask you. Could you help us?" Jun Sang-hyuk was slightly surprised. After thinking for a long time, he also answered, "Unfortunately, I have to answer that I don't know if I can destroy the Tree of Life either." Christina Rovianko was very surprised by this answer and then said, "But I heard you are the only one who can defeat it." Jun Sang-hyuk frowned and snorted coldly. "I think you got it wrong," he added calmly. "Even if I'm a player, I'm still just a human." Christina Rovianko sat quietly and listened to what the monarch was saying. "Even if it's me, there's no guarantee that I won't become a withered corpse by it." Hearing this, darkness seemed to cover her heart and anxious waves stirred. Under a sky full of wind, a magnificent and ancient palace was located in a desolate landscape. Inside the palace, Jun Sang-hyuk was walking side by side with Baekjung down a sun-drenched corridor. Jun Sang-hyuk broke the silence and opened his mouth. "What do you think? Should I go to Italy?" Baekjung thought carefully for a long time, then sighed and answered, I'm not sure." After a moment he considered it while persuading Jun Sang-hyuk, "But don't you think you are the only one who can remove the Tree of Life?" Jun Sang-hyuk was very troubled and slightly afraid that he wouldn't be able to return in one piece. "Then are you telling me to go there and become a withered corpse?" Baekjung was at a loss for words in front of the monarch, and could only stammer a few words. "That's not it, but finally Baekjung concluded with one sentence. He firmly believed that the monarch was the last line of defense for humanity, and that the only hope was none other than Jun Sang-hyuk. If you don't do it, who will? Hearing this, he smiled with great satisfaction and admired. Ha, well said. After that, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately ordered Baekjung to call Odin, Golem and Honor. The purpose was to inform them that they would be going to Italy immediately. The scene shifted to Italy, and the red-tiled roofs were densely packed. How peaceful was this landscape! From the sky, the roar of the engines seemed to tear through the atmosphere, echoing throughout the entire space. Looking down from a high place, Jun Sang-hyuk could see all the consequences of the disaster caused by the Tree of Life. Wherever the roots of the Tree of Life reached, there was no life. The land was desolate, the trees were withered, and the houses seemed to be buried in mounds of dirt. The landscape was so tragic and painful that Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but sigh. Oh, this is crazy. He was very surprised by the seriousness of the problem. The destructive power of the Tree of Life was terrifying. In an instant it had spread to the residential areas. It was really no joke. Baekjung, who was sitting in front, adjusted his mask and opened his mouth. All right, get ready to go down. The helicopter flew deep into the forest and at the same time approached the giant Tree of Life. It was the Forest of Dreams. The surrounding scenery was desolate and bleak, and the trees stood bare without a single green leaf. The roots of the Tree of Life were expanding more and more, sucking up all the life force around them, and just looking at them made you want to cut them off. Under the shade of the Tree of Life, the group got off the helicopter and stood together, waiting for Jun Sang-hyuk's orders. Everyone's face was serious, as if they had to face something very terrible. The members were all prepared for the worst that could happen. One member of the group was panting and sweat was dripping down his face. The climate here was so harsh that it seemed to be draining his body's energy. Jun Sang-hyuk saw it and said gently, "There are plenty of potions, so drink one if you're tired." The man heard that and quickly answered, "Yes, Monarch." Jun Sang-hyuk glanced at the people around him with a very worried expression. The Tree of Life seemed to be sucking the life force of everything, including his comrades. What he had feared seemed to be gradually becoming a reality. He told everyone in a low voice to take care of their health. The group answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." At this time, another member was looking around curiously. Suddenly, she saw white spheres gradually swelling up like bubbles on the roots of the Tree of Life. She hurriedly called her comrades and asked what those circles were. No one knew, but one thing was for sure: they didn't look good at this time, as if sensing danger. Jun Sang-hyuk waved his hand and signaled to everyone, "Wait, stop." His comrades were very confused, not knowing what had happened. From under the ground, Jun Sang-hyuk felt a very strong vibration. In the thick dust, Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes widened with extreme anxiety. Long winding vines wriggled up from the ground, and the vibration was like an earthquake or a natural disaster. Jun Sang-hyuk shouted in surprise, "Odin Inferno!" She received the order. "Yes." Then Park Ho-seong immediately raised her hands above her head and gathered her strength. A fireball fell, causing a very fierce fire. Next, Park Ho-seong took out her magic staff and chanted a spell to control the fire in front of her. The tentacle vines writhed in the sea of fire wherever they crawled. Fire followed. Park Ho-seong seriously focused on controlling her magic staff. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and the heat spread very terribly. Suddenly, flames shot up from under the ground towards them. Park Ho-seong was very surprised and felt that there was something in the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk, not letting his guard down, quickly said, "It seems that guy is not an idiot." He called Baekjung, who was right behind him, and immediately responded to the signal. "Oh my lord." Baekjung knelt down and opened his backpack. He reached out his hand to take something out. Immediately, Richard Pound appeared in golden armor. Sparks flew from his eyes and he assumed a combat-ready stance. Jun Sang-hyuk turned his head, glanced, and quietly placed his trust in Richard Pound. Richard Pound replicated numerous individuals to create a powerful army that would firmly support the monarch. The clones assumed a combat stance and bravely charged, shouting loudly as they advanced towards the tentacle vines. Richard Pound threw a thunderous punch at his opponent. The tree roots dodged very precisely and prepared a counterattack that would send the clones flying. Jun Sang-hyuk watched the battle below closely, feeling anxious and uneasy with every exchange of blows. From behind, a tentacle secretly whipped him with amazing speed. Jun Sang-hyuk keenly noticed and quickly jumped into the air. Dodging the attack in time, the attack caused a very big shock, and the ground and stones under his feet exploded and flew in all directions. But they didn't give up and chased him to the end. The tentacle vine crawled around Jun Sang-hyuk like a giant snake. Then it soared into the air, gathered its strength, and struck down hard. He keenly summoned his sword and staff, and with a flash of light from a passing slash, the tentacle vine was instantly cut in two and fell to the ground. The immense weight of the vine hit the ground, causing a terrible explosion. Everyone was very shocked by the battle before their eyes, and they soon came to their senses and reminded each other, "Everyone get ready." Jun Sang-hyuk stood on the root of the tree of life he had just defeated, and with a cold face boosted his comrades' morale. "Everyone get ready. The battle has begun." At this time, Park Ho-seong spread a green magic circle. The surrounding energy was immediately sucked into it. Next, she soared into the air and unleashed an attack on the tree of life, shattering it into several pieces and making a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Hwa Bing and Baekjung, who were behind, also took the opportunity to rush in together and join forces to counterattack. Their attack raised a thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Jun Sang-hyuk and his comrades were not to be outdone. With smooth cooperation, they cut down many of the Tree of Life's roots. Richard Pound activated his energy and continued to charge, taking the initiative to attack. His body was very agile and he jumped from this side to that side. At this time, a group of the Tree of Life's roots secretly ambushed him from behind. Richard Pound used his sixth sense to pinpoint their location and immediately turned to counterattack. But his agility was no match for the power of the Tree of Life's roots. In an instant, Richard Pound was tightly wrapped like a snake that had been starving for a long time. His body trembled from struggling too hard to get out of this trap. When his comrade was captured, Jun Sang-hyuk was busy fighting the vine roots and didn't notice. When he turned around, he realized that the situation was not good at all. Jun Sang-hyuk unconsciously exclaimed, "Oh no!" At the same time, the white spheres on the roots of the Tree of Life exploded in unison, spewing out black liquid like ink sacs, startling Jun Sang-hyuk slightly. The very next moment, ferocious monsters crawled out of those spheres. They roared in unison, their eyes flashing with killing intent, and rushed towards everyone. These monsters had swift speed and wings, making them very agile. The members were so surprised that they froze on the spot. They rushed in swarms and attacked everyone with ink, and everyone screamed in pain. One member, extremely displeased, shouted in surprise, "What are these parry things? There are as many of them as a swarm of ants." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit in the shoulder by ink. In an instant, the scene became a free-for-all. Everyone fought back fiercely, constantly shouting loudly to boost their morale. "Damn it, die!" Jun Sang-hyuk, who witnessed the scene before him from behind, frowned and fell into thought. Then he stared intently at the monsters as if to find their weakness. At this time, the members were gradually running out of energy. They could only pant in exhaustion. Even elite members like Park Ho-seong couldn't catch their breath, as human strength has its limits and is weaker than non-human monsters. Jun Sang-hyuk was very frustrated by the current situation, but he was also quite flustered and didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk called Baekjung. Then he directly ordered them to lead them back. Baekjung heard that and asked back in surprise, "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk clearly said that the longer they stayed here, the more disadvantageous the situation would become for them. Baekjung was quite worried about Jun Sang-hyuk. Panting heavily, he said one sentence, "You are..." Before he could finish his sentence, Jun Sang-hyuk said directly, "I will fight those guys alone." He let out a sigh and composed himself. After giving the order to a trustworthy member, Jun Sang-hyuk charged alone into the middle of the desolate desert. He flew like an arrow towards the roots of the Tree of Life and tried to fight them directly. In an instant, Jun Sang-hyuk, with his outstanding swordsmanship, cut down the persistent roots. Then his eyes shone with determination, and nothing could stop him. Jun Sang-hyuk quickly unleashed his aura blade, gathered the blue energy in his body, and flew it straight at the Tree of Life. After finishing the attack, a swarm of ferocious insect monsters flew in front of Jun Sang-hyuk. The continuous sound of their wings was very annoying. Then they shot poisonous stingers from their anuses and flew them straight at him with murderous eyes. Jun Sang-hyuk quickly soared into the air to avoid all the disgusting attacks. Then he reached out his hand and continued to unleash the aura blade technique. Numerous powerful rays of light shot out from Jun Sang-hyuk's palm towards the insect monsters, instantly separating their flesh and bones. After finishing the attack, Jun Sang-hyuk stood majestically in the middle of the battlefield. But the insect monsters and winged monsters were not so easily defeated. Their comrades swarmed in and joined forces to attack Jun Sang-hyuk. In front of a very tense situation of 1 vs 1000, he drew his sword and prepared to fight back. The flames of determination burned in his eyes. The very next moment, an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth roared with thick dust. At this time, the tree of life was sucking energy from all directions to keep its leaves always green. In the shelter, the members were carefully bandaging and resting to recover. At this time, only the flame witch, Christina Rovianko, was holding her staff and watching from a distance. She just stood there without saying a word. She was too worried about Jun Sang-hyuk's situation. Christina Rovianko's face was filled with anxiety, and her lips trembled slightly, but no words came out. Seeing this, Baekjung asked what she was thinking. Then he kindly approached Christina Rovianko, handed her a piece of food and said, "You should eat something." When she showed little interest, Baekjung continued, "It's beef jerky and it's delicious." But Christina Rovianko still said nothing. She just asked, "Has it been 8 hours already?" After that, Christina Rovianko muttered to herself, lost in thought. "Besides, this is a world-scale raid. I don't understand why he's doing something like this alone." Baekjung listened to her quietly and then opened his mouth. "Have you forgotten who is in there?" At those words, Christina Rovianko was pulled from her train of thought. Then, because Baekjung had great faith in Jun Sang-hyuk's skills, he said reassuringly, "You don't need to worry, we just have to wait." Then he finished with a smile, "He's never been defeated by any problem." Christina Rovianko said nothing, but thanks to Baekjung's positive attitude, she now felt much more at ease. Baekjung was certain of only one thing, faith. At the same time, the tree of life continued to suck energy from all directions. By then, in the desolate desert, all the trees had withered and it was filled with thick dust. A single demon lay fallen on the ground, only a dried corpse remaining, its life force having been sucked out at some point. Suddenly a foot approached, staggering. Jun Sang-hyuk had survived the fierce battle and preserved his life. He panted in exhaustion and continued to walk. At this point, Jun Sang-hyuk reached his destination. He said in a low voice, "So this is the trunk of the tree of life. It's so massive it would take 1,000 men like me to encircle it." A high canopy grew as if to pierce the sky, its branches and leaves lush and green, completely different from the surrounding landscape. Jun Sang-hyuk looked up and muttered under his breath, "I don't know how big this tree is, it's no different from a giant castle wall." Suddenly, he noticed a swarm of insect monsters had followed him right to his back. They buzzed, making a deafening sound. Jun Sang-hyuk, now fed up with these leech-like creatures, turned, glared, and cursed. "Damn it, don't you guys ever get tired?" After that, he nimbly dodged the monsters' attacks and immediately charged to counterattack. The roots of the tree of life continued to rise from under the ground, as if to block the human's path and capture him. Jun Sang-hyuk continued to cut them into several pieces with his outstanding swordsmanship, but the roots were like immortals. When one group fell, another continued to rise endlessly. Jun Sang-hyuk rode the momentum and flew into the air, his hand gripping his sword tightly, ready to teach these things a lesson. He flew nimbly, dodging the persistent tree roots. After approaching the tree of life, Jun Sang-hyuk thought to himself, "I struggled to reach this tree. Do I have to cut down this giant thing?" Suddenly, he discovered a cave in the tree trunk and exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the dark, deep place, Jun Sang-hyuk was extremely curious. How can there be a hole in a place like this? At this time, the leech-like roots had almost caught up, and Jun Sang-hyuk turned to assess the situation. With no other choice, he quickly hid inside the strange hole. Inside, the monsters couldn't find Jun Sang-hyuk and continued to circle outside. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, he let out a sigh. Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk realized this was not an ordinary hole. He looked at the dark path ahead and wondered where this place was. Inside, only an echo reverberated and there was nothing else. Jun Sang-hyuk took off his mask to breathe more easily. After that, he stepped into the dark cave one step at a time. Due to the complex terrain, Jun Sang-hyuk carefully felt his way forward, ready for any situation. Suddenly, he noticed a ray of light shining from ahead. Before Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes was now the exit on the other side of the cave. He boldly stepped towards it to see what secret was hidden there. Suddenly, the sight before him captivated Jun Sang-hyuk's attention. He inadvertently burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk was standing on a high rock and before him stretched a lush green forest. Further away, there were also trees that held various energies and life. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" The forest seemed peaceful, and it truly was. 2 deer were drinking water from a clear stream. Beside them, horses were also strolling leisurely. Seeing this idyllic natural scenery, Jun Sang-hyuk stood with a cold expression, amazed. He wondered how such a place could exist inside the tree trunk. A spatial distortion? He raised his hand and looked at his palm. His stamina wasn't decreasing. Looking closely at the forest, he saw the tree trunk swaying gently. What is this? Below in the stream, fish were swimming. As he was walking through this wonderful landscape, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up. Was this forest inside the reason the tree of life was draining the vitality of all living things around it? Did that make sense? As he was lost in thought, a woman drew a bow from behind him, aimed and shot, but his movements were quite remarkable. He turned and caught the arrow flying towards him with his hand, a truly cool feat. The woman in the tree was surprised to see him catch the arrow with his bare hand. He smirked coolly and muttered, "It seems it's not completely peaceful. Good, even so, it's about time." The woman, seeing that not only had her target not been hit but that she had been discovered, immediately flew off. But how could she have known? Jun Sang-hyuk flew right behind her and said, "Was it you, the one who just shot an arrow at me?" At these words, as if she was 30 ashamed and 70 flustered, the woman aimed an arrow at him and threatened him. He tilted his head 30 degrees to dodge the arrow. The sharp arrow whizzed past behind him. He clenched his fist and swung it at her. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Without a chance to react, she was hit squarely by his fist that cut through the wind. As she fell, he got a clear look at her face and, surprised, asked again for confirmation. "A blood elf?" She said something in an incomprehensible language. He realized that the elf tribe had its own language. He immediately spoke to her in Elvish. He asked where this place was. She was surprised that he knew Elvish. She challenged him. "How can you speak our language?" he answered. "Because a friend of mine is an elf," she exclaimed. "What?" He couldn't wait and tried to get information out of her. "Anyway, answer quickly." "Where is this?" she answered him. "This is the sacred land where we live." He was surprised. Sacred land, he thought for a moment. Unlike ordinary elves, blood elves were skilled in slaughter. The tree of life sucked the vitality of the surrounding area. He sneered at her. "Hey, truly a match made in heaven." She looked a little sad to hear that. He continued to mock her. "Do you know what a terrible effect this sacred land has on others?" Her face twisted at his words. "What?" he asked again. Damn it, was she not understanding, or was she deliberately pretending not to? Because of the sacred land where she lived, many problems had arisen for humanity. She didn't believe it. She laughed, thinking he was talking to himself. She asked again for confirmation. "Humanity's problems, what does that have to do with us?" Hearing this, his face darkened. He was angry, but suddenly the ground there exploded. He was surprised. "It's a tree monster." A thorny tree trunk stood up and roared loudly. It launched another attack, sending him flying back. As he fell to the ground, the tree monster approached him. He got up and gathered his spirit to fight it. The blood elf woman appeared from behind him. Charging towards him like a bull, she shouted, "I'll take your life." He turned on guard and knocked her down with a single cool kick. She only made a kook sound and fell, but she wasn't dead. She struggled to get up and said to him, "Don't be too happy. You only beat me. There are many warriors here. They will take my place." Suddenly he noticed something and his face changed. "What is this?" The woman had fallen into a pool of blood. As he approached, he saw a red stone on the woman's body. He picked it up and examined it. "A blood jade." He stood up. Just then he felt someone behind him. He turned and saw 2 other women, also blood elves. He smiled coolly. "An object of pure collected mana. I didn't expect to find a blood jade in a place like this." Then he transformed and said, "This will be a wonderful gift for the people sleeping in the basement." Somewhere in the forest, a group of blood elves had gathered and were listening to their commanders nagging. "What are you all doing? Don't you know that 100 warriors have lost their lives?" The ordinary blood elves also cowered and admitted their fault. "We're sorry." The commander paced back and forth, grumbling. "Damn it, the one who caused all this trouble is that damn human. We have to finish this quickly before Lord Sabandon finds out. No matter how many warriors you have to mobilize, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but catch that bastard." The group of blood elves answered in unison. "Yes." Jun Sang-hyuk was standing in a corner watching. He said out loud, "This is a jackpot. Soul powder, also known as the tears of the prey. It's a bit dark, but I should be thankful for this much luck." He looked back at where the blood elves had fallen. He said one thing, "This place is a really wonderful hunting ground for me." Sunlight shone through the canopy. 2 blood elves walked under the canopy, their faces filled with vigilance and anxiety. Suddenly, one was attacked from behind. One screamed in pain, and the other, scared and not knowing what was happening, tried to flee. But he too was stabbed with a single blow that pierced his chest. As the 2 fell, Jun Sang-hyuk approached, looked at his work and sneered. "It must be truly despairing to have to die like this. In any case, it's a gain for me." He sat down and went about his work. "All right, now I should collect the blood jades, right?" Suddenly he felt something was strange. Before he could react, an earth-shattering explosion occurred and he was choked by dust. He coughed a few times. What is this? Why all of a sudden? Damn, is it a trap? After that, he noticed the surrounding air had changed. This is a toxin. It can change like this. He lowered his mask to protect his handsome face. A group of blood elves rushed to attack him. They shouted loudly and said to each other, "He's here, get him," he exclaimed. Damn it. Thinking he couldn't win, he ran. The group of blood elves chased him, shouting, "He's running away. Don't let him get away." The group of blood elves attacked while chasing him. Suddenly, one of them blocked his path, leaving him no time to react. This guy swung his sword at him once. It's unknown if he was okay, but he just shouted once and attacked the guy, knocking him down in an instant. This blood elf was still full of spirit even as he was dying. This guy shouted loudly, "Get him. Don't let him escape or kill him right now." He opened a spatial gate to find an antidote. He was surprised. Damn it, where did the antidote go? Just then, a blood elf in front of him drew a bow and aimed at him. He was hit by an arrow before he could even find the antidote. As if 30 helpless and 70 resigned, he hadn't been able to do anything yet. He hadn't touched anything yet, but this guy shot him. An explosion occurred on his side, and the group of blood elves all watched with worried and anxious faces to see how this fight would end. The explosion ended, and the dust gradually settled. This group grew impatient as they couldn't see his figure. That bastard disappeared. Find him now. Damn it, where did he go? Unable to fight and win, the injured him hid behind a tree to avoid them. He finally found the antidote. Truly a savior, the group of blood elves was searching frantically. Search this area, he couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, one of them heard a sound in the bushes and paid attention. He jumped in and saw an empty antidote bottle rolling there. This guy asked in surprise, "What is this?" Just then, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly attacked from behind. Before he could react, this guy lost his life. The others heard the scream and paid attention. The commander got angry. "This cowardly rat-like bastard." Then he ordered the guys below him, "What are you all doing? Drag that cowardly bastard out right now." Just then, he suddenly appeared coolly behind him and taunted him, "There's no need for that. I'm not hiding anymore either," as if provoked. This guy's 2 eyes were bloodshot as he drew an arrow, aimed at him and said, "Die." But he too coolly raised the corners of his mouth and flew through the swarm of arrows flying towards him without getting hit once. He unleashed his aura blade technique once, terrifying the commander so much he couldn't move. The commander was only surprised for a moment before being sent to be with his ancestors. He thought it was over, but it wasn't. A giant tree stood up. He sneered, "Ha ha, it's out again." The giant tree rushed in anger, and an explosion occurred once again in the middle of the forest that was thought to be peaceful, in a village. The leader of the Blood Elf tribe spoke to 2 of his lieutenants. "Over 2,000 of our people have lost their lives, and there are not a few injured. If this continues, that outsider might invade all the way here." The Blood Elf chieftain, Andrian, said with a stern face. Suddenly, he noticed the young Blood Elf chieftain, Soharan, running over to report, "Lord Sabandon has a message for me." The old chieftain asked back with a face wrinkled like a monkey's. "What?" The young chieftain with a youthful face reported. "Kill the intruder who massacred our people and offer him as a sacrifice. Fill your bellies with the enemy's flesh and quench your thirst with his blood." And he took out a pouch and said, "And if you kill the enemy, I will allow everyone to use the pure blood." Everyone was surprised to see the pure blood in the young chieftain's hand. He continued, "This is Lord Sabandon's auxiliary spell. If you use this, your physical abilities will reach their peak for 3 days. The user will have a chance to use magic several times more powerful than usual, but the user must endure pain worse than death." This was what everyone feared. The old chieftain got angry when he heard that. "Are you planning to use this too?" the young chieftain said. "I saw my brothers die painfully with my own eyes. How could I just stand by and watch?" The old chieftain, seeing that he had lost his composure, said as if to persuade him, "Of course you can't, but before you are a young priest lord, you are my son. Have you forgotten your duty to lead the people in my place? From now on, don't waste your energy on other matters and focus on Lord Sabandon's words." The young chieftain, dissatisfied and a little sad, shouted, but seeing his son was stubborn and obstinate, the old chieftain never gave in. He immediately cut him off. "There's nothing to worry about. You just stay and wait. I'll bring back that bastard's corpse." At the same time, in the forest, Jun Sang-hyuk was fighting a group of blood elves alone. He felt the situation was disadvantageous for him. The blood elves took turns attacking like a herd of ferocious bulls, and he was like a trainer trying to discipline them. Suddenly, a woman tried to ambush him from behind, but he vanished in an instant and reappeared behind her. Before she could react, she was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Another one saw this and rushed in to attack even more ferociously. Sensing a dangerous situation, he looked up to see a giant tree monster raise its fist and swing at him, sending him flying far away. He could only make an sound as he fell into the water. It didn't end there. In the water, a water demon with green hair and a hideously ugly face bared its teeth and laughed at him. The blood elves on land just watched, thinking he was dead, but he wouldn't be defeated so easily. To everyone's surprise, he majestically shot up from the water's surface. Everyone looked at him with extreme vigilance. He rushed towards the giant tree monster. The tree monster roared fiercely, as if it would eat him alive, but then the tree monster could only stare with its mouth wide open as it saw its own arm had been cut off. Sang-hyuk glared at the tree monster with a determined face. As he cut off its head, it let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. He looked truly cool at that moment. A blood elf who had just been seriously injured by him sat under a tree in pain and said to him, "Do you think you've won? Don't celebrate too soon. You will soon suffer endless pain. Sooner or later your soul will become an offering to Lord Sabandon. We will have a great feast with your blood." He heard it but let it go in one ear and out the other, deliberately pretending not to understand and asking back, why does that guy you mentioned have a lot of good stuff?" The opponent, feeling mocked, got angry and shouted, "You son of a bitch!" Suddenly, he noticed something on the ground. Wasn't that pure blood? Someone who had been listening to the conversation from behind the two spoke up. "How dare a lowly human be disrespectful to Lord Candon?" Sang-hyuk asked in annoyance. "What did you say?" Suddenly, the female demon, with a face so hideous it was extreme, rose and attacked him, but his body was no joke. He quickly dodged the hideous female demon's terrifying blow. This one had startled him. As if 30 helpless and 70 resigned, he was surprised with a face of extreme terror. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Why did a dying thing suddenly?" As he came to his senses, a group of blood elves flew in and attacked him. They all attacked ferociously, one after another, startling him. "What, did that guy read my tactics?" Two of them rushed at him, and he was not prepared. He had been holding a cool pose with his handsome face, but he was pushed back by the two of them. A fierce one-on-two fight. He also felt that it was disadvantageous for him, and he was on the defensive. The two continued to push, and one attacked his back, but he noticed and dodged. The two still attacked ferociously, and now it was 1-on-3. The fierce fight became even more intense. He gradually began to run out of strength. "Damn it, why are these guys so strong? That one is too." At the decisive moment, he took off his mask and jumped higher than them. As he took out his precious sword, it emitted a powerful aura, but he was ready to fight them. It was the Frost Blade. He shouted loudly and used a skill on the three of them. They all had faces of extreme terror. He fought them one by one. These guys had no skill. How could one survive when his heart was pierced by an arrow he shot? As this one screamed, he waited behind him and delivered a blow. The chieftain watched the fight, lost in thought, and had a worried expression as he saw him finish them off. The old chieftain took out a pure blood pill, put it in his mouth, and muttered, "Lord Sabandon, please accept my soul." Sang-hyuk didn't understand what this old man was doing. "This is nuts. What the hell is this old man doing?" ? Suddenly, the old man moved behind him, and he too noticed with caution and turned, and that spot exploded. The old chieftain gradually appeared in the faint dust. "Do you know how many warriors have lost their lives at your hands? I will make a river of your blood and make you suffer eternal pain." The old man's face changed uncontrollably, and he shouted with bloodshot eyes, "You nameless human bastard!" From the direction of the green tree, a blue light enveloped the surroundings, and a powerful spiritual energy was emitted. In the tent, the woman said to Baekjung, "It's been a week and we don't even know if that arrogant bastard is dead or alive." Baekjung reassured her, "Don't worry, there haven't been any problems so far. I don't know if you know, but Lilith is closely connected to the monarch's soul. If something had happened, she would have noticed immediately." The woman felt much more at ease. She said to Baekjung, "Then go and ask what the situation is now." Baekjung held his phone and reassured her. "All right, just a moment. I'll call Lilith," Lilith said with a reluctant expression. "Honestly, I've been trying to contact him for a few days, but I don't even know where he is. This is the first time contact has been cut off like this." The blonde woman from before was surprised. "What?" Then the two suddenly noticed something and went outside to see. They saw a blue tree surrounded by a blue spiritual energy. Is this the monarch? In a desolate field, a very cute-looking deer was leisurely grazing under a peaceful blue sky. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from somewhere, and it was surprised and raised its head to look in the direction of the sound, still with grass in its mouth. The sound grew louder, and the thudding sound of falling trees due to some impact was heard one after another. Something seemed to be approaching closer and closer through the trees. Suddenly a red light flashed, and a powerful energy like a giant spear pierced through and destroyed all obstacles and trees in its path. An old man with red skin, who looked like he was thousands of years old, continuously launched fatal attacks at Jun Sang-hyuk. The old man's eyes were full of malice, like red lasers, as if he would tear our protagonist to shreds. Jun Sang-hyuk sensed the danger and the old man's terrifying skill, and his heart filled with worry. Jun Sang-hyuk swung his sword to cut the old man in two, but unfortunately the red-skinned old man disappeared from before his eyes as fast as lightning. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind Jun Sang-hyuk. It was that old man. He cowardly tried to ambush our protagonist, but it seemed he hadn't looked at who the protagonist of this work was. He noticed the old man's intention and quickly blocked with his hand. Jun Sang-hyuk's wrist to his hand was wrapped in blue energy, making the already hard red armor several times harder. He swung his sword at the old man, but the old-looking man was still as flexible as a young man in his prime and once again dodged his fatal blow. A killing intent like a dragon's roar and a tiger's cry fiercely emanated from the old man's eyes. A series of attacks poured down on him. Jun Sang-hyuk blocked some of them, but their power still made him grimace in pain. The cunning red-skinned old man shot out like an arrow and slashed at Jun Sang-hyuk horizontally. He thought he would be cut like a rice cake, but his speed and reflexes were no joke. He once again bent his body back and flew far away to dodge the old man's vicious attack. He thought the old man only fought in close combat, but he launched a shockwave at Jun Sang-hyuk. Fortunately, as the protagonist of the work, he successfully dodged, and the area behind Jun Sang-hyuk was hit by the old man's technique and exploded. Before he could even let out a sigh of relief, the old man gathered energy in the sword in his hand. Hundreds of sharp slashes flew towards him as fast as the wind. This time their power was much more terrifying than before. Every time a slash fell, an explosion occurred on the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk skillfully slipped through the gaps in the attack. He got closer and closer to the old man. When he reached a suitable distance, he emitted an energy like a beautiful blue crystal. His eyes shone brightly, filled with killing intent. His technique turned into something like a meteor's tail and flew straight towards the red-skinned old man. But how could that old man still dodge it? As expected, the older you get, the stronger you become. Our protagonist probably didn't expect him to be so persistent either. Even after fighting for so long, he was still fine. The old man appeared before Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes in an instant, startling him and giving him no time to react. He was probably fed up with the inconclusive fight so far, and he shouted loudly, "Let's end this." A fast, beautiful, and powerful sword strike cut off the old man's arm. Jun Sang-hyuk gritted his teeth, and his eyes watched with satisfaction as that arm was cut off. Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk's face turned to horror. From the severed spot, a new, more hideous-looking arm grew out. Seeing this, I was convinced that this guy must be related to Dragon Ball's Piccolo. The destructive power of this arm was tens of times more terrifying than the previous one. With just one swing of his hand, he created a shockwave powerful enough to destroy all the trees in the road in front, including our protagonist. He bared his teeth and widened his eyes in pain, and it felt like his internal organs were completely crushed. The old man took the opportunity to rush in, extending his hand as if to tear his whole body apart. Jun Sang-hyuk, the old man gritted his teeth and stared at him with bloodshot eyes, emphasizing each syllable. God's will. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes widened as if he had realized something. A terrifying explosion occurred in the middle of the forest, making a huge noise. The sound echoed in all directions. It caught the attention of two small red-skinned demons. Suddenly, something was thrown hard onto the ground. The gray-haired demon was horrified to realize that the thing thrown like trash was their respected chieftain. A figure in a blue cloak suddenly appeared behind them. The person's voice echoed, "I'll ask just one thing." Jun Sang-hyuk in his anger unleashed his latent power like a Super Saiyan, his silver-white hair standing on end, his red armor glowing as if on fire, and a demon's face engraved on his chest. He said in a low voice, "Where is that bastard named Sabandan?" At his momentum, the two demons were so scared their bodies froze and they couldn't say a word. Under the clear blue sky, a giant old tree like a castle stood tall in the sunlight. Hundreds of mushroom-shaped houses were densely packed beneath it. All around were the roots, branches, and leaves of that old tree. The Red Demon tribe was everywhere. They lived, worked, and raised children like any other ordinary people. That peaceful scene did not last long before a strange sound was heard from above. It was as if a flaming red meteor was tearing through the clouds and falling towards them. The brown-haired girl made a very funny expression, a drop of sweat on her face. She knew she would be hit by that thing soon. Bang! The impact created a huge explosion that blew away everything within a 600-meter radius. The demon residents all around were terrified and scrambled to find a place to hide. Another impact occurred. Then numerous things fell one after another like a meteor shower. It was like the end of the world. The impact caused very serious damage, and desolation and death were everywhere. On a tree branch a little away from the village was the figure of a person in a familiar blue cloak. Jun Sang-hyuk looked down at the tragic scene below with a slightly sad expression and said to them, as if monologuing to himself, as if reminding himself, "To survive in this infinite world, the first things I must discard are pity and mercy, because this is a world where people who saved you are ready to stab you in the back, and the people I once helped repaid my kindness with enmity. In the end, they too deceived me." Jun Sang-hyuk's face began to become numb again, and he slowly said to them, "Don't resent me." Jun Sang-hyuk continued coldly and mercilessly, "If you must resent someone, resent the fact that you are all monsters." A once peaceful village, its houses and scenery were engulfed in flames, and corpses were strewn everywhere. In the suffocating silence, the sound of Jun Sang-hyuk's slow footsteps echoed. He walked leisurely through a place full of ruins and death. Jun Sang-hyuk didn't seem to care much about it, and joy appeared on his face as he saw the target he was looking for in front of him. To Gramu, which he was seeing directly for the first time, a towering old tree appeared before his eyes. It had survived the numerous meteor showers that had occurred before. The sound of footsteps from behind caught Jun Sang-hyuk's attention, and he turned around. Another red demon, a brown-haired demon, stood calmly in front of him. It said, "Lord Sabandan is waiting for you." The demon smiled and gestured, inviting him. "Come with us." From behind the demon, other taller red demons appeared. He saw the number of demons. Dozens of them were surrounding him. Jun Sang-hyuk said half-jokingly, "Then it seems I have no other choice." A passage appeared at the base of the old tree, and the passage was very heavily guarded by two demons in blue cloaks. A winding staircase like a snake led from the top down to an endless abyss. Jun Sang-hyuk was carefully escorted by three demons. He recalled a previous memory in his head. To Gramu, where Sabandan resides. In the forest that day when the long-haired red demon was dying from an arrow, he mentioned this name. That's right, he always protects us from there. At that time his head was full of questions. Because he felt like he had heard that name somewhere before, he suddenly remembered what he should have. He realized he had heard this name from the elf of the forest, Surum, who was the god of the forest, the god of life. With his twin brother Rena, in the pitch-black darkness, a figure with blue fiery eyes appeared in Jun Sang-hyuk's mind. His name was Kandon. The demon said to him with contemptuous eyes, "Do you think you can meet Lord Kandon?" He smiled and continued, "It is thanks to Lord Kandon's pure blood that we have gained strength. You will be killed by other warriors before you meet him." Jun Sang-hyuk frowned. He was suspicious of the two words pure blood in his words. Back in the present, the demons took him to the stairs, and there was a passage in front of them. The small brown-haired red demon nodded. The door opened immediately. All four of them went inside. Jun Sang-hyuk looked ahead and was horrified. Before his eyes was a tree with countless red crystals hanging from it. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he still opened his mouth and asked, "Is this to Gramu?" He looked at the red glowing crystals, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He continued again, "That is," before Jun Sang-hyuk could finish his words. A strange light appeared next to him. It was a collection of pale blue crystal rays. It created a strange line in the air. After a moment, it completely turned into a shining pale blue rectangle. A white shadow gradually appeared in front of him, and Jun Sang-hyuk was speechless with surprise. Before his eyes was a person with white hair that came down to his shoulders. He was wearing clothes like a priest of a temple. The rectangular panel shone again, drawing his attention to it. On it were the words of the system, "An amazing achievement. You are the first player to see God's true form." Jun Sang-hyuk smiled awkwardly, as if he was not very happy with the achievement. After a moment, the white-haired god opened his mouth. "You are a very interesting child," he said with a smile. "I can feel the presence of the Mother God." Repeating the words, "the presence of the Mother God," he seemed to realize something. he thought to himself. All the gods in the world of eternity are children of Idea, the mother of gods. If he can feel the scent of the mother god, is it because of Sujun's curse? Surprised, he asked the god before him, "Why did you call me here?" He replied, "Does the one who destroyed the wilderness dare to ask such a question?" The god narrowed his eyes and said in a sorrowful voice, "You destroyed my world and killed the people here. Therefore a sinner like you must be punished." Even standing before such a god, Jun Sang-hyuk showed no hesitation. He said firmly, "Then you must also be punished for your own sins." The god, surprised by his bold words, asked in wonder, "What did you say?" Jun Sang-hyuk frowned and said, "You are the one who should realize the disaster you have committed against humanity." The god burst out laughing and praised him. "You are truly interesting." Jun Sang-hyuk proposed to the god, "We need a judge." The god replied, "Our standards for punishment are different." The god seemed even more impressed by his determination. The gods in the world of eternity cannot directly influence the human world. The god thought for a few seconds and then agreed. "All right, as that is the law set by the mother god." Before he could be satisfied, the god set a condition. He said with a bright smile, "What if this child becomes the punisher? Surely you don't intend to give this kid power." The god declared firmly, "That depends on how much anger this child feels towards you." Hearing those words, the brown-haired dwarf demon's face immediately darkened. Unlike his silence until now, the demon opened his mouth. "That bastard killed my father. Please allow me to kill that human with my own hands." Jun Sang-hyuk was not very surprised by this outcome. As he spoke, the objectives of both sides became clear. A blue energy appeared beside him, and in an instant Jun Sang-hyuk transformed into his battle form. "Now I think we can end this conversation," he said, emphasizing each syllable. The white-haired god smiled and said, "Isn't that a bit too fast?" Then he changed his expression and said again, "I will step aside and let you two end this deep-seated grudge." He snapped his fingers and immediately the space around the two of them changed. When Jun Sang-hyuk turned his head, the god was already gone. Suddenly, a mission notification window appeared with a warning sign. With the sudden appearance of a mission, Jun Sang-hyuk began to have an ominous premonition. It appeared on the system notification window. The god, a descendant of the mother god Idea and the god of life, Kandon, made a vow. Sabandon plans to destroy that vow. You have become the key figure to destroy the vow. Stop Sabandon's plan and put an end to Kandon's descendant. Jun Sang-hyuk read the system's notification. His expression was calm with no sign of surprise or curiosity. An epic-grade mission? Then he realized something was wrong. Usually, epic-grade missions consist of several cases and are made up of consecutive missions. Even so, Sabandon cannot use all his divine power in the human world. Descendant of the vow and the key figure. Snapping out of his thoughts, he was surprised to see the demon child transformed. He felt a familiar sensation from the child. The child's eyes turned into blazing blue flames and countless streams of energy erupted simultaneously, enveloping his body. The demon held a wooden sword in his hand, preparing to charge at him. Thinking about the mission, Sang-hyuk knew that epic-grade missions in the world of eternity were very special, like the blacksmith's hammer mission that only Cheon-woo could pass, or the sun's grace mission that only Richard could pass. Yes, it was just as he thought. They were special missions meant for only one person. But this mission did not display a reward. Only a blunt notification appeared on the system window. Sudden mission occurred. The descendant, the vow, and the key figure. There were no further warnings. Seeing the opponent burning with fighting spirit before him, he didn't know what to do. The descendant of Kandon looked forward to the battle and was fully prepared to attack him. He had long considered Sang-hyuk a thorn in his side, and now he finally had a chance to eliminate him. Seeing the murderous look directed at him, Jun Sang-hyuk stood blankly. He guessed something. Could it be? Just as he thought, the descendant used a teleportation technique to instantly disappear and reappear behind him. Although he knew he was behind him, Sang-hyuk was still surprised by his technique. Just in case, Sang-hyuk quickly turned and observed with sharp blue eyes. Before he could even collect his thoughts, our Sang-hyuk was struck in the abdomen by Kandon's descendant. The power of the blow was quite strong, and having taken a direct hit, he was sent flying far away. Looking down at the blow left on his abdomen, Sang-hyuk groaned in pain. Ah! It was as if the descendant had used acceleration magic. He flew quickly towards him, enchanting his sword to finish him off. Sang-hyuk was still dazed from taking a direct hit just now, and it was difficult for him to grasp the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword at Sang-hyuk. Just like before, he was hit by the attack and flew back several meters, crashing hard into a large rock behind him. He still had plenty of strength left but couldn't counterattack. He barely managed to stand up after the attack, but he screamed as if his whole body was paralyzed. Kook! But before he could recover, the descendant, as if he had drunk an hour-long potion, charged towards him again with overflowing energy and continued to attack. This grudge must be so deep that it has to be repaid this heavily. Seeing him getting closer and fearing another attack, he stared with wide eyes in surprise. As the new attack struck down, a blue explosion erupted on the ground. The color and shape were very beautiful, but anyone could guess the destructive power it left behind. It was no different from a bomb explosion. After that attack, the ground was covered in thick smoke and dust, and soil and stones flew in all directions. The blue light also gradually faded, turning into small particles and disappearing into the dust. Beyond that white smoke, the figure of Sabandon's descendant standing majestically was clearly visible. He looked very arrogant, as if victory was in his hands, and the blue flame in his eyes gradually disappeared. It seemed he had withdrawn his energy, thinking he had defeated Sanghyuk. The saying, "The first is cross-eyed, the second is a dwarf," is really true. Seeing that he was a cross-eyed dwarf, I immediately knew the problem. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, this is a battle, right?" Hearing the sound, he unconsciously turned his head to look. Yes, it was our Jun Sanghyuk. How could he die so quickly? He is protected by the protagonist's halo. He had only lost the helmet on his head. Seeing him approach, the descendant's face was filled with disgust. Jun Sanghyuk had a stern expression, and his voice was also serious. "God Sabandon." The descendant didn't know what Sanghyuk's intention was, but despite showing his disgust, he quietly listened to the end of his words. "Is it a love-hate relationship?" The sun began to set behind the mountains, casting a dazzling golden light. This whole wilderness looked truly majestic. In the middle of that wilderness there were only the figures of Sabandon's descendant and Jun Sanghyuk. That one over there had his back turned to Sanghyuk like a sulking lover. His lover was sulking, but he didn't even try to console him. Our Sanghyuk bluntly told him to stop acting. It turned out he was exposing the descendant's truth. "Do you think a child like that can possess this kind of power?" He still said nothing and remained silent, but when it seemed Sanghyuk knew nothing about him, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know me? What an inconsiderate lover. He should be executed immediately." Hearing his question, Sanghyuk answered, "Of course, the god worshipped by all the elves in the forest of eternity. It seems he knows to some extent." The descendant asked further to see what his image was in Sanghyuk's eyes. "Then how do you know about me?" Sanghyuk answered without hesitation. "I only heard that you are Renhei's twin brother." Hearing the answer, he was displeased and asserted, "Then you know nothing." Sanghyuk was surprised by his words. He spoke in a tone full of resentment. "We are not twins. Our mother was mistaken. A creature that should not exist, that is me." Jun Sanghyuk began to get lost in thought. Truly he knew nothing about Renhei's twin brother. To confirm his thoughts, he asked the descendant, "Do gods make mistakes?" He said softly, "Gods are not as perfect as you think." Turning his face towards him, he confessed his innermost thoughts. "At the end of the process of creating the world, our mother created a race with power similar to her own," he said, as if resenting what he had made. "Simply put, you humans. Creating humanity was her biggest mistake." Not knowing how to retort, Sanghyuk could only keep his mouth shut and listen to him explain the whole story and vent his anger. Although he was the son of a god according to his story, his fate was not very good. "I have not been able to leave this place since I was born. This world I live in is all I have. The land is so vast, what's there to complain about? If you sold it by the plot, you could get tens, even hundreds of billions." Having said this much, he suddenly lowered his voice. It was as if he was debating whether he should continue talking to Sanghyuk. He paused for a moment, his face contorted. His emotions were a mixture of helplessness and disappointment, but he continued. "I was rejected from birth. It is because of the vow of the ancient gods." Perhaps, as Sabandon had said, he was an unwanted child of Idea. Knowing this, Sabandon committed a sin and hid it from Idea. In the end, Idea punished Khandon. "If you weren't going to love it, why did you create it in the first place? It only hurts the child's body and mind. Living without love is a painful and agonizing thing." In his mind, the image of a lush green ancient tree emerged. Its massive roots protruded from the ground, and he was now trapped inside that tree. Jun Sanghyuk's mind grew darker as he became lost in thought. "This is one of the clauses in the vow of the ancient gods. Deep in Jun Sang-hyuk's mind, the image of Idea with a wicked dark face emerged once more. But Idea took pity on him and gave Kandon a chance to escape that place. An opportunity in the name of a vow, and I am the key figure. The scene returned to reality. Jun Sang-hyuk stood majestically before Sabandon's descendant. His face was still cold, more accurately it was humanity. And Jun Sang-hyuk continued to think of that tree. Its trunk and protruding roots showed countless years. He was thinking that a human would inadvertently help release Kandon, the first human to enter the tree, or the first human to encounter Sabandon. If he dies or something happens to him, Kandon might be able to escape this world. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Sabandon's descendant, who was still waiting for him with a displeased face. Sabandon's descendant broke Jun Sang-hyuk's train of thought and said in an arrogant voice, "I am a creature that should not exist, and you are humanity. The biggest mistake, it's a contradiction." Sabandon's descendant began to reveal his power. His body floated into the air and his two eyes shone brightly with a blue flame. "Let's see who is the bigger mistake." He gradually created a blue sphere, and his hair stood on end from the power emanating from his body. Jun Sang-hyuk sneered. "Are you not planning to face me?" Kandon's descendant answered arrogantly. "Nonsense." The descendant created an even greater power, and a blue flame sparked around his body. "The child will never be able to withstand my full power. I will hold back a little. Of course you will have no chance." Jun Sang-hyuk heard those words and fell silent, lost in thought. He clicked his tongue, saying "tisk," and summoned a weapon from his space. Then, as he said what ordinary people would say, the expression of Sabandon's descendant gradually darkened. Jun Sang-hyuk took out a dark sword from his space and sneered defiantly. "We'll know when we try." It was Agaris's sword, a level 172 Demon King grade item. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes gradually turned black and the corners of his eyes grew sharper. As Sabandon's descendant watched, a dark purple flash flickered and then gradually became distinct. The light shone on the face of the waiting Kandon's descendant. From where Jun Sang-hyuk stood, a huge purple smoke erupted, heralding his transformation. The wind from the purple light blew towards Kandon's descendant. Jun Sang-hyuk gradually revealed himself and his face grew paler. His eyes were dark and black veins appeared beneath them. His 2 feet, which had been in red shoes, were now in black armored greaves. His whole body appeared with a larger frame, and the armor looked very cool. He had returned, stronger than before. A strange smile appeared on Jun Sang-hyuk's face. The domain that Kandon had spread for his descendant and Jun Sang-hyuk to fight in was a barren desert. The sun blazed here, the high cliffs had no footholds, forming steep slopes, and there was not even the shadow of a single tree, only sand and dry grass everywhere. The battle between the two began with intensity. The huge explosion created by the descendant was terrible. The long canyon between the cliffs was destroyed by him, to the point where the blue power was clearly visible. That power relentlessly attacked here and there. A fierce attack poured down on Jun Sang-hyuk in succession. So far, Sang-hyuk had to constantly evade his attacks. The power was so great that it cracked the ground in stones, sending them flying in all directions. There was no safe place on the ground. Sang-hyuk had no choice but to jump high to avoid it. When his continuous attacks failed to hit his opponent, Kandon's descendant began to search. He confirmed that he had jumped high. He looked up with angry eyes and then quickly rushed towards Sang-hyuk. In an instant, he jumped above Sang-hyuk and using his exclusive power struck him down directly. Fortunately, Sang-hyuk was agile. He quickly drew his sword and blocked the attack. In this situation, Sang-hyuk seemed slightly disadvantaged. As Kandon's descendant applied force, he scorned him. "How foolish, do you think you're a match for me?" While struggling to block the attack, he heard those words, smiled brightly, and mocked him. "Isn't foolishness the driving force of human development?" The descendant was angered by his words, became very displeased, gathered power for a new attack, and shouted, "How dare you!" His mouth got him into trouble. It was clear the descendant had the upper hand. But since Sang-hyuk dared to mock him, he now had to receive his anger with all his might. He had to use all his strength to block that attack. The anger was very heavy, and as he struggled to resist, he gritted his teeth. As if realizing he couldn't easily defeat him with a frontal attack, he used teleportation to move behind him and attempt a surprise attack. The force of the previous attack still remained on Sang-hyuk's sword blade, but unfortunately for him, Sang-hyuk had already seen through all his moves from behind. The descendant shot a long magic attack at him. Sharply, he quickly leaped far away, dodging the attack in time. If he had been hit, even if he wasn't critically injured, he would have been crippled. Without a moment to hesitate or think of a strategy, the descendant, as if having lost his reason, brutally continued to attack. Once again, he gathered energy and aimed it at Sang-hyuk. It seemed the hatred created by Idea had made him lose his humanity. One attack split into several directions. It was quite difficult to corner him, as if trying to remove a thorn in his side, but for the mission to stop Kandon's plan and kill the god's descendant, Sang-hyuk skillfully moved his body to evade the attacks and advanced to cross swords with him. In an instant, Jun Sang-hyuk arrived in front of him. He drew Agris's sword and began his attack, and his opponent was startled by the sudden assault. He swung the level 272 Demon King grade sword straight at the descendant, but the descendant used teleportation to disappear before his eyes and dodged. It was unclear who had provoked him, but his anger only grew. The descendant appeared to his right, intending to deliver the finishing blow. As if not wanting to miss the chance, the descendant rushed at him. But luckily, Sang-hyuk once again dodged nimbly. However, the opponent's speed was so fast that Sang-hyuk couldn't let his guard down. Sang-hyuk came to his senses. He picked himself up. With his purple eyes, which held a sinister energy, he frowned and stared intently at the descendant. The two exchanged blows. Every time the descendant launched an attack, he cut it down with his sword. The situation seemed to be tipping in his favor. Sang-hyuk attacked fiercely, and the descendant, while attacking, stepped back in fear. Thinking that just dodging wasn't a good method, the descendant, filled with resentment, counterattacked with all his might. Sang-hyuk also faced him with all his strength without hesitation. The two rushed at each other like a storm. His power lit up a corner of the sky dazzlingly. A purple explosion occurred, and from that alone one could guess that the tide had turned in his favor. The explosion sent stones flying in all directions and caused a significant tremor. Purple smoke rose to the sky. The surrounding sand and dust swirled, and a giant crater formed in the middle of the empty land. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared. Standing in the middle of the crater, it was our Jun Sang-hyuk. How majestic he looked! It was probably because he thought he had defeated the descendant. His face darkened, and he was happy even as he panted. His handsome face, drenched in sweat after the battle, was revealed. It made his jade-like white skin stand out even more. Having not yet recovered his strength, he still stood in one place, breathing heavily before starting to move forward. He lifted his head and looked at the remaining bands of purple smoke. The purple smoke floating in the ruins made him marvel. He was inwardly surprised by the origin and power of this sword. To think this weapon of dark energy, which he had just obtained from the Demon King, could make him this strong. The Demon King was a giant with a huge and hideous appearance. But what doesn't have a side effect? The power he had just obtained was no different. He touched the purple marks on his face and fell into thought. But this power slowly kills the user. Sang-hyuk thought about the situation where he had reached a dead end. If he continued to use it, he would lose himself, and then no one would be able to save him. As he was wondering why the descendant had fallen so easily, the familiar voice from before suddenly echoed in his ear again, and he unconsciously turned his head. "You're out of your mind for a trivial being created by my mother." Sabandon's descendant was already hiding there, creating a new power in his hand and speaking in a contemptuous voice. "Do you dare to challenge a god?" He pulled a longsword from a magic sphere and asserted, "I'll end you now." Then he used a skill, Song of the End. Sang-hyuk still looked calmly at what he had just taken out. He swung the sword hard at Sang-hyuk, and the blow flew with great power. He said resentfully, "I'll show you what helplessness is. I, Jun Sang-hyuk, am prepared for any situation." He raised Agris's sword to block the attack. The slash the descendant had just created was enormous. It was the size of two of his bodies combined, so he was pushed back. He struggled against the force, and his expression became serious. Before he could even block this attack, the descendant sent new slashes in succession. As they flew rapidly towards him, he froze in place. A blue explosion occurred. Stones shattered and scattered in all directions under the pressure. After this attack, it was uncertain if our Sang-hyuk inside was safe. After finishing his attack, he still maintained the posture of a victor. The stones and dust gradually settled and disappeared. His eyes, burning with a blue flame, stared resentfully at the thorn in his side before him. He wanted to confirm if Sang-hyuk had fallen, but what appeared in his sight was the massive and fierce figure of Jun Sang-hyuk. It wasn't clearly visible yet, but from that alone he could tell that he had survived a close brush with death. As the dust completely cleared, Jun Sang-hyuk's very battered figure was revealed. The destructive power of the previous attack was by no means light. It caused Sang-hyuk pain, and he groaned, clutching his wounded stomach. He gritted his teeth as if he could no longer bear it, and his face was contorted in pain, looking very pitiful. From somewhere a drop of red blood fell before his eyes. It was unknown whose blood it was, but it appeared like an ominous sign. The murky red drop of blood gradually fell to the ground. We can only hope it's not our Jun Sang-hyuk's. Fortunately, it wasn't Sang-hyuk's. As he raised Agris's sword high, drops of blood splattered in all directions. The blood continued to splatter, and he tried to endure it, but it seemed he had reached his limit. He gritted his teeth, and a will for victory along with a light of hope clearly appeared in his eyes. As if using teleportation, he rushed quickly towards the descendant. He seemed to have already lost his humanity. As he charged madly, having lost consciousness, he tried to pierce the descendant's body, but with that elusive technique the descendant once again disappeared. In his surprise, this time he appeared behind his back and ambushed him. Unable to grasp the situation in time, he couldn't dodge and was slashed horizontally across his back. Having taken a direct hit, it was a miracle Sang-hyuk wasn't dead. He spit blood and shouted. This time it was really his blood that fell. Drops of red, clear blood fell like life itself. Was it what the omen from before had predicted? Before the blood could hit the ground, something sucked it up. Jun Sang-hyuk was like a monster. He absorbed the blood back with Agris's sword and slashed straight at the descendant. The purple marks on his face had spread to his entire face. He shouted the skill's name loudly. Land of Corruption. The descendant, looking up, saw the attack getting closer but couldn't dodge in time. He was hit squarely by Sang-hyuk's attack, and once again a purple explosion occurred. It contained a huge amount of magic, and thick smoke billowed up before gradually settling. The figure of Sabandon's descendant seemed largely unaffected. He still stood firm, gripping his sword tightly. Although he took a direct hit, he only felt a little pain as he lightly spat blood. Before the blood at the corner of his mouth could even fall, it was sucked away. Could it be because of the technique he had just used? He was slightly surprised as the blood from his mouth disappeared and flew straight towards Sang-hyuk. As he had thought, Sang-hyuk borrowed the power of the blood to attack him, passing by his eyes like a flash, looking for an opening. The descendant gritted his teeth in anger and threatened, "How dare you!" Then he slashed through him once. His body was split in two and fell before his eyes, disappearing into the bushes. Looking back, he was horrified by the sight before him. In front of him, numerous Jun Sang-hyuks were already in formation. Not one or two, but dozens of Sang-hyuks surrounded him in a circle. As Sang-hyuk's voice echoed from within the circle, he had to quickly turn to confirm the direction. From among the clones he asked a question. How will this fight end? Currently he was using the special skill of the Nebulous Shoes level 72, Demon King's 2nd grade Forest of Mirrors. The descendant was not afraid in the slightest. He raised his arm and said in a contemptuous voice, "Do you think such a petty trick will work on me? Why wouldn't it? It's not over yet. How can you judge the content before the movie is over?" This time he poured out all his resentment, summoned all his power with all his might, and warned, "I'll get rid of all of you." His eyes, which were originally burning, now shone as brightly as car headlights, awakening a skill and shouting loudly, "Earthquake of Light!" Because the skill had not been fully summoned, numerous clones of Jun Sang-hyuk stood still there. Gradually a blue light appeared from under the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk's main body now became the descendant's biggest target. It was true. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes widened when he saw the sight before him. The light was shining directly on his face. From the sky, the descendant's magic spheres fell rapidly towards his clones and him. As the spheres got closer, Sang-hyuk stood blankly. His originally white face, illuminated by the light, had an added cruel beauty. From high in the sky, magic spheres fell simultaneously, dyeing this wilderness a dazzling blue-green. Anyone who didn't know would think a waterfall was flowing, but it was as desolate as it was beautiful. Each stalk of blue light shone down dazzlingly. Jun Sang-hyuk stood under the continuous barrage of blue light stalks. The blue light shattered the ground and stones, making them fly, but he showed no reaction, narrowing his eyes with an expression that said, "Go back if you're scared." The blue light stalks fell straight down even more intensely. Wherever the light touched, the ground caved in and stones exploded. As one light stalk fell right next to Jun Sang-hyuk, he barely moved to prevent the stones from flying into his face and lightly dodged all the light stalks. As Jun Sang-hyuk continued to advance, avoiding the attack of the blue light stalks, one stalk fell right before his eyes. It shone dazzlingly, making even Jun Sang-hyuk's figure faint. Then the light stalks poured down even more fiercely. This fierce rain shook the heavens and the earth, and Jun Sang-hyuk also staggered. Finding it hard to hold on the constantly shaking ground, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes shone a deep purple. Around Sang-hyuk, dust from the destruction of the blue light rain continued to rise. In an instant, Jun Sang-hyuk ran straight ahead at a speed of 1,000 meters per second, his face already stiff with tension. It seemed he now wanted to give him a taste of his own attack. Sabandon's descendant's eyes also shone brightly, and a powerful blue light shot out from them. He held his sword in front of his body and blocked. Around him, thick dust and stones flew in all directions. Jun Sang-hyuk rushed towards Sabandon's descendant in the blink of an eye, making it impossible to see his movements. He held his sword wide at shoulder width and gradually approached Sabandon's descendant. Sabandon's descendant was no pushover either. He raised his hand and created a blue electric-like power to prepare an attack. One of his techniques lit up the entire space, but it couldn't stop Jun Sang-hyuk's maximized movement speed. From behind, the sound of a strong wind whizzed and dust flew in all directions. From that direction, Jun Sang-hyuk flew towards Sabandon's descendant like a flash. He too, sensing the sound of movement, turned his head. Whoosh! Sabandon's descendant once again shot a powerful blue light stalk at him, but it couldn't even touch a single piece of Jun Sang-hyuk's skin. He was extremely displeased as Jun Sang-hyuk repeatedly appeared and disappeared behind his back. Sabandon's descendant, filled with anger, turned his body 90 degrees and shot the blue light stalk even more fiercely. It once again exploded a pile of dirt, raising a thick cloud of dust. Under the dazzling sunlight, Jun Sang-hyuk continued to charge with a cold face. He instantly moved from the right to the left and again from the left to the right. The movement was hard to see with the naked eye. Sabandon's descendant gritted his teeth in anger inwardly. He probably wanted to find a way to tear Jun Sang-hyuk's body to shreds. He was angry, and the smoke that kept rising to his face made him even angrier. He swung his hand forward and attacked in all directions with numerous blue light stalks, trying not to miss a single spot. He thought this method would give him a chance to luckily hit Sang-hyuk. The first light stalk hit a cliff and exploded with a loud bang. The next light stalk hit a high rock, causing the rock to collapse, and from its debris stones flew and dust rose thickly. This cliff, like the other one, was hit in turn by Sabandon's descendant's technique, caving in and sending numerous small stones flying. On the ground, wherever the blue light stalk touched, the surface cracked. Sabandon's descendant became even more displeased as he couldn't land a single hit. He continued to pour out his attacks. One of his techniques caused a large explosion on the cliff before him. Countless large and small stones flew. Smoke rose around him as if illuminating a halo for him to continue. Then the blue power in his eyes gradually disappeared. He was tired and gasped for breath. His body was already getting more and more exhausted. He looked back at the massive destruction he had created. On the ground, deep craters and cracked rocks stretched far into the distance, and smoke was still rising from afar. He said in a contemptuous tone with angry eyes, "How dare you, you lowly human?" Before he could finish his words, he paused, his pupils constricting as he frowned. Only the sound of coughing echoed in the quiet space. He raised his hand to cover his mouth. Cough, cough. He couldn't stop coughing repeatedly. With a tired expression, he raised his sleeve to wipe his mouth. Looking down at the palm he had just used to cover his mouth, it was wet with black blood. He said helplessly, "Tisk, this body is about to reach its limit." Suddenly, the clots of blood solidified one by one and floated into the air, greatly surprising Sabandon's descendant. He didn't understand what was happening. They gradually flew away until not a single drop of blood was left on his palm. Each drop of blood floated in the air and the descendant stammered, "No way, this can't be." Ta-da! Surprised, a sword pierced straight through his body from behind. He couldn't react in time, and his body moved slightly with the sword. In pain, he spat blood. "Ah!" Jun Sang-hyuk's voice came from behind him. It was when he was frozen. "How long did you think this child could last?" The whole space became quiet, as if leaving them to their silence. The sunset shone on Jun Sang-hyuk's back, making his posture even more majestic. "I think I've won this time." Sabandon's descendant gritted his teeth and glanced back. The flames of resentment for being ambushed burned in his eyes, but he could only utter one word. "You!" Jun Sang-hyuk smiled wickedly and summoned his sword. "It's time to say goodbye." Then he coldly cut down Sabandon's descendant. With Jun Sang-hyuk's one blow, his neck flew off. The head rolled on the ground like a ball. His face still held sadness and regret. The virtual space disappeared and Jun Sang-hyuk returned to reality. In front of him, half of the descendant's body still remained. He was silent and lost in thought, his eyes still shining as they were at the beginning. He turned his head and looked at the tree that had lost all its leaves. Looking at the old tree, he said to himself, "To Gramu, if I get rid of that, it will be over." Suddenly Jun Sang-hyuk staggered, his face darkened, and the black marks on his face grew darker. He clutched his left chest in excruciating pain and knelt down on the thousands of square meters of land. Sang-hyuk raised his hand and saw that the same black marks as on his face had appeared on his hand and were constantly emitting a dark black energy. He groaned in pain. At this time Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes had turned blue. He realized that he was getting weaker. "Damn it, I used too much power." Jun Sang-hyuk clutched his body and screamed in pain. The entire space around him was also gradually engulfed in the black energy emanating from his body. He looked at his trembling hand but still said resolutely to the power of darkness, "Do you think I'll be dominated by a demon? Just try it." Gradually, the black marks on his face grew darker, spreading across his entire face. The dark smoke grew more and more. Sang-hyuk continued firmly, "I will never lose." Now he shouted with the last of his strength. The dark light gradually enveloped his body, leaving only his deep and desperate purple eyes. The darkness gradually covered everything, and Jun Sang-hyuk gradually appeared in his original form wearing red armor. He now looked very healthy. Jun Sang-hyuk's face was expressionless, and his deep purple eyes from before had now returned to blue. "Are you confused?" A ghostly voice echoed in the dark and gloomy space. "How does it feel? Not bad, right?" Hearing the voice, Jun Sang-hyuk was slightly surprised, his face gradually turning cold as a question popped into his mind. "This voice is in the darkness," the voice continued. "How much longer do you plan on playing the hero? Right now everyone is counting on you alone." As each word pierced Jun Sang-hyuk's heart, he fell silent, lost in thought. The words were not over yet. "But what happens when you lose all your power? Will people still care about you?" At this, Jun Sang-hyuk sank into grim contemplation. Someone gradually walked out of the darkness, still uttering bewitching words. "If you want something, you must seize it yourself." As the mysterious man walked out, his face was gradually revealed. One look was enough to tell he was a villain. He had horns on his head, his two eyes glowed crimson red, and he smiled sinisterly as he offered tempting words. "Jun Sang-hyuk, if you want it, I will grant you world-ending power." With an icy face, Jun Sang-hyuk remained silent. Then he answered the temptation. "Fine, I have one demand. Actually, I want to kill you." Hearing Jun Sang-hyuk's agreement, the horned man's sinister face became even more so. He smiled with satisfaction, revealing his sharp teeth, but feigned kindness as he reminded him. You'll regret this." From the darkness his resolute voice came. "Whether I regret it or not is none of my business." And from somewhere he threw a punch and charged straight at the horned man. Oh, what a wonderful twist! The scene gradually shifted. The sky on the other side was clear and blue without a single cloud. A group of people stood on the edge of a cliff, coolly observing something. A woman holding a staff stood before them all. Her face and the faces of everyone behind her were filled with surprise. As if unable to believe what she was witnessing, she opened her mouth. He did it. The tree of life is slowly dying. Over there, the giant old tree was gradually shedding its leaves. Around the base of the tree, black and withered leaves were already packed densely. On the branches, every single green leaf was withering, turning yellow and falling, leaving only bare, dry branches. Crack, crack, the branches also broke and fell from the trunk. Large and small branches fell to the ground like autumn leaves. A foot was placed on the ground, the surrounding dust flew with it. As Jun Sang-hyuk walked out majestically, the dust seemed to part ways, welcoming his return. But behind the mask his face remained dark as he quietly stared into the distance. A week after the Tree of Life died, the incident caused a huge stir. Returning to the vibrant New York City, newspaper articles began to praise him. The New York Times, "Masked Monarch saves the world once again." The Guardian, "Without the masked monarch, all of humanity would have perished." The entire world praised the masked monarch in unison. High-ranking officials and celebrities from all over the world, even the current pope who had always opposed the masked monarch's attacks, expressed their gratitude. All news and media outlets competed for a chance to interview the masked monarch. Many lined up waiting to interview him. However, Jun Sang-hyuk had no interest in talking about the Tree of Life. The attack was over, and the Tree of Life would never appear again. It had been destroyed by him. Now only a stump remained. At the mansion, someone asked about construction and interior design companies. Inside the office, greedy companies sensed a money-making opportunity. Byung opened his mouth. "The Tree of Life burns well but is very hard. There's no way those companies wouldn't be interested." He held up a draft report and said, "Are there any Korean companies among them?" Mir Company has contacted us, so you don't need to worry," he continued. "Draw up a contract with Mir Company, and if the Italian government wants one too, send it to them as well. I understand. I'll handle it right away." As Byung left the office, he received a system notification with many rewards for conquering the Tree of Life. Tagramu's chanting, made from the dead tree Tagramu. The second item obtained was Blessing of the Forgotten God from defeating Sabandan. The third item was a special item named Time of Judgment, obtained by completing an unexpected epic grade mission. Along with it, he earned the first Godslayer achievement and the Godslayer title. Among them, the best reward was the legendary grade item Time of Judgment. He lifted the hammer and looked it over. Jun Sang-hyuk thought again. It wasn't a weapon since it had no designated attack power. Its special skill activated when used directly on a target. He began to think. One side is 100 and the other is 30. Ekan if the enemy's total stats are less than 30 of my total stats. Ral try if they are less than 50. Serious world if they are less than 80. Jun Sang-hyuk continued to think, then had a realization. So the most important thing is my total stats. When I reached the max level in the world of eternity, my total stats were 1535 points. It was easy to understand, because I'm the only player who has reached the max level. Besides, including achievements, titles, and completed missions, my total stats are over 5,000. In short, most other players are below the 30 threshold, so they will be instantly killed in one hit. The image of a defeated person bleeding and falling to the ground flashed through his mind. He started calculating. First, I need to find out if Time of Judgment only works on players with stats, or if it works on monsters too. As evening came, twilight descended upon the splendid New Jersey. At the forge, Lee Qianwu held his sword and said, "What is this? It's just a wooden sword." Hearing that, he smiled and said, "Just a wooden sword, you say? It's a sword made from Tagramu wood." Hearing that, Lee Qianwu was shocked. His mouth hung open and his whole body trembled as he gripped the sword tightly. "What? Ta Tagramu. Don't be so surprised, I have more to show you, Hung. Just look at its presence." "Are you kidding me?" Jun Sang-hyuk continued. "I got it from killing the blood god." At the word god, Lee Qianwu asked back, "Wait, a god? Is it the god I'm thinking of?" He nodded lightly. Lee Qianwu emphasized, "Crazy. You killed a god," he answered. "Where else would I have gotten this?" Jun Sang-hyuk lifted the sword and asked, "But Hung, can you bestow a blessing on this sword?" "Let's see." Lee Qianwu looked at him and continued, "If something goes wrong, both the sword and the blessing will be destroyed. Are you really okay with that?" Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Lee Qianwu and said firmly, "You'll succeed, you bastard." Lee Qianwu picked up the red stone and began to think of something. A voice echoed inside the forge. "I'll call a few guys from the basement." The 5 people just stared at the red stone, not knowing what to do. On the table lay 2 very valuable items. Everyone was pondering how to handle them. He glanced inside from the door and seeing the people discussing, he had nothing more to say. Jun Sang-hyuk left the forge and went elsewhere. Over here, the blonde man was sitting in the herb room doing something. The blonde man was grinding green powder. The blonde man turned in surprise. "Ah, what on earth am I doing here?" He came in from the door and said, "You can go if you don't want to do it." The blonde man turned, saw the person and asked, "Who are you?" He continued, "Instead of wasting your time sitting here, shut up and go back to your home." The blonde man had no idea what the person in front of him meant. The blonde man turned and said, "Who are you to?" Suddenly, Lilith appeared behind the blonde man and said loudly, "Choose quickly, this is your last chance to run away." The blonde man was startled. Turning around, the blonde man opened his mouth. "Who is that? A succubus?" The blonde man realized that Lilith could summon any face she had seen once, anywhere. Jun Sang-hyuk continued, "That means I can summon you whenever I want. Do you understand what I'm saying?" He looked at the blonde man seriously. The blonde man hesitated, unable to say anything. "You are the masked monarch," he continued. "Decide quickly or I'll kick you out of here." What, kick me out?" the blonde man said angrily. "Hey, if we made a contract we have to fulfill it. I signed a contract to work here." He remained silent, giving no answer. "Lilith, summon this guy to the basement where everyone is sleeping," the blonde man asked back. "Where is that?" "The forge." "Why should I?" Jun Sang-hyuk said. "What are you asking? If you're a slave, you should obey." As night deepened, Jun Sang-hyuk was talking with the blonde woman in a lit restaurant. "Should hold an opening ceremony for the Umbrella Orphanage, but what should I say?" the blonde woman said. "That's the best choice. That way, others will know this is the orphanage the masked monarch established." He replied, "Is there anything I need to prepare? You just have to attend. I know you don't like things like speeches. You know me well. And how about inviting Han Zhang of the Democratic Justice Party?" "Han Zhang," the blonde woman continued. "If nothing happens, Kong Min-ho will go to prison," the woman continued. And when the next election is held, wouldn't Hanjong be the most likely candidate? Hearing that, he thought for a moment, then answered the woman, "You mean to become king, one must do the right thing." "That's right." As the conversation was gradually coming to an end, "All right, make sure to convey my intentions to him clearly. If he secretly does anything bad, I'll deal with him like I did with Kong Min-ho." "I understand." Jun Sang-hyuk left. "I'm going, call me if anything happens." "Okay, be careful." The blonde woman quietly watched his retreating back. She looked at him very seriously and thought to herself, "You now have enough influence to easily change a country's president." After the noisy days passed, Jun Sang-hyuk once again found a quiet park to sit in. He was sitting with Park Ho-seong. The two sat on the green lawn watching the people running and playing around them. At this moment Jun Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. "How is it getting some air like this?" He lifted the can of soda in his hand and answered slowly, "It puts my mind at ease." Jun Sang-hyuk opened his can with his hand and continued, "You have to rest sometimes, otherwise it's hard to keep working." Suddenly he asked about a movie. "Did you see that movie?" Jun Sang-hyuk thought for a moment and then answered, "The one where a monster appears in the Han River and kills everyone?" "Ah, I remember," Park Ho-seong boasted triumphantly. "Our group invested in that movie." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk praised him with admiration. "That's amazing. People with money are really different." Park Ho-seong smiled until his eyes curved. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Amidst Park Ho-seong's anticipation, he calmly continued, "But watching that movie made me think, what if a monster like that really appeared?" He looked at the soda can with excited eyes. "And what if I became a hero and got rid of all those monsters? Could I become famous?" Park Ho-seong looked up at him and said, "Then your dream has come true." Jun Sang-hyuk thought deeply and answered, "Hee, I guess so." The two voices echoed back and forth in the park. "Did you hear about the final mission?" "Ah, I heard from the group members." Jun Sang-hyuk pressed his lips together worriedly. "If the protests continue, Ban will eventually appear, and my mission is to take care of Ban." At this time a deep worry appeared on his face. "This fight will be very tough, but that's not what I'm worried about. What will happen if I kill him?" Park Ho-seong interjected with a bright nonchalant smile. "That means this world will regain its peace, the best possible ending." But he did not agree with that opinion. He analyzed. After the world of eternity appeared, humanity developed rapidly with the remains of monsters. We made a lot of progress in the field of science, and thanks to that, many diseases that were previously incurable can now be treated. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the people running around innocently and said calmly, "But if this changed world returns to how it was before, how will people see me?" Suddenly he stopped and denied it. "No, maybe this world might fall to pieces." Hearing that, Park Ho-seong was stunned for a moment, then said, "That might be true, but is that something for you to worry about?" Jun Sang-hyuk was startled by those words. Park Ho-seong suddenly stood up and stared at him with a resolute gaze. "If you can't defeat Ban, humanity will be destroyed." After a pause, Park Ho-seong asserted, "Whatever the result, we have no right to judge or discuss the rewards or punishments." Hearing the other's thoughts, Jun Sang-hyuk fell into deep thought. Seeing his silence, Park Ho-seong continued, "Most of the people here know," he smiled meaningfully, "that right now humanity's only hope is just one person." Then he said nonchalantly, "Masked Monarch, only you can save humanity." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk let out a sigh of relief. Quote, he rushed at Park Ho-seong, grabbed him by the collar and teased him, "I didn't know you had a talent for flattering others." In his grip he struggled, unable to get free, and could only whimper. A moment later, the two were cheerfully talking again. "I'm hungry. What do you want to eat?" "Ah, I know a good restaurant near here. Want to go there?" "Wait, let me think. A rich guy like you should be paying." "I'm not rich, only my dad is." Jun Sang-hyuk was unreasonable. "Shut up, you're paying today." The scene changed to a magnificent building packed with people inside. A middle-aged man with glasses went up to the podium to prepare his opening speech. His gaze suddenly fell on a person below. It was Jun Sang-hyuk, dressed in his masked monarch attire. Jun Sang-hyuk also stared back at him with a not-so-friendly gaze. He smiled awkwardly and announced the opening of the Umbrella Orphanage in front of the crowd. "Next up are the children of Umbrella." After that, he introduced the performance prepared by the orphanage children. The children walked out with listless faces, looking sleep-deprived. As the music played, the children quickly began to dance to the rhythm. Jun Sang-hyuk sat below and watched carefully. At this moment his gaze became very stern and sharp. He had delicately noticed that the children were very tired, that they were dancing without energy. The short-haired girl kept looking at him as if signaling for help. two children on the stage looked at each other as if reminding each other of something. The man with glasses sitting below was also paying attention to them. He adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze seemingly threatening. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Jun Sang-hyuk also looked at him and observed. He said nothing and watched quietly, but inside he was very angry. The performance ended quickly, and he introduced the next one. The scene changed to another ornate and private room where the man with glasses spoke politely. "Thank you for taking the time for us today." He looked at Jun Sang-hyuk before him and continued to flatter him. "Thanks to you, monarch, many children have found hope." At this time he was still silent. He didn't seem to notice his attitude hidden behind the mask. He even said with feigned emotion, "I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you once again." Suddenly he mentioned the children as if showing off a proud achievement. "The children dance very well." "Ah, that's right. This is the result of the children's hard work to create a perfect performance for you." At this point Jun Sang-hyuk, very displeased, asked, "Why did you do that?" Not realizing the gravity of the problem, he asked back naively. "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk angrily reprimanded him in a loud voice. "Why did you let the children practice all night?" The man with glasses began to be afraid, and he trembled all over and didn't know what to do, so he said nothing. Not waiting for his explanation, Jun Sang-hyuk got up and walked to the door, not forgetting to threaten. "It's good to be enthusiastic, but excessive enthusiasm is not good." Jun Sang-hyuk didn't say much. He just hoped he would understand what he meant. He adjusted his glasses and answered nonchalantly, "I understand outside people were still enjoying the party very happily." Among Jun Sang-hyuk's companions was Jae, the head of the Dark Guild, and she was talking enthusiastically in the crowd. Seeing Jun Sang-hyuk come out, she quickly paid attention and asked, "Are you done talking?" At Jae's question, Jun Sang-hyuk turned his back with an angry face and said to her, "Listen carefully. This is a sponsorship organization with a fund of 100 trillion won. The happy Jae's face suddenly stiffened, and she didn't know what was going on, so she asked back, puzzled. "Yes," Jun Sang-hyuk said in a threatening tone. "Make the audit team work properly." Jae looked at Jun Sang-hyuk with thoughtful eyes as if she had realized something, then quickly nodded and agreed. Yes, after leaving the luxurious building, Jun Sang-hyuk went to the place where everyone was training. At that time, the players were feeling very vivid, and with their weapons perfectly equipped, they were fighting a big-headed monster with all their might. One waved his hand and caused a fire, making the monster scream in pain. Somewhere in the building, in the middle of a desolate land full of only sand and wind, a building that seemed to pierce the sky stood tall. Inside, players were packed tightly. At this time, a man began to report nonchalantly. After the Infinite Tower was completed, the user base increased every day. He also clearly stated the achievements. Players have been able to practice their skills with the minimum difficulty by collecting points to get suitable equipment in the tower, which has accelerated the players' growth. As many skilled players appeared, many guilds began to compete to recruit them. Jun Sang-hyuk looked down from a high place and saw a very large number of members participating. All of them were wearing cool red equipment. Jun Sang-hyuk asked curiously, "Are these all second-generation members?" Baekjung, who was standing next to him, nodded. "Yes, they have all passed our harsh tests, so I am sure they are all very outstanding." At his words, Jun Sang-hyuk was silent and cold. After thinking for a while, Jun Sang-hyuk also agreed to train them. "Later, they will be very useful." Baekjung received the order and answered that he understood. The scene shifted to the ancient abyss, and Jun Sang-hyuk was walking majestically down a dark corridor in red armor. He looked ahead and guessed that the third thing would be a castle. Then he raised his hand and summoned the holy sword. And seeing the holy sword in his hand emit a grayish-white aura, Jun Sang-hyuk was impressed. The monsters that appear here have the dark attribute, so it's only natural that they are countered by the blessing of the Sword of Ending. After finishing his words, he slowly entered the luxurious room inside, and the surroundings were covered in a sparkling, mysterious golden light. Jun Sang-hyuk stared intently at the empty space in front of him as if waiting for something to appear. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a woman's voice echoed, "Welcome." The pale-skinned girl wore a wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes were a unique red color, and her clothes were cumbersome and flashy. She said leisurely, "It's been a long time since a guest came to this castle." She even shamelessly approached Jun Sang-hyuk and said, "You're a hero, you have cool equipment." Jun Sang-hyuk asked coldly with no change in expression, "Is this the castle where the Blood Clan lives?" Without sensing the danger, the girl nonchalantly said yes. Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk's sword blade flashed and cut her horizontally. Without a chance to react, the girl was cut in two, and she only made a few sounds before losing her life. The girl's body quickly disappeared, and now only a single star as crimson as blood remained. Jun Sang-hyuk turned his head, looked at the red thing floating in the air, and uttered the words "Blood Star." As soon as he broke his thoughts, Jun Sang-hyuk sensed something and immediately turned around. The commotion in the room had attracted many vampires. Seeing those with red eyes, pale skin, and fangs at the corners of their mouths coming towards him, Jun Sang-hyuk quickly concluded, "Then this must be a vampire's den." Without giving him time to think, they showed their claws and rushed to attack him. Jun Sang-hyuk coolly faced them with the holy sword in his hand as he flew into the air and swung his sword a few times coolly. All the vampires stopped in surprise. As the slash ended, their bodies were cut into several pieces. Jun Sang-hyuk sheathed his sword in the coolest way in the world. Dust rose thickly from the fierce battle. At this time, one vampire remained. He ambushed Jun Sang-hyuk from behind, but he was very sharp and would not be easily attacked. The next moment, a lightning-fast sword strike passed through his mouth. It was cut in two. Another fearless one rushed fiercely, but with a light swing of Jun Sang-hyuk's sword, she was sent flying far away without even touching a single hair on his leg. A deadly sword strike quickly ended that vampire's life and sent him to be with his ancestors. In just a few minutes, the beautiful and clean castle was now filled with vampire corpses, and the surroundings were covered in a dark and red aura. Jun Sang-hyuk walked around nonchalantly. He was checking if any wandering vampires were left. Jun Sang-hyuk took off his helmet and looked gloomily at the bloody red holy sword in his hand. With a shocked face, he frowned in disbelief. Jun Sang-hyuk was impressed. "Just this one item is this much. I don't know how much stronger it will be if the people in the basement finish their research." Suddenly, he noticed something like an ornament floating above the pile of corpses. Jun Sang-hyuk shouted in surprise, "What is this?" At this time, a notification window appeared. Blood Clan Ornament. If you wear the Blood Clan Ornament, you can communicate regardless of distance. Seeing the gradually rising red energy, he looked down at the pile of vampires. Jun Sang-hyuk looked around and fell silent for a long time. Jun Sang-hyuk said in dissatisfaction, "I still don't see any dukes around." Suddenly, a man with platinum blonde curly hair appeared. Jun Sang-hyuk guessed he might be a marquis. A very powerful red energy emanated from his body. He frowned and said, "You know quite a lot about our clan, don't you?" Jun Sang-hyuk also confidently showed off his knowledge. "No one knows more about vampires than I do. Not even the Blood Clan is an exception." Hearing that, the man laughed out loud. "Interesting." Then he revealed his long, sharp claws and said impatiently to Jun Sang-hyuk, "It's been a long time since I saw a human, so I'd like to talk a little more, but I have something to do, so I'll kill you with as little pain as possible." Jun Sang-hyuk was very curious to hear that, and a big question mark appeared above his head. The curly-haired man didn't say much and rushed towards him at the speed of setting up an altar. Jun Sang-hyuk blocked with his holy sword and asked, "I have one thing I want to ask. Are there many high-ranking nobles in the Blood Clan?" At this question he thought for a moment and then answered, "Of course there are many nobles stronger than me." The curly-haired man laughed triumphantly and said, "You won't be able to meet them." The battle was very fierce at this time, and he continued to attack Jun Sang-hyuk with all his might. His hand was as fast as lightning, creating a very powerful tensile force. Jun Sang-hyuk seemed to be hit by the attack and gritted his teeth to block it with difficulty. He seemed to be in a great hurry and continued to rush towards him. The two clashed, causing a big explosion, and then they were far apart, but no one was hurt. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the shining holy sword in his hand and said with growing impatience, "I wanted to talk a little more, but I guess there won't be another chance." The curly-haired man also said impatiently, "I also have something to take care of." As Jun Sang-hyuk chanted the poem of ending, the holy sword shot out tens of thousands of destructive rays of light at the speed of setting up an altar, flying straight at him. The terrifying power blew up a large part of the castle. The battle was over, and thick dust rose and covered the entire room. The high-ranking Blood Clan member who had just been thoroughly beaten also went to heaven to meet his ancestors. His body gradually turned into red energy and then slowly disappeared. As Jun Sang-hyuk approached, he saw only a book lying on the ground. He was surprised and stared at it for a long time. Jun Sang-hyuk guessed that it was a skill book. He held it in his hand and flipped through a few pages. "I've gotten a skill book from the world of eternity. I've seen it a lot, but this is the first time I've gotten one in the real world." After finishing his words, he walked out coolly. I should make good use of it. In a mysterious place, someone was observing Jun Sang-hyuk through a mirror. A girl whose face was not clearly visible was somewhere in the castle. She raised the corners of her mouth as if interested and said, "It's been a long time since I saw someone come to the ancient dungeon, an interesting human." He continued to explore the castle. As he moved to another room, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly exclaimed, "What is this?" Following his gaze, countless ancient coffins were neatly arranged in 2 rows, and in the middle was another white coffin. Jun Sang-hyuk thought this was a trap. He cautiously approached and carefully observed the one in the middle. After thinking for a while, Jun Sang-hyuk judged, "A white coffin is only used for those with the same bloodline as the queen, so this must be the vampire with the purest bloodline." Suddenly, the coffin lid opened on its own and fell in front of Jun Sang-hyuk with a bang, shattering into pieces. A girl with small feet and princess ballet shoes slowly walked out. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the girl in front of him and wondered. "A princess?" The other person boldly introduced herself. "I'm Julia. What's your name?" He was surprised and introduced his name. Jun Sang-hyuk. Julia realized that he was a human. Jun Sang-hyuk didn't talk long and got straight to the point and asked, "Julia, where's your mother?" Julia answered in a sassy tone, "I don't know. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to meet her." Jun Sang-hyuk analyzed, "A descendant of a vampire queen, a prince or princess. Nobles chosen by the queen, they are royal vampires who inherited the queen's power." Then Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the girl standing in front of him and guessed that she might be the future vampire queen. Suddenly Julia asked, "Are you going to hit me?" Jun Sang-hyuk was startled and said, flustered, "Should I?" Julia still maintained a nonchalant attitude. "Is that so? Then I have no choice." Before she could finish her words, the other ancient coffins also shook violently. All the other coffins opened their lids on their own. Jun Sang-hyuk stood blankly and watched what would happen next. Countless vampires walked out and approached him. Julia smiled brightly and said with her red glowing eyes, "It might be a decision you won't regret." At this time, on the other side of the castle, in the ancient corridor of a cumbersome but very luxurious building, a group of skeletons was attacking someone. It was Park Ho-seong who was fighting them. He ran without stopping, avoiding the dazzling light from behind. 2 skeletons blocked Park Ho-seong's path. Park Ho-seong didn't hesitate and jumped high, flying over their heads. The 2 skeletons were also dazed to see this sight. Then Park Ho-seong lightly turned his body and attacked them from behind. At this time, Park Ho-seong swung the weapon in his hand like a magic staff. As the weapon was swung, a loud explosion occurred, and the surroundings were engulfed in flames. Park Ho-seong floated in the air with no interest, then balanced himself and landed lightly on the ground. Park Ho-seong stood coolly in the middle of the flames. He observed his surroundings for a long time. When the system suddenly appeared at this time, Park Ho-seong looked at it in surprise. Park Ho-seong was very satisfied to see the notification window. "I'm finally level 239. Then Park Ho-seong ran down the corridor and muttered, "Now only 11 more levels to go." After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Park Ho-seong looked at the castle right next to him. His eyes suddenly became dazed and a little thoughtful. Then he slowly opened his mouth. "Did he come here too?" On Jun Sang-hyuk's side, a gentlemanly vampire fell under Jun Sang-hyuk's holy sword and died resentfully. He growled and looked around to see if any were left, then looked at Julia with the eyes of a victor and said, "Now I've gotten rid of them all." At Jun Sang-hyuk's feet there were rows of vampire corpses. He patiently asked Julia again, "Shall we get to the main point now?" Julia's eyes sank and she was silent for a long time. Seeing that the other person did not answer, Jun Sang-hyuk waited patiently. I guess I'll have to wait a little longer." But his triumph did not last even 3 seconds. From behind, a vampire got up and attacked him. Fortunately, Jun Sang-hyuk reacted quickly and dodged lightly, and as these guys were too tough, his face turned to anger. Jun Sang-hyuk quickly finished this guy with a single slash. As his stomach was cut horizontally, blood splattered in all directions. His body was cut in 2, but suddenly the wound healed on its own by some mysterious power. Jun Sang-hyuk shouted as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "What is this? Their bodies." At this time he was surprised and looked back. Countless other vampires also got up and started walking towards him. But now their steps were slow and they staggered like zombies. Their bodies were twisted, their eyes were dazed, and they took each step heavily. Jun Sang-hyuk shouted angrily, "If you want to die, die comfortably." They screamed and rushed in swarms surrounding Jun Sang-hyuk. He was not in a hurry at all and stood in his place and cut them down one by one. If 2 came, he killed 2. The sword blade whizzed, cutting vertically and then horizontally, flying up and jumping down, and Jun Sang-hyuk always had the upper hand. A girl who didn't even know her own skill was also cut by him and flew away, but after a while they came back to life and screed and attacked him. Jun Sang-hyuk flew straight into the air and swung a powerful blow with a dazzling power. As he shouted Aura Blade, a huge light swept through them, creating a very powerful whirlwind. Jun Sang-hyuk watched them fall alone. He stood majestically and continued to observe, then was surprised again. The group once again stubbornly got up and did not disperse like ghosts. The boring fight began again, and still with the same technique, Jun Sang-hyuk dealt with them one by one. Sensing that the situation was not good, Jun Sang-hyuk clicked his tongue a few times. Tisk, troublesome. They became more and more numerous, and Jun Sang-hyuk was surrounded in the middle and could not get out. Julia was observing from outside with no expression. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at her with angry eyes and quickly defeated them to open an escape route. Julia still stood there without showing any opening, and Jun Sang-hyuk fought tenaciously and observed Julia as they continued to rush in. Once again, Jun Sang-hyuk was overwhelmed in the middle. Jun Sang-hyuk used all his strength and they swarmed and surrounded him. Julia still looked up at the front with no expression. A vampire brushed past Julia's face and blood splattered in all directions. Julia looked at the zombie crowd in front of her. In the middle a dazzling light emanated, and after that, they flew in all directions and shattered into pieces. Their bodies flew like autumn leaves and their corpses were tattered. At this time the dust was thick and the vampires that fell to the ground were now nothing but unrecognizable lumps of meat scattered all over the place. I don't know how many times this has been, but they started to get up again. Jun Sang-hyuk stood there, already exhausted, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Julia. They swarmed towards him once again. One of them, still conscious, feared Jun Sang-hyuk's gaze. A girl stood blankly with her mouth agame. Suddenly a piece of meat fell into their midst. Jun Sang-hyuk said angrily, "How long do you think you can fool me?" Hearing those words, Julia was surprised. In his hand at this time were red threads, and Jun Sang-hyuk said that they were puppets. "Did you think I wouldn't notice you controlling these things?" Julia said nothing, having been silent since before. Jun Sang-hyuk shouted, "Then I'll do it your way." Before he could finish his words, he prepared to swing his sword and said in a mocking tone as he looked at her, "Little princess." A ferocious vampire stepped forward and Jun Sang-hyuk, without the slightest hesitation, attacked her and said lightly, "First one." Before he could finish his words, his sword cut her horizontally across her body. She grimaced in pain and anger, then lost her balance and fell to the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the remaining group below triumphantly and said loudly, "All right, let's keep cutting." With just a few skillful sword movements, the vampire swarm was instantly defeated. They were once again cut into several pieces of meat. When one group fell, another continued to charge, but they were only cut into several pieces. Julia stood still and looked at her puppets. She began to frown in anger. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk had already charged to where Julia was. He stared at her with a cold face and then launched a blow that pierced Julia's body. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at his work calmly. Julia's body was pierced by the sword and split in two. She grimaced in pain, but after a moment she smiled eerily. A swarm of bats flew from somewhere and Jun Sang-hyuk was shocked by their number. They split into several directions and attacked from above. Without a chance to react, Jun Sang-hyuk could only look up and watch the swarm of bats pass him by, creating a terribly terrifying force. Jun Sang-hyuk struggled to block it. The bats quickly reformed into Julia's form. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, smiled brightly, and said, "Were you scared?" Jun Sang-hyuk lost patience with a child like her and attacked. Julia was also very agile. She lightly dodged Jun Sang-hyuk's attack and mocked him. The taste of blood is good, full of life force. Jun Sang-hyuk's sword once again swung chaotically, drawing a beautiful trajectory. He was angry at the sight before him. Julia had split again and turned into bats. The swarm of bats wrapped around his body, and his head was suddenly surrounded by the swarm of bats, turning black. As he used his special move with determined eyes, a dazzling light swept away the black swarm of bats. Julia was very surprised. She stared blankly at the person in front of her. Jun Sang-hyuk brought his sword behind his back and used a finishing move to create a terrifying power. The bats were shattered and exploded like fireworks in the stream of power. Julia was resentful to see it. That power caused a huge explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Jun Sang-hyuk stood majestically without a single scratch after the fierce battle. He looked at Julia's small figure, faintly visible in the dust. Julia had lost an arm and growled a few times in resentment. Julia gritted her teeth in anger. How dare a mere human, why won't you die? Jun Sang-hyuk said to her. I'm just starting to have fun. Before he could finish his words, Jun Sang-hyuk once again swung his sword at her body. Julia turned into a bat and flew away. How could Jun Sang-hyuk let her go so easily after seeing that? Julia even circled around Jun Sang-hyuk. He looked at her with incomprehensible eyes. Julia said mockingly as she was about to leave, "You were lucky, but it won't be easy next time." But suddenly Jun Sang-hyuk cut off Julia's remaining arm. She stood blankly in surprise. He quickly stood in front of Julia at the speed of setting up an altar and said coldly, "That's enough, I'll end it here." Julia was afraid but did not forget to answer, "Thank you for playing with me," and so he swung his sword and finished Julia with a powerful blow. Her head was cut from her neck and her body fell in front of Jun Sang-hyuk and quickly turned into a red energy and disappeared. Only a few drops of blood were left on the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk saw it and sneered. "Is that all? Just a few drops of blood?" he complained to himself. "I thought she'd be different since she's a princess. I would have finished it sooner if I had known." After speaking, Jun Sang-hyuk quickly went deeper inside. In front of him was a mysterious door. Jun Sang-hyuk approached and observed it more closely. Outside was the shape of a giant vampire. Jun Sang-hyuk quickly went inside. The scenery inside was mysterious and eerie. He walked slowly in his majestic attire. Jun Sang-hyuk looked up and smiled with satisfaction. It seems he had come to the right place. Then he saw a red-haired woman sitting arrogantly up there and opened his mouth. Vampire Queen, the boss Vampire Queen, saw Jun Sang-hyuk enter and with a cold face looked down at him contemptuously and said, "A human has willfully entered an abandoned dungeon. This is not a place anyone can enter." When Sang-hyuk did not answer, the Vampire Queen continued to interrogate him. "How were you able to stand before me?" Jun Sang-hyuk did not fear and faced her, looking straight at the queen sitting on the throne. "What if I could?" the Vampire Queen answered immediately. "Ho ho, is that so?" Suddenly the Vampire Queen's voice echoed again. "Of course, then you would have been able to." These words surprised Jun Sang-hyuk as if he couldn't understand. The Vampire Queen shook the glass of fresh blood in her hand, looked at Jun Sang-hyuk with sharp eyes and slowly said, "It's a punishment. You trapped me and the others here." Hearing those words, Jun Sang-hyuk asked back as if he couldn't understand, "I trapped you." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the majestic woman in front of him and thought to himself that he had not expected this case. The bosses of the ancient dungeon castle were all extremely dangerous monsters, from the demon princess of the first castle to the dungeon merchant heroes of the second castle, and the Vampire Queen in front of him. They all exuded an overwhelming aura. Jun Sang-hyuk thought gloomily. To think they were all trapped in the ancient dungeon by someone. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the queen and asked again, "Then that person must have been very strong." The Vampire Queen answered immediately, "Of course." Then the Vampire Queen added, "But that person's power is very different from what you imagine." Jun Sang-hyuk felt interested, raised the corners of his mouth and asked, "Different from what I imagine, is he divine grade?" The Vampire Queen answered, "God, no, our race is free from God's creation." The Vampire Queen explained, "To me, a leader oppressed by God is completely illogical." This made Jun Sang-hyuk fall into deep thought. Jun Sang-hyuk asked impatiently and suspiciously, "Then who on earth is the one who trapped you here?" Seeing that the big prey had taken the bait, the Vampire Queen smiled lightly and said with interest, "Well, it wouldn't be fun if I told you." As if expecting this situation, Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes shone as he drew his sword, assumed a combat stance and said, "Then there's no other way, I'll have to force you to speak." Just as he was about to fight, suddenly the Vampire Queen opened her mouth again. "I can tell you." Sang-hyuk was really surprised. The Vampire Queen began her story. "In the last castle there is someone much stronger than me." Jun Sang-hyuk listened seriously and said, "Continue." The Vampire Queen continued to talk, lost in memories of the past. "A hero killed the evil dragon that brought disaster to the people of Debranius. But when he was covered in the blood of Debranius, he was cursed and gained an incredibly terrifying power. Now he is an immortal knight." Jun Sang-hyuk frowned, and inwardly he wondered and asked himself, "An immortal knight? Is she talking about the Death Knight?" Jun Sang-hyuk recalled the story of this game again. According to the game, the Death Knight was created after being cursed after killing a dragon. Then it must be the Death Knight. Suddenly, the Vampire Queen jumped down in front of Jun Sang-hyuk. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Sang-hyuk and said, "Well, if you're a hero, save me from this desolate place." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk was lost in thought, and for a moment he unconsciously thought of a woman named Marina. Marina's figure, sobbing and saying, "Monarch, I'll wait here, so please come back safely," appeared. Waking up from his reverie, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the vampire queen in front of him, opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know Marina?" The queen was surprised. After a moment, the vampire queen returned to her throne and answered, "I do." Thinking of Marina, the vampire queen said, "Marina is my last descendant. I couldn't take care of that child." Then the vampire queen looked at Jun Sang-hyuk with suspicious eyes and asked, "How do you know that child?" For a moment no one answered, and the two just looked at each other and thought their own thoughts. Jun Sang-hyuk slowly approached and offered the vampire queen a condition. "If I help you get out of here, will you follow me?" The vampire queen was slightly surprised to hear that. As if she couldn't believe her own ears, she stammered and asked back, "What do you mean? You'll help me get out of here?" Jun Sang-hyuk did not answer and just frowned and looked at the vampire queen. Only after a long while did Jun Sang-hyuk call out, "Lilith." Then a small portal immediately appeared in the space, surprising the vampire queen. Lilith came out of the portal, smiled, and asked Jun Sang-hyuk happily, "Oppa, did you call?" Lilith glanced to the side for a moment and then exclaimed in surprise, "Who's this?" Jun Sang-hyuk quickly answered, "The vampire queen." Lilith asked back in surprise, "The vampire queen?" Jun Sang-hyuk nodded and said, "Yes, she's a queen, just like you." Lilith's strange appearance made the vampire queen freeze as if in disbelief, and she could only watch the two talk with a surprised expression. Jun Sang-hyuk gestured to Lilith, pointed at the vampire queen, and asked, "By the way, can you help her get out of here?" Lilith thought playfully for a moment and then answered, "It's not that difficult." Then Lilith waved her hand, approached the vampire queen, and said, "Excuse me for a moment." The vampire queen looked at Lilith warily and asked worriedly, "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Lilith swung her hand and lightly hit the vampire queen on the head, and the scenery around the two disappeared. The two appeared in a strange bright room completely different from that dark palace. The vampire queen blankly looked around this strange room. There was a simple desk and a glass door full of sunlight. The vampire queen stammered and asked urgently, "Where is this?" The vampire queen glanced sideways and then noticed the view outside the window nearby. She quickly went to the side and saw the densely packed houses below. On the bridge, cars were moving continuously in a long line. The noisy and unfamiliar scene made her stand blankly. She asked with her mouth agape, "Where on earth is this?" This time Jun Sang-hyuk appeared and answered, "This is where I live." The vampire queen turned and asked, "The human world?" Jun Sang-hyuk did not answer and just smiled and looked at the queen and said, "How do you feel being outside?" The vampire queen turned her body again. She looked at everything outside once again and exclaimed in admiration, "It's beautiful. It's the first time I've seen this world, but it feels very familiar." The vampire queen was moved as she recalled her old memories of freedom. "It's like finding a long-lost memory. It's really reassuring." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk said, "I'm glad you like this world." Then Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the queen and suggested, "Then live here from now on." The vampire queen was surprised, her eyes wide as she looked at Sang-hyuk and asked back, "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and answered, "You have nowhere to go back to. It's not a good idea to go back to that castle either." Vampire queen nodded and said, "Yes, you're right." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk held out his hand, smiled, and formally introduced himself. "My name is Jun Sang-hyuk. I'm happy to be with you, queen." The vampire queen looked at the outstretched hand, thought for a moment, and then decided to approach and shake hands with Jun Sang-hyuk. Then the vampire queen smiled brightly and introduced herself again. "Violetta, that's my name. I've gained cooperation without fighting." Jun Sang-hyuk smiled happily. The vampire queen was also very moved to have received help. The two thought about the future together. After a moment, the vampire queen Violetta opened her mouth. "I'll be in your care from now on," Jun Sang-hyuk quickly answered. Don't mention it." Meanwhile, in a mountain range in the United States, Richard Pound was going somewhere with his army. Suddenly, Richard Pound was scared and said with a cold sweat, "I can't believe it appeared here in the Kalian Mountains." Jun Sang-hyuk threw a small blood drop-like thing on the table and said to everyone, "Try this." Jang Suchan suspiciously picked up this red bead and asked, puzzled, "What is this?" Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and said, "Don't worry, do you think I'd give you something strange?" Jang Suchan held the red bead, kneaded it and touched it, and then complained that it looked inedible because of its blood-like red color. Jun Sang-hyuk was annoyed, looked at Jang Suchan and said, "Stop talking and just eat it." Then he approached Jang Suchan, flicked the red bead with his finger, and it went right into his throat, making Jang Suchan groan. Jang Suchan, while worried, chewed the red bead in his mouth, and as he chewed he commented, "It doesn't taste like anything. What on earth am I eating?" Suddenly Jun Sang-hyuk's voice echoed in Jang Suchan's head, Suchan, Jang Suchan. Jang Suchan had a question mark above his head and saw Jun Sang-hyuk smiling brightly at him. He shouted. Jun Sang-hyuk added, asking, "How is it? Can you hear me well?" Jang Suchan answered calmly, "Ah, you're talking right in front of me." Suddenly, Lee Chul-ji-yu turned to Jang Suchan and asked loudly, "Hey, how is it after eating it? Why are you talking to yourself?" Jang Suchan was surprised and immediately answered, "No, he just..." But before he could finish his sentence, Jun Sang-hyuk's voice echoed once again. "Listen carefully, what I'm about to say will only be heard in your head." This time, Jang Suchan clearly did not see Jun Sang-hyuk open his mouth, and he asked in surprise and haste, "Huh, your mouth?" Jang Suchan was shocked and shouted at Jun Sang-hyuk, who was smiling meaningfully. "How did you do that? You're talking without moving your mouth." Jun Sang-hyuk once again said with a telepathic message, "You can do it too. Just think about sending a telepathic message to me in your head." Jang Suchan asked back, puzzled. In my head." Then Jang Suchan closed his eyes and, as Sang-hyuk had taught him, began to use telepathy to send a message. After a moment, Jang Suchan's voice echoed, "Can you hear me?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered immediately, "Ah, I can hear you very well." The two looked at each other, closed their eyes, and were lost in thought. And Lee Chul-ji-yu had a question mark above his head and was curious. Jang Suchan continued to ask, "You can hear me? What on earth is this?" Jun Sang-hyuk explained, "It's like the whisper function in a game. We can talk privately." Jang Suchan laughed loudly with interest and said, "Aha, this is fun." After the two tested it with all kinds of stories, at this time Jun Sang-hyuk glanced at the remaining people, held out the red beads and suggested, "Here, everyone take one." Hearing that, a few people answered in surprise, "Can we try it too?" Jun Sang-hyuk held up a small pouch and instructed, "Give the rest to the Bana Guild and other guild members." After handing over the small pouch, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately said, "From now on, communicating like this will be much easier, allowing us to respond to emergencies more efficiently." Suddenly, Lilith entered the room, saw Jun Sang-hyuk and reported, "Master, we have a visitor." Jun Sang-hyuk asked in surprise, "A visitor?" As Lilith reported, a group of people was waiting at the palace gate with Richard Pound at the front. After receiving permission to enter, Richard Pound immediately informed them that a dungeon had appeared in the United States. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk, now the masked monarch in his armor, asked, "Don't you know it's dangerous to come without any warning?" Richard smiled and said, "It's fine, we couldn't get in anyway." By the way, hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately got to the point and asked Richard back, "Really? What appeared this time?" Richard Pound looked at Sang-hyuk with a serious expression and opened his mouth. "The Kalyan Mountains." Jun Sang-hyuk was also surprised by these words. Richard Pound began to speak. "In the early days of the Sky Castle, it was the habitat of the most powerful ancient dragon on the continent of Roselia Khans." Then he turned to Sang-hyuk and said hesitantly, "Well, you killed that dragon in the world of eternity." Then Richard recalled the orcs and asked Sang-hyuk, "Kalyans is the only problem. Other than that, aren't there only ordinary monsters living there? You would have been able to handle it successfully." Richard Pound looked at the thoughtful Jun Sang-hyuk and said, "Actually, it's a bit different from the Kalyan Mountains." Sang-hyuk asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Richard Pound began to explain the problem. "The guardians of Kalyans appeared at the entrance. You know, right? The guardians chosen by the ancient dragon. They are all connected to Kalyans through their mental power. One wrong step and the entire United States could turn into hell." This was indeed a worrying problem, and it made Jun Sang-hyuk think even more. After finishing his thoughts, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and said to Richard, "All right, but only our mercenary group and I will participate in this attack. We don't need anyone else's intervention." Hearing that, Richard felt that his interests had been greatly violated. Richard Pound tried to negotiate with Jun Sang-hyuk. "Then what about the dragon's remains? Could we have handled the dragon's remains in the first place? Don't exclude us so hastily. We are developing a method to handle them. Wouldn't it be suitable for a blacksmith's skills?" Richard negotiated seriously with Jun Sang-hyuk. "That's our business, so can't you sell us even a part of it?" This proposal made Sang-hyuk think quite a bit. Sang-hyuk hesitated and did not answer right away. Richard Pound waited for a moment, and suddenly Jun Sang-hyuk set a condition and opened his mouth. Jun Sang-hyuk glanced sideways at Richard and said, "I don't know if the United States will do that." At Sang-hyuk's words, Richard Pound was also lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the lab, everyone gathered around Park Ho-seong, admiring and praising him. "Wow, you finally did it." Everyone was impressed by what Park Ho-seong had made. "It's prettier than I thought. How did you come up with such an idea? Aren't you a genius?" Park Ho-seong, overwhelmed by the excessive praise, could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. At this time, Jun Sung-hyuk finished his conversation and came in excitedly, asking, "What's going on? What's happening?" The man with long blue hair smiled and answered, "Look at this, Odin just made a very valuable item." Then everyone handed him a ring with a red bead on top and said, "How is it?" It was a ring enchanted with translation magic. Jun Sang-hyuk asked in surprise, "Translation magic?" The blonde man hurriedly explained, "It's not an ordinary ring, even non-players can use it." Immediately, Jun Sang-hyuk turned to Park Ho-seong and asked, "Really?" Park Ho-seong smiled and answered, "Yes, I made it so that it can be charged with mana." Jun Sang-hyuk happily picked up the ring and said, This is perfect. I needed this." Hearing that, Park Ho-seong asked curiously, "How perfect?" Jun Sang-hyuk looked at everyone and said, "I'll be busy for a while." Holding the translation ring in his hand, Sang-hyuk happily announced, "I've received an attack mission in the United States." Hearing that, everyone's mouths dropped open and they froze for 5 seconds, and after a moment they came to their senses and shouted in unison, "What?" A few days later, Jun Sang-hyuk's masked unit arrived at the Kalyan Mountains in the United States. Everyone was busy setting up camp and transporting supplies to prepare for the attack. Jun Sang-hyuk checked the situation and talked with Richard Pound. The higher-ups seemed to be in quite a hurry to accept such a sensitive mission. Richard Pound answered as if he had no choice. "What can we do? The lives of the citizens are in danger, so we had to accept." Sang-hyuk nodded and said, I see." Richard Pound turned to Jun Sang-hyuk and asked, "By the way, when do you plan to start the attack?" Sang-hyuk answered nonchalantly, "Is there any need to delay?" Jun Sang-hyuk looked at his comrades in the masked unit who had finished preparing for battle and immediately shouted loudly, "Let's go!" In a place where it was difficult to move because of the stone paths and groves in the forest, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately ordered the golems to lead the way and clear a path. Wherever the golems went, they broke the rocks and trees that blocked their way. Seeing the 2 golems clearing the path, Jang Soo-chan clicked his tongue in admiration. "Look how quickly the path is being cleared. Shouldn't we get paid for clearing the path in the United States?" Jun Sang-hyuk said. "This path is not for ordinary pedestrians, so just leave it." Meanwhile, Richard was admiring the dense forest. "I should provide them with some tools. How can we find an attack point in a place like this?" As the 2 golems were diligently clearing the path, suddenly one of them fell to the ground and did not move. Seeing the golem shatter from a physical impact, Jang Soo-chan shouted in surprise, Why the golem?" Suddenly, a giant figure slowly revealed itself from the ruins. Jang Soo-chan was stunned, his mouth agape, and shouted, "Oh, is that an orc?" Jun Sang-hyuk saw the giant orc like a rock wall in front of him, hurriedly took a cautionary stance and said, "Be careful, it's not an ordinary orc." Hearing that, Soo-chan shouted in surprise, "What?" The remaining golem, unable to bear seeing its friend shattered, hurriedly turned and threw a punch at the orc. But the orc had already noticed, growled with bloodshot eyes, and swung its arm to throw a punch. The golem was instantly shattered. At this sight, both Jun Sang-hyuk and Jang Soo-chan's mouths dropped open in surprise. It was taken down in one hit." Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes flashed and he said, "It's a guardian of Kalyans." At this time, the seal on the orc's back began to glow, and Jun Sang-hyuk was even more certain that it was the guardian of that dragon. "It's confirmed that the enemy is the guardian of Keons." Immediately, the masked unit charged. But this was no ordinary orc. When it struck once, the whole ground broke and dust rose thickly. Baekjung jumped up, gripped his sword tightly and struck the orc hard. But the orc predicted it once again and raised its arm to block the sword. After receiving the fierce attack, the orc's eyes shone brightly. He roared and saw the masked soldiers rushing at him. But it was useless. The orc in anger struck once with all its might, and those who were charging were instantly sent flying. Jun Sang-hyuk and Jang Soo-chan were very worried to see numerous masked soldiers being pushed back by this one orc. Jang Soo-chan turned and asked, "Wow, is that really an orc?" "It's the strongest orc I've ever seen." Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk sensed some movement and immediately turned around, and a group of orcs was rushing towards them. Each one was burly and their eyes flashed as if they were bloodthirsty. Jun Sang-hyuk saw this and immediately grasped the situation. The dragon has finally awakened. At this time, the entire masked unit was dispatched. First, the boy with the dragon's arm jumped up, and with a single swipe he cut off the giant orc's head. Riding the momentum, the dragon arm boy charged and cut down several giant orcs in an instant. Lilith flew high into the sky, smiled wickedly, and dropped numerous purple liquids on the orcs below. As soon as the purple liquid touched the orcs' bodies, they began to scream in pain. Then all their life force was sucked out, and they immediately became dried corpses. As the Orc Legion appeared, the masked soldiers continued to charge. 2 or 3 masked soldiers surrounded a giant orc and attacked it as a group. The battle was chaotic and brutal. Baekjung led the masked soldiers and charged, cutting down numerous orcs that blocked their way. The orcs that were attacked became more and more ferocious and roared loudly with shining eyes. Suddenly an orc screamed in pain. His whole body was cut and fresh blood splattered in all directions. The one who had done it was the vampire queen Violetta. She made blood spheres with the fresh blood of the orcs. Then Violetta flew up and shouted, "Crimson Flower Garden." Throwing the blood spheres at the ferocious orc crowd below, they screamed in pain and fell. On the other side, Jiang Suchan's skeleton soldiers were struggling to fight orcs that were hundreds of times larger than them. At this time, Jiang Suchan jumped in and joined the battle, saying cheerfully to his skeleton soldiers, "Guys, you've been waiting for me, haven't you? It's going to be a lot of fun today." But the fun was short-lived, and a group of skeleton soldiers exploded and shattered in front of Jiang Suchan's eyes, and he shouted in surprise. Seeing a jet-black creature in a brown cloak, Jiang Suchan raised the corners of his mouth and sneered, "HMPH, I can smell a rotten corpse, so it must be a lich." Jiang Suchan shouted loudly, "Let's see how skilled you are." Then he used his power and began to summon skeleton soldiers from under the ground. They all charged towards the lich. Of course, the lich was no pushover. He released his power and summoned a skeleton army similar to Jiang Suchan's. The skeleton soldiers on both sides immediately charged and fought, and bones flew everywhere. But after a moment, Jiang Suchan's skeleton soldiers were clearly superior. One skeleton soldier cut down several enemy skeletons. Seeing the lich's skeleton unit being defeated by his own, Jiang Suchan smiled brightly and taunted, "Ha ha ha, you're too weak." Jiang Suchan looked at the lich standing quietly in the distance and provoked him directly. "Use your power again." The lich's eyes burned red with anger, and the surrounding earth and stones began to swirl. Numerous sharp white bones rose from under the ground, and those bones all bent and turned into a giant bone prison that surrounded the lich. Those bones grew and bent more and more, piercing the lich's brown cloak. Then the lich seemed to merge with those bones and caused a giant explosion that sent earth and stones flying. Jiang Suchan watched this scene from a distance, the corners of his mouth naturally rising, and he smiled with interest and said, "Haha, look at that, it's really interesting." The lich from before had evolved into a skeleton lord, and 2 long large bone horns had grown on its skeleton body. Jiang Suchan smiled, took out a few explosive bombs and said, "That's more like it, Skeleton Lord." After speaking, Jiang Suchan shot a series of explosive bombs at the waiting Skeleton Lord on the other side. The Skeleton Lord raised his sword and cut down the explosive bombs that Jiang Suchan threw, but a fierce attack poured down from the sky. The Skeleton Lord quickly jumped up and avoided a crisis of being shattered, but before he knew it, Jiang Suchan had moved behind the Skeleton Lord. With a sword in his hand, he shouted, "Super Peace Strike." It seemed this strike would pierce the Skeleton Lord's body, but he was extremely vigilant, turned sharply and blocked another attack with his sword. Jiang Suchan smiled with interest and said with growing excitement, "You're pretty good." As if not wanting to give the Skeleton Lord a chance to rest and recover, Jiang Suchan immediately summoned a few of his skeleton minions and ordered, "Guys, grind that guy's bones to dust." The Skeleton Lord was annoyed by Jiang Suchan's insignificant skeleton soldiers and swung his sword at them several times. Jiang Suchan's skeleton minions immediately turned to dust and disappeared, and bones flew all over the sky. Seeing this tragic scene, Jiang Suchan was slightly flustered. His combat stance also weakened by a few levels. Seeing that his opponent was off guard, the Skeleton Lord seized the opportunity and jumped up. He held a sword and charged straight at Jiang Suchan, but fortunately Suchan also stepped back in time and dodged the blow. Jiang Suchan turned on serious mode at this time, and the two rushed at each other and continued a duel where the outcome was not decided even after 300 rounds. Jun Sang-hyuk and Baekjung were watching this fight from a distance. Baekjung suddenly opened his mouth. Jiang Suchan's fighting style is very different today. Something seems wrong. Should we intervene? Jun Sang-hyuk did not answer and continued to watch the fight. After a moment, Sang-hyuk suddenly said quietly, "Well, he's training right now." Baekjung was surprised to hear that and asked back, "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk explained, "Jiang Suchan is very strong. In the masked mercenary group, no one can beat him except for me and Park Ho-seong." Sang-hyuk, who was watching the fight with Jun Sang-hyuk, continued to comment, "But without his undead legion, Jiang Suchan is one of the weakest in the mercenary group. In short, his current fighting style relies on the undead legion. That's Jiang Suchan's biggest weakness, and he's trying to overcome it." The first blood was drawn. Jiang Suchan clutched his chest in pain and a lot of blood flowed from his mouth and the wound on his body. At this time, Jun Song-hyuk concluded his words, while pushing himself into a corner. The Skeleton Lord, having gained the upper hand, hurriedly raised his sword and attacked Jiang Suchan, and another blow hit Suchan's chest, making him grit his teeth in pain. The Skeleton Lord quickly jumped in again and attacked, and a flurry of sword strikes poured down, and Jiang Suchan could only helplessly block with his sword. The moment Jiang Suchan swung his sword to cut the Skeleton Lord, he quickly ducked. In an instant, the Skeleton Lord dug into his body and strongly cut Jiang Suchan's right arm, and he could only be stunned. Jiang Suchan quickly stepped back and took a cautionary stance, gripping his cut right arm tightly. Jiang Suchan fell silent. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Suchan suddenly smiled, clutched his arm, and said with satisfaction, "Kukuku, it's been a while since I felt this. Everyone has been too easy on me." Then Jiang Suchan turned to Jun Sang-hyuk and sent a telepathic message. "Hung, can I borrow your sword, the one with holy elements?" Jun Sang-hyuk also quickly sent a message. "That one has high equipment restrictions, are you sure?" Jiang Suchan searched his pockets and answered, "It's fine." Then Jiang Suchan took out a blood sphere and said confidently, "This will solve it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Suchan suddenly crushed the blood sphere in his hand. Immediately, the red power in the blood sphere wrapped around Jiang Suchan's arm, and that power slowly spread throughout his arm and down to his feet, and finally it wrapped around Jiang Suchan's entire body. After a moment, Jiang Suchan and the blood sphere merged with each other and caused a red explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Jiang Suchan's voice was heard from within the thick dust. "I didn't want to use it." Then Jiang Suchan also walked out of the dust, and his body had turned into cool bone armor and his eyes shone red. Jiang Suchan looked at the Skeleton Lord and teased, "But as you can see, I can transform too." The Skeleton Lord also had no time to listen to Jiang Suchan's words. He immediately summoned a skeleton army and attacked Jiang Suchan. Seeing the swarm of skeletons rushing fiercely towards him, Jiang Suchan gripped the holy sword tightly, and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "A necromancer holding a holy sword is not a good match." As soon as he saw the skeletons approaching, Jiang Suchan jumped up and cut them with a beautiful sword trajectory, and the skeletons were instantly shattered. Jiang Suchan swung his sword and admired, "But it feels really good." Then Jiang Suchan turned on skeleton killing game mode, teleported into the skeleton army, and cut and killed them without leaving a single one. Skeletons and skulls shattered and scattered in all directions. The skeleton army was no match for Jiang Suchan's power at all. Before long, Jiang Suchan found his final target at the end of the bone path. He swung his sword, cutting down the last of the skeleton soldiers, blocking the Skeleton Lord's path. Seeing his long-awaited opponent, Jiang Suchan smiled brightly and said, "Let's play." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Suchan immediately charged, and the two sides clashed for over 300 rounds. But the outcome was not decided. As the Skeleton Lord was fighting frantically, a sound suddenly came from behind. The Skeleton Lord quickly turned to see a few of Jiang Suchan's skeleton minions swinging their swords straight at his head from behind. The Skeleton Lord hurriedly ducked to avoid the blow, but Jiang Suchan, who was beside him, did not miss the opening. He shouted happily, "Hey, you forgot to look this way, didn't you?" Then he thrust the holy sword straight into the Skeleton Lord, making him scream in pain. The Skeleton Lord, in agony from being squarely cut on his left side, swung his sword once again to strike Jiang Suchan. But Jiang Suchan was fast and vigilant enough to dodge the blow in time. He stepped back and immediately summoned a few of his skeleton minions, taunting, "Come at me again." The Skeleton Lord also made his skeleton unit rise in succession, and the armies of both sides charged at each other again. One side was naked, the other fully equipped with armor, and the red and purple eyes tirelessly cut and killed each other. As the skeleton soldiers were busy, the generals had no time to be idle. Jiang Suchan swung his sword, cutting down numerous skeleton soldiers, and the Skeleton Lord on this side also continued to swing his sword, cutting down Jiang Suchan's skeleton minions. Neither side gave in, and the two pairs of blazing red and glowing purple eyes continued to glare at each other. The two men raised their swords and charged straight at each other, and the swords that clashed in the middle made a frantic sound. Jiang Suchan blocked the sword, looked at the Skeleton Lord, and taunted again, "Come at me again, where all your passion go." The Skeleton Lord was out of breath and panting. At this time, the fight between Jiang Suchan's skeleton minions and the Skeleton Lord's skeleton soldiers ended with the victory of the skeleton minions. Jang Suchan's skeleton minions quickly surrounded the skeleton lord and simultaneously rushed in to stab and cut him. Seeing that, Jang Suchan quickly jumped out, watched the skeleton lord being surrounded by his skeleton minions and laughed crazily, saying, "Keep entertaining me." Tens of thousands of Jang Suchan's skeleton minions rushed in like moths to a flame, surrounding the skeleton lord tightly so that he could not escape. Under the fierce attack of the skeleton minions, the skeleton lord had no choice but to attack and defend at the same time. After a while, the skeleton lord seemed to have reached his limit. He helplessly opened his mouth and panted. At this time, Jang Suchan suddenly appeared right behind the skeleton lord, startling him. Jang Suchan sneered and said, "Can't keep up?" The moment the skeleton lord turned to counterattack, he was already slashed horizontally across the face by Jang Suchan's sword. The brown cloak was torn to shreds, revealing his shocked face. As the skeleton lord was flustered by this sudden attack, Jang Suchan charged once again. This time, Jang Suchan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you can't keep up, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Suchan swung his sword and cut off the skeleton lord's head horizontally, finishing his opponent with a single light blow. Seeing the skeleton lord's head fall to the ground, Jang Suchan coolly ended his fight at last. After finishing his work, Jang Suchan smiled with satisfaction and hummed in a happy voice, boasting, "How was that? Wasn't I cool just now? But ha!" As soon as he turned around, he was surprised to see the masked soldiers turning their backs and leaving. A kind masked soldier turned and shouted loudly at Jang Suchan, "Hung Nim, this way. The monarch has left." Hearing that, Jang Suchan with a dazed face stammered in confusion and asked, "What did you just say?" After a moment, Jang Suchan came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "How can you just leave? I'm going with you." The masked unit continued to advance and once again encountered guard orcs. Thus the two sides engaged in battle again. Baekjung also diligently commanded, constantly cutting down and killing the orcs. Jun Song-hyuk watched this scene from the side, calculating something in his head. Before long, night fell, and the masked unit entered their tents to rest, preparing for another day of battle. Early in the morning, Jun Sang-hyuk led the masked unit forward again. While everyone was moving, Lilith suddenly flew low near Jun Sang-hyuk and asked softly, "Oppa, is Kallians that strong?" Jun Sang-hyuk nodded and answered, "Of course, he's the strongest dragon on the continent of Roselia." Hearing that, Jang Zuchan, who was walking behind, was also surprised and asked back, "Han, you killed such a strong dragon yourself?" Jun Sang-hyuk closed his eyes and answered calmly, "I almost died a few times." Jun Sang-hyuk recalled the moments he had crossed between life and death alone and marveled inwardly. But in the end he had won. At that time his level and equipment were not as good as they were now. After speaking, Jun Sang-hyuk turned to Baekjung and asked, "This time I'm going to let the mercenaries fight K. Can you do it?" Baekjung quickly smiled and answered confidently, "Of course, just give the order and I'll risk my life to kill Khans." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk refused. "No, you don't need to risk your life." As everyone was talking, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky, stunning everyone. Jun Sang-hyuk lifted his head and looked up. Seeing his target, he smiled and said, "He's here." The ancient dragon Kallians, as his name suggested. Kallians was the strongest dragon on this continent of Roselia. His entire body was covered in blazing red scales, and his wide wings and fire-breathing mouth made him look even more ferocious. As Jun Sang-hyuk was staring intently at the dragon Khans, his expression suddenly turned to shock. Looking up, Khans was spewing a flame breath straight at the masked unit. Jun Sang-hyuk was tense as he saw the approaching flame breath. The moment the dragon's breath hit, everything exploded dazzlingly. Back to the night before the confrontation with the dragon Khans. Jun Sang-hyuk gathered the core members of the masked unit and began to formulate a strategy. To fight a dragon, you first have to withstand its breath. Jun Sang-hyuk looked around at everyone and asked, "Now what can we do to withstand that?" Baekjung quickly offered his opinion. "Can't we just get out of the attack range?" Jun Sang-hyuk quickly objected. "Do you think a dragon is a monster that wastes its strongest skill?" When no one said anything more, Jun Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. "The dragon's breath is absolutely unavoidable, so there's one thing we have to do." Jun Sang-hyuk looked meaningfully at Park Ho-seong and said, "It's to find out exactly what the breath skill is." Back to the battle with the dragon. An explosion occurred, but even though it was right after Khans had spewed his flame breath, no one in the masked unit was hurt. Jun Sang-hyuk seemed to have expected this to happen. He smiled with satisfaction and looked up, and as Jun Sang-hyuk had expected, Park Ho-seong jumped right in front and blocked the dragon Khans' breath, saving everyone. Park Ho-seong used all his strength to block Khans' attack. In his mind, Jun Sang-hyuk's words from last night replayed. The breath is a magic attack. Magic is a skill that uses thoughts to freely control the form of energy in the air. Therefore, high-level skills, explosive skills, have an equally complex form. Hearing this, Park Ho-seong suddenly thought of something and said, "If we can use that principle." Before Park Ho-seong could finish his words, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled with satisfaction and answered, "That's right, you can win against Kallians." At this time, Park Ho-seong was using his strength, transmitting energy to counter the dragon's breath. A thought flashed through his mind. The more complex the energy form, the stronger the magic it uses. So not only Park Ho-seong but the other masked soldiers in his unit also began to transmit their energy. Park Ho-seong thought, in other words, if we combine each of our composite energy forms, that energy can even overwhelm the breath. Thinking this far, Park Ho-seong's face contorted with seriousness. He spread his arms, gathered all his strength and shouted, "Charge formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the tremendous energy of Park Ho-seong's unit was transmitted, tearing apart Kan's flame breath. Not only that, but this energy source powerfully attacked Kan's, giving him no time to dodge, and he was hit squarely by the explosive blow of Park Ho-seong's unit. The other units were all shocked by the battle just now. Jun Sang-hyuk calmly watched the situation and saw the dragon Kallians fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Baekjung quickly shouted loudly, "Everyone attack!" Then Baekjung's entire masked soldier unit immediately charged, quickly swarming this giant monster. In the midst of that chaotic situation, a still flustered voice was heard. "Did they just block Kallians' breath?" The dragon Kallians looked at the charging masked soldiers with bloodthirsty red eyes. He opened his mouth and sucked in the air, then filled his mouth with explosive fireballs and shot them straight at the masked soldiers. But the soldiers quickly dodged. Baekjung held two axes and quickly rushed in, delivering several blows straight to its torso. The other masked soldiers also charged at the same time. The entire unit fought with all their might, concentrating their attacks on C. At this time, Jang Suchan, who was standing next to Jun Sang-hyuk, was still stunned with shock and asked, "Did he block Kanzan's breath?" Jun Sang-hyuk asked back with amusement, "Why do you ask? You just saw it yourself." Jang Suchan shook his head vigorously and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly asked, "Didn't you notice that Kwon just created an opening?" Suchan was confused. Jang Suchan thought for a moment and then said, "Let's see, did he not use his breath properly?" Jun Sang-hyuk said, "No, the mercenaries were already prepared for that." Hearing that, Jang Suchan was confused and asked back, "Then what on earth is it? A dragon doesn't create an opening." Jun Sang-hyuk quickly answered, "No, there's definitely an opening." When Suchan said nothing more, Jun Sang-hyuk explained, revealing its original form, "That's Khan's opening." Jang Suchan was still confused as he watched the fight and asked back, "What do you mean?" At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk just smiled and said, "You'll know soon enough. The mercenaries have already gotten stronger." Jun Sang-hyuk recalled the battle with the giant boss Ji-yu and said, especially after conquering the Steel Mountain, they are now used to attacking giant monsters. The long battle in the Castle of Chaos also contributed to them getting used to fighting demon kings. Jang Suchan seemed to understand something. He looked again at the masked soldiers who were continuously attacking Kallians. Jang Suchan realized that the dragon had many parts that could be targeted for attack. At this time, almost all the masked mercenaries were attacking Kallians with all their might, but they were blocked by the dragon's flame explosion attack. Seeing Karen spewing a flame breath and fiercely attacking the ground, some masked mercenaries continued to jump high and attack. A moment ago, the masked soldiers took out their magic staves, concentrated all their energy, and then altogether shot a composite energy to launch a final all-out attack on Khan's. This clearly angered Kallians. He snorted and swung his tail hard, knocking down the magic-using soldiers. But when one person fell, other masked soldiers advanced again. However, Khan's power was indisputable. The soldiers continued to fall to his flame attacks. Seeing that the situation was not good, Baekjung immediately shouted loudly to the fallen, "The injured should drink a few potions and return here as soon as they are fully recovered." Then Baekjung sternly said to the remaining people, "Everyone maintain the formation." Seeing the dragon Khans before them, Baekjung ordered the vanguard to attack. The masked soldiers continued to combine physical and energy power to damage Kallians. But no matter how they combined, Khan still stood firm and continued to counterattack with the power of his tail and breath. As the masked soldiers were running out of strength and panting, they suddenly felt a strange flow of power being transmitted into their bodies. The masked soldiers said in wonder, "My strength." Then they all looked towards Jun Sang-hyuk. It turned out that Jun Sang-hyuk had used a holy artifact to support everyone with a special effect that increased their power by 30 for 30 minutes in exchange for reducing their allies' health by 30. Jun Sang-hyuk blew his fife, then looked at his masked soldiers, smiled and said, "Now you can win, right?" The moved soldiers shouted, "Monarch!" As everyone was stunned by Jun Sang-hyuk's action, the shadow of the dragon's wings suddenly descended. At the critical moment just before being crushed by Khan's, an explosion suddenly occurred, severely injuring Khan's wing. Baekjung and Team 2 walked out of the ashes, looked at everyone, smiled and said, "What are you doing?" All the masked soldiers looked at the dragon Kallians together. Everyone shouted in unison, "The masked monarch is waiting. Let's finish this quickly." The empowered soldiers charged fiercely. Everyone jumped up and attacked even the smallest parts of Karen. Someone hit the tail. Someone hit the legs, driving Khan's crazy. At this time, the boy with the dragon's arm jumped forward, swung with all his might once, and cut Khan's tail in two. Then blood began to drip from the severed part. Only then did the vampire queen Violetta step forward. After collecting every drop of the flowing dragon's blood, Violetta's eyes widened and she shouted loudly, "Bloodthorns lament." Immediately, the drops of blood turned into blood bombs and exploded, attacking Kallian's entire body. Seizing this opportunity, Baekjung commanded the masked unit and shouted loudly, "Vanguard retreat, Team 2 prepare." As Team 2 stepped forward, everyone raised their hands and gathered their composite energy. On the command to attack, everyone simultaneously concentrated their energy and shot it straight at Kallian's, severely injuring him. Kallian's whole body was hit and he staggered, but his eyes were still burning red with anger. Sioans gathered the last of his flame breath power to create a huge fireball, sucking in all the air, sand and dust swirled. Seeing this huge fireball, a masked soldier said in shock, "How can he use the flames of the Nine Hells magic?" Suddenly, at this time, Park Ho-seong jumped up resolutely, and everyone worriedly called out to Odin. Park Ho-seong took out his magic staff, concentrated all his composite energy, and shot it straight at Kansas flame breath sphere. Park Ho-seong did his best, and his face contorted in pain from the energy. After a moment, Park Ho-seong's composite energy finally took over a part of the fireball, and then it gradually spread wider. Finally, to the dragon's astonishment, it completely enveloped Kansas breath sphere. After successfully suppressing the flame breath sphere, Park Ho-seong swung his staff and with all his might sent the composite energy sphere straight at his opponent, and everything exploded, with smoke and dust swirling. Jun Sang-hyuk and everyone waited for a long time, and when all the smoke and dust had cleared, only then could they clearly see the result of the successful defeat. The heavy body was covered in wounds and fresh blood as it lay on the ground. Seeing this result, everyone cheered with joy. Everyone shouted in unison, "He's dead, we did it." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at this result with satisfaction. Seeing the corpse before him, Jun Sang-hyuk said with excitement, "Now let's see what reward you've left for us." All the masked soldiers began to dismantle the giant Khans. Someone organized the bones, and before long they had stripped all of Khan's flesh and bones. The dragon boy looked at the fresh Khan's meat before him and couldn't help but quietly smack his lips. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly approached, looked at the dragon boy and said with a smile, "It must be hard to resist seeing fresh meat after a long time, right?" He stammered and called out, "Ah hung." Then Jun Sang-hyuk took out a cup of Khan's blood, handed it to the dragon boy and said, "Here, drink it. It's Kallian's blood." The boy immediately replied with joy, "Really?" Then he couldn't hold back any longer, raised his hand to take the cup of blood and drank it all in one go without leaving a single drop. As soon as he drank a little of Khan's dragon blood, his eyes immediately shone brightly, and his body felt an infinite flow of power that he couldn't suppress, and he began to change form. Jun Sang-hyuk was stunned to see the fool who had transformed after drinking a little dragon's blood. Our dragon boy was still ecstatic. He looked down at his body and said, "Wow, dragon's blood is completely different from other monsters' blood." Seeing this, Jun Sang-hyuk crossed his arms and shouted sternly, "Hey, I told you not to transform recklessly." Only then did the boy realize his carelessness and quickly nodded, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." Just then, Jang Suchan suddenly approached and called out, "Hung me." But before Jang Suchan could finish his sentence, Jun Sang-hyuk firmly refused, leaving him standing there stunned for 5 seconds. Jang Suchan shouted and argued in annoyance, "Why, I haven't even said anything yet." Jun Sang-hyuk frowned at Suchan and said, "You wanted the dragon's bones, didn't you?" "Hit right on the mark." Jang Suchan flinched, stammered, and asked back, "How did you know?" Sang-hyuk sneered and replied, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the pile of giant bones and dragon meat they had obtained and said, "This is enough to supply all the mercenaries." Jang Suchan stammered, "Is that so?" Seeing Jang Suchan looking downcast, Jun Sang-hyuk promised, "Don't be sad, the next time we go dragon hunting, I'll let you have the first pick." Hearing that, Jang Suchan jumped up and said excitedly, "Really, you promise?" Sang-hyuk laughed in disbelief and replied, "Have you ever seen me break a promise?" After everyone went into the tents to rest, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the pile of items on the table and asked in surprise, "Is this all of it?" "Not bad." Baekjung, who was next to him, agreed. "Yes, they are all unique grade items with good options." Jun Sang-hyuk examined the items and made a decision. "Then hold a lottery or divide them fairly and give them to them. You decide." Hearing that, Baekjung was surprised and asked back, "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk calmly replied, "Isn't it obvious? They're the ones who killed it." It was true. But Baekjung still couldn't believe it. He stammered, "But these precious items." Jun Sang-hyuk understood Baekjung's hesitation and quickly took out the dragon's heart. Smiling with satisfaction, he said, "Don't worry, the dragon's heart is enough for me." After leaving the tent, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Baekjung and asked, "Are we leaving once preparations are complete?" Baekjung was surprised and asked curiously, "What, didn't the attack just end?" Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Are you planning to leave as soon as we arrive?" This surprised Baekjung, and he wondered in his heart. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled with interest and said, "Don't you think it's time to search the dragon's nest?" After making the decision, the group went in droves to search the dragon's nest. There were still a few guard orcs in the dragon's nest. They were completely taken care of by the masked soldiers. Jun Sang-hyuk, Jang Suchan, Baekjung, and Violetta successfully entered the dragon's nest. Looking at this huge nest, Jang Suchan turned around and asked, "Isn't this familiar?" Jun Sang-hyuk said, not understanding. "Huh?" Jang Suchan quickly continued, "Isn't this your second time? You killed Kallians in that world, hung." Only then did Jun Sang-hyuk understand, and he smiled helplessly and said, "I couldn't search the dragon's nest back then. It collapsed while I was fighting Kian." Hearing this, Jang Suchan couldn't help but exclaim in disappointment, "Oh my god, all those precious items." As they went deeper, the group was stunned by the glittering light before their eyes. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled and said, "Looks like we've arrived. We've arrived." Kallian's nest, with its diamond mines and thousands of assorted treasure chests. After successfully discovering the massive treasure in Kallian's dragon nest, the masked soldiers once again dragged large and small carts loaded with weapons and gold and silver treasures out of the nest. Jun Sang-hyuk looked around and suddenly saw a place that startled him. Jun Sang-hyuk saw a bed. Seeing the wooden wardrobe and the books around, he guessed that this was where Khans lived in human form. Drawn by the colorful bookshelf before him, Jun Sang-hyuk quickly took out a book, opened it, and read it. Inside was full of pictures, notes, and quotes. Jun Sang-hyuk froze in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh no way, a gate of space?" After the book, Jun Sang-hyuk's gaze was once again captivated by an abstract painting hanging on the wall. The painting of a chaotic sky and a pitch-black creature beneath it seemed to suck people into the picture. Jang Suchan tried to touch the painting with his hand but was quickly stopped. His hand was even injured to the point of bleeding. Jang Suchan clutched his hand and asked Sang-hyuk curiously, "What is this?" Jun Sang-hyuk immediately asked back, "Why are you asking me? You should know better than I do." At this time, Suchan jumped up and asked in surprise, "Me?" Jang Suchan looked closely at the painting again and suddenly opened his mouth. Seeing the mysterious black creature in the painting, Suchan said to himself, "Is it a lich?" Jun Sang-hyuk, who was next to him, reminded him, "As you know, liches are immortal beings created by making a soul contract with a demonic creature." Jang Suchan nodded and replied, "I know." Jun Sang-hyuk continued, "So not even a dragon can create a lich. The fact that Khans is controlling a lich despite that limitation must be because of a taboo." Jang Suchan nodded and said quickly, "So you're saying that now that Khans is dead, that taboo is broken, and that lich hasn't fully recovered its power yet?" Jun Sang-hyuk agreed, "That's right." Jun Sang-hyuk tapped the painting on the wall and asked, "How about it? Make this guy your subordinate." Hearing that, Jang Suchan smiled with interest, stared intently at the black creature, and answered, "Of course." The next day, TVs all over the city were broadcasting news that the masked monarch and his masked unit had defeated Khans. The news of the attack in the Kallian Mountains spread throughout the world. The world was once again stunned by the masked monarch. At the same time, the United States held an emergency press conference. The U.S. spokesperson announced that the masked mercenary group was planning to attack the former M country, the land of monsters. If the masked monarch succeeds in completely clearing the land of monsters, the United States will recognize M country and its rights as the masked monarch's property. Jun Sang-hyuk watched the news broadcast on his phone intently. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Richard Pound last time. At that time, Jun Sang-hyuk said that under one condition he didn't know if the United States would agree. Richard Pound smiled with great interest and asked back, "How interesting. Is the masked monarch making a request? Of course, please speak. What is it that the esteemed masked monarch desires?" Jun Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment. Then, with an extremely resolute gaze, he said one letter, M. Shortly after the world of eternity began to appear in the real world, the initial response, in other words, the failure to stop the monsters, caused one region to become a country ruled by monsters. The fact that that world of eternity had not yet been commercialized caused similar regions to disappear. Among those regions was an Asian country called MM. Eventually became a kingdom of monsters. M's neighboring countries built high and thick walls to prevent the monsters from entering. After being isolated, M lost its original name and acquired its current name, the Land of Monsters. As evening fell, Jay's voice echoed inside the building. The neighboring countries have all agreed with the United States. Then Jay looked at Jun Sang-hyuk and Jun Sang-min and said, "Let's start the discussion now. When do you plan to start the attack?" Jun Sang-hyuk asked in surprise. "That's pretty fast." Jay didn't answer, just calmly asked, "What's the scale of the attack force?" Jun Sang-hyuk quickly said, "Probably everyone in the masked castle." Jay didn't stop and continued to ask, "The attack schedule," but before she could finish, Jun Sang-hyuk cut her off. "Stop with the useless questions and just tell me why you're here." Jun Sang-hyuk stared straight at Jay with a cold gaze and said, "I don't have the patience to listen to boring stories." Jay was also at a loss for words at Sang-hyuk's attitude. After thinking for a moment, Jay began to speak. "Can the dungeon enter the land of monsters with you?" Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk replied in annoyance, "Are you trying to leak all the information?" Jay tried to continue persuading him. "No, but that wouldn't be beneficial for you either. From resource collection to reconnaissance." Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't hold back any longer and said with a contemptuous expression, "Do you really think I'll find you useful?" At this time Jay was suddenly flustered. She stammered, "If that's not it," Jun Sang-hyuk coldly cut her off, saying in a sarcastic tone, "You're worse than the trash who propose cooperation to get a piece of the business opportunities in the land of monsters. If you were trying to get something with your network, I'm really disappointed." When Jay didn't react, Jun Sang-hyuk continued, "The land of monsters will be a place only for players. Slavery will be implemented throughout M instead of completely eliminating them. I'll leave some monsters for players to hunt." At this time Jay asked curiously, "But how can so many players get there?" Jun Sang-hyuk crossed his arms and answered nonchalantly, "I'm planning to build gates of space in various places." Hearing this, Jay clearly exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Jay looked at Jun Sang-hyuk with suspicious eyes and said, "Gates of space? Is that really possible?" Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't be bothered to explain. He just asked back, "Do I look like I'm joking?" When Jay didn't react again at this time, Jun Sang-hyuk stated his condition. "Here, I'll make another offer, if you really want to set up a dungeon branch in the land of monsters." Hearing this, Jay froze. And so the discussion finally ended, and Jay quickly returned. Seeing the door slam shut at this time, Jun Sang-min opened his mouth. "Did you really have to drag the dungeon into this?" Jun Sang-hyuk nodded and answered, "You're right, there's no need to drag them in, but who knows." While Jun Sang-min was still dazed, not understanding what was going on, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled cunningly and said, "I have to have a few insurance policies too." The next morning, the masked unit all gathered in the courtyard amidst extensive coverage from reporters and the media. Jun Sang-hyuk stood on the podium, looked at Baekjung and nodded to signal him. Baekjung immediately understood his meaning and shouted loudly, "Masked unit, begin the attack on the land of monsters." Seeing such a vibrant atmosphere, Jun Sang-hyuk stared into the distance, lost in thought. The masked unit began to enter the territory of the land of monsters. The roads here were severely damaged, the land was barren, and a few monsters were showing themselves around. But in the blink of an eye, that monster was shot down. The masked unit defeated monsters wherever they went. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk's voice came through the radio. "What's the current situation?" Immediately, someone reported, "We are currently moving along with the first, second, and third corps, clearing out monsters. There are no notable monsters yet." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk said with satisfaction, "Understood. Continue as planned," the other side also replied. "Understood, my lord." M City, the land of monsters, was truly in ruins. Houses were collapsed, there were craters everywhere, and the skyscrapers were desolate. As Jun Sang-hyuk and the masked legion were looking around and assessing the situation, suddenly Sang-hyuk's eyes lit up and he said happily, Not bad. Seeing the old Kmart supermarket in front of him, Jun Sang-hyuk made a decision. This time I'll make this place our base. After setting up the base, the masked unit immediately went around and swept everything. The first battle was against ugly orcs. Having experienced, the entire masked unit jumped into battle, and both sides were evenly matched, unleashing all their attacks to attack each other. Suddenly an explosion rang out, and Baekjung worriedly turned around and called out, "My lord?" The explosion site was only seen becoming a pile of rubble and thick dust rising. The boss was struggling on the ground, defeated by Jun Sang-hyuk. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the monster under his feet and said contemptuously, "Too weak." This entire city was destroyed. All the members of the Masked Legion gathered at the base and began to discuss how to create a gate of space. Seeing everyone enthusiastically discussing and working, Lee Chul-ji-yu sighed and said, "When will this ever end?" The blonde man next to him said with a serious face, "We can't help it. A gate of space is 8th circle magic." Seeing the magic circle gradually being completed, the two said in unison, "It's still a long way to go." Time gradually passed, and the masked unit was attacking monsters in this land of monsters every hour of every day. The combatants did their best to attack, and the builders were also hurrying. Everyone worked together to transport raw materials, cooperated perfectly, forged and crafted, and then enthusiastically discussed again to complete the gate of space. Time flew by like an arrow, and a month had passed since the attack began. There were too many monsters, more than expected, so the progress was not fast, and 45 days after the attack, the gate of space was completed. Park Ho-seong proudly looked at the completed gate of space, turned to Jun Sang-hyuk and said, "The experiment was a success, so no problems will occur." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk asked curiously, "Don't tell me you used yourself as a test subject." At this time, the long-haired technician suddenly popped out, proudly pointed at himself and said, "How could I just sit still during this grand process? Of course I used myself as a test subject. How about it? Isn't it cool? Ha ha." At his foolishly reckless behavior, our Jun Sang-hyuk was truly at a loss for words. Park Ho-seong continued to speak again. "The only downside now is that when activating the gate of space, an enormous amount of mana is consumed." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk confidently replied, "You don't need to worry about that. We have a lot of mana stones, and I can bring more from my side." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Ho-seong and continued, "Besides, there might be a mine around here. Now, the land of monsters." On the 63rd day, Jun Sang-hyuk's group had occupied 2 places since the start of the attack. After renovating them, a gate of space was installed. It was slow, but the plan didn't change. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk was looking around and assessing the situation with the vampire queen Violetta. The two looked around, and Jun Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. "This place is different from the other cities we've been to. It seems like monsters don't live here." Suddenly, Violetta interrupted. "I smell something." This surprised Jun Sang-hyuk, and he asked back, "A smell?" The vampire queen Violetta frowned and said with difficulty, "Yes, it's a pretty familiar smell." Violetta looked into the distance and said, "It's that way." After that, in the direction the vampire queen Violetta had smelled, Jun Sang-hyuk and she went that way to check. The deeper they went, the more urgently Queen Violetta said, "The smell is getting clearer. It's the strong smell of blood." Violetta frowned and with a serious face said, "No way, this is..." Jun Sang-hyuk, seeing Queen Violetta suddenly fall silent, became worried and impatient and called out, "Hey, we have to go." After approaching Violetta to call her to go back, both Violetta and Jun Sang-hyuk were stunned by the sight before them. The two looked at the towering castle in front of them and asked themselves, "Is it Blood Castle?" Suddenly the castle gate opened and a group of vampires came out and stared intently at Jun Sang-hyuk and Violetta. Seeing that, Jun Sang-hyuk glanced sideways at Violetta and asked, "Don't tell me you don't recognize the master of that castle." But Violetta was silent. Suddenly a figure from the group of vampires stepped forward. Jun Sang-hyuk froze, stared at the girl in front of him in surprise, and exclaimed, "Marina?" Jun Sang-hyuk recalled his past life when he had lived alone in that world. "The person who comforted me the most, Marina. We knew each other's pain well. Thanks to her I could endure everything. I didn't know that promise would be our last." Returning to reality, Marina suddenly shouted, "I've always been waiting." Then she ran to Jun Sang-hyuk and hugged him tightly. Marina sobbed in his arms, calling out, "Master." After this, the three of them, Jun Sang-hyuk included, entered the Blood Castle. Violetta sat opposite them, her face darkening as she watched the couple lost in their own rosy world. She couldn't stand it any longer. Violetta said coldly, To be loved by Marina, you're quite lucky. At her words, both Jun Sang-hyuk and Marina felt awkward. After that, Vampire Queen Violetta turned to Marina and asked, "But how do you remember the masked monarch? We weren't even on the continent of Roselia." Marina explained, "When I first came here, everything was unfamiliar. Buildings I had never seen, people I had never seen, but as time passed, I soon realized." As she spoke, Marina glanced shyly at Sang-hyuk, her cheeks turning red as she said bashfully, "This world is the one the masked monarch always missed," seeing the burning affection in his lover's eyes. Our young Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but smile gently and call Marina's name. Truly, people in love put on displays of affection that are an eyesore to others. Vampire Queen Violetta glared in annoyance and said, "Can you stop with the public displays of affection? I wish you'd save that for when you two are alone." At her words, Marina was startled and stammered, "I'm sorry, mother." After asking about the past, Vampire Queen Violetta began to ask about the current situation. "What's it like around here? Is there anyone stronger than you?" Marina quickly answered, "This place is divided into 5 territories, each with its own king. I control the southern region. The eastern, western, northern, and central regions are all under the control of other kings," Violetta asked hurriedly. "Are they all stronger than you?" Marina hesitated for a moment before answering yes. After that, Marina began to speak seriously, "Especially the one in the northern region. He's so strong I don't even dare think of confronting him." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk grew curious, looked at Marina and asked, "Who is it? Is it someone I know?" Marina hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Jakan, he's of the ogre race." Jun Sang-hyuk was quite surprised by this answer and asked back, "An ogre became a king?" Marina nodded and said, "Jakan became abnormally strong, turning into a powerful warrior and mage. He used his power to make his subordinates stronger. That's how Jakan was able to create a solid kingdom made up of a blue-skinned race." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk fell into deep thought. A king?" Vampire Queen Violetta continued to ask. "What about the other kings?" Marina spoke again. "The West is a vast land of death." After that, Marina turned to Jun Sang-hyuk and asked, "Do you remember Habunta's tomb?" Sang-hyuk answered immediately. "Of course I remember. The most difficult undead hunting ground, a hell, and its boss Gunex, he was the captain of the Jir Knights." After reminiscing, Jun Sang-hyuk turned to Marina, frowned, and said, "I always wondered where he was." Marina continued, "And the king of the east is a dragon?" Jun Sang-hyuk asked in surprise. "A dragon?" Marina quickly described him. "He's the strongest after Jakan, but their numbers are very small, so they don't move around often." Jun Sang-hyuk hesitated and then replied, "Ah." Marina looked at Jun Sang-hyuk and continued her story. Finally, "The king of the central region is quite special." This piqued Sang-hyuk's curiosity. Marina glanced at Jun Sang-hyuk and said, "He's human." Sang-hyuk reacted immediately. "A human," Marina began to explain. "The central region was a place where survivors gathered. One day they started hunting weak monsters and developed at a rapid pace. Now their territory has become so strong that no one can touch it." Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately guessed, "They probably awakened through a world event." Vampire Queen Violetta asked back curiously. "A world event?" Jun Sang-hyuk didn't answer. Slowly stood up and said, "Looks like I'll be busy from now on. I have to take down all of them." Seeing Sang-hyuk get up, Marina asked curiously, "Master, where will you go first?" Hearing Marina's voice, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly answered, "Ah." Before that, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Marina with a gentle gaze and a smile and said, "Instead of master, you can call me by my name." At his words, Marina was startled and asked back, "Huh?" Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Marina and asked again, "Why have you forgotten my name already?" Under his gaze, Marina blushed in embarrassment and answered with dazed eyes, "No, but—" Marina suddenly stopped speaking. Looking at the man she had waited so long for, Marina finally lowered her head shyly and with her small lips stammered his name, "Mr. Jun Sang-hyuk." Hearing his beloved call his name so sweetly, Marina was so lovely that Jun Sang-hyuk's heart felt like it would melt. After that, our young Sang-hyuk switched into flirt mode and hurriedly said, "All right, Marina, who's bothering you? Just say the word and I'll take care of it." Marina, still dazed and blushing, simply called her lover's name. Sang-hyuk. The most tormented one was Vampire Queen Violetta, who had to watch her daughter fall head over heels for a man. She couldn't help but scold loudly, "Hey, I told you not to make that face in front of me." Finally, Marina returned to the masked unit's base with Jun Sang-hyuk looking at the convoy of vehicles in the crowd below. Marina asked curiously, "Was the masked unit this big before? It seemed like there were a lot of members now." Jun Sang-hyuk answered, I brought a lot of people to prepare in advance before the Demon King arrives. As the two were walking, Marina asked again, "Is Mr. Baekjung okay?" Jun Sang-hyuk quickly answered, "Of course, he's even stronger than before." Hearing that, Marina said happily, "Really?" Just then, Park Ho-seong approached, looked at Jun Sang-hyuk and asked, "Monarch, did you call for me?" Sang-hyuk nodded and said, "Oh, you're here." As the two walked, Jun Sang-hyuk explained the situation. "The situation in the land of monsters is a little different from what we expected." Hearing that, Park Ho-seong asked curiously, "How different?" But Sang-hyuk didn't answer right away and just said, "Let's talk about that later." After that, Jun Sang-hyuk turned to Park Ho-seong and ordered, "First, set up a gate of space around here. This place will become our base for conquering the land of monsters. The rest should focus on purification operations as before." Park Ho-seong quickly answered, "Understood." After assigning the task to Ho-seong, Jun Sang-hyuk called for Lilith. Lilith immediately appeared and answered, "Yes." Jun Sang-hyuk smiled, looked at her and gave her a mission. "Bring Anton and Richard Pound here." Inside the masked unit's base, Richard Pound looked around and remarked, "I never thought I'd be visiting the land of monsters. Should I thank you?" At this moment, Jun Sang-hyuk, who had returned to his masked monarch persona, said, "It looks like this will take quite a while." Hearing that, Richard Pound asked in surprise, "Why did you call us for attack support?" Jun Sang-hyuk chuckled lightly and said, "I didn't call you because I need support, but to give you an opportunity." Richard asked suspiciously, "Really? What do we get in return?" Sang-hyuk quickly presented his terms. "I'll give each of you one base." At these words, Richard Pound still hesitated and asked back, "A base?" To show Richard what a great opportunity this was, Jun Sang-hyuk added in detail, "You don't have to worry about the distance. There will be a gate of space in each base." As expected, the mention of a gate of space surprised Richard Pound. He exclaimed, asking, "What? A gate of space?" "Yes," Sang-hyuk said quickly. "I'll have Baekjung give you the details." Richard clearly hadn't come to his senses yet. He still had questions and wanted to ask more. "I'll wait. How can you have a gate of space?" Jun Sang-hyuk didn't answer any more questions and added seriously, "And if the situation gets bad, retreat. This is far more dangerous than anyone thinks." Sang-hyuk's meaningful words successfully silenced Richard and Anton, leaving them in deep thought for a long time. The next morning, a small car was driving down a desolate road flanked by ruins. After driving for a while, the car stopped. The person who got out of the car was none other than the masked monarch, Jun Sang-hyuk. Looking at the small house in front of him, Sang-hyuk couldn't help but marvel, "It's been a long time since I've been here." At this time, Morena and Vampire Queen Violetta also got out of the car. The two looked at Sang-hyuk and asked, "We're ready. What should we do?" Jun Sang-hyuk smiled confidently. After that, he put on his mask, looked at the house in front of him and said, "All right, then let's go meet the king of the western region." It was dark outside and the house also had a gloomy and depressing atmosphere. But when Jun Sang-hyuk opened the door and entered, the scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. The hallway wasn't dark like the outside. It was brightly lit. Morena looked at the deep, long hallway and asked in surprise, "Is this Habunda's tomb? The inside is very different from what I saw outside." Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk reached into the air and asked, "Morena, are you thirsty?" At his words, Morena was surprised and exclaimed, "Yes." After that, Jun Sang-hyuk took out a pouch of fresh blood, handed it to Morena and said, "Want a drink?" Morena asked curiously, "This is..." Before she could finish her sentence, Jun Sang-hyuk smiled brightly and urged her, "Try it, it's fresh and delicious human blood." In his mind, the image of a long-haired man reluctantly enduring and speaking flashed by. "Haha, if it's for world peace." Morena was very moved by his words and hurriedly said, "Ah, thank you." Seeing Morena accept the blood pouch and drink, Jun Sang-hyuk asked curiously, "Where did you get blood to drink before I showed up?" Morena answered, "At first there were many humans, but their numbers gradually decreased." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk's heart ached as he asked, "I see, you must have been really thirsty back then." But our baby vampire Morena just smiled and answered, "I drank monster blood instead." Morena sipped from the pouch of fresh blood, her eyes glowing red as she spoke. "It's not as delicious as human blood, but it was enough to quench my thirst." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk also nodded and said, "Oh, that's fine too." After walking for a while, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't resist turning to Morena and teasing her, "If you need blood, just tell me. I'll give it to you right away, but don't bite my neck." "Ho ho, that's enough of that." As the three were talking and walking, they were suddenly startled by a noise and pressure coming from up ahead. Jun Sang-hyuk looked towards the end of the hallway and suddenly the floor exploded and a few red-eyed zombies burst out. They howled and rushed to attack Jun Sang-hyuk, Before these zombies could get close, Jun Sang-hyuk swung his sword and cut a few of them in two. Without distinguishing left from right, he continued to swing his sword with a solemn gaze, killing them mercilessly. Vampire Queen Violetta and Morena watched as Jun Sang-hyuk easily took care of the zombies. Morena exclaimed in excitement, "The monarch is as strong as ever." Vampire Queen Violetta also agreed, saying, "Thanks to him, I was able to escape from the ancient dungeon." Hearing that, Morena asked in surprise, "The ancient dungeon? What kind of place is that?" Queen Violetta fell into thought for a moment, then slowly said, "It's a place I never want to think about again." This answer made Morena even more curious. Suddenly a voice cut off their conversation. Jun Sang-hyuk had finished dealing with the zombies. He looked at the two and called out loudly, "How long are you going to stand there and watch?" Only then did Morena come to her senses and answer, "Oh, we're coming right away." The three continued deeper inside without any further interruptions. At the end of the path, the three looked up at the dungeon door before them. Sang-hyuk raised the corners of his mouth and thought to himself with interest, "Now it's time to meet the King of the West." The dungeon door was silently closed, but suddenly, with a series of crashing sounds, the door was shattered to pieces. Inside the dungeon was a throne, and upon it sat Ganex, the King of the West. At this time, Ganex was still sitting calmly on his chair. Suddenly, Jun Sang-hyuk entered, not forgetting to make a comment. "The atmosphere is the same as ever." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at the old zombie sitting on the throne. He smiled cheerfully and asked, "It's been a while, Ganex. How have you been?" The zombie Ganex frowned, looked at Sang-hyuk with his purple eyes and said, "To invade my mansion you must not fear death, human." Hearing Ganex's words, Jun Sang-hyuk just answered nonchalantly, "Who doesn't fear death? Everyone fears death, but today I'm not your opponent." As soon as Jun Sang-hyuk finished speaking, Morena appeared right behind Ganex. The moment Ganex turned around, he saw Morena's attack already coming for him. He hurriedly jumped away to avoid one blow, but the throne exploded. Ganex jumped down and quickly supported himself with his sword on the ground. Morena, who was behind him, said loudly, "Did you think you could live comfortably after slaughtering my kin? I'll tear you to pieces." After that, Morena immediately created blood thorns and thrust them straight at Ganex. On the other hand, Ganex was not afraid at all. He cut the blood thorns with his sword, sending them back towards Morena, and laughed cheerfully, saying, "Kiki, perhaps the one who dies here won't be me but you." Morena dodged Ganex's counterattack by jumping high, then raised her hand to gather blood, swung her hand towards Ganex and shouted, "Blood rain." Immediately, a powerful and fast-paced rain of blood poured straight down on Ganex, making him shout in anger. His body staggered. Unable to hold back any longer, Ganex immediately raised his sword and with all his anger and hatred, madly rushed towards Morena. He slashed at Morena in succession, but Morena was also very agile and leaned back to dodge his attacks. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk and Vampire Queen Violetta were watching this tense battle from the outside. Seeing her daughter fight, Violetta was quite surprised and asked, "How is Morena able to fight in close combat?" Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk answered, "I taught her." Jun Sang-hyuk's gaze remained on Morena as he continued, "I thought close quarters combat was more suited to her fighting style." Violetta asked back in surprise, "What?" At this time, Ganex swung his sword and with murderous purple eyes he shouted, "Die!" But Morena found an opening. She rolled to dodge his sword and at the same time quickly seized the opportunity to slash at him with her hand as he hadn't recovered, sending Ganex's head flying. Seeing Ganex's head fall to the ground, Morena's eyes were still full of vigilance as she stared at his headless corpse. Suddenly, a lump bulged from the corpse's chest and the bizarre creature could no longer stay still inside the armor, bursting out of it. Both Jun Sang-hyuk and Queen Violetta looked at the bizarre creature with disgusted eyes. Its whole body was sticky and its form was bizarre and grotesque. Jun Sang-hyuk said, "Same old look over here." Morena was also looking at the bizarre creature. It was Ganex, but a more disgusting version. Morena focused on the corpse with its bizarre head, hands and feet and said, "Time to start phase 2. The giant monster let out a long howl as if to show off its power. More arms sprouted from its shoulders and many legs grew below its waist, making it look not unlike a spider at first glance. The new head was no longer human-shaped. Instead, it had a wide mouth torn to the ears, filled with jagged sharp teeth, and 3 purple eyes glinted. Its sides were covered in very sturdy armor, with only the center split open to reveal countless sharp teeth and its true head. As Ganex transformed into this form, the surroundings were filled with dust and nothing else was visible. Even in this situation, Morena was completely calm. She said nonchalantly, "It's time to start phase 2. It was as if she was declaring that the real slaughter would begin now. Although he respected her decision to fight alone, Jun Song-hyuk couldn't shake his worry. He quietly reminded her, "Morena, if it gets too tough, let me know. We have reserve forces where you are." Staring straight ahead with determined eyes, she answered him with firm resolve, "That thing killed many of my people. If I give up now, I won't be able to face them." After briefly explaining to him, she added to show her decision was firm, "Please let me finish this." Seeing the girl standing steadfast in the thick dust, her hair and clothes blowing, Jun Song-hyuk had no choice but to trust her completely. He said softly, "Don't get hurt. I won't let that happen." Only then did she turn her head to glance at him once, answering with a confident smile, "Don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, Morena charged straight ahead, preparing to cast a skill with her abilities. Her fingernails grew a handspan long and turned a deep blood-red color. With those very hands, Morena wounded her chest, and red blood immediately gushed out. At the same time, her pupils also burned red. Then her pupils quickly turned completely white. Losing all humanity, what completely enveloped Morena was a deep blood-red color. And the blood god was officially born. Ganex screamed madly, opening its XXL-sized mouth wide to reveal its disgusting teeth, but before it could even attack, Morena rushed in from the other side and delivered a blow. With terrifying hand speed, she successfully cut off one of its hind legs. Ganex screamed in extreme pain, then quickly launched a powerful blow at her, shattering the entire floor and causing a loud explosion. But Morena was no longer there. Like a ghost, she had already vanished behind Ganex and was gathering her power. After successfully cutting off one of its arms, she moved quickly. Morena's speed and agility were truly hard to follow. At that moment, her eyes burned red like fire. She was now filled entirely with killing intent. Suddenly, 3 or 4 attacks came at her simultaneously. The attacks closed in on Morena's body with terrifying power. Fortunately, she was still agile enough to dodge. But before she could even get into position, an extremely powerful force flew towards her neck, trying to take her life. This time too, she continued to dodge with her agility and combat experience. But the attack was so powerful that it eventually wounded her. Blood splattered, and Morena frowned in pain. Suddenly, Morena relaxed her body and went into a free fall in front of Ganex. The terrifying giant monster was bleeding in several places from her attacks. Seizing the opportunity, it immediately used all its strength to slam her hard into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and the young girl's face seemed to have no signs of life left. Seeing this, the giant became even more bloodthirsty. Ganex let out a long, savage roar and struck the ground with all its might. Witnessing that scene, her mother was about to go mad and shouted her daughter's name in pain. Morena, Jun Sang-hyuk was the complete opposite. His face was frighteningly cold. He remained silent and observed the situation. Morena's mother shouted and questioned him. "Why aren't you helping her?" He just answered calmly, "Don't worry, that's just a decoy." The red-haired demoness, as if unable to believe her ears, looked at him in surprise and asked, "What did you say?" Immediately, in the thick dust, a small figure appeared and disappeared in the air right in front of the monster. Without a moment to breathe, it cut Morena in two with a single blow. Witnessing that heart-wrenching scene, her mother could only shout her daughter's name loudly once again in despair. Morena, but the figure did not fall as expected. She hung in the air, and her empty white eyes and open mouth truly looked like she was dead. Suddenly, those eyes burned red and blood poured ceaselessly from her severed body. It was as if the entire battlefield was being dyed red by a rain of blood. Ganex, not understanding the situation at the time, stood blankly like a statue. It roared meaninglessly and was hit squarely by the rain of blood. So much blood poured down that the ground caved in. In front of the monster, a small drop of blood suddenly rose from the pool of blood. Then, that drop of blood gradually revealed a head shape that greatly resembled Morena. In the blink of an eye, a complete deep red figure appeared before Ganex. It was Morena. As if she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, Morena said coldly, "You've come, you damn monster." From the tens of thousands of fallen blood drops, she activated the blood flame skill. Immediately, a chain of explosions occurred. Dense, sharp blood flames intertwined and, after exploding towards Ganex, covered and attacked him like a storm. The monster, not understanding what was happening at all and with no time to react, could only growl a few times. In an instant, Ganex exploded and turned to dust. Standing in the ruins, Morena looked really small. She stared intently at the spot where the explosion had just occurred, as if saying goodbye to her nemesis. At this time, the blood on her body began to gradually disappear from her feet to her body, and then her hair. A few seconds later, Marina gradually returned to her original form. Then she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled with satisfaction. Marina let out a sigh of relief. It was truly over. She had gotten her revenge. Returning to her cute and slightly shy face, Marina smiled awkwardly at the two people who had been waiting for her for a long time and said, "I'm sorry, you waited too long, didn't you?" Before they could even share their joy, Jun Sang-hyuk hurriedly reminded her, "You should probably put on some clothes before you talk." Only then did Marina realize that when the blood on her body disappeared, her clothes had disappeared with it. She screamed in embarrassment and said, "Don't look." Jun Sang-hyuk also tactfully turned away, but he peeked through narrowed eyes. Twilight was falling outside. A thick fog had settled in, making one a little anxious, not knowing what awaited. In the end he said softly, "Let's go back now." In the Masked City region, a peaceful life continued. Here, when darkness fell, every house lit up. The sky was clear without a single cloud, and thousands of stars twinkled as if inviting people to look. But peaceful things usually don't last long. Suddenly, an explosion occurred next to a house. At that moment, two people were there. Kim Cheon-dong and Yesil were very surprised. They immediately turned and took a defensive stance. However, when nothing appeared from the hole in front of them created by the explosion, their faces turned to extreme terror. Suddenly, a young girl surrounded by a blue aura appeared behind them. They immediately recognized who she was. In shock, they shouted, "Hyo-ion!" Late at night, in Jun Sang-hyuk's luxurious mansion, the lights were still on, illuminating an entire area. Inside the building, the sound of machinery echoed everywhere. At this time, the culprit of the noise had just turned on the living room light. Kim Cheon-dong was holding a vacuum cleaner and cleaning everywhere. He moved from one place to another. Kim Cheon-dong tried not to miss a single corner. He cleaned diligently, as if it were a job he got paid for every day. The noise woke Jun Sang-hyuk up. He came out of his room and asked Kim Cheon-dong, "What are you doing?" Kim Cheon-dong was startled and shouted. As Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly appeared like a ghost in the middle of the night, Kim Cheon-dong was scared out of his wits. He frowned and asked, "You scared me. What are you doing here?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered tiredly, "This is my house." After Kim Cheon-dong calmed down, Jun Sang-hyuk asked, "Why are you suddenly cleaning?" Kim Cheon-dong also answered honestly, "While you were away on a mission. My wife kept complaining that the house was too dusty." He continued, asking, "Weren't you in the land of monsters this whole time?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered while searching the refrigerator, "I felt like my kids were only doing missions all the time." He opened a can of soda and continued, "So I gave all the soldiers a 3-day vacation." Kim Cheon-dong asked again worriedly, "How did you get here? It looks like you just came to visit a neighboring city." Jun Sang-hyuk quietly reassured him and then changed the subject. "It's fine, don't worry. Have you eaten dinner?" Kim Cheon-dong asked back, not understanding. "Dinner?" A moment later, Hyo-ion excitedly demonstrated her magic to show her talent to her dad, Kim Cheon-dong, and Uncle Jun Sang-hyuk. The young girl's left hand easily created a stalk of cold ice, while her right hand produced a powerful flame. She was truly young and talented, like Shoto Todoroki from some anime. Seeing this, Jun Sang-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat and marveled. Two mana elements at the same time, how can a level 1 use such magic? Seeing this, Yesil was very worried about her daughter's safety. She placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder and said reproachfully, "Hyo-ion, I told you it's dangerous to do that." Hyo-ion answered innocently, "Uncle Ho said it's okay." Then the child answered naively, "He said it's fine as long as I do it gently like before." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly realized something. He asked Kim Cheon-dong, "Gently, did the child control her power weakly?" Kim Cheon-dong answered tiredly, "Don't even mention it. I was in a mess because of that magic." Jun Sang-hyuk asked back in surprise, "What mess?" Kim Cheon-dong pointed to a piece of the collapsed wall and said with an awkward smile, "You see, the broken wall is being repaired now. The people in this family were truly amazing. The father asks the homeowner what he's doing here, and the young daughter plays by breaking the walls of someone else's house." Jun Sang-hyuk was at a loss for words, seeing the piece of wall his niece had broken to create a viewing window to look out at the street. At a loss for words, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at Hyo-ion seriously and then concluded to himself that she was a prodigy. Not just a prodigy, but a transcendent prodigy. Henry said she's a child blessed by mana. Then he judged to himself that Hyo-ion's talent might even surpass Park Ho-seong's. At that moment, the innocent girl smiled proudly. not yet realizing her true power. Ancient dungeon. The surroundings were filled with thick dust. Jun Sang-hyuk, wearing armor, stood in front of an old and magnificent castle. Facing the mysterious appearance of the dungeon, Sang-hyuk quietly enjoyed the cool breeze. Firmly resolved to himself, if I pass through this place, I can meet the one Violetta talked about, the one who imprisoned the castle lords. Jun Sang-hyuk's gaze became more serious. He repeated, like Violetta in the ancient dungeon. Jun Sang-hyuk opened the door and entered. Inside, faint torches lit the way, but he still felt a chill to the bone. Jun Sang-hyuk walked down the empty corridor for a while and then headed to a balcony. Looking down, Jun Sang-hyuk witnessed a melee of gladiators. They all had eyes full of killing intent. They were fighting desperately with the monsters here. One side opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth and drool, while the other had a flame of determination burning in its eyes. Jun Sang-hyuk was surprised and asked himself, are these people training? Immediately, the sound of clashing swords stopped, and all the gladiators stopped fighting and looked towards Jun Sang-hyuk. Only then did Jun Sang-hyuk realize that there were no gladiators with the eyes of death, only living dead with wrinkled, sagging, and rotten faces. Hearing a human voice, the living dead swarmed in madly and made growling sounds, but they didn't know who they were dealing with. They were facing the max-level player, the masked monarch, Jun Sang-hyuk. He looked down at them with half-lidded eyes, smiled contemptuously, and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." Suddenly, the sound of clashing iron was heard. Jun Sang-hyuk glanced back. A sturdy living dead in armor with old and rotten clothes, long hair, a chipped sword, and a shield was grinding its teeth and staring at Jun Sang-hyuk with eyes full of killing intent. Knowing there would be no answer, he still asked, "You're going to fight me alone? Are you a knight?" The living dead knight roared loudly, then swung its sword and slashed at Jun Sang-hyuk. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled with excitement. "All right, I'll teach you a lesson." He gathered his energy and swung his attack with a simple motion. With just a single slash, the living dead knight's head rolled on the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk glanced down and offered a piece of advice. "You need more training." He clicked his tongue. This didn't feel like a fight at all. Then the sight in front of him caught his attention. At that moment, in front of Jun Sang-hyuk was a legion of crazy living dead. One holding a mace stood at the front of the unit. He asked, "You want to fight alone too?" Then Jun Sang-hyuk answered concisely, "Bring it on." Then he swung his wooden sword and raised his voice, "I'm pretty busy too." After a while, the room, which was initially cold, gradually heated up. Now the place was filled with the smell of sweat and the sound of Jun Sang-hyuk's breathing. He was the same as ever, still standing tall as an undefeated master, like a pine tree that does not bend even in a fierce storm around him. The living dead were strewn all over the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk saw the zombie corpses disappear, and black orbs filled with a dark aura appeared scattered on the ground. He picked one up and couldn't help but wonder, "What is this?" They dropped something strange. Jun Sang-hyuk held it up and brought it close to his face to observe it. Suddenly the system appeared. Then it notified him that he had found the first soul energy orb. Jun Sang-hyuk asked himself, "So I need 100 of them to find that?" Suddenly another legion of living dead swarmed in from right behind him. They still had disgustingly sagging faces, murderous eyes, and dirty teeth that were always grinding. He smiled calmly and said, "No problem." Jun Sang-hyuk immediately rushed in, swept through them like lightning, and cut them down one by one before they could even react. Despite facing an entire group, he still maintained a calm expression. Viewed from above, Jun Sang-hyuk was like a single ray of light shining in the chaos of the swarming living dead. After a while, the door to another room was also broken. Subsequently, the 100th living dead fell. Its corpse gradually disappeared, leaving behind a black soul energy orb. He stood majestically in front of the loot he had just obtained. At this time, the system appeared and announced, "Jun Sang-hyuk has collected all 100 soul energy orbs." Jun Sang-hyuk said with relief, "It's over, 100 soul energies." The energy orbs floated into the air and their color became even darker. Jun Sang-hyuk was very surprised. He could only stand there and observe the movement of the energy orbs. Then they gathered together and created a mysterious purple ray. Jun Sang-hyuk stared with wide, dazed eyes. Witnessing such a strange sight for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim, what is this?" The soul energy orbs gradually merged with each other, like a furiously flowing river, towards a center that emitted a magical purple light. From the surroundings, a roaring sound like a storm was heard. Witnessing this strange sight for the first time, Jun Sang-hyuk could only stand quietly below, not taking his eyes off the point of light, waiting. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the aura of light. It was as if it heralded the appearance of a treasure beyond the peak of fusion. Sang-hyuk's eyes also filled with anticipation. As expected, once the wind blowing from the energy source subsided, a sparkling purple sphere that emitted a brilliant aura like a jewel in the night sky revealed itself. Having read the system notification, Sang-hyuk couldn't hide his surprise and said, "Why is something like this coming out of here?" According to the system description, the sphere was called Indomitable Will. The sphere contained the indomitable will of a warrior who had dominated the battlefield. Sang-hyuk saw the description and immediately realized what it was. He realized that this was a passive skill. It was a skill so difficult to obtain that almost no one could possess it. He analyzed further. Indomitable will increases stats in proportion to the health lost in battle. For melee players, it increases health and strength. For ranged players, speed and health, and for mages, intelligence and health. His efforts had not been in vain. He had gone through a lot to complete the mission and wait. Sang-hyuk thought to himself with satisfaction. What an overwhelming skill! Sang-hyuk, with a cunning and calculating glint in his eyes, looked at the indomitable will sphere placed in his palm and came up with an idea. If I put my mind to it, I could obtain enough soul energy to distribute it to all the members. He thought as he reached into his space pouch to store the sphere. I should take care of this right away. After putting it away, he turned his head, looked around, then approached a window and stared straight at the old castle. The hem of his cloak fluttered, and he clenched his fist with a determined heart. Today's goal is to conquer this castle of the ancient abyss. Somewhere in the old castle, the corpses of monsters were strewn across the land, creating a gruesome scene, and blood stained every corner. Their bodies had been pierced through the heart with wooden stakes or cut in half, and their limbs were scattered everywhere. Undoubtedly, they had been taken down by someone incredibly strong and cruel. Going deeper, beyond a ruined archway, a soft light like the morning sun poured down from a steel chandelier. But the scene below it was no different from hell. Corpses were piled in layers, testifying to the fierce battle that had just taken place. Going further inside, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. In that instant, Sang-hyuk lightly brushed past 3 ferocious and bloodthirsty monsters. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were split in half and they fell helplessly. Suddenly, from behind Sang-hyuk, a monster in armor that looked like a Roman-era warrior charged fiercely at him with eyes full of killing intent. Sensing the danger, Sang-hyuk immediately turned and swung his sword, striking down hard on the monster from head to toe. With a swift and decisive blow, the monster was split in two. Despite wearing huge armor and a helmet that nearly obscured his vision, his movements were nimble and not hindered in the slightest. As soon as he dealt with one, another immediately rushed in, and Sang-hyuk quickly turned his sword, drawing a perfect arc to aim for the abdomen of a nearby axe-wielding monster. Without a moment to breathe, a giant monster with a savage face appeared from somewhere and attacked him, swinging a greatsword. Sang-hyuk barely managed to react, turned and raised his wooden sword to block its powerful and dangerous attack. Clang, a sharp clashing sound echoed. The seemingly fragile wooden sword held its ground against the massive greatsword. From a distance, hundreds of monster minions with savage faces and barbarically bared teeth came rushing aggressively. They hurried to join the ongoing battle to eliminate the stranger. Facing numerous enemies, Sang-hyuk gritted his teeth and thought of a plan. Immediately, he leaped high into the air, escaping the monster's encirclement. Looking down at the bloodthirsty monster minions from above, Sang-hyuk raised his wooden sword. As he focused his power into it, powerful blue electric sparks flared up. When the power reached the required level, he threw the sword straight into the middle of the monster horde. As the sword struck the ground hard, a wave of power that horrified them spread out. Whoosh! When enough energy had accumulated, sword energy erupted fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the monsters' bodies were shattered to pieces, scattered without any intact form. The surroundings were thick with dust and dirt, and the acrid smell of blood filled the air. The wooden sword was firmly embedded in the ground, and the remnants of Sang-hyuk's power, blue sparks of force, still emanated from its blade. The surroundings were littered with the corpses of monsters, a scene filled with death. Sang-hyuk slowly lifted the sword with one hand. At some point his helmet had been taken off. His face was stern and his sharp gaze stared into the distance as if waiting for something. Suddenly a giant figure appeared silently behind him. The one he had been waiting for had finally shown himself. Sang-hyuk turned his head, a faint smile on his lips, and looked straight at him with eyes as cold and sharp as a blade. His tone of voice was full of hidden meaning. He opened his mouth. "We finally meet," he continued, as if he knew this person well. "The unfortunate knight who killed Debranius, stained by its blood and became a death knight." Sang-hyuk's voice, along with his challenging expression, couldn't hide a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, let's see what you've got." As the dust and dirt slowly settled, a still figure gradually became clear before his eyes. He was clad in iron armor, and sharp pieces of blue armor glittered in the light. The helmet covered his entire face, and two menacing horns protruded from the top, creating a fearsome appearance. In one hand he held a long, sharp spear with a black shaft and a bizarrely curved tip. In the other hand he held the reins of a horse. The black steed he rode also wore its own armor. With a large shield covering its chest, both man and horse stood majestically, exuding a grand and powerful aura. Jun Sang-hyuk looked up at the Death Knight with an unfriendly smile. He said calmly, "Where are the others?" The knight, realizing something was wrong, asked back, "Is something amiss here?" He wondered. What happened to the others? Jun Sang-hyuk seemed a bit confused, as if he couldn't follow the knight's train of thought, but he still answered, "Can't you see? They're all dead, aren't they?" The Death Knight answered and then continued, "I mean the ones who were trapped here with me. Heroes and Violetta, what happened to them?" Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. "I freed Violetta to the outside world, and I let the other two rest for eternity." The knight showed clear surprise. "How did you free her to the outside world? How is that possible?" Hearing that, Sang-hyuk answered, "Of course, there's no reason for me to lie to you." The knight contemplated, and his eyes glinted in thought. Then he said to himself, "That's good. Everyone got what they wanted," he said slowly. "I have always been waiting." Hearing that, Sang-hyuk just looked puzzled. Then he continued, "For a knight to save me from this cold, empty place." His gaze turned to Sang-hyuk and he asked slowly, "Will you let me rest too?" Jun Sang-hyuk, maintaining a calm expression, answered nonchalantly, "Ah, that's precisely the purpose of my visit." The Death Knight cleared his throat with a hum-hum. Showing a sign of relief, he continued, "Then I am relieved." Suddenly, he gripped his spear tightly, spurred his horse straight at Sang-hyuk, and didn't forget to add a final few words. "I hope you keep your promise." The two immediately readied themselves like beasts about to engage in a life-or-death duel. The grating sound of clashing metal echoed, shaking the entire area. Their strength seemed evenly matched, and each was determined to eliminate their nemesis. Sang-hyuk took a step back to gain momentum, then swung his sword with all his might towards his opponent. The duel was so fast that only a blurry afterimage of their weapons remained. The knight swung his spear in a 360-degree rotation, sending Sang-hyuk flying far away. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled the reins hard, making the black steed roar, and then stomped the ground with great force, creating cracks in all directions. The knight sat majestically on his horse, his tattered robe fluttering, holding the reins. Meanwhile, Sang-hyuk struggled to dodge the black steed's fierce attacks, and he also had to avoid the debris flying from the stone floor. He said, "Is this horsemanship?" but had no time to rest. Just as he had escaped to a safe position, he had to prepare for the next attack. The Death Knight spurred his horse through the dust and dirt, instantly charging right in front of Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk quickly summoned a divine bow, and the arrow glowed with its master's spiritual power. He aimed carefully, and as one arrow was fired, it instantly transformed into 5 streaks of light, flying straight towards the warhorse's weak points. He knew very well that if he didn't eliminate this horse, it would be a great threat in the battle. The majestic black steed was hit by all 5 arrows and collapsed, shattering the floor even more. But the knight still stood firmly on the ground. Now the real battle between the two officially began. In the blink of an eye, the knight leaped up, and Sang-hyuk was a beat slower. He could only stare at the enemy in the air. The knight let out a loud shout, swung his spear, and swooped straight down at Jun Sang-hyuk. Boom! A massive source of power struck, and the floor, unable to withstand the force, shattered into pieces. However, Jun Sang-hyuk managed to grab his opponent's weapon in time, reducing the impact and barely escaping death. Although he blocked the fatal blow, the shock was enough to injure him. His hands trembled, and he let out a painful groan. The knight, without a hint of sympathy for his weakened state, stomped on Sang-hyuk's chest with his foot. He prepared to punish his opponent with murderous eyes. Then Valander kicked him to the opposite wall. The 2 consecutive hits were hard for him to bear. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body slid down, and his head slumped in exhaustion amid the dust and dirt. The glorious figure of the victor appeared arrogantly. The knight advanced slowly, looking at his defeated enemy leaning against the wall. Before he knew it, his body was covered in wounds and blood flowed dripping onto the ground. His previous tough appearance was gone. Now, Jun Sang-hyuk looked so wretched it was hard to watch. Perhaps the battle was over. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, and crimson drops of blood dripped onto the cold ground. Jun Sang-hyuk was miserably beaten, his whole body bloody and wounded. He had no choice but to collapse in a dark corner to recover. Seeing that, Valander slowly approached and sneered. "It seems this is the end." After saying that, he quickly turned 180 degrees as if disappointed. "It seems today is not the day," Valander taunted Jun Sang-hyuk. "Get stronger next time." Then he turned his back and left. When he hadn't taken more than a few steps, a sound from behind made Valander turn his head. It turned out Jun Sang-hyuk was awake. Hearing Valander's taunt, he couldn't help but laugh. Jun Sang-hyuk leaned on his sword, struggled to his feet, and remarked with admiration, "It's been a long time since I've been defeated like this." He saw the scene before him. Valander couldn't help but pretend to console him. "There's always a chance to get stronger. If you want to kill me," Jun Sang-hyuk's whole body ached. He quickly summoned his space pouch and rummaged through it for a useful item, not forgetting to answer his opponent's taunt. "That's too harsh. If you keep talking like that, I'll lose my confidence." He took out a bottle of a powerful recovery potion from his space pouch and drank it in one gulp to restore his energy. With just one bottle of potion, he could regain his overwhelming strength. At this moment, his body seemed to be replenished with power, and he was immediately overflowing with vitality. His whole body suddenly became much more full of life after finishing it. Jun Sang-hyuk raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. He let out a satisfied "ah," as if he had just drunk a refreshing soda sold in front of a school. Witnessing this scene, Valander was extremely annoyed and furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand how Jun Sang-hyuk could be so nonchalant in this situation. It was truly unbelievable. Valander answered confidently, "Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think." At the same time, spiritual power enveloped Jun Sang-hyuk's entire body as if being replenished from an endless source of energy. Like a hungry tiger, Jun Sang-hyuk charged fiercely at Valander, challenging him. "You'll be surprised this time." The two immediately rushed at each other and fought, creating sparks of white light. A series of blows were exchanged. Valander was slightly shocked by Jun Sang-hyuk's powerful attack. On the other hand, Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes burned with the flame of determination, and his heart was filled with a thirst for revenge. He gritted his teeth and aimed his sword at his opponent with all his strength. Following that, it seemed Jun Sang-hyuk could take down his opponent with a sword strike. Unfortunately, Valander quickly ducked to evade the attack. A succession of sword strikes rained down on Valander, and a powerful blow struck his helmet. He quickly swung his blade to block it, then painfully kicked Jun Sang-hyuk in the stomach. The attack sent him flying several meters and spitting blood. Enraged, Jun Sang-hyuk gripped his sword and charged. The two continued to fight with no winner. The scene was extremely brutal, and the tiled floor was shattered from the fight. Both sides were at a stalemate, not giving an inch. Weapons clashed, gazes were like lightning, and the air was still, ready to tear the opponent to shreds at any moment. He blocked his opponent's sword and unleashed a gale of sword strikes at Sang-hyuk. With sharp eyes, he leaped high, moved as fast as lightning, got behind him, and charged straight at Valander. Following that, Jun Sang-hyuk hurriedly swung his sword at his opponent. He was completely caught off guard by the surprise attack, unable to dodge in time and getting slashed head-on, dizzy with pain. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes burned with momentum, and he seized the opportunity to launch another attack. Not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack, he quickly gained the upper hand, dashed behind him, and prepared another attack. The blow created a powerful aftershock, like a halo illuminating the entire room. Without stopping, the two rushed at each other again and fought. Jun Sang-hyuk looked at his opponent in annoyance and assessed, "He's gotten stronger than before." Valander was similarly extremely surprised by his opponent's strength and thought to himself, "No, he's continuously getting stronger." The two paused for a moment and looked at each other. Valander, panting heavily, boasted, "I practice my swordsmanship every day to get out of this dungeon." Jun Sang-hyuk did not back down and began to speak. "I failed, but I learned how to tear through space." Saying so, he raised his scepter high to summon his power. At the same time, Valander shouted, "A hero will let me rest." His sword struck the ground, creating a long streak of light. It seemed to tear the air, and shards of space like broken glass flew straight at Jun Sang-hyuk. He was extremely shocked to see his opponent using a space-tearing technique, and couldn't believe the sight before him. He sneered coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Do you think I did nothing while I was waiting?" Saying so, Jun Sang-hyuk gripped his sword tightly and swung it downwards, summoning a destructive attack and shouting fiercely at his opponent, "You're not the only one who's been working hard." The attack flew toward the opponent's space-tearing slash. The two ultimate moves collided, and the space was instantly shattered by the clash of titans. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed, and the brilliant light of the blast tore through the darkness. The castle collapsed in the blink of an eye, and rocks and dirt flew. The scene was extremely chaotic, and the prison now looked desolate. The room where the fierce battle had just taken place was obscured by thick dust and dirt. Broken bricks and stones littered the floor, and the surrounding space was as grim as a battlefield. From within the smoke, someone's dark figure slowly emerged. The grating sound of sharp metal hitting the floor echoed. In the chaos, Jun Sang-hyuk leaned on his weapon and slowly got to his feet. His whole body ached, and blood poured from his forehead like a waterfall, making his face noticeably pale. Now, Jun Sang-hyuk could only struggle to catch his breath. From a distance, Valander's figure faintly appeared. He was as majestic as a warrior advancing through the ruins. His body was also covered in just as many wounds as Jun Sang-hyuk's. Unable to stand for long, he began to feel dizzy, and his body started to sway. Then, with a thud, Valander's entire body collapsed to the floor. He let out a groan. The fight seemed to have drained much of Valander's strength. Seeing the sight before him, Jun Sang-hyuk's heart softened, and he made a suggestion, calling his name. In a soft and calm voice he asked, "How about we leave this prison together? Aren't you curious about the outside world?" He tried to persuade him. "The outside world is much more interesting than this place." Listening to Jun Sang-hyuk, Valander sighed in annoyance. "Don't you already know the answer?" Valander's voice echoed weakly, and he resolutely stood up, raising his sword. "That's it. Hero, prepare yourself." Jun Sang-hyuk's face was stained with blood, and he looked helplessly at his opponent. The sound of his sword scraping against the floor tiles was heard, and the flame within Jun Sang-hyuk's body burned more fiercely than ever. His eyes were filled with will, and he raised his sword to accept the challenge, growling, "Prepare yourself. If you really want to die, I'll grant your wish, you bastard." Valander laughed out loud. His spirits lifted. "Ha ha, good, how refreshing." As soon as he finished speaking, the two clashed again. The eyes of Jun Sang-hyuk and Valander were filled with determination. Both were too proud to yield to their opponent. Their fists were aimed at each other, and the dark sky seemed to have had all its life sucked out. The light from their fists brightly illuminated the entire chaotic scene. The destructive power of this attack was immense. As the two attacks intersected, a dazzling spark exploded, turning the prison building into a pile of ruins. Both sides rushed at each other simultaneously. Their weapons clashed, creating a powerful aura. Valander was filled with killing intent, his eyes brimming with the determination to defeat his mortal enemy. Jun Sang-hyuk did not back down either. He gritted his teeth and attacked with all his might. At this moment, their swords scraped hard against each other, making an extremely grating sound. The two faced off, exploding with energy, and the surrounding earth and stones were also thrown into chaos. As both sides clashed fiercely, their energy flow illuminated the entire area. The flame that had been burning in Valander's eyes gradually subsided. He opened his mouth. "I can finally leave this place." At his words, Jun Sang-hyuk, who was bleeding profusely, couldn't help but be surprised. Then Valander looked at his opponent and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you, hero." Jun Sang-hyuk was very surprised by his strange behavior and immediately shouted loudly, Hey, wait." At this moment, Valander slowly loosened his grip and dropped his weapon right in front of the opponent he had always wanted to defeat. Jun Sang-hyuk, flustered, growled and called out to Valander. But he just looked at him with an incomprehensible expression, saying nothing. In the blink of an eye, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred, shaking the castle violently, and the roof also collapsed from the force. A moment later, only desolation remained in the scene. The castle had numerous cracks, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. The wind still howled, blowing dust and dirt from all directions. Jun Sang-hyuk stood rooted in one spot, facing the wind head-on. A look of bewilderment was evident on his face. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. After a moment, Jun Sang-hyuk quietly lowered the sword in his hand. The atmosphere became much grimmer now. Opposite him, Valander lay unconscious on the ground, his body slowly disappearing into the air. Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't hold back and reproached him. "You crazy bastard, do you think this is fun?" In the blink of an eye, Valander turned into a stone. Jun Sang-hyuk was drawn to the strange object and couldn't help but be curious. The stone in front of him was Valander's heart, and it looked very solid, just like his main body. After picking it up, Jun Sang-hyuk unconsciously channeled his energy into it and began to summon the Death Knight, Valander von Graus. He was very surprised. "A summon? Am I summoning him?" But Jun Sang-hyuk was still worried about his opponent. "Is he still conscious?" Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and spoke, drawing his attention. To have Valander Grouse as a subordinate impressive. When Jun Sang-hyuk turned around, he only saw a black shadow mixed in with the thick dust and dirt. He asked in a tired voice, "Who are you?" A bushy beard and a gentle smile were slowly revealed then. The man introduced himself with the short name Abyss, and he nonchalantly added, "You could say I'm the one who created this place." Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. He asked curiously, "This place? You mean you created the ancient underground prison?" Abyss smiled and asserted, "Haha, yes, that's right." Then he added an explanation. "To be precise, I placed the dungeon on my back." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment, then got straight to the point, "Are you a god?" But contrary to his guess, Abyss quickly denied that identity. "Ha ha ha, no, how could an ordinary person like me be a god?" He continued with a gentle smile like a Buddha. "Thank you for solving these problems. Your actions were impressive." Jun Sang-hyuk asked curiously, "If you were able to imprison them, why didn't you solve it yourself?" Hearing that, Abyss answered simply, "Who knows?" He pointed to the place where he could control everything instead of his body and said, and Abyss asserted, "I prefer to use my head." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk fell silent in thought. Suddenly Abyss spoke first. "By the way, I have a question." Then he got straight to the point. "What did you do to Violetta? If she were dead, her remains should be around here." Outside the castle it was still desolate, with dust and dirt flying everywhere, creating an indescribable sense of loneliness. Jun Sang-hyuk asked back warily, "Why should I tell you?" Abyss waved his hand and said calmly, "Well, you don't have to answer my question. I have a rough idea anyway." Then he continued, "I can sense the presence of the Vampire Queen on you." Seeing that Abyss saw right through him, Jun Sang-hyuk kept his mouth shut and said nothing. At his opponent's attitude, he pointed out, "You made a mistake." Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but ask back, "A mistake? What did I do wrong?" Abyss asked him a question. "Didn't you know Violetta is a sinner?" Jun Sang-hyuk was very confused. "Hasn't she been trapped here for a very long time, paying for her sins?" Abyss crouched down, picked up a stone and answered, That's for me to decide." He looked at the masked monarch standing before him and then added a remark completely unrelated to the matter. Abyss added, "I'll give you one last warning." And he glanced at Jun Sang-hyuk with the stone in his hand, then growled and demanded, "Bring Violetta here right now." Jun Sang-hyuk still stared intently at his opponent, as if trying to see through the person in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. "What if I refuse?" At his uncooperative attitude, Abyss stated flatly, "You're making everything more complicated." Inside the castle that was about to collapse, he added, "This place was created for 4 sinners and their subordinates, but one of the 4 sinners has escaped." Looking at the masked monarch before him, he asserted that sinner must return. Otherwise, someone else will have to take that sinner's place. Hearing that tone, Jun Sang-hyuk guessed and said, "Are you implying me?" Abyss smiled an incomprehensible smile again and answered, "Well, that's up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a spell, levitating the surrounding earth and stones into the air in a strange stream of light. Faced with this, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't help but be surprised, wondering what Abyss was trying to do. Just 1 second later, the pile of earth shot up high at the speed of light. To Jun Sang-hyuk's astonishment, the entire castle shook violently. Everything seemed about to collapse. Standing in that situation, he was very surprised, a look of incomprehension evident on his face, and then Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space returned to its original form. It was an ancient but magnificent castle. At this time, Abyss stood opposite him and opened his mouth. "You reap what you sow," he said firmly. "Your actions will have consequences." In front of Jun Sang-hyuk's bewildered face, he reminded him, "Take your time and think carefully." Abyss added the final words, "about which choice will be good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. He left, leaving Jun Sang-hyuk stunned. Now he couldn't speak and could only silently sink into complex thoughts. At the same time, in the military camp in the land of monsters, everyone was gathered. Everyone was happily toasting and talking boisterously. People excitedly talked about their heroic achievements as if they were long-lost friends. At this time, a person approached and asked, "Is there something to celebrate today?" The knight stated clearly, "Today is the annual masked festival." Seeing that he was still puzzled, they explained. At first it was to commemorate the comrades who died in the world of eternity, but since all those comrades are alive, it's no longer necessary. So we just gather to remember the past. At the same time, 3 ferocious men suddenly approached and said loudly, "Nonsense." They sneered arrogantly and said, "It's all meaningless. All of you are just freeloading off the masked monarch." Hearing that, the people's anger exploded. "What is this bastard saying? Is he crazy?" Not stopping there, the ferocious bald man threw his beer mug straight at the person who had insulted him. The mug hit his head hard and immediately shattered, to the horror of his comrades. The bald man, now very drunk, laughed loudly. "HMPH, without him, you're nothing." The other comrades' anger immediately exploded and they shouted loudly, "You crazy bastard." The three ferocious men were no pushovers either. They immediately rushed in with killing intent, opened their mouths wide and shouted, "Kill them all." Thus the two sides immediately clashed, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd. At this time the bald man threw a powerful punch, making the blond young man grit his teeth in pain. Hearing the shouts of the people, the captain came out to see the situation. What he saw was the chaotic scene before him. In the magnificent castle in the land of monsters, Baekjung's voice echoed. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful." Jun Sang-hyuk quickly cut him off. "That's enough. Why are you apologizing to me? It's their fault for not managing their own group properly." Hearing such sarcastic words, the captain on the other side immediately opened his mouth. "I'm sorry." Their faces were all trembling in fear at Jun Sang-hyuk's angry attitude. Now he asked loudly, laying blame, "Do you think the masked mercenary group is receiving special treatment?" The captain immediately answered, "No, sir." Hearing that, he continued to scold him loudly. "No, isn't it clear their treatment is different from your guild?" And Jun Sang-hyuk glared and continued, "But is there a problem? Don't you know this number of people is enough to handle them?" Then he added forcefully, "The masked mercenary group risked their lives in another world under my command. Isn't it only natural to give what I have to those who showed trust and risked their lives?" In the face of his anger, the manager could only bow his head worriedly and say nothing. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk gave a direct order, "Kick out all those who caused the disturbance," and he glared and continued in annoyance, "And tell the rest of your guild, the masked mercenary group is different from your guild." The people on the other side were very frightened to hear that. They didn't dare to argue with or further anger Jun Sang-hyuk and immediately said, "Yes, in the land of monsters, east of Blood Castle, only the wind blew across the desolate land. Ferocious monsters, baring their hideous teeth and with glaring eyes, charged straight ahead with a few roars that echoed through the mountains and forests. The masked mercenary group did not back down either, bravely charging forward to defeat the evil monsters. Now the entire desert area had become a melee between humans and monsters. As everyone was fighting steadfastly against the ferocious monsters, one member's attention was suddenly caught by something. He looked into the distance and saw a cave emitting a mysterious purple light. Unable to help but wonder what was in this place, the masked mercenary approached to take a look. As soon as he entered the cave, he was so astonished he was at a loss for words. Before the masked mercenary's eyes, an area filled with purple sparkling gems unfolded. "What on earth is this place?" he asked himself. After looking around, he felt that the mana concentration here was high. Moreover, seeing the stones in front of him, he became even more certain that they were what was known as mana stones in the world of eternity. Inside the cave, Jun Sang-hyuk was walking with Baekjung and a female monster dressed all in red. He opened his mouth and asked, "Has everyone heard of the Chawood mine?" The female monster asked back in surprise. "The Chawood mine," he added an explanation. "Most players come here to do side jobs. This mine is richer in resources than the quarries of the Kingdom of Britain." Then he continued, "Besides, not only are there mana stones here, but also magic charms and elemental ores used for magic research." Hearing that, the female monster's face was filled with curiosity. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and asked, So does that mean this is a good place?" Jun Sang-hyuk asserted, That's right." Then he gave an order. "We need to start mining operations, so bring a lot of people and deploy them." Baekjung immediately followed the order. "Understood." At this time, a nameless city in the eastern region of the land of monsters had become a desolate pile of ruins. The buildings had all collapsed and were scattered messily on the ground. Dust and dirt flew everywhere, and there were no signs of life at all. Jun Sang-hyuk, a female monster, and Morena were walking and talking. "What's the deal with the King of the East?" the girl answered immediately. "I've never fought him directly, but he's definitely stronger than me and Gun-X." But Morena only paid attention to Jun Sang-hyuk's outfit. She opened her mouth and asked, "By the way, why aren't you wearing the Dragon Lord outfit?" Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk winced and answered, "That outfit needs to be repaired. I left it with Cheon Woo-hung for repairs." Morena, still quite suspicious, asked back, "Repairs?" Jun Sang-hyuk recalled the previous terrible scene and answered, He cursed me out a lot when I gave it to him. The image of Qian Wu cursing like crazy vividly came to mind. Hey you bastard, I'm super busy. Do you know how long it takes to fix this? Suddenly, a roar drew the attention of the three. Looking in the direction of the sound, they noticed a ferocious monster flying high in the sky. On top of the monster was a dark-skinned blonde young man. The people below immediately recognized him as Tech. The monster's gazes were drawn to the sudden sound. In that moment, arrows glowing with blue light flew toward them. The one behind the attack was Jun Sang-hyuk. He drew his bow with all his might to fell his opponent. After successfully taking one down, he smiled in satisfaction. His two companions behind him broke into a cold sweat, thinking that being with this guy always invited trouble. Sure enough, a barrage of roars drew Jun Sang-hyuk's attention. When he looked, he saw that the monsters from before had brought their entire clan. Jun Sang-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, "The rest of them are here." And then, he immediately took his stance, grinning with excitement as he drew his bow. "Time for a warm-up," he said. Sang-hyuk's expedition set off again. It was a strange sight. A convoy of dozens of trucks in 2 columns flanked by people on motorcycles. At the head of the convoy were the white car Sang-hyuk was in and 2 other motorcycles. The person driving the white car was Baekjung. He looked back and reported, "Masked Monarch, we've arrived. The area seems larger than expected." Sang-hyuk was also quite surprised. Before them was a massive fortress surrounded by high walls. The high walls made it look like a closed-off kingdom. He said, "I guess they had no choice if they wanted to survive the monsters. This is the heart of the land of monsters." Inside the fortress, a man approached a large warehouse and shouted, "Chief, come and take a look." The man who seemed to be the leader here asked, "What is it?" The young man, who had just returned from scouting, lifted the cloth covering the door and reported, "There are people outside." "People?" the young man confirmed. "Yes, they came in dozens of cars," the man said nonchalantly. "Really?" He quietly loaded bullets into the gun in his hand. Sang-hyuk's expedition arrived in front of the closed fortress gate. He got out of the car. A moment later, the gate opened and the man from before came out with 2 of his subordinates. The 2 subordinates held their guns tightly for security. The man spoke, "You're the masked one. It's an honor to meet you." He introduced himself. "Welcome. I am Myung-chun, the person in charge of this fortress." "I am Myung-chun, the leader of the fortress." Sang-hyuk also introduced himself. "Hello, I am the Masked Monarch." "Masked Monarch? That's quite a unique name," Myung-chun asked. "Where are you from?" he answered. "We are an expedition team from Korea." "Korea? What brings you here?" Sang-hyuk did not hide it. "We came to clear this place out." Myung-chun was puzzled. "What do you mean, clear out?" Sang-hyuk explained. "To be precise, we are an army dispatched to deal with all the monsters. We've already taken care of the southern region here." Hearing that, Myung-chun was extremely surprised. What?" he asked Sang-hyuk again. "What do you mean taken care of?" Annoyed by Myung-chun's wariness, which seemed to be stalling for time, Sang-hyuk hesitated slightly. He made a suggestion. This seems like it will be a long conversation. May we continue this inside?" He wanted to test if Myung-chun would agree to this request. Though initially surprised, Myung-chun fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. It seemed he thought Sang-hyuk, who had brought so many people, was unlikely to deceive him. Myung-chun agreed. "All right." Before Sang-hyuk could be pleased that it had worked, Myung-chun continued, "But only you may enter." Sang-hyuk was at a loss for words. Over 100 people had to wait outside. Isn't this man being overly cautious? But Sang-hyuk had no choice but to comply. Understood. Inside the fortress, the state of the houses and the people was utterly miserable. People were bustling about cleaning up what remained. Otherwise they just sat there, staring blankly at the entering Sang-hyuk with tired, hungry, and powerless eyes. At their blatant, curious stares, he also took notice of them. Watching the suffering people, Sang-hyuk fell far behind Myung-chun, and Myung-chun had to turn around and shout, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and follow me." A moment later, they returned to the warehouse from before. Sang-hyuk asked, "How many survivors are here?" Myung-chun slowly struck a match, lit the cigarette in his mouth, and exhaled smoke as he answered. "The number of people here decreases by the day. At first there were about 50,000. Now only half remain." Sang-hyuk sat down in a chair. "What's the combat situation like?" Myung-chun exhaled smoke and recalled the fortress's situation. "As time has passed, the situation has gotten better than before." He talked about when the monsters first appeared. "It was like hell back then. Our weapons didn't work, all we could do was run." Hearing that, Sang-hyuk had been eyeing Myung-chun's pistol since earlier. It meant the weapons they had were too few and too shabby. He remarked with admiration, "It's impressive that you've survived this long with an arsenal like that." Myung-chun denied it. No, if our combat power was lacking, how could we have survived this long? As Sang-hyuk was lost in thought, Myung-chun placed his gun, the silver pistol he had loaded earlier, on the table. Sang-hyuk looked at it and said, "It doesn't look any different from an ordinary gun." Myung-chun said as he removed the magazine, "You'll change your mind when you see what's inside." He took out a bullet and showed it to him. Sang-hyuk noticed. It was an ordinary-looking bullet, but at its base was an engraved runic character. The character emitted a blue light. Myung-chun said, "A lot of items dropped from the monsters' corpses. Thanks to the doctor inscribing characters from some weapons onto these bullets, killing monsters has become easier than before. Indeed, thanks to these inscribed characters, even ordinary bullets could now pierce the flesh of monsters." Sang-hyuk held the bullet and fell into thought. How can an ordinary person inscribe runes? They don't know anything about the world of eternity. He asked, "May I ask for the doctor's name?" Myung-chun still had the cigarette in his mouth. "It's Dr. Yu Yong-ho. I don't know if he's famous in Korea, but he's quite a well-known figure in our country." Then one day a pillar of light appeared from the sky. "The people hit by that light gained new powers, and I was one of them." Sang-hyuk nodded. "A world event." He continued to ask, "May I know what your class is?" Unexpectedly, Myung-chun did not agree, surprising him. "No, I can't trust you yet." With a still resolute gaze, Sang-hyuk thought of a way to persuade this cautious and suspicious man. Sang-hyuk proposed a deal. "I can provide you with the resources you need. I'm talking about weapons more powerful than the guns you have now, and an abundant supply of food." A flicker of agitation was evident on Myung-chun's face. Sang-hyuk could notice that small ripple with just a glance. He raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "How about it? Does it appeal to you?" Myung-chun was silent, but as the leader of a fortress suffering losses, the answer must have already been decided. A few days later, inside the fortress, in accordance with the mutually beneficial negotiations Sang-hyuk had proposed the other day, he supplied the fortress with weapons and food from his convoy. The expedition team unloaded boxes one by one from the trucks and handed them to the fortress people. People stood in long lines to receive boxes of food. Smiles returned to the children's faces as they hugged boxes of delicious cookies and milk. Not just the children, but everyone in the fortress smiled happily as they tasted cookies and food again. A man in a doctor's gown with long hair and glasses, presumably Dr. Yu Yong-ho, was stroking his chin and examining the boxes of exchanged weapons. Looking at the gleaming swords, he said, "These items are quite interesting." He turned and asked, "Did you make these?" The blond man answered, "Yes, to be precise. There's a person who makes the weapons and a person who uses magic separately." He was puzzled. "Magic?" he said, taking out the bullet he had inscribed. "Using magic, you say? Do you mean this?" The blond man took it and examined it closely. It looked similar to a rune, and agreed. "That's right, this is precisely a rune." He asked, "Who did you learn this from?" Yong-ho answered. "Learn? I just researched it to survive." And said, "You used runes without knowing anything about them. May I ask your name?" He answered, "Of course." He laughed cheerfully. "I am Dr. Yu Yong-ho." The blond young man had many questions and asked hesitantly, "Could we talk for a bit? I have a lot to ask you." "Ha-ha," he agreed. "Follow me. I have warm water in my lab." "Water? Ha-ha, that sounds great." Meanwhile, after receiving the food supplies, the residents were undergoing physical training under Sang-min's command. Each of them held a wooden staff in their hands. Sang-min diligently instructed them. Sang-hyuk and Myung-chun watched from behind, observing all the major and minor activities that had been happening in the fortress since morning. He said to Myung-chun, "Now that they've learned the basics, they'll be stronger when the training is over. The fortress will be reinforced and the monsters won't be able to invade." Myung-chun looked at him silently, then opened his mouth. "Thank you, you are our savior," Sang-hyuk said nonchalantly. "It's nothing, we're just spreading knowledge." "Haha, is that so?" Myung-chun brought up the question from the day of their negotiation. "You asked about my class last time." "Ah, that's right," Myung-chun finally answered Sang-hyuk. "My class is Lord." Sang-hyuk didn't understand. "Lord? There's no Lord class in the world of eternity." Judging by the name, it seems similar to a royal who rules over a region. He asked, "What kind of class is the Lord class?" Myung-chun explained. "I can declare a territory for war, and of course I made this fortress my territory." "Does the territory make a difference?" he continued. "We gain some resistance to monster invasions. Most importantly, food production increases, and the residents' morale, attack power, and defense power also go up. I can also collect taxes from them." Sang-hyuk was puzzled. "Taxes? The tax means that when the residents hunt monsters, a certain percentage of the experience points goes to the Lord. In other words, the Lord's growth speed is faster than other classes. Hearing the explanation, Sang-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. The Lord's growth speed is faster than other classes? The two said no more. But Myung-chun suddenly spoke up. I have a question. When the cleanup you mentioned is over, what impact will it have on us? Sang-hyuk replied, we will support you as much as you want. You can rename it as a new country, or you can claim ownership of this land and remain here. Sang-hyuk's words always sounded somewhat unrealistic to Myung-chun, but he answered coolly with a hint of disbelief. Not bad, but Myung-chun asked, you wouldn't do all this for nothing, would you? What is it you want? Sang-hyuk didn't ask for much. It's simple. All I ask is that you maintain a good relationship with us. Myung-chun was stunned. What? Sang-hyuk was offering so much, yet all he asked for was to maintain a good relationship. At those words, Myung-chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, I didn't think there was anyone who'd say something like that in this day and age. Myung-chun finally smiled. All right, if you need help, contact me anytime. I will help you. As if he had been waiting for those words, Sang-hyuk said, then shall we begin? Myung-chun's face seemed to say, why are we starting so quickly? Sang-hyuk looked up at the high walls of the fortress. Our final goal is the King of the North. After that, Sang-hyuk's expedition and the remaining people of Myung-chun's fortress set out together. For the journey north, they chose to walk instead of taking cars. The reason was simple: to let the locals get used to using items and gain practical experience in survival and combat skills. The only problem was that it took a lot of time. After receiving Sang-hyuk's help, the people of the fortress were much more energetic than on the day he first met them. In the evening, they set up tents and rested. Myung-chun said, the way you set up camp is different from ours, Sang-hyuk told him. This way is better for preparing against monster ambushes, he urged him. Rest today. You won't have time to rest once we reach Jakin's territory. Understood, I'll see you tomorrow then. The next morning, the group continued north. Along the way, the locals diligently learned how to fight against monsters. Myung-chun prepared a skill from the rear. Myung-chun immediately used temporary territory declaration, and the monsters suddenly felt the ground shake and something change. The locals continued to charge and wipe them out. Sang-hyuk watched the scene. So temporary territory declaration weakens monsters by using a territory declaration. Is this how the Lord class works? A loud noise from a distance drew his attention. Baekjung came running in a hurry. Masked Monarch, did you hear that? He nodded. 2 o'clock direction, about 2 kilometers from us. He quickly gave an order. The injured will be treated here. The rest follow me. Understood. A moment later, Sang-hyuk led a small expedition team and ran in the direction of the sound. Thousands of arrows rained down on them from the sky, but they all dodged them flexibly as if dancing. He looked back and said, it's the dark forest. Ranged attackers, climb the trees and find the enemy. The rest will support them. Everyone immediately followed the order. As soon as the ranged attackers jumped up, they saw figures in gray cloaks standing on the tree branches shooting arrows. There they are. Ho Seong immediately used magic arrows, and the arrows instantly covered almost the entire forest. On the ground, a pack of ferocious wolf monsters appeared from somewhere and attacked the group below, and they immediately counterattacked. The sound of a roar from the side drew their attention. A corrupted giant tree extended its sharp hands and attacked. The expedition team fought back with all their might while running. Sang-hyuk watched all the monsters that appeared from above. He thought to himself, from the dark forest to the elves, why are the guards here? Are they protecting something in this forest? The expedition team was still struggling to take down the giant tree. Someone from behind called out loudly, Masked Monarch, come and see this. Sang-hyuk jumped down from the branches and followed him. When he arrived, Sang-hyuk blankly took off his mask. It was a forest full of trees bearing red fruit. This place is... A person held up a fruit and reported to him. It looks like a small fruit, but it contains a powerful sacred energy. Sang-hyuk asked, sacred energy? How does it work? Michael was not very wary. A fruit with sacred energy. It won't kill me to eat it, right? He cheerfully picked one of the fruits and took a bite. Wait, hold on. Sang-hyuk didn't have time to stop him. As soon as he took a bite, Michael suddenly felt a change in his body. He said excitedly to Sang-hyuk, what is this? My body is overflowing with energy. He asked suspiciously, what did you say? Michael said, we need to pick more of this fruit. It has an effect like an elixir. I think we can make a lot of items with this. Michael tossed a fruit to Sang-hyuk. Hey, have a taste. Sang-hyuk broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the large red guava-like fruit in his hand. He didn't have the courage to eat just anything like Michael did. Deep in the forest, a pack of red-eyed monsters was watching the largest monster. A creature that looked like their leader with large spikes on its back was greedily devouring the red fruit the expedition had just found. Pieces of the fruit were scattered messily on the ground. The monster was panting heavily, and its strength and spirit seemed to surge as it felt the rich energy it had just absorbed. When it roared, the sound echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Perhaps this was the reason the monsters were so desperately protecting and defending this place. They were trying to protect their source of power. On another side, a knight in black armor holding a spear and riding a horse was single-handedly and neatly dealing with a pack of monsters. The expedition members could only watch idly at that overwhelming power. It was no joke. He was handling the monsters all by himself. He would have managed even without us. We were lucky. A young man noticed a sound coming from the adjacent forest. The noise was getting louder and louder. A troop of goblin monsters was rushing in. Some of them held clubs studded with sharp spikes, but this pack was somehow different. All their eyes were burning red. It seemed they had eaten that mysterious fruit. The expedition team immediately got into a battle stance. "Damn it, the orcs are coming. Everyone get ready to kill them all." The two sides charged at each other. Another melee broke out. A goblin monster with a single large eye in the middle of its face stood on a cliff watching the battle below. It glared with its red eye, scanning from side to side, and turned and disappeared into the forest. Below, the expedition team and the locals were still fighting the monsters with all their might. After a while, the land became quiet again. The corpses of giant monsters littered the ground, and the bodies of fallen tree monsters were also scattered about. It seemed there were no casualties in their group. One monster was still groaning, barely breathing. I am Myung-chun. Without hesitation, shot it once in the head. He turned and asked Baekjung, "The weak ones have been dealt with, but has Jakan appeared yet?" Baekjung thought the Orc King wouldn't run away. Jun Sang-hyuk returned from the dark forest leading a small group. He didn't think so. No, they might have run away if they ate this fruit. Jun Sang-hyuk held out the red fruit he had found in the forest. Baekjung countered, "Sacred power and monsters are incompatible, so it wouldn't have any effect." Jun Sang-hyuk asked, "Have you heard the saying, fight poison with poison?" "Fight poison with poison?" Jun Sang-hyuk continued. "The reason everyone believes that is because when opposites meet, both sides are harmed, but sometimes, through an unknown process, they can create a synergistic effect." Baekjung asked back. "A synergistic effect," Jun Sang-hyuk said, "for example, like improving their stamina and intelligence." Hearing that, Baekjung realized. "In that case," Jun Sang-hyuk said with certainty, "it's just as I thought. They must have run away. That's the wisest decision." And so the battle in the north ended and the leader Jakan fled. The expedition team and the locals returned to the fortress. People from both sides lined up facing each other to say their goodbyes. I Am Myung-chun spoke up. "I heard you received ownership of the land of monsters as a reward for the cleanup operation." "That's right," he laughed. "In that case, Masked Monarch, you are the king of our country and I am the lord of a small fiefdom." Jun Sang-hyuk also burst out laughing. "Haha, so? I Am Myung-chun extended his hand to him. "Then farewell." The Masked Monarch, Jun Sang-hyuk, looked at him. All the initial wariness had disappeared and only trust and recognition remained. He responded in kind. Shaking I Am Myung-chun's hand, he said, "I look forward to working with you." 3 months after the masked unit began its exploration of the land of monsters, Jun Sang-hyuk officially declared the expedition's end. Back in his own fortress, Jun Sang-hyuk was having tea with a blonde woman. She congratulated him. "Congratulations on the successful expedition." He stretched and said, "The expedition ended earlier than expected. I'm not sure if we should throw a celebration party." She stirred her teacup and said, "That's because the Masked Monarch is so strong. What's your next plan?" Jun Sang-hyuk had already planned out his next journey. "First, I'm going to introduce a medieval feudal system in the land of monsters," the woman asked. "A medieval feudal system, you mean with landlords and lords?" "Exactly. It's too tiring to handle the land of monsters by myself." He explained the process in more detail. "First, I will place 5 areas under my direct control and turn the other 8 into fiefdoms to be distributed to other players." The woman fell into thought. If you want to do that, how will you distribute them?" he replied. "First, I'll give some fiefdoms to the guilds that supported the expedition and the rest will be put up for auction." "An auction?" Jun Sang-hyuk smiled confidently. "Not only for the territory, but companies looking for business opportunities will also participate in the auction." The scene shifts to the Blue House. The president of South Korea said with a bright smile, "Congratulations on the successful expedition. I received the report on the expedition, and your way of managing the land of monsters is quite interesting. Jun Sang-hyuk said modestly. Ha, thank you for the compliment, the president asked. Have you decided on a name for the country? Jun Sang-hyuk proudly revealed, I'm thinking of calling it the Land of the Masked. Land of the Masked, that's a good name, he said. But there is one problem. More than 10 countries will be involved in managing the territory. You know that each country has its own military, right? Jun Sang-hyuk hesitated. I've considered that. It seems so, the president said readily. If you need support, we will gladly help. We'll dispatch over 200,000 out of our more than 600,000 Korean troops. Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk straightened his posture. He leaned forward slightly and asked, Then who will command them? The president replied. All commands will be under the masked monarch's control. However, they have the right to refuse unreasonable orders, he asked. What constitutes an unreasonable order? The president said. It's unlikely to happen, but things like an order to attack South Korea or use our troops to fight another country. Things of that nature. Jun Sang-hyuk understood. I understand. I'll contact you after reviewing it. As he got up to leave, the president cut in. Just a moment, I have one more thing to say before you go. Jun Sang-hyuk waited, puzzled. A moment later, he returned to his castle, to the basement of Yi Qianwu's workshop. Everyone was intently looking at a bottle of blue liquid on the table. Yi Qianwu asked, What is this? It's a material extracted from the blood essence you gave us, Michael added. It's only a small amount, but it contains over 90 of the fuel energy, as much as 90. Yi Qianwu experimented with it right away. He lifted a wooden sword. If you enchant it with this extract, you'll be able to get what you want. But Yi Qianwu had to ask Jun Sang-hyuk again. But first I have to ask, do you really trust me enough to entrust this to me? Jun Sang-hyuk said gently. Who would I trust if not you, Hung? He urged. I won't blame you even if the upgrade fails, so take your time. Hearing that, Yi Qianwu laughed out loud. Haha, you brat. Yi Qianwu was completely excited. All right, did you think about the consequences before you made that promise? I'll just give it my all. Now everyone sit down and watch. Yi Qianwu raised his hammer and struck. I'm going to create the greatest masterpiece of my life. From behind, everyone watched Yi Qianwu with expectations for their future. 6 hours passed, but Yi Qianwu was still striving to create the best weapon in history. The two people who came with Jun Sang-hyuk grew increasingly impatient. Jun Sang-hyuk was still watching quietly. The day ended and it became completely dark. The other two had dozed off 8 times from waiting so long, but the weapon was not yet complete. Jun Sang-hyuk had been watching Yi Qianwu seriously from the very beginning. As Yi Qianwu raised his hammer and struck with all his might, a powerful wave of force erupted, making it impossible for Jun Sang-hyuk and the other two to stand. The completed weapon was a myth-grade holy sword with a physical attack of 2500-3500 and a sacred power attack of 2000-3000. The equipment restrictions were strength 1000, agility 1000, and stamina 1000. The equipment effect included a 70 reduction in cooldown for all skills. The available special skills were Poem of Ending, Stillness in Motion, Book of Ruin, and Curse of the End. Special effects were as follows. Adds 70 of Sacred Power to basic attacks. Adds 40 of the 4 major elements to basic attack power. Increases agility by 600 and stamina by 600. Jun Sang-hyuk held the holy sword in his hand with a satisfied expression. When he turned to thank Yi Qianwu, he was already collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth. He had done his job very well. At this time, a crowd was murmuring as they looked at the achievement score leaderboard. Everyone's eyes widened at the score the masked one had obtained. Speak of the devil. Jun Sang-hyuk walked confidently, receiving the admiration of hundreds of people. He approached where the Goblin King was sitting. The Goblin King was very satisfied with Jun Sang-hyuk's talent and skill, and said he would grant any wish he wanted. Jun Sang-hyuk fell into thought without answering. His mind was filled with thoughts of other dimensions. Outside the solar system, another world with an extremely advanced civilization and intelligence. Jun Sang-hyuk believed it existed. Otherwise, it would be illogical for millions of people to disappear to another world and then return to their original one. After thinking for a moment, Jun Sang-hyuk replied curtly, I don't need it, greatly surprising the Goblin King. He even sarcastically said that if he had time for such useless things, he should go brush his smelly teeth. The other people standing nearby couldn't hold back their laughter, and the Goblin King was very displeased. He pointed at Jun Sung-hyuk in displeasure and threatened, "You won't stay in the position of the greatest warrior for long. I may just be a goblin with no special power, but those of higher ranks have much greater power. You'd better watch your mouth." Jun Sang-hyuk paid no attention to the Goblin King's words. He feared nothing to begin with, and when he looked at the Goblin King with eyes full of killing intent and confidence, even he was at a loss for words. "I'll take care of them all at once," Jun Sang-hyuk said. He also exposed the goblin, as long as he was still monitoring and controlling this tower. It meant he was benefiting in some way. Those like the Goblin King never make a losing deal. The Goblin King countered that just as he monitors the infinite tower and helps players, he could also help the monsters, so it would be better not to anger him. Jun Sang-hyuk asked about the score he got today. The Goblin King thought for a moment, and then his jaw dropped in astonishment at Jun Sang-hyuk's score of 24.7 billion points. Now with a total of 350 billion points, Jun Sang-hyuk confidently demanded the holy relic of Jae, saying he would take it and leave. The next day, 5 fiefdoms would be put up for auction today. Currently, the land of the masked is rich in resources to develop, from undiscovered rare ores to unrecorded monsters. The original plan was for only Korean companies to participate in the development of the land of the masked, but since the land was larger than expected, the king decided to share this opportunity with other global companies. The bidding price depends on the bidding objective. Those who want ownership must offer the highest price. Those who want to participate in development must offer the lowest price. At this time, Jae was on stage conducting the auction, starting with the first territory, the eastern region. Jun Sang-hyuk was elsewhere, admiring the myth-grade holy relic of Jae. The holy relic's physical attack was 500 to 700, and magic attack was 300 to 500. Physical defense and magic defense were 500 and 700 respectively. The equipment effect included a 20 reduction in cooldown for all skills. It allowed the use of special skills like Blessing of Jae, Armor of the Earth, and Boundary of Twilight. The special effects were a 5 increase in all stats, a 5 increase in all elemental defense, and a 5 increase in all elemental resistance. Considering all this, the holy relic of Jae might even surpass the Dragon Lord set. Lilith reminded Jun Sang-hyuk that the auction had started, but Jun Sang-hyuk now had a new item in his hand, so he wanted to test it right away. In the Ancient Abyss, Jun Sang-hyuk was testing the 2 items he had just received. The Holy Sword and the Holy Relic of Jae both were powerful items. With them in his hands, fighting was now a piece of cake for Jun Sang-hyuk. With just a light brush, a group of monsters disappeared like smoke. Just then, the mysterious man with the bushy beard Abyss was watching Jun Sang-hyuk on a large screen. The day the barrier between Tartarus and the outside world disappears will be the day Jun Sang-hyuk and that man meet again. Jae was talking with the monarch about the currently very urgent issue of the medical center. There was a rumor that the medical center could cure any disease. Since the situation is very serious now, they would have to pin their hopes on the sacred fruit from before. If that works, humanity's disease problem will be solved without relying solely on the medical center. At this time, an announcement echoed to the players. A balance patch will now begin. After the patch, dungeon monsters in high-level hunting grounds will be named, and bosses will be upgraded to a higher difficulty. This made the monarch a bit confused. Jae wondered if this might be aimed at the monarch, but the monarch immediately denied it. It wasn't logical at all for the world of eternity to be reconnected just because of him alone. But currently, the monarch was monopolizing most of the high-level hunting grounds and monsters. Perhaps this was a new opportunity. The monarch thought for a moment. Could it be because of what happened with the Goblin King in the tower? If the Infinite Tower monsters receive a buff, it will take longer to complete the Jae set. Jae pointed out that since the monarch had conquered the high-level hunting grounds and dungeons, the real problem lay in the places that had not yet been created. If new hunting grounds appear after the balance patch, it would be difficult to conquer them even with the monarch's current power. And as Jae said, in the worst-case scenario, if this patch was intended to hinder the monarch, it meant that conquering the game would become more difficult from now on. And the underwater kingdom of Ines and the sky island of Brahim had not even appeared yet. At this time, the patch was applied. Hunting grounds and monsters affected by the patch had their item drop rates and player experience points increased. Hearing this, the monarch made a "what the hell is this" face. Meanwhile in the city, monsters were running rampant. Everywhere was in ruins, and the residents were trembling in fear. The warriors here were also very aggressive and charged to deal with the monsters, but it was obviously like hitting a rock with an egg. Far from subduing the monsters, they only succeeded in enraging them. Slaughter was now even more horrifying than before. The situation in the land of the masked was no better. Everything here was extremely chaotic. The battle between humans and monsters raged fiercely. Richard received a report that their troop losses were currently very high and they needed to retreat immediately. Suddenly, at this moment, while Richard was distracted, a monster rushed in and delivered a blow that sent him flying far away. Another knight saw this, immediately charged in, and stunned the monster with a powerful sword strike. Richard seized this opportunity, rushed in, and swung his sword a few more times, shattering it to pieces. Richard's head was wounded and bleeding at this time, and he was at a loss for words as he looked at the chaotic battle scene before him. In the ancient abyss, Jun Sang-hyuk was busy fighting knights in silver armor. He swung his sword, taking down one after another, but their numbers seemed quite large. A knight raised his sword and launched a surprise attack on Jun Sang-hyuk, but Jun Sang-hyuk easily blocked it thanks to his quick reflexes. Jun Sang-hyuk felt that the enemies here had gotten stronger, but it wasn't a problem for him. Jun Sang-hyuk jumped up, cast his sword of halo skill, performed a sword dance, and sent the knight flying. Seeing the knight lying on the ground battered, Jun Sang-hyuk let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "If just a few knights are this strong, I can't imagine how strong Valander is." At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk received a message from Baekjung. He reported that hunting and fighting monsters was now more difficult than before. This time his troops were able to control them, and they would have to send 2 teams to deal with the remaining knights. Baekjung reminded Jun Sang-hyuk not to forget to pause the hunt for a while and contact the other guilds unless he had a request. Jun Sang-hyuk's face turned slightly grim upon hearing the news. In front of him now was a boss knight on an iron horse. Jun Sang-hyuk's face was slightly flustered, but he quickly regained his composure. This time it seemed to be a tougher opponent than the last. Just then the bearded man was still observing Jun Sang-hyuk through the control panel. It seemed that he was behind all this chaos and held some deep grudge against Jun Sang-hyuk. "I promised this place would be a world of my own. I just wanted to break down the barrier between the ancient abyss and the outside world. I never wanted this to happen, the Lord of all things idea." He looked up at the screen. The monsters seemed to have taken over the entire city now. The strongest warriors had fallen, and everyone was battered. The man seemed very satisfied with this, thinking to himself, "I hope my mother will listen to this son's story." On this side, Jun Sang-hyuk finally finished the fight. His whole body was covered in blood. Looking at the knight he had just defeated, Jun Sang-hyuk was disappointed by the extremely low item drop rate. To fight until he was this battered only to get a single orb. At that moment Jun Sang-hyuk suddenly received a message from Qian Wu. He demanded that Jun Sang-hyuk come to the Twilight Workshop immediately and bring the stone he had just obtained. He had to bring it before he destroyed everything. Jun Sang-hyuk stood at the entrance of the labyrinth. He used his power to fly high up to observe everything easily. In the land of the masked, the bodies of countless monsters were strewn across the ground. Jun Sang-hyuk contacted Richard and reported that he had taken care of all the enemies in the orchard, so they would not appear here for a while. Then Jun Sang-hyuk looked down. The center of the labyrinth surprised him quite a bit. A magic circle. With that question in mind, Jun Sang-hyuk went to the Pope. He showed the Pope the strange magic circle he had drawn. The Pope looked at it and felt that it was like a sacred barrier, but he couldn't be sure since the drawing in his hand was just an illustration. However, this seemed to be a very complex type of barrier. The Pope said that sacred barriers were usually created to protect something. Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk suspected that it might be protecting the divinity contained within the sacred fruit. The Pope asked Jun Sang-hyuk to take him to that labyrinth to observe it directly, because if it fell into the hands of an evil person, the consequences would be unpredictable. In the Steel Mountain, Baekjung was fighting a golem knight. This golem was quite strong, giving Baekjung a little trouble. The two sides fought so evenly. The golem raised its scythe and swung a powerful blow to where Baekjung was. Fortunately, Baekjung dodged quickly, otherwise the battle would have been over. Unwilling to lose, Baekjung jumped up and prepared to counterattack the golem, but the enemy counterattacked faster. Fortunately, Baekjung raised his shield and blocked the attack. At this time, Baekjung recalled his previous meeting with Jun Sang-hyuk. At that time, Jun Sang-hyuk had given him something called the Indomitable Orb. At that time, Jun Sang-hyuk gave Baekjung the only one he had. He told Baekjung that if he could collect more, he should distribute them to the other members. And he didn't forget to tell Baekjung that after he had successfully practiced his skills, he would experience a new world if he came to the Steel Mountain. Back in the present, Baekjung seemed to gain strength at this time and bravely rushed forward, unleashing a fierce attack on the golem, pushing it back continuously. The soldiers watching from below all gasped in admiration. Baekjung continued to attack the golem fiercely and finally cut it in two with a final blow. The golem monster was completely defeated. Baekjung was sure that this was the new world that Jun Sang-hyuk had mentioned. Meanwhile, Jun Sang-hyuk and the Pope arrived at the sacred orchard together. The Pope looked around for a moment and said he couldn't believe the barrier here was so strong. This must have been made by combining several barriers. Jun Sang-hyuk suspected that something might be buried here. The Pope was not sure about that either. Whether it was strengthening the barrier or being protected by the barrier. It was a very strange thing, because the Pope could feel several divinities while standing in the center of the barrier. The Pope took out a pen and the paper with the magic circle drawn on it, then closed his eyes and wrote something scribbled. It turned out that he had drawn a 10-pointed star in the very center of the circle to find the hidden place. The Pope said to Jun Sang-hyuk, "Follow me a little further." Jun Sang-hyuk heard that and followed and felt the divinity gradually disappear. It was as the monarch had expected. The Pope said, "A large amount of divinity was released from where we were just standing. It's probably a device to hide the core of the truth." The Pope asked Jun Sang-hyuk to find the point where the divinity disappeared. Jun Sang-hyuk walked around in a circle, closed his eyes and tried to feel it, and finally found that it was a place with a sturdy tree with broad leaves. The Pope cast a spell on the tree trunk. After a moment, ancient characters appeared on the tree trunk. It was the Bible of Idea, the benefactor of all gods. This was the first time the Pope had seen the Bible. He guessed that its purpose was probably to lead the viewer somewhere. Jun Sang-hyuk and the Pope continued to move towards another tree in front of them. He cast a spell on the tree trunk again, but this time no letters appeared and the Pope passed directly through the tree. Jun Sang-hyuk was a little surprised to see that, but he summoned his courage and followed him in. After passing through the tree, what the Pope and Jun Sang-hyuk saw was a pillar with a stone on top spewing water. It was the Stone of Covenant. It was a holy object that contained the covenant to protect all things after the goddess Idea created the world and many living beings, including humans. In fact, until now, Jun Sang-hyuk had been searching for this kind of holy object all over the world, including other worlds. But even in his dreams, he never imagined he would find it in a place like this. Jun Sang-hyuk asked the Pope what would happen if the Stone of Covenant was destroyed. The Pope did not understand Jun Sang-hyuk's intention well, and asked again. Jun Sang-hyuk said that he was just giving an example because it was very likely that the Demon King or other dangerous creatures would also find this place. The Pope was at a loss for words at this question. He didn't know what would happen, but if what Jun Sang-hyuk said really happened, it would be a terrible thing that he didn't even want to imagine. So the Pope decided to tell Jun Sang-hyuk that he had to hide the Stone of Covenant no matter what. And the best solution that Jun Sang-hyuk thought of was to just leave it here because unnecessary movements could attract annoying attention. Also, Jun Sang-hyuk had direct control over this area, and it was under the management of the masked mercenary group, so he believed it would be better for only them to know for now. To be more cautious, Jun Sang-hyuk asked if the Stone of Covenant had any other power, but the Pope said there was no way to know for sure because there were no records of its existence anywhere behind. But for now, Jun Sang-hyuk might have to be content with the fact that the sacred fruit could only grow in the orchard. At this time in Okinawa, Japan, a group of hideous underwater monsters rose from the bottom of the sea. Their goal was to attack the city. At this time, inside the city, people were still bustling back and forth. They didn't know that a terrible disaster was coming. The underwater monsters had now entered the city. They scattered in all directions and began to attack innocent citizens. People were all terrified and scattered in all directions to escape, and the cars on the road also lost control and crashed into each other. As the underwater monsters were still running rampant, slaughtering innocent civilians, a blond man appeared and punched an underwater monster, making it bleed. He was the Rose Knight, Lillian Vincent. He observed for a moment from the roof of a car and discovered a strange phenomenon. The underwater monsters were continuously chasing people. Could it be? The next day, Jun Sang-hyuk, Jae and Baekjung had a small meeting. Jae reported on the situation last night. The underwater kingdom of Ines seemed to have been corrupted. Fortunately, the situation was resolved with the help of the players, but the civilian casualties were quite high. Baekjung said that the Japanese government had requested a military expedition from the Korean government. Jun Sang-hyuk was a little curious why the request came from the government. Baekjung explained that it was a little difficult for them to ask for help directly from Jun Sang-hyuk because of the Gonzalez incident last time and all the recent events. Jun Sang-hyuk was a little dissatisfied to hear that. This was not the time to be picky about such things. More importantly, they had to have the mermaid's essence, an item that allows people to move freely in the water, to enter Ines. But the problem was that even Jun Sang-hyuk did not have much of that essence left. However, there was one place where that item could be obtained in large quantities, and that was the mermaid's spawning ground in the center of Ines. But entering that place was by no means easy. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk received information from the Blue House. The president requested that he participate in the upcoming Okinawa military expedition. The next day, a short meeting between the two countries' armies took place at Okinawa Airport. Many reporters came to film at this time. A prosecutor named Hagawa Ryuta thanked Jun Sang-hyuk's team. Jun Sang-hyuk asked about the extent of the damage. Ryuta said it was at a serious level. Both players and civilians had suffered huge losses, and it seemed to be the effect of the balance patch. Ryuta asked Jun Sang-hyuk how long he expected the expedition to take. Jun Sang-hyuk replied without hesitation, 1 to 2 months. He thought that amount of time was necessary because if they didn't, humans would lose the sea to the monsters. The surface of the lake was calm, then rippled. The military expedition began its journey. Under the ocean, as Jun Sang-hyuk's team passed, several underwater monsters were shattered to pieces. This was the first time Park Ho-seong had come to the city of Ines. He had only heard about it until now, but today he was seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. The city of Ines had many things that made Park Ho-seong look forward to it, because this would be an unforgettable experience for Park Ho-seong. Their group arrived near the underwater castle of Ines. Numerous underwater monster soldiers were guarding this place very strictly. Jun Sang-hyuk's group hid on a cliff and looked down to observe. Jun Sang-hyuk began to discuss the operational strategy. First, they would go to the mermaid's spawning ground to collect the essence. But with this level of defense, it was quite difficult. There was a way to fight, but it would take a lot of time. Besides, the whole team didn't have much mermaid's essence left now. Fearing being discovered, Jun Sang-hyuk decided to enter the spawning ground alone. In the meantime, the rest of the people would continue to wait here. And the remaining mermaid's essence was enough for them to last for another 3 to 4 hours. And when Jun Sang-hyuk sent a signal, Baekjung would disturb the underwater monsters with everyone. If the situation became dangerous, they would immediately retreat from here with the help of Lilith. Since there would be a full-scale attack after obtaining the mermaid's essence, Jun Sang-hyuk did not forget to remind everyone to be careful until everything was over. Jun Sang-hyuk put on his invisibility cloak and slowly moved forward, looking at the numerous underwater monsters in front of him. He also felt a little nervous and worried. The guard monsters felt something was wrong, but they didn't know what it was. Jun Sang-hyuk, wearing his invisibility cloak, passed through the underwater monsters' defense line step by step. He passed 1 line, 2 lines, and even successfully passed the giant eel sleeping nearby. Finally, Jun Sang-hyuk infiltrated the spawning ground without any problems. He hid in a corner and contacted Baekjung to signal him to prepare for the attack. Baekjung heard the order and understood his meaning, turned his head and signaled to the others again. Jun Sang-hyuk took this opportunity to throw a few underwater bombs to disturb the underwater monsters. The explosion from the underwater bombs stimulated the monsters. They began to swarm towards Baekjung's group. The whole team saw that and acted according to plan. They scattered in different directions to make it easier to act. The underwater monsters that remained inside the castle heard the commotion outside and felt something was wrong. So they went outside in groups to see. Jun Sang-hyuk hid in a corner and poked his head out to see if there were any more guard underwater monsters and came face to face with a giant octopus. Fortunately, Jun Sang-hyuk was wearing an invisibility cloak now, otherwise a battle would have broken out. Jun Sang-hyuk nervously and carefully passed the octopus and arrived at the mermaid's spawning ground. 2 underwater monsters were guarding the place. Jun Sang-hyuk did not hesitate and threw a punch at each of them, killing the 2 underwater monsters instantly. But his action caused the blood of the 2 underwater monsters to spread in the water. Before the smell of blood spread to other places and the underwater monsters returned and gathered here, Jun Sang-hyuk had to quickly get the mermaid's essence and leave this place. Jun Sang-hyuk began to go deep into the spawning ground. There were more guard monsters here than he thought. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk transformed into a demon and confronted them directly. Jun Sang-hyuk raised his sword and rushed forward. Wherever Jun Sang-hyuk went, the underwater monsters that blocked his way were all killed. Even the last giant boss underwater monster was neatly dealt with after Jun Sang-hyuk lightly used 2 skills. After dealing with all the guard monsters, Jun Sang-hyuk leisurely headed to the center of the mermaid's spawning ground. Finally, he could enter that place. Here, countless fish eggs and mermaid essences were stacked in layers. The scenery here was so beautiful that Jun Sang-hyuk was moved to tears. With this amount of essence, they would have a lot left over after the expedition. Before the underwater monsters returned, Jun Sang-hyuk quickly collected everything. But just as Jun Sang-hyuk was about to start acting, something seemed to be moving in the cave above. When Jun Sang-hyuk turned his head to look, it flashed past Jun Sang-hyuk at the speed of light. Finally, he appeared to solve the problem himself. He was the king of the sea, Pakisky. A confrontation between Jun Sang-hyuk and the sea god Pakisky took place. Pakisky was very angry at Jun Sang-hyuk's actions. He ordered Jun Sang-hyuk to put down his children, then easily threw a skill at Jun Sang-hyuk to attack him. Seeing that, Jun Sang-hyuk immediately summoned Lilith and teleported, making Pakisky extremely flustered. He angrily ordered his soldiers to find Jun Sang-hyuk, but at this time their group had already come up to the shore. Seeing the mountain of mermaid essence in front of them, everyone gasped in admiration. Jun Sang-hyuk said that each member of each guild could take a little, because they had to participate in the Ines attack. People were very surprised to hear that, because they thought that the masked land mercenaries alone were enough. But Jun Sang-hyuk explained that the number of monsters was currently larger than expected. Besides, they were also warriors, so if there was a chance to upgrade, they should take it. Jun Sang-hyuk asked how many players were waiting in Okinawa. Baekjung replied that there were about 500, including mercenaries and the rest of the people. Kim Cheon-dong said, "Bringing the essence and distributing it to the attack squad members must be done carefully. If it's given to an unqualified member, it could cause problems." At that moment, a loud noise from the sea suddenly drew their attention. Sang-hyuk guessed that Pakisky was enraged and had stirred up the waves to take revenge. As the giant waves surged towards the city, everyone was terrified. The waves destroyed all the buildings, leaving behind desolate ruins. Underwater monsters rose from the water, their eyes turning toward the injured people lying on the ground. They began to charge ferociously. Seeing this, Sang-hyuk used a skill to send them flying. A close-quarters battle between humans and the sea creatures was about to begin. Sang-hyuk's unit charged with all their might, heading straight for the underwater monsters. A melee ensued. The monsters were killed by the warriors one after another. The battlefield was now extremely chaotic, and everyone was eager to deal with the underwater monsters. At this time, Sang-hyuk was standing still and observing everything, when suddenly a giant tentacle rose from behind him. But when Sang-hyuk turned his head to look, it dove into the water to hide, then caused a water explosion that sent several people nearby flying. The aftermath of the explosion was so strong that everyone affected was injured and unable to stand. When Richard looked up, he couldn't believe his eyes at the figure that appeared before him. It was a general of Ines. Usala had entered the fray himself. A nearby mercenary, unaware of the situation, charged forward eagerly to attack Usala, but was quickly and lightly cut in two. Richard was enraged to see his subordinate killed and charged straight at Usala with eyes full of hatred. But he too had a hole pierced through his stomach and coughed up blood. On the other side, the angry waves were still threatening to crash down, but right now the entire unit had to find a way to deal with Usala. Everyone stood together and formed a circle to surround him. At this moment, Usala's two eyes shone brightly, and he broke their encirclement with a single light swing of his sword. He continued to swing his sword madly, dealing with the nearby warriors. They were all cut in two by him. Kim Cheon-dong and the woman in red did not back down and charged in. swinging their swords simultaneously, preparing to cast a skill. But to Usala they were all like mosquitoes. He grabbed Qiandong with his bare hands and squeezed, while simultaneously pushing the woman in red hard to the side. With Qiandong tightly in his grasp, Usala aimed the sharp tip of his spear at him with his other hand, his eyes filled with killing intent and triumph. At the most critical moment, Sang-hyuk appeared in time, attacking from behind with an underwater missile skill, and successfully rescuing Qiandong. Usala turned his head towards Sang-hyuk. Enraged at being attacked from behind, he changed direction and began to fight Sang-hyuk. At this time, Ho-seong and another friend named Sit rushed in to support Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk was now being held down by the tentacles of a giant octopus, but his face showed no sign of worry or fear. Sang-hyuk calmly pierced the octopus's thick tentacle with his sword and lightly cut it in two and escaped with ease as if his work wasn't done. Sang-hyuk easily performed a few more basic sword dances from top to bottom, from bottom to top and diagonally, cutting the octopus's tentacles into hundreds of pieces. Sang-hyuk also cast his sword enveloping skill and attacked the octopus head-on. The octopus monster was now very angry, its two eyes burning red, and the shape of a magic circle clearly appeared in its eyes. The octopus spewed a jet-black stream of water at Sang-hyuk. Just then, a ray of light pierced through the jet-black stream and circled around Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk didn't care what it was and charged straight ahead. Suddenly, a water dragon monster appeared from somewhere in front of Sang-hyuk, startling him slightly. Nevertheless, Sang-hyuk observed it very calmly, then cut that monster in two as well, sending it to reunite with its kind. He thought that was the end of it, but now in front of Sang-hyuk was not just one, but many small and cute water dragon monsters standing next to the terrifying giant octopus. They had all come here because they had smelled the scent of blood. At this time on the shore, the bodies of humans and monsters were strewn across the ground. Ho-seong and Sit were still struggling to fight Usala, but the situation did not look good as Usala's speed was on a completely different level from the two of them. Every time an attack came, Usala would lean back to dodge it. Ho-seong took the opportunity while his friend was attacking from the front to launch a sneak attack from behind. He shot an underwater arrow at Usala's back, but it was like an ant biting an elephant's leg. At this moment, Sit grabbed Usala's hand, preparing to crush it into hundreds of pieces, when he suddenly realized he had missed. Indeed, if he couldn't even grab the enemy's hand, how could he hold hers? Just a single counterattack from Usala was enough to make Sit cough up blood. Usala pierced the middle of Sit's body with his spear and then sent him flying far away. Ho-seong screamed in pain to see his friend in such a state. This drew Usala's attention. Just as he was about to turn towards Ho-seong, Sit grabbed him and stopped him from going. Despite being seriously injured, he was still very clear-headed. Sit raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Usala, then used all his strength to pull his body off the spear. He didn't forget to add another slash to Usala's neck as a souvenir. Ho-seong also took this opportunity to rush in and add a lightning skill to Usala. The light from the power was so dazzling that no one could see anything. Usala was knocked down. Ho-seong approached Sit and said he would cast a spell to heal his wounds. But the sight that unfolded before Ho-seong's eyes was, Sit's wound did not heal at all but instead created a vortex, spewing out a very terrifying blood energy. At this time, Ho-seong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and when he turned his head he was extremely horrified. Not only was Usala not dead, but he had returned with an extremely angry posture and face. Now Usala and those two were truly like two oxen and two ants. Usala's two eyes were bloodshot with anger. He let out a heaven-shaking roar, and everything was sent flying. No one could stand properly. Suddenly it began to rain. Usala looked at the group in front of him and said that it was a disgrace to lose to humans. "I will wipe you all out." This battle was not going to be easy. As Usala revived, everyone from the strongest warrior to the weakest jumped into the fight madly and fiercely. This could be called a battle of life and death. Usala alone faced dozens of warriors who continuously attacked him. He only needed to gather his strength and spin his body once to send everything around him flying far away. With a single slash he could take down 4 or 5 people at once. Even the most seasoned and strongest warrior, Richard, found that his attack had no effect on Usala and only made him angrier. Usala's face contorted menacingly. He lightly struck the ground once, and a powerful wave rose up, swallowing all the soldiers nearby. At this time, Ho-seong still used his old trick, attacking with lightning from behind to turn Usala into a charcoal briquette. Usala, in his anger, swung his spear and spun it fiercely towards Ho-seong, and a small invisible explosion occurred where Ho-seong had been. It was unknown if Ho-seong was alive or dead, but on this side, several other warriors were still struggling to fight Usala. But they were just supporting characters, and when Usala lightly spun his spear a few times, they were all neatly dealt with. When fighting alone didn't work, they combined their strength and attacked as a group. Usala was temporarily subdued, but he soon broke free and roared. At that moment, a giant, sturdy red giant suddenly appeared and struck Usala's back, the force of which was so strong that the space shook violently. It was Sit. He had completely transformed into his warrior combat form. Sit relentlessly threw a series of punches at Usala. Usala did not back down either, lightly caressing Sit's face with an affectionate hand in a counterattack. The soldiers in the back also tried to support them by shooting numerous arrows into Usala's body. Ho-seong, Cheon-dong, and the woman in red also joined forces at this time, using their magic in a three-sword combination to subdue Usala. At this time, Usala was in pain but could do nothing. Ho-seong took this opportunity to jump up and cast his final skill, Heaven's Wrath, to end it. Ho-seong's attack was so powerful that it caused a great explosion that shook the earth and sky, and the people around could barely stand after the explosion passed. Everyone waited nervously to see if Usala was completely defeated. As they had hoped, Usala was now lying on the ground without moving. But before they could rejoice, another giant underwater monster rose from the sea and began to rampage. It was the octopus that sang. Hyuk had just fought, the kraken. It rose up and then fell down again, causing everyone to be very confused. A few gluttonous people even wondered how many takoyaki they could make with this giant size. At this time, Sang-hyuk was standing on the body of the underwater octopus monster. He looked around at everyone, and seeing that they were all tattered, he was a little curious about what had happened. Richard sighed and said that Sang-hyuk should have appeared sooner. If he had, everyone wouldn't have ended up in this state. After the battle, everyone returned to the barracks. Sang-hyuk and Richard were taking a walk and talking. Richard asked Sang-hyuk, "Do you always fight like that?" Sang-hyuk replied that it wasn't a frequent occurrence, but it happened often. He thought this was probably the effect of the balance patch. Richard said disappointedly that he felt he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through his barrier. He wondered when he would be able to reach Sang-hyuk's level. Seeing Richard blaming himself like that, Sang-hyuk encouraged him, saying, "Don't think like that. You gave us a lot of motivation when you fought and tried to save the players." Richard was a little speechless to hear that. It felt a little strange to be praised for the first time, especially by Sang-hyuk. The moonlight shone on the surface of the lake. Sang-hyuk urged Richard to rest early and maintain his current condition for tomorrow, as it would be a very long day since they had to conduct a military exploration in Ines. The next morning the weather was very nice. The entire unit, including Sang-hyuk, stood together in front of the calm and peaceful sea. Sang-hyuk urged all the warriors here, "Try not to die and hold on until the end. Today's battle will be very tough, so those who are afraid should go back. We must abandon everything and focus on the fight without laying a hand on anyone. After today, we will all be stronger." In the underwater castle, Pakisky was very angry at the crushing defeat of his soldiers. He had even sent out his most outstanding general Usala, and still failed. It would also take a very long time to restore the spawning ground that held the eggs. As Pakisky was fuming, he received a report that Sang-hyuk's team was preparing a second attack. This was the last straw. Pakisky madly ordered his soldiers to prepare for a counterattack, instructing them to let no one survive. The war between humans and underwater monsters broke out again. Both sides charged at each other fiercely. Neither side was willing to give in. This time, the number of underwater monsters seemed to be larger than last time, and their quality and strength were also higher. But that was nothing to Sang-hyuk's team. This was because all the soldiers in the unit had reached a new level this time. The two sides fought very evenly. Sang-hyuk also contributed, knocking down a giant water dragon monster with his ultimate skill. Sang-hyuk turned his head to look at a cave on the opposite side, and it caught his attention. Sang-hyuk decided to go inside to check the situation. After walking for a while, he reached the entrance of the cave. What greeted him was a very grand explosion right in front of him. It was so powerful that it shook the entire space. Even Sang-hyuk could barely stand. At this time, Sang-hyuk felt something approaching his back at the speed of light. He quickly dodged and even took the opportunity to counterattack the object. But when he turned his head to look, Pakisky's spear was in front of him. It was only a matter of millimeters before Sang-hyuk's head and body were in different places. A confrontation between the two closest rivals in this round unfolded. When Pakisky swung his hand once, a storm brewed in the water. He used godlike speed to move and fight Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk provoked him, saying, "How did I defeat you in my past life again?" Pakisky was very angry to hear Sang-hyuk spouting nonsense. He used his power to create a wave that tried to swallow Sang-hyuk, but Sang-hyuk easily escaped with the power and halo of a protagonist. Pakisky created a magic circle and summoned water dragon monsters to attack Sang-hyuk. They shot a series of underwater arrows, but none of them even touched Sang-hyuk's fingernails. At this time, Sang-hyuk began to counterattack. He returned the same skill that the monsters had just used on him, but at a higher level. They were all evaporated by Sang-hyuk. Pakisky was also affected and coughed up blood. Sang-hyuk took the opportunity while he was weakened to charge in and land a sweet sword strike, knocking down the sea god Pakisky quickly and cleanly. But the match did not end here. The scene just now was only the first round. Now the second round was about to begin. Pakisky's body swelled up and very terrifying bubbles appeared. Sang-hyuk stood quietly and observed. At this time, Pakisky's body had turned into a scary black liquid. On this side, the masked unit and the underwater monsters were still fighting very fiercely. The situation looked good as they continued to kill the underwater monsters. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. Baekjung had a bad feeling and immediately shouted loudly for them to retreat. From a distance, the shadow of a giant underwater monster with long tentacles could be faintly seen. On Sang-hyuk's side, Pakisky had now transformed into a sea dragon to fight. Sang-hyuk thought that was the opponent he would have to fight when suddenly Pakisky summoned water spirits. They all simultaneously cast a skill on Sang-hyuk as a group. Sang-hyuk had to move very quickly to barely dodge. He went around to the back and without hesitation dealt with the spirits one by one with his sword, but every time he dealt with one, new spirits appeared. Sang-hyuk guessed that he would have to deal with the main body for these spirits to disappear. Sang-hyuk cast his laser sword skill to deal with several of them at once to save time. When the job was done, Sang-hyuk approached the dragon Pakisky. He resolutely swung his sword and cut straight towards the dragon, but it quickly dodged. The dragon Pakisky swung its tail once, causing the nearby rocks to collapse and scatter in all directions, and created a wave straight at Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk felt that ordinary attacks were not effective and came up with another plan in his head. At this time, the dragon Pakisky roared discontentedly in Sang-hyuk's face, then continued to swing its tail, launching attacks at Sang-hyuk, but he quickly used his armor to dodge. The water spirits from before were still trying to support Pakisky. Sang-hyuk dodged their attacks here and there, until he got tired of it and didn't need to dodge anymore. He concentrated his power, and his two eyes shone brightly, awakening the blood dragon within his body. The powerful blood dragon's power radiated dazzlingly, blowing away all the water spirits at once. Sang-hyuk also took this opportunity to approach Pakisky's tail and without hesitation continued to cut it in two. The dragon Pakisky roared in pain. Sang-hyuk did not stop and continued to cast his sword enveloping skill at Pakisky. Sang-hyuk had a very good reason for removing Pakisky's tail. In addition to using it for attacks, the tail also had the ability to maintain Pakisky's balance. If Pakisky had no tail, it meant that this game was completely in Sang-hyuk's hands. Suddenly, the dragon Pakisky said something that confused Sang-hyuk. "I will never forgive you. The source of thunder will drag you into the abyss." As the dragon Pakisky shouted, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently. At this time, a system notification appeared. The dragon Pakisky's source of thunder has been activated. When underwater, stats are limited by 50, endurance is reduced by 50, and all defense and resistance abilities are reduced by 50. All potion effects were reduced by 50. Jun Sang-hyuk was horrified. There was nothing this terrible in any world, the dragon Pakisky said loudly, his face disgruntled. "Let's start the final round." In the seabed, corals grew sparsely, small seaweed sprouted, and a whirring sound created a frightening atmosphere. At this time, Jun Sang-hyuk was being chased by the dragon. The dragon roared, creating waves and magic circles to launch attacks at him. Jun Sang-hyuk successfully dodged them. He jumped onto a cliff, gathered his strength, and unleashed a fatal blow. His sword plunged straight into the dragon, but it sustained no injuries. As the dragon roared, a powerful stream of water shot from its mouth, flying straight at him. Jun Sang-hyuk flew up and created a shield to block the powerful stream. Finally, the stream of water disappeared, mixing with the seawater. He stepped back slightly, lowered the hand holding his sword to the ground, and panted heavily. The dragon's eyes glowed red. It laughed contemptuously. "Do you see it now, the gap between us? If you keep attacking without knowing your place, you will pay with your life. Die, human." As soon as it finished speaking, the dragon created countless water spirits and sent them rushing at him. Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes gleamed. "All right," he said. Suddenly a voice was heard. "I didn't expect this situation." Valander appeared from somewhere, a sharp sword in hand. With a single slash, he cast a dimensional cut. All the spirits disappeared. As Jun Sang-hyuk approached, small bubbles floated up. "How annoying. Where are we now?" Valander asked. Jun Sang-hyuk answered, "We're underwater." Then Jun Sang-hyuk threw the mermaid's essence to Valander. "You'll feel more comfortable if you eat that." Valander caught it and put it in his mouth. I really do feel better." Jun Sang-hyuk let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad it worked." Suddenly the dragon roared, opening its mouth wide to reveal its sharp teeth. Jun Sang-hyuk and Valander assumed combat stances. "No matter how much you struggle, you cannot defeat me," the dragon said in a contemptuous voice. A sphere of water appeared from somewhere. Streams of water swirled around, splitting the ground. As the dragon flew up, a sphere of water exploded and pillars of water flew towards Jun Sang-hyuk and Valander one after another. The dragon breathed heavily. It growled, "A dragon living in the deep sea." Before it could finish its words, Valander flew up. He raised the corners of his mouth. "Interesting." Valander swung his sword. A sacred golden light spread in all directions. As he swung a few times, the surroundings were destroyed. The golden light of the sword spread everywhere. The dragon roared and shot a sphere of water at him, but he blocked it. Valander swung his sword several times. A blue light from the sphere of water scattered in all directions. Valander counterattacked. He jumped up and slashed the dragon's massive body. Jun Sang-hyuk delivered the finishing blow. He jumped down from above and struck straight down on the dragon's head. Blood gushed from the dragon's head, staining the water red. Jun Sang-hyuk leapt, pierced the dragon's body straight through, and then pulled out its heart. And so the dragon's heart became his. As the heart was pulled out, the ground shook and thick dust rose. Jun Sang-hyuk jumped down, holding the dragon's heart. He took off his mask. "Phew, the curse is broken." "Is that its heart?" Valander asked. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled triumphantly. "Yes, this is the dragon's heart. You've obtained a treasure. This is something that could decide the fate of an entire kingdom. It's a treasure, but I'll have to see for myself if it's real." "What?" Valander was horrified by the sight before him. As Jun Sang-hyuk tore off a piece of the dragon's heart and put it in his mouth, blood spread around him, stained the water of the entire region red. "Hey, what are you doing now?" Valander shouted at Jun Sang-hyuk. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot out from Jun Sang-hyuk's body. That powerful light enveloped Jun Sang-hyuk. "The masked monarch!" Valander shouted in shock. The explosion destroyed everything around them. Earth and stones flew in all directions. Water splashed and pillars of water shot up. The dragon's heart possessed immense power, and it doubled the user's energy refinement efficiency through alchemy. After the dragon disappeared, Jun Sang-hyuk tried to eat the dragon's heart to survive. After eating it, his whole body felt like it was on fire. It was a pain worse than death. This decision changed Jun Sang-hyuk's life. He realized that to gain power, he had to endure physical and mental suffering. 5 days later on a beach, residents were living in huts they had built after the disaster. Suddenly, a few people saw a faint black shadow appear on the sea. The black shadow walked slowly towards the people with an extremely weakened body. When he had almost reached the shore, he collapsed into the sea. People found him, ran over and rescued him. That night, after receiving treatment and recovering his health, Jun Sang-hyuk sighed. Baekjung asked about his health and the situation at that time. Jun Sang-hyuk had been submerged for the past 5 days. Jun Sang-hyuk answered that he had sent Peachy there, and the monsters had not lost their will to fight during those days. Baekjung smiled and asked, "Really?" After leaving the hut and returning to his monarch persona, Jun Sang-hyuk asked about the situation during the few days he was absent. Baekjung answered, "After the Kraken appeared, everyone continued to retreat and resist, but the monster was too strong and huge, and humans were too small and lacked the strength to fight back, so they could no longer fight. The number of injured and dead from the battle was extremely high. After hearing everything, Jun Sang-hyuk fell into thought and told Baekjung he had done well and to go rest. Meanwhile on the beach, Richard was sitting in front of a fire, lost in thought. Jun Sang-hyuk approached and spoke to him. Richard Pound was startled and asked if Jun Sang-hyuk was taking care of Peachy. But Jun Sang-hyuk dodged the question and asked if he and everyone had run away from the monster. Richard Pound was embarrassed and told him not to bring that up now. Jun Sang-hyuk asked if he should hire more mercenaries for support. Richard Pound said not to, as he didn't want the gap between them to widen any further. Jun Sang-hyuk encouraged Richard Pound, saying he wanted to go to the Demon King's castle together. A moment later, underwater, everyone was fiercely fighting the Kraken and the underwater monsters. The monarch jumped into the air and slashed the monster Kraken's head once. Everyone thought it was time to counterattack and shouted loudly. Everyone was eager to defeat the Kraken. 3 days later, the attack on the underwater kingdom of Ines ended. A total of 35 people were injured and 12 died. The cost of the war was immense. Media all over the world wrote various articles about the war. The survivors came to the cliffs to commemorate those who had sacrificed themselves to protect the country and protect them from the evil monsters. At the Blue House, officials were holding a meeting and asking about the situation of the monarch who had returned to the castle. One person questioned why it was strange that the monarch did not ask for compensation. The chief replied that there was no need to be so wary. The monarch was the pride of South Korea and a hero of humanity, and the other person agreed, saying he would be more aware of that fact. The chief said that since the monarch had made a great contribution to the country, they should give him whatever he wanted as long as it was reasonable. He told them to stop worrying about such things and focus on what everyone needed to do now. In the castle, Jun Sang-hyuk as the monarch was walking, thinking about what Valander had said when they met underwater. Valander said that while trapped in that area, he had tried to forget his sword to become the best, but he thought he had ended up throwing everything away. Valander said that he could have obtained a sword that could cut through space, but it was all an illusion and he hadn't actually lost anything. After throwing away the last piece, he had nothing left, but he became perfect instead. Jun Sang-hyuk thought about the limits of a player. He couldn't have dodged Valander's sword by relying on the limits of his level, stats, and equipment. He wondered if raising his level and having the best equipment was everything. Isn't that right, Demon King Van? Demon King Van smiled lightly. Jun Sang-hyuk approached Van and asked what he was thinking. Van was silent. Jun Sang-hyuk kept asking if it was an illusion. He didn't answer. In the ancient abyss, in the nightmare of the first castle, Jun Sang-hyuk thought this Van was a nightmare illusion. Jun Sang-hyuk turned away and said he had high expectations, but they were meaningless. Van's voice echoed, "Have you forgotten the time you struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion?" Jun Sang-hyuk froze, turned around and stammered. "What did you just say?" Van continued to ask. "Do you remember the last thing I said to you?" Jun Sang-hyuk recalled what he had said. "I hope that when we meet next you will face my real self, not an illusion." Jun Sang-hyuk was startled. He frowned and said in disbelief, "No way, are you the real Van?" Van smiled and said, "My will resides in everything that takes my form. It's interesting to see you like this from time to time." Jun Sang-hyuk stood facing the throne and asked why he didn't appear in his complete form. Van answered, "When everything is ready and the time comes, we will meet again even if you don't want to." After that, Jun Sang-hyuk wondered what those preparations were. Could it be the ones who brought them to the continent of Roselia and then brought them back here? He suspected he was one of them. Van fell into thought and answered, "That's a difficult question. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question right now." At those words, Jun Sang-hyuk fell into thought. Van continued, "Besides, someone touched you a while ago. A part of my power has expanded." Jun Sang-hyuk was surprised at those words and wondered if he was talking about the fragment from a few days ago. Then Van complimented Jun Sang-hyuk. "However, I am satisfied with your change." Jun Sang-hyuk was very surprised. Before Van disappeared, he didn't forget to say goodbye. Before Jun Sang-hyuk could come to his senses, only an afterimage of Van remained. Because of that, Jun Sang-hyuk was at a loss for words. One night in a town, Baekjung was talking with Jun Sang-min next to a cathedral under a streetlight. Baekjung said to Jun Sang-min, "Is the monarch's condition still the same?" Jun Sang-min answered, "Hung has been cooped up in his room for 3 days without eating." Baekjung crossed his arms and frowned. "He's barely moved since he came back from the ancient abyss. I wonder what happened there." Jun Sang-min wondered the same thing. This is the first time I've seen Hung look so weak. This is really the worst. Hung needs to regain his strength quickly. While the two were talking, Jun Sang-hyuk was lying alone in an empty room, staring into space, lost in thought. He was no longer as vibrant as before, and he looked lifeless from not taking care of himself. A little stubble had grown, unbefitting his age. As the whole space was submerged in silence, suddenly a ray of light came through the crack of an open door which couldn't help but draw his attention. Lumps of sparkling blue bubbles were emitted, making Jun Sang-hyuk suspicious. Hyo-aeon appeared from somewhere, pointed at the mysterious bubble lumps, and said, "Mister, look at this." "What do you think this is?" Jun Sang-hyuk saw it and shot up. Hyo-aeon continued, "I saw it in an encyclopedia about constellations. Isn't it pretty?" Jun Sang-hyuk sat on the bed in a comfortable position and said, "Yes, it's pretty. But what are you doing here?" Hyo-aeon faced Jun Sang-hyuk, smiled and said, "Mom asked me to bring you some food, but mister, why do you look so strange? Are you tired?" "Dad said he sleeps a lot because he's tired too." Jun Sang-hyuk had nothing to say except to force a bitter smile. Hyo-aeon encouraged him. "Mr. Jun Sang-hyuk, cheer up and be patient. Mom said everyone will be happier if you eat well and stay healthy. So eat or Hyo-aeon will get mad." At those words, Jun Sang-hyuk fell into thought. "I can't stop. If I stop, everything will collapse, even Hyo-aeon's future." At that thought, Jun Sang-hyuk came to his senses, got up, ate, and realized a few things. "I have to become stronger than I am now." Time was flowing quickly, and the day Demon King Van would appear was approaching. The Goblin King's magnificent infinite tower, its peak seemed to touch the clouds. Early in the morning, the Goblin King shouted, What did you just say?" Jun Sang-hyuk appeared in his trademark armor, confident and with an overwhelming presence that made him stand out in the crowd. His voice echoed, "Are you deaf? I said I want Jay's shoes and gloves." The Goblin King excitedly shouted at Jun Sang-hyuk, "How did you raise your points so much? Your speed is almost impossible." Jun Sang-hyuk answered coldly, "Are you asking because you really don't know? Just kill monsters quickly and repeat it. Give me the equipment quickly. I don't have time to deal with you." The Goblin King rubbed his hands, looked him straight in the eye and smiled but said nothing. Suddenly the Goblin King opened his mouth. "2 pieces of Jay's equipment are ready. Purchase request approved." The new equipment emitted a dazzling halo and shining golden patterns. When Jun Sang-hyuk wore them, his sky-piercing presence stood out even more. Jun Sang-hyuk was satisfied with his new equipment and prepared to fight. Just as he was about to leave, the Goblin King said, "But that is not the path to liberation." Jun Sang-hyuk answered, "Do you think I've returned? I have to continue climbing day and night to reach the peak." Looking back at the past, since the world of eternity appeared and the attack on the underwater kingdom of Ines, there had been a change among the players. The top rankers, who usually pursued safety and carefully attacked dungeons, were changing in the direction of powerful development. Under the command of Richard Pound, they began to challenge the conquest of the Infinite Tower at an extremely difficult level. It was a level that almost no one or even no one could do. Of course, they couldn't attack at an impressive speed from the beginning. Anyway, this small movement brought a special change to the player community. Just as they had tried to survive in the world of eternity, players prepared to act with the goal of becoming stronger. This change gradually made many people pay attention to their worries. They expressed that they didn't need to risk their lives and push their limits. That perception gradually made the protests against the Infinite Tower and dungeon attacks active, and through many banners and slogans they attracted many people with the same view. Their opinions were expected to become a trend, but they flared up for only a short time before cooling down. However, they were gradually spreading throughout the world. Back to reality, in a studio, Richard Pound was in a stylish gentleman's outfit. He sat with his arms crossed and his legs crossed, answering an interview in front of the camera and expressing his personal views. "You say not to send your family and loved ones to dangerous combat zones. Are you saying that because you don't know what the limits of the dungeon are? Fine. If that's what you want, we will do nothing. Even if monsters appear and countless lives are lost, we will not go to the combat zones under any circumstances." Hearing that, the people behind the stage broke out in a cold sweat. Richard Pound didn't care and continued, "Oh right, if you think you can request an expedition from Korea's masked monarch, you'd better wake up from that futile dream." Richard's figure appeared clearly on the television screen, and his firm voice echoed, "The player most angered by this situation is not me, but the masked monarch." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk did not answer right away but sat quietly, lost in thought. And not long after, monsters infested Washington, D.C. and New York, and a state of emergency was declared. Screams and helpless cries for help were heard from all directions, making the scene gruesome. The monsters had turned the two cities into a desolate crucible of chaos, with pillars of smoke and flames soaring high into the sky, and the once bustling and vibrant appearance of the cities was gone. The media turned their arrows. They started attacking the protesters, thinking this was the result they had brought upon themselves. Only after casualties occurred did they realize the important value of players in this world. Infinite Tower. In a hall gathered with thousands, the Goblin King's excited shouts, prayers, and blessings echoed to the players. The birth of a warrior who had obtained a myth-grade set item. Everyone, let's celebrate the great warrior and hero of the world. The masked monarch, Jun Sang-hyuk, confidently entered the waiting room, receiving everyone's looks of joy and respect. Now, Jun Sang-hyuk's armor was magnificent and luxurious. Shining with the hero's halo and his status, his prestige in people's hearts rose even higher. He became a symbol of courage, boldness, and fearlessness in sacrifice, a hard, unbreakable diamond. That's right, this is yours now. Receiving the mask in his hand, Jun Sang-min had a clear look of surprise on his face. What? He said in surprise. Why are you suddenly giving me the Dragon Lord mask? Jun Sang-hyuk smiled. Why, don't you like it? No, Sang-min answered quickly. Am I allowed to use this? He asked cautiously. I've decided, once I collect the full J's set, I'll give you the Dragon Lord set. But Jun Sang-hyuk changed the color so people wouldn't get confused. Sang-min shed tears of emotion. But it's not free, right? I have to repay you with something, right? Sang-min was excited. What do you need? Do you want money? Sang-hyuk waved his hand. Money is good, but since you're my brother, I'll give you a 50 discount, really, Sang-min replied. How much is it? My income is very good these days. 10 trillion, Sang-hyuk smiled slyly. I heard about your income. Besides, you're my brother, so I'll only take half price. At his brother's words, Sang-min's face darkened. He was at a loss for words. You might as well sell me, Sang-min shouted. Jun Sang-hyuk's life went back to being monotonous. He hunted ancient monsters, and when the hunt was over, he would return and rest. Sometimes he supported the island of monsters, but he spent most of his time on equipment speed upgrades. Meanwhile, the ancient abyss was no longer his exclusive hunting ground. Park Ho-seong, Baekjung, and 2 unit leaders formed an ancient abyss raid party with the masked mercenaries, and as they raised their levels and infinite points, they became stronger. A large city lined with skyscrapers. At the intersection, a busy crowd was crossing the street, and cars large and small were moving. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. A global quest is in progress. The immortal King Barante has awakened. Following that, a dark scene unfolded. The sky darkened, darker than an admin's future. Thousands, tens of thousands of skeletons wearing wooden armor, holding shields in one hand and spears in the other, advanced in hordes. They were called the Imoto Legion, and every one of them was just bare bones, facing people with eyes so cold that, unless they were Superman, they would faint. A grand and magnificent castle surrounded by giant old trees. When the wind blew, leaves fell, rustling as they were carried away. When did it start? In Yukon, Canada. Inside the castle, the masked knight was talking with a subordinate. Prepare the expedition right now, he ordered. How many troops will we use? As many as possible, he answered. A plane flew through the sky, trailing smoke. Below were grand desolate mountains. The plane arrived in Canadian airspace. Screech. The plane's wheels scraped against the ground. As the plane stopped, a thick cloud of dust billowed up. The compartment door slowly opened. The masked knight was the first to emerge. He wore golden armor that emitted a dazzling metallic glint in the sunlight. His subordinates followed one by one, all clad in red armor. The one tasked with greeting him was a Canadian official named Matthew. I heard you got new armor. After speaking, Matthew smiled kindly and extended his hand. But he didn't shake it, instead asking, What's the current situation? Knights from all over the world are gathering, he replied. But the situation is getting progressively worse. His expression was quite serious. The number of casualties was increasing daily. The Imoto Legion, unless an army of millions stopped them, Canada would be completely destroyed. The thought crossed his mind. Let's go. We don't have much time, he said. Understood. This way, he said, leading the way. In a place where injured soldiers were gathered, some were bandaged while others rested. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was drawn to one place, the direction from which the masked knight was approaching. He came closer, followed by his subordinates. His striking appearance made anyone turn to look. That's the masked knight. He's finally here. Numerous whispers echoed. I am Gorelli, currently in charge of the defense line. A soldier stepped forward and introduced himself. Where is the youth corps? The masked knight asked. They are fighting on the front lines, Gorelli replied. Good. This is a global quest, so every knight in the world must participate. From now on, all defense lines must be extended in preparation for this battle. The mercenary unit will replace the central force that I lead. Do you know what will happen if we are defeated? As he spoke, everyone listened intently. We cannot let them win. If you don't want to lose your lives, he said with a sharp gaze. A deep, desolate canyon with no end in sight. A battle was raging on both sides of the canyon, with flashes of blue light erupting one after another. Imotos wielding skull-adorned axes charged ferociously. The mercenary unit blocked with their shields, sparks flying from the friction. The mercenaries rushed toward the Imotos. Everyone's faces were filled with killing intent, but since the Imotos were all skeletons, it was impossible to tell if they had any of their own. Standing in a commanding position, Michael Buren shouted, "Damn it, kill all these beasts, it doesn't matter how many we kill. They'll just keep coming back." Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. Dirt and rocks flew in all directions, flames blazed, and the air was filled with dust. Everyone was stunned. What was that? A figure appeared. Park Ho-seung jumped down from above. He held a magic staff and kept aiming it at the Imotos. Magic missile. Countless blue flames shot from his staff toward the Imoto horde. Just as one knight raised his sword, the Imoto before him turned into hundreds of shadows. Lilith appeared and, using her power to block all the Imoto's escape routes, used falling rocks from above to crush the horde and annihilate them. The mercenary unit took up their swords and fought the remaining Imotos. Large flames blazed around them. The Imoto horde also advanced ferociously, their red eyes showing a thirst for blood. Suddenly they saw a brilliant light, which gave them a sliver of hope. "The masked knight," Michael Buren said in surprise. "If we can't get rid of them, we'll kill their king." The masked knight appeared and stood behind Michael Buren. "Masked knight," he exclaimed in surprise. "I'm going." After saying that, the masked knight moved forward, leaving him with a stunned expression. He opened the system and activated the wing feature. A pair of red wings appeared on his back. As he took flight, the ground shook and the air filled with dust. He clenched his fist, stared straight at the immortal horde and said, "Defend this place until it's over." Then he leapt up and flew off. "He's crazy," Michael Buren exclaimed. In the middle of the desolate valley, the base of the immortal horde was established. They stood in lines to protect their leader's throne pyramid in the center. Being all skeletons, they were expressionless. They stood focused, facing forward. On the throne, their leader rested his chin on both hands, watching with the indifferent eyes of a male lead from a romance novel. Cold and sharp, the red-eyed immortals charged. The masked knight took them down one by one. Whoever rushed him was immediately felled. His gaze was cold, and the path of his sword was just as cold. The immortal horde swarmed in like a wave and fell beneath his blade. "So this is Barante's domain." Then he leaped up and flew straight toward Barante's throne. Barante lifted a single finger, and tens of thousands of immortals rushed toward him. Boom! A single explosion from him annihilated them. But like zombies, they didn't know when to stop and kept charging, open mouths, blood-red eyes. They rushed to tear into their opponent like madmen, but their opponent was the masked knight, no ordinary man. Another explosion erupted, continuing to annihilate a large number of immortals. Barante sat quietly on his throne and slowly opened his mouth. "You haven't changed a bit. It's been a while, Barante," he said, flying up to stand majestically before him. His sword pointed to the sky. On both sides of the canyon, the mercenary unit and the immortal horde were still fighting. Michael Buren took them down one by one. Wherever Valander's sword swung, enemies fell. "We can't let them run wild any longer. Kill them all," Baekjung shouted. Suddenly, another massive explosion erupted ahead, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Another massive explosion occurred. The masked knight charged at Barante, but he blocked with a bone sword, sending sparks scattering from the friction. "Arrogant human, will you become part of my army?" Barante said. "Becoming part of my army is what I should be telling you," the masked knight replied contemptuously. "You bastard," he shouted, aiming his sword at him. The bone sword created a dazzling light, which the masked knight dodged. He looked at Barante with disdain. "Become my experience points." After speaking, he aimed his sword and thrust it straight at Barante. The light from the sword burst out dazzlingly. A light of justice shot from the blade toward Barante, but he dodged it. He wore a sly smile, his red eyes hungry for blood. He blocked the masked knight's slash with one hand while using his bone sword with the other. Red magic formed and aimed at the masked knight, splitting in multiple directions to concentrate its attack on his body and drain some of his power. Suddenly, the space around him turned pitch black. "All living things must die." "Let the god of death guide you to your own demise," a voice echoed from somewhere, and after that, thousands, tens of thousands of bone hands shot up trying to drag him to the underworld. He swung his sword a few times and all the hands were severed. But like mushrooms after the rain, hands continuously tried to drag him down. He flew up and cut them all down. A hand touched his shoulder, and then hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of hands pulled him down. They reached for his face and head, and he nearly despaired. Suddenly, everything, including his wings, disappeared. "Ha!" he exclaimed in surprise. Bronte was standing before him with Valander. He shouted in surprise. "Valander?" Valander joked with him. "Not too late, am I, you beast?" Bronte shouted, aiming his bone sword at Valander. The tip of the sword was filled with red magic. Valander dodged. Bronte flew up and said in a rage, "You were lucky to escape the darkness, but your luck ends now. You will die here." After speaking, he disappeared, leaving the two in the middle of the Imoto Legion. "How troublesome," he said. A loud explosion echoed. "Ha!" He was surprised. "What's this?" The mercenary unit was arriving. Bronte was startled. "How did you get here? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "One soldier for all," he answered nonchalantly, standing behind him. "So shall we go again?" he said, raising his sword to provoke him. Jun Sang-hyuk was fighting the ferocious undead skeletons rushing at him. Richard Pound also appeared and bravely faced the undead horde. Just then, a man leaped from above onto the ferocious undead. In that moment he waved his hand at them, and an intense beam of light immediately annihilated the countless undead below. They stared blankly in horror at the explosion he created, and just then, from the site of the explosion, the figure of a giant two-headed dragon appeared. The undead horde saw it, and with a bizarre smile looked at the two. The scene shifts, and two people are shown fighting in midair. Just then, a ferocious demon spoke. "You damn brat, what have you done to my arm?" A person in dazzling armor replied loudly. "I will never forgive you," he continued. "It's time to stop with such boring words." After speaking, he raised his sword and charged straight at him, the sword unleashing powerful energy as it attacked. Engulfed in the sword's immense power, he gradually vanished into smoke. Seeing this, he spoke with resentment. "Why, the immortal king?" And then his body completely vanished into the wind. The young man saw it and said, "Why is the immortal king above reproach?" He was still floating in the sky with a blank expression. The people below saw it and cheered for victory. "We've defeated the Immortal Legion." The knight in golden armor saw it and sighed in relief. The people below shouted continuously with joy. "At this rate, it looks like another crisis is coming. Everyone, you did well." The scene changes to a large, magnificent castle. Inside the castle, a person appeared secretly, looking suspicious. The person was reading a letter and thinking that he was ranked second. Just then, Jun Sang-hyuk appeared behind him and said, "Why are you laughing like a madman?" Startled, he turned around and replied, "Ah, do you know how we were rewarded according to our contributions in the recent legendary quest?" Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk asked blankly, "What did you get that makes you so happy?" He replied, "I received a title. Is it Immortal King?" "How did you know?" "No, I was just guessing." "Your guessing skills are truly unique, as expected of the monarch." After that, the two of them walked around the castle talking boisterously. Jun Sang-hyuk said, "Enough with the nonsense. What are the title's effects?" The man in the cloak replied, "I get 30 extra experience when I summon undead, plus I've developed an undead enhancement skill. That means I might be able to create a death knight in the future." Then he ran to the door and shouted, "Now everyone die before me. I'll be dragging around a dragon skeleton or something. I'd like to make you the one in charge to drag it for me." The whole world was filled with news of the Immortal Legion. Canada designated the former location of Barente's pyramid-shaped furnace as a special zone. They erected a monument for a Canadian man, a victim of the Immortal Legend quest. In this round, Jun Sang-hyuk reached level 385. Meanwhile, Park Ho-seong used his infinite tower points. He obtained a grimoire called Smart House and grew even stronger. And Jang Soo-chan became capable of sweeping through the ancient abyss. Other players also leveled up at an astonishing rate. With this, the world was entering a new phase. The scene shifts to the sacred orchard. Jun Sang-hyuk was in the orchard wearing a red cloak. As he walked, a rustling sound caught his attention. Curious, Jun Sang-hyuk approached the bush where the sound came from and said blankly, "I just heard something." Suddenly, a streak of light appeared behind him, startling him. Jun Sang-hyuk slowly turned his head to look behind him. Then a tall, sturdy figure struck him, sending him flying into a tree stump. Not understanding what had happened, Jun Sang-hyuk looked at him in pain. It was a ferocious monster. It rushed straight at him, not giving him a chance to recover. Its roar echoed throughout the entire forest. Jun Sang-hyuk could only stare at it blankly. In the nick of time, a knight appeared and rescued him. "I knew you would come back." The monster saw him and glared with ferocious eyes. Then it swung its sword and slashed straight at the knight. The knight saw it and quickly dodged. The two weapons then clashed, creating a dazzling light. The knight seized the opportunity and swung his sword hard at the monster, and a perfect strike slashed straight into its body. As the blade grazed the monster's body, it became strangely hot. The knight did not stop and continued to swing his sword several times. Seeing this, the monster was unable to resist, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying far away. The monster looked at him with a resentful expression and said, "You're pretty good." Then it got up and pulled a large tree from the ground. It laughed cruelly and slung the tree stump it had just pulled out over its shoulder. Seeing this, Jun Sang-hyuk got up and stood with the knight. "You damn bastard," the monster said. "This is the end." The knight saw it, slashed at the monster one more time and said, "Heaven and earth shall be split." The monster took another slash as a bonus and screamed in pain. The knight saw this and landed another blow on its head. Then he calmly placed his hand on his head and said, "Monarch, are you listening to me? I just defeated Jikan in the orchard." After that, the knight approached the monster and looked at it with suspicious eyes. At this time, the monster was lying on the ground, covered in wounds, barely breathing. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. A strange voice echoed, "So the mark ends here, does it?" Two figures spoke from a distance. "It disappeared here as if into thin air. I'll search this area now. You search over there. We need to catch him right away," she continued, "before a bigger problem arises." Jun Sang-hyuk was fighting a group of monsters. With just a single swing of his sword, he wiped out the entire group. At that moment, the system suddenly rang. "You have reached level 400. He was surprised. What is this?" Jun Sang-hyuk walked on, slightly disappointed. "I thought there would be something new when I reached level 400, but there's nothing. Maybe there's something at level 401. He went to the orchard where Baekjung was guarding the giant Jikan monster. He asked, "Why did you come back? If you had run far away earlier, this wouldn't have happened." The monster growled, "I am Jikan, I do not run." Jun Sang-hyuk looked at him. "Does this mean you're prepared to die to get the sacred fruit?" The giant still did not yield. "If it weren't for those damn bastards, I wouldn't have come back. If I had the sacred fruit, I could have killed those damn bastards." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk and Baekjung were surprised and asked back, "Who are they that you speak of?" The monster did not answer and took its own life. "So the monster knows how to self-destruct." Before dying, the giant deliberately reminded them, "Blue eyes, small ears. If you see them, run or they will chase you until you die." The scene shifts to a blacksmith's workshop. At this time, Yi Cheon-woo was still working hard, making a weapon. He looked back at the hide hanging on the wall. "Wouldn't it be perfect to make a roof with this?" As he was deep in thought, Park Ho-seong entered. Cheon-woo greeted him warmly. "I have a lot of good items today. You'll like them." Of course. The two talked for a while. Ho-seong's gaze turned to the hide hanging on the wall. "Is this Jakin's hide that they brought from the orchard?" he asked. "That's right. Can you believe it? I can make at least 30 sets of armor with this." Ho-seong touched the hide and couldn't help but marvel. The surface of the hide is very thick and hard, giving it high magic resistance, and it might have added conductivity as well. Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to realize something. "Did someone use magic here? All I know is what Sang-hyuk told me." Jun Sang-hyuk also entered and said, "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with the hide?" Ho-seong suspected that some mysterious magic had been cast on the hide. He cast a spell on the hide. Then letters slowly appeared. "This is Elvis." After leaving the blacksmith, Sang-hyuk went to meet Baekjung. He said, "I think the Forest of Eternity has appeared. A skill called Mark of the Forest Keeper was found on Jakin's hide. It seems the elves have appeared again." Hearing that, Baekjung asked, "Then why haven't they appeared until now?" He explained, "The elves dislike humans, but they usually don't leave the Forest of Eternity. A long time ago I made a promise with them. As long as humans don't attack them, they will never harm humans. That's why the elves have always operated only within the Forest of Eternity." The search began. "Start the search immediately, beginning from the north of the land of the masked and the monarch's orchard. Dozens of soldiers scattered in all directions to search as ordered." A month after the search began, Baekjung successfully negotiated with Russia. They were allowed to cross the border and were attempting to search there. Sang-hyuk asked, "How long will it take?" "Russia is very large, so it might take some time," Baekjung answered. Sang-hyuk gradually lost patience and called for Lilith. "If the elves dream, can you find them?" She answered, "It's not impossible, but to find them quickly, I need to know their faces. If you're not in a hurry, I'll give it a try." But even she wasn't sure how long it would take. She had to check every dream, and there was still a chance she wouldn't find them, but she decided to try. That night, as Sang-hyuk was studying a map, he heard Lilith's voice from outside. She rushed into his room in a hurry. "Brother, I found them. I know where the elves are." The two went into the forest and stood in front of a large tree. Several characters appeared on the tree trunk. Sang-hyuk said happily, "Well done, very well done." She also smiled and took the credit. "Of course, I put in a lot of effort. I even stayed up all night." After he spoke, he told her to go back, saying he would find them alone. She pouted, "So stingy. If you get into trouble, call me. I'll go and help you." Sang-hyuk went deep into the forest alone, and Julia suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Follow me. Lady Elisa is waiting for you." Sang-hyuk and Julia went to the Forest of Eternity, the city of the elves. As the two entered, everyone in the city looked at them in surprise. Elisa saw him and said excitedly, "I really missed you, Mr. Sang-hyuk." The two exchanged greetings for a moment before getting to the point. Elisa opened her mouth. "Back then I was very surprised that the world had changed." Sang-hyuk mentioned the past promise between elves and humans. Elisa smiled and replied, "The promise was kept, but there is one condition. Previously, Mr. Sang-hyuk, you told me stories about your world. Carriages that run without horses, machines that fly in the sky, a world without nobles or slaves. I have lived for over 2,000 years. But the stories you told made my heart beat like a child's. Mr. Sang-hyuk, can you take us outside?" Sang-hyuk was surprised to hear that, because elves needed the forest's energy to live. But she said firmly, "We need the forest's energy, but that doesn't mean we have to live in the forest. Can you give us a small piece of land?" He put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and then smiled. "Of course." Saying that, Sang-hyuk left the elf forest. On his way back, he felt someone following him. He looked back, but no one was there. The one following him was Julia. Returning to the city, Sang-hyuk met Jae. The two sat in a cafe and talked. Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. "The elves have agreed. They are curious about the human world and want to leave the forest, so I'm thinking of building a city for them in the north of the land of the masked." Jae did not object and was satisfied with his opinion. "Once they adapt to the human world, we'll start trading. Besides, the items the elves make from the world tree are very good." Sang-hyuk added, "All right, I'll discuss it with them." He entrusted the trading matter to her, but before that he had one thing to ask. The scene shifts to a large hotel. Here, Sang-hyuk and Elisa were holding a press conference. Below, dozens of reporters were covering the event. Sang-hyuk said, "The elves have always lived in the forest, but the situation has now changed. This is no longer the continent of X. From now on, the elves will live in a specific area of the land of the masked. Only authorized people can enter, and no one else can set foot on this land." Elisa, sitting next to him, said something to him. He nodded and continued speaking to the reporters. "But one thing I can assure you is that when the elves want to communicate with humans, they will have to learn our culture and language. Also, they want to help adapt to human society through the trade of goods. There may be some difficulties at first, but I hope everyone will provide their utmost support and cooperation." Director Park Yu of the Moore Group agreed to support the construction. Jun Sang-hyuk also informed other countries to request their cooperation. The construction of the elf city will begin soon. 2 months later, the city construction was in full swing. Sang-hyuk and Elisa were looking down from a cliff. They were talking about the name of the city. Elisa hadn't thought about it yet. He suggested Elam, the name of the oasis where the Israelites stayed after their exodus. Elisa smiled and replied, "That's a wonderful name." Returning to her home, Elisa was enjoying some tea when suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Violetta. Elisa said, "I thought I'd never see you again. It's surprising you've come all this way. How did you escape from Lentil?" Violetta smiled. "I'm not sure if I escaped on my own or if he let me go." Elisa was worried he wouldn't let Violetta go so easily. He was a frightening person. Violetta agreed. "That's right, he was the craziest of all the weirdos I've met. But don't worry, I believe he won't bother me." After finishing, Violetta changed the subject and started bad-mouthing the protagonist. "Don't be foolish, that guy Jun Sang-hyuk can't be trusted." Elisa ignored her words and only trusted what Sang-hyuk had done. "He is a much better person than you think." At this time, 2 players were working together to fight a monster while talking. "Why aren't you resting? You were up all night last night." The other person answered, "How can I sleep when I'm watching my experience points go up? Besides, just 2 more levels and I'll get the final reward." Before the two could even talk, a monster rushed in and attacked them. A person in a red cloak quickly swung their sword and cut the monster's body. The two breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had dealt with all the strange demons. They said, "The enemies here are strong, but the levels go up very quickly. That's exactly what I'm aiming for. I've gone up 5 levels. Odin has already reached the 2nd floor, right? The monsters will get stronger and stronger." As they talked and walked, they didn't notice that the monsters they had killed behind them were reviving. The two were shocked, their mouths agape. "What the hell is this? They've come back to life." As the screen zoomed out, a person was shown controlling everything in front of numerous monitors. "I have planted the essence in the ancient separation barrier, and in the world inside and outside the monster's castle. The more these monsters are hunted, the weaker the barrier's power will gradually become. In the end, death will continue. Your actions will become the very blade that pierces your own hearts." In another castle, Jun Sang-hyuk was fighting a group of monsters alone. He contacted Baekjung and learned that the number of monsters was increasing and the players were gradually getting weaker. The world of eternity was limited by the game system, so the number of monsters and their revival rate were constant. But if there was a change in the revival rate, as Baekjung said, the situation would become uncontrollable in many parts of the world. Sang-hyuk continued to ask, "Are there similar reports from other places?" He received an answer. "Similar problems have not yet occurred in other areas. This phenomenon has been reported to only occur in the ancient regions. Currently, hunting in the ancient abyss has been prohibited. Further investigation is needed." Returning to the castle, Sang-hyuk, Elisa, and Violetta sat together. They were talking about the one who controls the ancient abyss. His name is Lentil, from the continent of Roselia. He was a great scholar who collected all knowledge. As his life was coming to an end, Lentil prepared a final mission for the continent. It was to stop an evil that no one dared to confront. At the summit of Tartarus he built the ancient abyss, also known as the prison of the abyss. After that, he created a barrier that no one, not even himself, could break. After connecting with the evil inside, he too went in. It was to prevent the possibility of the barrier not being able to withstand the absolute evil. Hearing that, Sang-hyuk said, "But he said he would come to meet me. How does he plan to cross the barrier?" Violetta continued. "He will probably find a way to neutralize the barrier. The barrier is not only blocked by a seal, but the surrounding environmental factors also play a role," Sang-hyuk said, as if finding it hard to understand. "Then what about the creatures? In that case, if you weaken the monsters, the barrier will also gradually weaken," Sang-hyuk thought to himself. "So that's why the monsters in the ancient abyss increased." He finished speaking and left. Elisa asked, "Are you thinking of killing him?" Sang-hyuk said calmly, "We don't know what he'll do if he gets out, so we have to eliminate him before that happens." Elisa thought that was too much of a stretch. He had no magic or combat skills, but he understood everything in this world. Sang-hyuk said, "Don't worry, I won't be fooled so easily." Violetta stood up and blocked his way. "I'm going too. He imprisoned me there after killing all my kin. Isn't that persuasive enough?" Elisa didn't sit still either. "Then I will follow you too." In the end, the three went together. Sang-hyuk saw that Violetta's complexion was not good and said, "Are you okay? You don't look very well." Violetta suspected that he was watching from somewhere. She reminded everyone to be careful. Meanwhile, Elisa also needed some time to pinpoint his location. Inside the ancient castle, the three went to the throne, and on the chair was a doll. Violetta said, "Just as you said, here he is. He's turned into a doll," Elisa answered. "After death, his mind will surely be hidden deep inside it." "Then can we get it out?" Sang-hyuk said. Violetta used magic on the doll. She chanted a strange spell as she cast her magic. Finally, the doll came to life in the smoke. "Welcome back, Demon Freddy. I didn't think the day would come when everyone would gather again like this." At this time, Freddy sneered and said, "I don't think there was even a reason for us all to gather like this before." Jun Sang-hyuk, standing next to him, heard this and said to be wary, setting aside greetings, "We don't know what he'll do." Hearing that, Freddy just replied with an incomprehensible attitude. At this time, Elisa appeared. Jun Sang-hyuk saw her and asked if she had found Lentil's location. Elisa approached him and answered, "I haven't pinpointed the exact location, but he is near here. He must be watching us from somewhere." Suddenly, the sound of an argument drew everyone's attention. "What, you cowardly bastard? Show your face." "Calm down, Freddy. You're the weakest one here." "What?" Suddenly, a door appeared in front of them. The door slowly opened. As a man walked out of the door, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. It was Lentil. The moment Freddy saw him, he lost his senses and charged straight at Lentil. Lentil looked very calm and said with an ice-cold face, "I think you're the one who will feel extreme terror." And he smoothly dodged Freddy's attack, leaving Freddy no time to react. Seeing this, everyone was very worried about Freddy. Freddy didn't give up, got up with murderous intent and looked at Lentil, saying he would send him to meet the King of Hell. Hearing that, Lentil answered with a bone-chilling remark, "Do you think you're qualified?" Violetta, seeing this, raised her voice in displeasure. "You speak as if you're the supreme god. Don't make me laugh. You're not even worthy of being a god." Hearing that, Lentil laughed lightly and shot back at Violetta, "You are neither a god nor a human. Don't you think you should be grateful to me for taking you in?" At this time, Valander was also very displeased with Lentil. He stepped forward majestically, aimed his sword straight at Lentil, and said in a firm voice, "This blade will decide everything." Hearing that, Lentil's gaze deepened. After looking at Valander coldly, he stretched out both hands and cast a skill, opening the prelude to the battle. Jun Sang-hyuk's group was very surprised to see this. None of them had wanted this from the beginning. Lentil looked at them with sharp, terrifying eyes and declared that he would gain his freedom. At this time, Freddy also rushed at him, creating endless clones and hitting Lentil's face wildly. But Lentil seemed unfazed. He lightly flicked his fingers. Seeing this, Freddy quickly ran behind Lentil. His eyes darkened and Freddy's clones disappeared like smoke. Freddy saw this and shouted in surprise, "Damn it!" Just then, a hole in space appeared behind Lentil. A figure jumped out from the hole and attacked him. It was the Reaper. Lentil saw it and quickly dodged. The Reaper saw this, turned around and went back into the hole. Then it appeared once again behind Lentil. The Reaper looked at him with a strange smile. Violetta also jumped into the fight. She rushed at Lentil with lightning speed and used a skill that continuously slapped his face, but unfortunately this was Lentil's domain, so even though Violetta's attacks were very fast, Lentil blocked them lightly. Just then, a powerful beam of light flew straight towards Violetta. Jun Sang-hyuk saw this, shouted her name loudly, and was about to rush to save her. But Valander pushed him back with his hand and said, "That guy owes us. It's my turn now." Then Valander charged straight at Lentil. He jumped high and swung his sword at Lentil. Lentil saw this and said coldly, "You've gotten stronger." Hearing that, Valander replied, "It's because I met a good friend." Lentil heard this, laughed out loud and said, "A friend? How ridiculous." After speaking, he gradually grew giant and tried to stomp Valander to death with his foot. Jun Sang-hyuk was very worried to see this and shouted Valander's name. But Valander was not one to die so easily. Valander believed that humans become stronger when they have something to protect. Hearing that, Lentil approached him and sneered, "Do you think you can beat me with just a belief like that?" Valander said firmly that he did not fear failure, because he always knew that if he fell, his comrades would fight in his place. Lentil's giant foot suddenly exploded into pieces. The team of 4 gathered again. "The only one who will be defeated here is you." Violetta cast a skill, sending blood clots flying towards Lentil. He closed his eyes, raised both hands and created a transparent shield to block Violetta's attack. Freddy also took this opportunity to break through the transparent shield and appear behind him to attack with his weapon, but Lentil was too fast and deftly dodged to the side. Lentil raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. As he drew a square in the air with his finger, Freddy was trapped inside a transparent cubic box, stunned. Freddy pushed against the barrier, struggling and trying to escape. Valander saw this, rushed in and cut the box in a single blow, helping Freddy escape. Valander's eyes shone brightly like stars. Valander suddenly cut the air once and a sharp slash flew straight towards Lentil. Dirt and stones flew in all directions and thick dust rose. Valander and Violetta stood still and observed. Transparent rectangles appeared, drawing Valander's attention. From within those rectangles, thousands of skeletons crawled out. They approached to surround Valander. Valander clicked his tongue and quickly thought of a way to deal with them. From a distance, Lentil observed the chaotic scene. He smiled with satisfaction. A small explosion occurred at his feet. Lentil still stood quietly. Violetta and the Reaper appeared in front of him. They continuously threw punches and kicks at Lentil. Strangely, he did not dodge or move at all. The Reaper opened his pouch, took out a blue orb and pressed it into the ground. It immediately spread into a giant vine with sharp thorns. The vine quickly bound Lentil. Violetta took this opportunity to cast an assassination skill. She swiped once, and her sharp nails grazed his neck. Violetta pulled back her hand and observed the effect of her attack, but was very surprised. The one who was bound was not the man but Freddy. At this time his whole body was covered in wounds and she was heartbroken. On the other side, a reaper was facing a giant hand that was about to send him flying with a single blow. As expected, that one blow sent the reaper to paradise. Violetta was startled by Lentil's unpredictable surprise attack. At this time, two giant feet were planted on the ground in front of the immense power. Violetta looked smaller than ever. The feet continued to walk forward. The ground shattered to pieces. Violetta hurriedly tried to escape, but what greeted her was the powerful fist of a giant hand. Violetta froze in fear. At this moment, Valander appeared in time to save her. He unleashed a slash. Valander told Violetta, "Get away." Violetta didn't understand what he meant and asked back, "What?" At this moment, Violetta was swept away by a fierce torrent of water. She screamed and struggled to escape, but her voice was completely drowned out by the sound of the water. Valander turned away helplessly. Damn it, now he was the only one left to face him. A strong wind howled. Valander bravely advanced. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. The place where Valander stood had turned into a vast desert. He asked himself in surprise, "Where is this place?" The reaper was lying motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. Violetta was swept away by the water and fainted from lack of oxygen. Freddy was no better, his whole body bloody. A battered Sang-hyuk and Elisa were at a loss for words at the sight before them. Lentil looked at the two and said in a sarcastic tone, "Now it's your turn. Stalling for time won't change anything." As he clenched his fist, dirt and stones also slowly floated up with his energy. Lentil said arrogantly, "Now let's begin our final battle." Sang-hyuk gently pulled Elisa into his arms, slightly surprising her. The two flew into the sky, leaving Lentil on the ground. Once again a rain of blood began to fall. Sang-hyuk spread his wings and soared high. Lentil reached his hand toward the sky. "Do you think you can escape from here?" An unexpected explosion occurred in the air where Lentil was. Something grazed his arm and headed for the ground. Violetta was immediately freed from the cold torrent of water. She gasped for air and coughed a few times. He glanced at her. "It seems you still haven't grasped your position. Why don't you give up on saving her?" Sang-hyuk appeared, fully clad in iron armor. "No, it seems you're the one who doesn't grasp the situation." He looked at the wound on Lentil's arm and said, "Didn't you realize you almost died?" Lentil's face darkened, and he found this slightly interesting. At this time, Lentil showed his true power, and the dirt and stones surged up again. "I will make everything more terrible than ever. Let's see how long you can last," Sang-hyuk replied. "I'll make you regret those words. The one who will be defeated here is you." Lentil gritted his teeth and held out his hand to block. Sang-hyuk decided to cut him down to finish him off. Two immense powers collided, causing a violent vibration that collapsed a corner of the castle. The wind blew, scattering dust. Lentil still stood motionless. He quietly scanned his surroundings to find Jun Sang-hyuk. Something made Lentil's eyes widen. It turned out Sang-hyuk had already gotten close. He struck down with his sword right in front of him. Sang-hyuk landed on the ground and went behind the man to reduce his inertia. At this time, Lentil was still calmly admiring the clouds and sky from within a sturdy shield. His attacks were easily dodged at a terrifying speed. Sang-hyuk quickly cut the transparent shield, shattering it. As the attack approached, the man created another shield. Lentil's eyes shone. He pointed his finger into the air. The dirt and stones at the two's feet were shattered by an invisible attack. Sang-hyuk rolled his body to dodge the dangerous skill. Sang-hyuk supported his body with his hands on the ground. He gritted his teeth and thought of a way to deal with it. At this moment, the giant foot reappeared and attacked him. Sang-hyuk hurriedly dodged, his eyes flashing with the flames of hatred. He shouted and cast the blade of justice skill, pushing his sword forward to create a dazzling beam of light that flew towards Lentil. He held his hand out in front of him, and a shield appeared once more. But Sang-hyuk's power shattered it and fiercely attacked him. He moved behind Lentil. He glanced at him. Sang-hyuk advanced again and slashed very hard. A crack appeared on the new shield the man had created. He praised him. "Quite impressive. Despite you being just a small human," Sang-hyuk sneered, saying he was impressed with him too quickly. Sang-hyuk split into two, closing the distance to Lentil from the front and back. He glanced at the one slashing from behind and immediately disappeared, leaving an empty space where only a futile slash remained. The giant feet strode across the ground again. They caused a violent vibration and dust filled the space. A foot pressed Sang-hyuk into the ground, preventing him from escaping. In the sky, demons with bat wings emerged in hordes from a red circular gate and approached his back. The number of demons was so large that no matter how Sang-hyuk swung his sword, it could surround him. Sang-hyuk clicked his tongue in annoyance, swung his sword in front of the ferocious demons, and gained momentum to leap backward. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. A transparent cube trapped him in the air. Sang-hyuk said in annoyance. "Damn it." Lentil saw this and said with a sneer, "What a shame. Have you finally realized where your limit is?" Lentil folded his ring and pinky fingers. "This is your destiny, human." At this moment a tear appeared in the gate of space. Lentil was slightly surprised, and the tear grew larger and larger, as if it would rip the entire space apart. Lentil hurriedly turned around, leaving Sang-hyuk in the box. Lentil stammered, How did you get out of that space?" It turned out to be Valander, who had majestically emerged from the rift with a sword in hand. Valander thrust his sword at him. A stream of purple power was created. He demanded to know how he dared to trap him in that insignificant space. Lentil habitually put up a shield, and the two streams of power, offense and defense, collided, raising a thick cloud of dust. Sang-hyuk waited patiently outside. Red blood dripped onto the ground. Lentil knelt down exhausted. Sang-hyuk and Valander stood side by side in front of Lentil. Sang-hyuk asked how it felt to see his own blood after so long. He raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. Lentil struggled to mutter a few words before gradually disappearing with the dust. His words lingered in the air. "You will never be forgiven." Sang-hyuk stared into the empty space. "What?" Then, lost in thought, he glanced at his hand as it gradually disappeared, followed by his entire body. In an instant only Valander was left here. In another white space, pixels quietly appeared. They grew denser and denser, gathering together. Sang-hyuk reappeared. He was puzzled by this strange space. Suddenly a voice was heard. "This is my own world which I created myself." Sang-hyuk looked in the direction of the voice. A giant face with a bushy beard appeared. It was Lentil, transformed into a monster form. Sang-hyuk was not at all afraid or flustered and said calmly, "Planning to shine in phase 2? Lentil glared with rage and then disappeared, leaving only white smoke. Sang-hyuk was wary of a surprise attack. A blow struck down. Sang-hyuk quickly dodged. He suspected that Lentil was the monster behind everything. He appeared with a cruel laugh. Sang-hyuk also smiled and raised his sword high. The second round officially began. Sang-hyuk jumped up and a sound from behind drew his attention, making him turn his head. The ground was now covered in thick dust from the previous attack. Sharp stones formed right above his head. Sang-hyuk paused for a few seconds, then found a safe place to dodge everything. A giant hand formed again and tried to grab him. Sang-hyuk swung his sword across its palm. From the cut, thousands of arms sprouted, disgusting him. Sang-hyuk glared at them. The long arms attacked him in succession, continuously forcing him back. Sang-hyuk stopped, seized the opportunity, and launched an attack called Missile Sword, creating circular orbs that cut off the arms. The sky above him suddenly split open, revealing a blue circle, and a massive stream of power poured down to the ground. He leaped forward to escape the danger. A voice echoed, making him turn around. "Do you think you can get out of here alive?" The man's ferocious face appeared. "This is my territory. Here I am the law and the ruler. Ha." He caressed his sword. "Then if I kill you, I can get out of here, right?" Sang-hyuk created a giant pillar of light in the sky with his sword. Lentil was extremely enraged. The pillar of light tore through the entire space and flew at him. Dust covered the area, and he still maintained his stance with his sword. A strong wind blew around him, fluttering the hem of his clothes. Lentil spoke through the mist. That attack alone was not enough to even make him itch. Since this was Lentil's domain, Sang-hyuk could do nothing. Sang-hyuk looked at him quietly and then threw out a remark that confused Lentil. "That's only when you're in your space." At this moment a crack appeared in the space. The crack grew larger and larger. Lentil was flustered. "What is that?" It turned out that Sang-hyuk's previous attack had created that crack in the space. Sang-hyuk sneered nonchalantly. "You made it so carefully, didn't you? Perhaps my attack was a bit excessive." Lentil looked at him in surprise. Sang-hyuk immediately retreated far away and created his own space. A yellow stream of power enveloped his entire body, brightly illuminating the land and sky. Sang-hyuk slashed the air in succession, and the created yellow beams of light attacked Lentil directly. He screamed in pain. The light shone everywhere, and the sky became calm and the sea grew still. A pillar of water rose from under the sea. In the empty space it created, a city protected by magic appeared. The land here was gouged with deep pits. Lentil lay there motionless. He groaned, "This can't be happening. There's no way I can lose." Before he could finish his words, he screamed in pain and his body slowly turned to dust and disappeared. Sang-hyuk watched everything quietly, and a mechanical voice echoed, "World Boss, Lord of the Abyss, Lentil has been defeated." Freddy and the Reaper appeared. Both were extremely shocked, their faces showing disbelief that Lentil had been defeated. Sang-hyuk smiled and took off his mask. Elisa worriedly asked him if he was injured. Sang Hyuk smiled and said he was fine, then asked if the others were okay. It was because from the looks of it, they seemed more seriously injured than Sang Hyuk, the Reaper answered. Don't worry about that. A dwarf treated us with healing magic. Hearing that, Sang Hyuk was relieved and thought it was for the best. Suddenly a vibration occurred and everyone assumed a defensive stance. Shards of stone shot up high, surprising everyone. A giant building suddenly appeared, blocking the sunlight. The Reaper marveled, what a giant castle. Freddy wondered why such a large castle had appeared here. Violetta guessed that Lentil must have been like them in the past, just like how we were trapped here. His soul will be trapped in this castle. Suddenly, 3 shining circles appeared on the ground. It was the reward for defeating the world boss. The rewards included a myth-grade shield, a myth-grade spatial dominion skill scroll, and the myth-grade Tomb of Infinite Knowledge. Sang Hyuk picked up the Tomb of Infinite Knowledge. It had the ability to increase intelligence by 100. Sang Hyuk thought this was perfect for him. At this time, the Reaper hesitated and said he had one last request. Sang Hyuk glanced at him and asked what the request was. The Reaper said earnestly, "Could you take me to the outside world?" Sang Hyuk agreed. The Reaper was overjoyed, but of course Sang Hyuk would not help for free. He said he wanted to make a contract. The Reaper, seemingly unable to follow what Sang Hyuk was saying, was lost in deep thought. In the outside world, in Songdo Incheon, a group of children were playing happily under a tree. Adults were also taking leisurely strolls. The city was crowded with many residents. A black dot appeared in the sky and grew larger and larger. Inside the giant castle, a sharp scream echoed. "Hey, can't you stay still?" Heroes, who was being made up, answered. "I want to stay still, but my body keeps moving against my will," and replied, "If you keep shaking like that, it will only get harder." Heroes had no choice but to compromise, and held a sharp tool and said, "Stay still if you don't want to get your face scratched." Heroes asked again, "What on earth is that?" and shouted in annoyance, "Don't move." A moment later, a circle engraved with various patterns was perfectly etched onto Heroes' head. The 2 people next to him marveled and praised it, and was also proud. "See, I told you it would be fine." Wobbing handed Heroes a mirror. "Here, look in the mirror. Do you like it?" Heroes now had a shaved head but had become a very handsome young man. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shed tears. "Is this my face?" Wobbing was surprised. She didn't know the Reaper could cry. Heroes placed a hand on his face. "I can't remember the last time I cried." Heroes sobbed and spoke to everyone, then laughed as if on nicotine. "Ha ha." The people watching him cry were now at a loss for words. It seemed Heroes needed to practice making facial expressions first, otherwise if he went outside with that face he might get arrested by the police. The city at night, cars came and went ceaselessly. A voice filled with admiration came from inside a car. Unbelievable, buildings bigger than castles and cars running on them. Everything Violetta said was true. Heroes in his human form placed a hand on the car window and watched with interest. Sang Hyuk, sitting next to him, was still driving calmly. He said to Heroes, "Are you surprised?" "I was more surprised by your face." Heroes turned his head, pouted and said, "I was originally born a thug, but with a handsome face like this no one would be afraid of me. That's why I used to dress like a clown." The 2 continued to drive and talk. Elsewhere, a dense group of soldiers in armor was advancing. Just then, Ho Seong flashed by like lightning and knocked them all down. When a few counterattacked with their weapons, he dodged and struck back with the power of water. Ho Seong leaped into the air, held his staff and cast a spell. A maelstrom of the sea, a created wave, swept away the soldiers. As he slowly descended, a thought came to him. What was that? Sang Hyuk sat facing Ho Seong and asked about the Tomb of Infinite Knowledge. Ho Seong was momentarily dazed. Sang Hyuk held up the book and explained its ability to instantly increase the user's intelligence by 1,000. Ho Seong was surprised and wondered why Sang Hyuk would give him such an important item. Sang Hyuk asked Ho Seong back, "You're not going to use your infinite tower points, are you?" Ho Seong answered, "Yeah, I'm saving them up to buy a legend-grade armor." Sang Hyuk suggested he change his goal, use it to increase his points and get a myth-grade armor instead. And he said that if he used the book he could gather enough points in a short amount of time. Returning to the present, countless soldiers were in front of Ho Seong. He took the book from his clothes and decided to quickly absorb the power hidden within it. Millions of pages appeared in the air forming a circle, and Ho Seong felt a little strange. The pieces of paper spun rapidly, creating a vortex. Ho Seong's eyes widened and he chanted a spell, gravity inversion. Then countless soldiers were immediately lifted into the air, and Ho Seong watched them from a distance. The soldiers fell to the ground and shattered to pieces, and the rising smoke obscured his vision. Elsewhere, in a place with a magnificent castle among towering skyscrapers, Heroes was leisurely drinking coffee. Jun Sang-hyuk was surprised at how a skeleton could drink coffee. Heroes pointed to his chest and said, "There's a small space in here." They said it was made based on the concept of spatial transfer. Sang-hyuk thought they had too much time on their hands. Just then, Yi Cheon-woo appeared and chided Sang-hyuk for not coming early as promised. Sang-hyuk was flustered and made an excuse that Heroes hadn't finished his coffee yet. Sang-hyuk asked Cheon-woo why he had called him. Cheon-woo replied with dissatisfaction. "What, don't tell me you forgot the request you made?" He said all the preparations were done. The thing Sang-hyuk wanted to do. Cheon-woo led Sang-hyuk to a dark basement. He asked Sang-hyuk if he was really sure. The material cost alone was over 5 trillion. Sang-hyuk smiled and said, "Money is not a problem." Cheon-woo muttered that he couldn't understand why Sang-hyuk would go to such lengths. Sang-hyuk answered, "Hey, what are you talking about after you've already finished everything?" The two entered a room. Cheon-woo stood in front of the weapons and said, "Anyway, it's all done." Meanwhile, in the US, in a building, a voice echoed, "Captain, it's a package from the masked castle." Richard looked at the sword in his hand, surprised as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In China, Russo also received a sword sent from Korea. In England, Michael also received an item hammer from Sang-hyuk. "This guy, what is he giving me for?" In Germany, the bald man also received a large sword sent by Sang-hyuk. A female player from Italy also received a gift from the monarch. A player from Japan was no exception. Inside the castle, Baekjung reported that he had sent all the rewards to 10 people from the top 13 guilds. However, Baekjung suspected that no one would be grateful or appreciative of what Sang-hyuk had done. But that was not what Jun Sang-hyuk was worried about. It was because he would soon start the Sky Island project, and the Demon King's castle would also appear. They had to form an organization to fight against it. Everyone had to prepare for the final battle that would take place in this demon world. Early in the morning, the bells in the Player Association building rang loudly. The office staff continuously answered customer calls. "Where are you now?" the counselor's voice echoed. "First, you must evacuate from that location immediately." "Understood, I will check right now." Two superiors were watching quietly from a distance. Wei Ung-suk ordered a connection to be made with the masked castle immediately. Regarding the appearance of the Sky Island, a strange island was floating in the sky. People on the street couldn't hide their surprise, and the masked unit flew towards the island. Jun Sang-hyuk, wearing golden armor, also appeared. Someone shouted, "It's finally happening. The Angel's Island, Brahim." Baekjung told Sang-hyuk that there was currently a barrier around the Sky Island. Sang-hyuk already knew this, and what they had to do was complete a linked quest to get permission to enter. Baekjung was worried that the unit members wouldn't have time to complete it. Sang-hyuk raised his holy sword. A golden flash of light gathered. Sang-hyuk rushed down and cut the barrier. The creatures on the island were startled by the strange sound. They all raised their heads at once and looked at the sky. A golden light covered everything. The unit behind Sang-hyuk prepared to charge. Baekjung shouted loudly. They charged forward with momentum. All the soldiers headed for the Angel's Island. In turn, at Incheon International Airport, a group of people stood solemnly in line. Richard led a group dressed in black. Rosso was also there. An announcement echoed in the streets. "This is an emergency," Wei Ung-suk announced over the phone. 100 wings will be provided directly from the masked monarch. The mission now is to gather everything that is lacking. After that, everyone will meet at the Sky Island. Michael listened carefully. Violet the Reaper and Freddy, in their human forms, also finished their preparations. A chaotic scene unfolded. They and the creatures there began to fight, entangled with each other. Baekjung communicated with the person behind him, ordering them to hold their position and provide magical support from the rear. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Make way!" The sound drew the attention of everyone there. The King of Hell appeared. Sang-hyuk strengthened his arm and defeated a demon, and Lilith also fought fiercely. Ho-seong unleashed his power and cast the Rain of Flame sword skill, and the enemies on the ground were almost instantly incinerated. The demons were engulfed in a sea of fire. An explosion occurred in the air. Soldiers wearing red masks looked in that direction. A giant dragon appeared. It breathed fire and nearly wiped out the masked soldiers there. Someone shouted, "It's the Iron Dragon Kaspero. I don't know why it's here." The dragon spewed powerful flames, and countless lives were sacrificed. A power called Territory Restriction. It was unknown whose attack it was, but the dragon was trapped. It glared, trying to find the culprit. Jun Sang-hyuk appeared and split it in two with a single slash. He flew high again and observed the dragon. Sang-hyuk boosted the soldiers' morale. There are only a few left, leave nothing behind. The demon and human units clashed and the battle shook the heavens and the earth. When night fell, the Angels' Island became desolate and ruined, and the unit set up tents on the spot and rested. Sang-hyuk asked Baekjung about the number of casualties. Baekjung said there were no deaths and 15 were injured but not seriously. Sang-hyuk said, "Everyone get a good rest today. The entire unit will prepare to depart tomorrow morning." Baekjung agreed, and a soldier ran up and reported that the heads of the 13 guilds had arrived. Everyone gathered in a line. Someone whispered that the weapon Sang-hyuk had given them was no simple gift. Michael wondered if he should refuse it. Christina, who was next to him, whispered, "So are you going to go back or something?" Michael, of course, was not that crazy. The stats of that weapon were enormous. Sang-hyuk appeared and greeted them, then reconfirmed if 10 people had come from each guild. Michael wondered why he was asking that. It was because from the beginning Sang-hyuk had only provided 100 wings for each guild. Sang-hyuk explained seriously, saying that Michael was acting as if he owed him a debt. Michael was flustered. At this time, Raso said she wanted to talk with Sang-hyuk for a moment. Sang-hyuk was slightly curious. On the island, the castles were severely destroyed. Raso took Sang-hyuk to a secluded place. Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. "Why did you bring me here? Is there a problem?" Raso replied, "It's an important problem at least." And she said with a serious expression that it seemed the Demon King's castle had been deployed. Sang-hyuk's eyes widened and he was very surprised. "What?" Raso continued. "It's in Wangshen, Anhui Province, China. This information came from the Demon King's Castle Countermeasure Organization, so it must be accurate." Sang-hyuk asked if there was a solution. Raso said that her recent actions had been secretly investigated, but fortunately nothing had happened yet. Sang-hyuk analyzed the situation. In the other world, Demon Kings from the Demon King's castle had not yet conquered the continent. Of course there was no guarantee that the same thing would happen here. Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment and then said, "For now, let's keep this a secret. I need to review the situation again." Raso agreed. Wangshen, Anhui Province was foggy. A strange object was floating in the air. It was Sang-hyuk wearing an invisibility cloak. He observed the rugged mountains and hills, and a magnificent castle could be seen in the distance. Looking closely at the castle again, he muttered, "That's definitely the Demon King's castle." He wondered if it was already complete. Sang-hyuk stood still for a long time, and just as he was about to turn back, he seemed to remember something and said, "Wait here. I'll be right back." Both sides charged at each other, and a fierce battle unfolded. The castles were all cracked and heavily shelled. In the center of the Sky Island Brahim was the castle of the Dragon Lord Marion. Around it, 6 buildings formed a hexagon. The castle of the Dragon Lord Marion had a powerful barrier. To break the barrier, they had to defeat the guardian of each of the 6 buildings. It was a difficult battle due to their numerical inferiority, but thanks to a large supply of items called Angel's Wings, the tide of the battle turned. Soon after, the fierce battle ended, and they destroyed the barrier surrounding the Dragon Lord Marion's castle. The city was now like a pile of ruins, thick with dust and dirt. Jun Sang-hyuk stood on the ruins and looked at the main building. The bald man appeared behind him. Seeing him, the monarch opened his mouth. "I thought I ordered everyone to retreat. Why are you still here?" The bald man answered, "Because it would be easier to join forces." "But why did you decide to fight alone?" Jun Sang-hyuk said solemnly, "If you all fight here, there could be unnecessary casualties. Besides, I'm more comfortable fighting alone." The two walked without paying any mind to the broken debris around them. "After this battle is over, you must go to the Demon King's castle," the bald man asked. "Are you really planning to fight the Demon Kings?" He said it as if it were a matter of course, that there are battles that cannot be avoided. The bald man also agreed, but then said, "Please take my life right now." At these words, Jun Sang-hyuk paused for a moment, and the bald man explained, "I am an interdynastic merchant. I have made many deals and contracts with the Demon Kings, so if a war breaks out, I must stand on their side. I have no grudge against you, so please kill me. This is the best I can do." But Jun Sang-hyuk said solemnly, "Don't worry, what you just said will not happen. The contracts will be terminated independently. They will meet their end in death." The bald man was quite hesitant, and Jun Sang-hyuk continued, If you have nothing more to say, go back unless you want to die here." As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky, leaving the bald man standing there for a long time. Boring such a braggart in the main hall, there were petrified people standing on both sides, making the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Jun Sang-hyuk noticed that there was someone behind him, as per his bad habit. The Dragon Lord Marion answered, "I didn't think you would recognize my aesthetic sense," he said coldly. "I'm not interested," the other side also said, bored. "Your actions are always so indifferent." Jun Sang-hyuk asked suspiciously, "Do you still remember who I am?" The Dragon Lord said blankly, "How could I forget the man who begged me? Let me tell you a story. After you begged me, the place where I opened my eyes was an empty space full of chaos, no matter how hard I tried to escape. It was all in vain, so I fell into deep thought. Why did I lose to you? After an infinite amount of time, a wave of realization suddenly washed over me." He released the pressure of his power outward and growled, "I have become stronger. I'm incomparable to the me of that day." The ground shook and cracks began to form. The very ground where Jun Sang-hyuk stood was shattered to pieces. The moment the Dragon Lord leapt up, a killing intent emanated from behind him. "Die, you human!" He reacted in time, turning his body to block the attack with his sword. As the two swords clashed, an invisible wave erupted, shattering the ground, and the stone people around them were also shattered to pieces. The entire castle exploded, sending dirt and stones flying in all directions. Jun Sang-hyuk equipped his armor. "It seems you've really become much stronger." The Dragon Lord didn't say another word and rushed in. But nothing will change. The power of the attack created a wind that blew everything around them away. A chilling smile appeared on his face. Jun Sang-hyuk leaped up, dodged the attack, and landed a blow right in front of him. He then used a chain slash skill, but he had a defensive cube. That attack was really quite strong. Without a moment to catch his breath, meteors suddenly flew in. He hurriedly jumped up to dodge the skill, and immediately the Dragon Lord's sword flew in and slashed several times in the air. Faced with the barrage of attacks, he had no choice but to use his sword cannon skill. A blue beam of light flew towards his opponent. He sneered and created a shield to block the attack. He continued to counterattack with that skill. In an instant, the Dragon Lord was surprised, and a huge explosion occurred. Jun Sang-hyuk landed on the ground, but he noticed a dazzling light exploding in front of him. A fierce wind blew everything away. He realized that it had reached phase 2. It transformed into its dragon form and roared. "This is against the rules." It charged quickly towards him. Jun Sang-hyuk immediately dodged to the side and jumped down below the ground. The dragon saw it and swiped at the air with its claws, attacking right in front of Jun Sang-hyuk's eyes. Countless beams of light pierced his body. Before he could catch his breath, the ground shook again. He felt that it was behind him. The Dragon Lord's tail struck his body straight on. The sword in his hand also began to tremble. There was no other way. He continued to counterattack. Sword missile. All of his attacks were easily blocked. The dragon rushed at him, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. It tried to bite him, but Jun Sang-hyuk quickly stepped back, strengthened his sword, and slashed its back. The dragon's eyes widened and it cursed, "You bastard." Jun Sang-hyuk floated in the air and noticed that its next attack was not ordinary. It was none other than Dragon's Breath. The flames from its mouth burned everything, and the shell of the Heavens Island could not withstand it and showed signs of cracking. The entire city was engulfed in a ball of fire. They had extensive destructive power. But then the Dragon Lord realized he had gone too far. "Oh no, my Brahim!" The island began to fall uncontrollably. An explosion like a thunderous roar shook the surrounding space. A huge ball of fire appeared, emitting a dazzling light and spreading brilliant rays in the dark night. Black smoke and dust billowed up, creating a thick pillar of clouds that obscured the view. The surrounding forest burned fiercely. Jun Sang-hyuk was lying motionless on the ground when suddenly a voice was heard. "Monarch, are you all right?" Monarch, he barely managed to get up, took off his armored helmet and drank a recovery potion. The call still echoed. "Monarch," he came to his senses and walked with his hand on a tree trunk. "Don't bother me, I'm fine." The system was worried. "What happened? Why is Heaven's Island?" He answered. "Don't you know, that crazy bastard lost his mind. The flames swallowed everything on the road, from flammable materials to sturdy structures, making a sound like a beast roaring and growling. Thick pillars of smoke created strange shapes in the sky. Everyone felt fear and anxiety." He said in annoyance, "This damn bastard. Where are we now?" The system provided information. "We are in the Silver Corpse Mountains of Gangwon Province." Jun Sang-hyuk sighed. We've come quite a long way. After the battle is over, Odin can put out the fire with magic, so until then, stop the fire from spreading." Jun Sang-hyuk looked up at the sky, and unexpectedly, the Dragon Lord pinpointed his location and came straight down. It landed right in front of him and growled, "You bastard, how dare you bring down Brahim? Do you know what you've done?" He sneered and said, "What are you talking about? Are you blaming me for what you've done?" Those words really angered the Dragon Lord. It took a deep breath and created a huge ball of fire. "I will tear you to pieces and eat you one by one." He leaped up to dodge the attack, but the pressure of that attack was so strong that the air felt suffocating. Jun Sang-hyuk shot a skill straight at its head, causing it to lose its balance and stumble slightly. Not stopping there, the Dragon Lord counterattacked with countless fireballs, sending them flying towards him. Red flames blazed, dancing and tearing through the quiet space. The flames shot out like meteors, making a crackling sound every time they touched a nearby surface, and black smoke billowed up, obscuring the view and spreading an unpleasant burnt smell. It made the air suffocating. The Dragon Lord laughed loudly. "Do you like it? Do you still think you can beat me?" It was quite surprised to hear Jun Sang-hyuk's answer. "Don't be arrogant. This battle has only just begun." A terrifying power was released, and the dragon had to turn its head to look. "Of course, what are you thinking?" He maintained a cool appearance, unshaken in the slightest despite the situation. "Don't you think the battle is more balanced now?" In its rage, it continued to create dazzling spheres of light as if to prove its power. "You bastard, nothing will change." He could cut that sphere with a single swing of his sword. Found a gap in his defense and rushed in the blink of an eye, coming very close to his face. Jun Sang-hyuk gritted his teeth. "Is even the dragon's heart trembling?" as the Dragon Lord roared. The sound echoed throughout the entire space, seeming to shake everything around. "Damn it!" Jun Sang-hyuk did not hesitate. Determined to end this battle, he delivered a fatal blow to its neck. The Dragon Lord collapsed unconscious on the ground, its eyes still faintly open. "I don't know how you obtained the power of a god, but that power is not something a human can control. It will swallow you." Jun Sang-hyuk was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth. Anyway, after speaking, he climbed onto its back and looked at the sword stuck there. "I'll have to borrow it from you." Everyone was gathered around the dining table discussing something. Ahmed Hassan opened his mouth. "Why did he suddenly call us to this mysterious castle?" The blonde woman asked the same question. "That's right, he's never called us right after an invasion," Michael Buren answered nonchalantly. "Maybe he's trying to distribute the spoils of war he got from the Heavenly Island." The man with his hair up said coldly, "You haven't contributed much yet," Michael Buren grumbled. "Hey, you don't know how many harpies I killed." The bald man noticed someone opening the door. Jun Sang-hyuk entered. Baekjung stood behind the chair he had just sat in. Everyone opened their mouths and asked, "What's going on? Is it urgent? Did something happen on Heaven's Island?" He announced. "The Demon King's castle has been built." Everyone had a surprised expression. What did you just say?" he explained. "The location is Wangshen, China. There's no doubt about it. I saw it myself. As you all know, the 72 Demon Kings are all very powerful. But now that the Demon King's castle has appeared, we can't delay the attack. The final battle will be in 1 month. Jun Sang-hyuk held up his index finger. "This time, I want everyone to think seriously about this battle before participating. This is not a game, but a real fight." Everyone was thinking their own thoughts and no one said a word. The next day, Jun Sang-hyuk's message spread throughout the world. The fact that the Demon King's castle had been built was known to everyone. This topic spread widely among the public. The market was hit hard and people sought refuge in underground bunkers. Players flocked to the Infinite Tower to level up and get better equipment, and they did not know how much would change in a month. Everyone prepared as much as possible. At least this time it was to survive and not die. The day Jun Sang-hyuk had designated came quickly. Everyone was completely gathered in an empty space deep in the mountains. All races were present. Jun Sang-hyuk walked to the center. A man opened his mouth. "It feels strange to enter the place where I died," he said firmly. "If you don't want to go, you can give up now," the man sneered. Still as cold as ever. "Anyway, how long are you going to cover your face?" He turned away. "What do you mean?" the man said. "This might be our last battle together, so you should at least tell us your name and show us your face." He was silent, then turned back and waved his hand. "First, survive this attack. Then I'll tell you." The man laughed lightly. "Then I'll have to survive until the end." He looked at the towering mountain in the distance and muttered, "All right, I will survive. I will hold on until I see your face, majestic mountains, thick fog. They stopped in front of a huge gate. He hardened his resolve. 300 alliances, fewer than last time, but we are stronger, so we won't fail like last time. Then he rode his momentum and threw a punch at the gate, so as not to make the same mistake as last time. And to protect this world, everyone was tense. The gate opened shortly. The great hall inside was magnificent and splendid. It was overwhelmingly spacious but extremely cold. Everyone went inside and looked around. What? Is this really the Demon King's castle? Why does it look so splendid? Be quiet. We don't know when they'll appear. Suddenly, the inner door slowly opened. Jun Sang-hyuk recognized the voice of the 72nd Demon King Andromalius. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I've seen this group. The bald man was surprised. A long time? Do you remember us? It answered, of course. How could I forget the one who pierced my heart with a cold sword? But this time will be different, because I'm much stronger than last time. It sent 2 snakes flying at them. Baekjung quickly blocked the attack, but its power was so strong that he had to hold on. He hurriedly shouted, "Move, prepare for a ranged attack." The defenders came forward. As the attack began, they moved into 2 formations, ranged and close combat as ordered. Baekjung requested the defenders to go forward and they charged, unleashing all kinds of skills at the same time. The Demon King sneered from above. "Yes, all of you have gotten stronger too, but it's meaningless." While he was being arrogant, Jun Sang-hyuk stood behind him, surprising him. Still as arrogant as ever, after speaking, he pointed the tip of his sword at him. He was the weakest of the Demon Kings, but he could only stammer a few words. "What? How can this be?" He blew its head off in a single blow. At this time, everyone was trying to kill as many monsters as possible. The 69th Demon King Decarabia, the 60th Demon King Bune, the 59th Oribus, and the 37th Phoenix. And with the terrifying appearance of the 24th Demon King Nibirius, a faint mist spread out. But Jun Sang-hyuk, without a hint of fear, turned to his comrade and asked if he had died here. This made his comrade go crazy and shout, "Hey, why are you bringing that up?" Suddenly, at this time, Nibirius's voice echoed, "Your face is quite familiar. I think I've eaten you before." At this time he raised both hands to the sky and a powerful force was emitted. From a nearby cliff a legion of skeletons appeared. With Nibirius's signal, the skeleton legion madly attacked towards Jun Sang-hyuk. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a while, when suddenly a huge hand rose up and a ferocious giant appeared. The people on Jun Sang-hyuk's side were scared and stared blankly with wide eyes. Before they could come to their senses, the giant continued to attack Jun Sang-hyuk's alliance. To not let it have its way, Baris took the opportunity to unleash his power from behind the giant's back and launched a surprise attack. The giant staggered. Baekjung noticed that an opportunity for a counterattack had come, and immediately rushed to the monster, cut its leg once with an axe and brought it to the ground. Then he delivered a fatal blow to the giant. Nibirius couldn't believe his eyes. None of them had died. Suddenly Michael Buren appeared and attacked the Demon King directly with all his might. In the flow of that power, everyone could not stand properly, and even Nibirius's mask was blown away. But Nibirius still arrogantly said to Jun Sang-hyuk, "Do you think you can kill us, those who use the power of a god? Us who stand against the gods you humans have always worshipped. We do not die, we just close our eyes. If we open our eyes again in an age of chaos, you..." Before he could finish his words, Nibirius was beheaded by Jun Sang-hyuk's side. Michael Buren turned his head to Jun Sang-hyuk and asked, "We didn't come here to listen to this madman's words, did we?" Just then a strong wind blew and the 8th Demon King Barbados appeared. Because of this, Jun Sang-hyuk's side had to build a solid line of defense. Meanwhile, Nibirius's provocative words lingered in Jun Sang-hyuk's mind. In the distance an iron door opened, and inside was the 3rd Demon King, Visago. Jun Sang-hyuk, receiving the respect of many people, walked confidently and approached Visago. "I've waited a long time, sage of the demon world." Visago replied that it was just a moment in eternity. Jun Sang-hyuk asked again, "Does your race always resurrect and never die?" "That's only half true." Visago said, "It is true that we never die. It's almost an impossible thing in this chaotic era. Just like in the past, we just wake up from a dream." Jun Sang-hyuk said, deep in thought, "Was bringing the players to the outside world and then bringing them back half of it." But to know the answer, Visago demanded that Jun Sang-hyuk pay a price. "The answer is for you to end the war with the Demon Kings without knowing the future consequences. And my demand is to take one thing from you, your 2 eyes. Don't mind it, you have the right to refuse me, Visago said. Surprisingly, Jun Sang-hyuk accepted this demand. Upon accepting Visago's demand, everyone on Jun Sang-hyuk's side was horrified, not understanding the reason. To reassure everyone, Jun Sang-hyuk took off his helmet. This was completely shocking to everyone. On the other hand, Visago smiled with interest. You revealed your face before you died. Jun Sang-hyuk had a disgusted expression. Shut up, hurry up and take it before I change my mind. Demon King Visago was of course happy with Jun Sang-hyuk's consent and extended his hand to take his eyes. After taking his eyes, Visago smiled with satisfaction and mocked. What kind of brat can he face in this state now? Meanwhile, Jun Sang-hyuk still maintained a calm expression. He looked straight at Visago and asked about the truth regarding Van. Visago began to tell him the truth. I don't remember exactly, but one day the Demon King called me and told me that someone with a power similar to his was looking for him. He said that person was from a world completely different from ours. Sang-hyuk was lost in thought without answering. He was relieved by the fact that another world that could affect three-dimensional space existed. This was because the goddess of the Roselia continent had exerted her influence on this world. Therefore, as the High Elf had said, there are other worlds beyond this one, and the elves seemed to be able to communicate with people from an unknown world. This meant that there were more creatures in reality compared to the game in the outside world. That person met Van and made him a proposal. He would become one of those who affect dimensions. One thing Sang-hyuk was sure of was that whoever they were evil rather than good. Sang-hyuk continued to ask him, what did that person want from Van? Visago said, I will send all the warriors of this world to you, so stop them all. Sang-hyuk was shocked to learn that Van had accepted this proposal for the absurd reason of it being interesting. Visago also revealed that the rotten world he had visited was the one destroyed by the one who made that proposal. Don't be surprised. Even if he swallows a kingdom we don't know, nothing will change. When it seems like this world is heading towards destruction one day, a person with absolute power will be watching you and waiting for an opportunity. Sang-hyuk continued to wonder. Was he the one who tried to destroy the Roselia continent? But Visago denied it, explaining that he only destroyed places where they didn't believe in God or had little internal power division. Then is there a way to stop him? Sang-hyuk said. Visago answered, there is only one way, to kill the Demon King. As soon as he finished speaking, Visago suddenly coughed up a huge amount of blood, and even Sang-hyuk couldn't help but be horrified. It was because Visago had revealed all the secrets. The moment he spoke, only death awaited him. Sang-hyuk stood without moving. At this time his comrades came and called him, but Sang-hyuk demanded that they all leave. His comrades were not willing to give up on him. This is the final order. Go back, Sang-hyuk said. In another room, Sang-hyuk was fighting Agaras, the second of the 72 Demon Kings. Sang-hyuk's hand was caught in Agaras's whip and he was painfully thrown. Just a second later, Sang-hyuk turned the tables by piercing Agaras with the tip of his sword. Only then did Agaras realize that all of Sang-hyuk's actions were intentional. But before Agaras could finish speaking, he cut Agaras down with a single blow. Sang-hyuk showed signs of fatigue. He sank to the ground. Time seemed to be flowing very quickly. He got up again and walked to another dark door. At this time, Sang-hyuk decided that he would not let everything go according to that man's will. A huge door opened, and Sang-hyuk entered confidently without a hint of hesitation or fear. At the top of the high stairs, Van sat with a pensive look, but his inner self seemed to want to tear the prey before him to shreds. He sat silently on the high place. After a moment he said, "You're late. I thought you would come sooner." Below, Sang-hyuk also answered, "Is that so? I had some personal business." Sang-hyuk's face became more resolute. He said, "I've been waiting for this day, the day your cruel fate ends." Above, Van was not at all afraid. He laughed contemptuously and retorted, "My fate is cruel? What a shame. I thought you missed me just as I did you." But Sang-hyuk did not back down and immediately continued, "It seems you are afraid. I didn't think you would say such useless things." Nevertheless, Van seemed to be joking. He laughed and asked back, "Do you think so?" Ignoring Van's words, Sang-hyuk asked directly, "Who is that bastard, the one you made a deal with?" Van was momentarily surprised by this question, but answered that he didn't know. His face looked slightly puzzled. He said the person had called himself a great demon and had 6 brothers. Sang-hyuk was at a loss for words for a moment at the information about the family of the one behind this. After thinking for a moment, Sang-hyuk asked for the person's name directly. Van looked at him. With some hesitation he said the person's name was Grid. As night fell and the full moon rose, the space became more distant and quiet than ever before. Van's voice echoed, "Let's talk about a few problems. He came from the darkness like me, but we are very different. The darkness he came from is different from mine, perhaps so. I told you he has 6 other brothers, right? They are Zot, lust, brand, envy, and anger. It seemed that no one could defeat them except for grid, but everything God creates, no matter how balanced, there are times when one side becomes heavier. They began to fight each other to see who would rise to the highest position among them, and the starting place was none other than another world, a place destined for destruction. The one who destroyed the most in those worlds would rise to the top." The face of the purple-haired young man became more ambiguous, and he still had no reaction. Van continued the story. "When everything happened, Grid played a prank on all his brothers. He looked for a world with no faith in God or with small boundaries of divine power to build his own foundation." The purple-haired young man was also curious, but Van answered. "It was a place where humans could become supermen. The world of eternity. He chose that place where the environment and scientific knowledge were different from other worlds to build his foundation. After searching for more worlds, he expanded his base there." Sang-hyuk also wondered how he could use such a cruel method. "Because he had no choice. This land is protected by the Almighty, so he could not treat humans in the most exploitative way." The conversation between Van and Sang-hyuk continued. He continued to say that humans were precious beings created with love and care. "But if someone carelessly deceives you, do you think God will sit back and do nothing? Then what is the real reason he created the world of eternity?" Van continued. "That's right, because he saw you were weak to destroy you after you became strong and qualified." But Van was silent. "Your mission is to eliminate all the demon kings, including me." But he asked back, "Isn't this an impossible mission for an ordinary human?" His eyes were filled with determination, but also a little fear of the mission given. But Van thought it was because he had prevented him from destroying this world himself. After he defeated Sang-hyuk, the entire reason was because Van was curious about what he would do with his last chance. He was very much looking forward to it. But that absurd reason angered Sang-hyuk. Then some power was exerted and Sang-hyuk suddenly regained his sight. At the same time, Van also became serious. He smiled slightly strangely and drew his sword. Sang-hyuk did not hesitate and smiled without realizing it. They both began to grind their teeth. A one-on-one battle began. A great explosion that shook the heavens and the earth occurred where the two were fighting. The people outside were also puzzled and surprised. Everyone had a bewildered expression, but a powerful light illuminated the entire sky. In the thick dust, Van had fallen. 3 swords were embedded in his back and he had lost all his strength. Nevertheless, he smiled and said he had expected this, and had witnessed that Sang-hyuk's ability was stronger than before. Sang-hyuk still leaned on his sword, thinking that this was not a perfect victory. After saying that, his body also fell forward. He was exhausted. Van also laughed and said his last words. He said he wanted to give him a gift and he hoped he would like it. After saying that, his body completely disappeared before Sang-hyuk's eyes. Dirt and stones slowly fell from above. With a loud and jarring sound, the castle slowly collapsed. At this time in the camp, everyone was resting and eating together. Baekjung was looking at a grave with a pensive look. Jun Sang-min came up and advised him that it was time to go back. A year had passed since the battle in the castle, but they had not received any letter or message from Sang-hyuk. Jun Sang-min thought Sang-hyuk was dead and quietly thought that he should now stop the futile waiting and return home. 10 years later, at the World Top Player Association headquarters in Seoul, Baekjung was lost in thought, looking out the window. He was now the president of the World Player Association. At this time, his secretary came in and reported that it was time to leave, and Baekjung got on the elevator and went down. 10 years had passed since Sang-hyuk left. The current world, instead of falling into chaos, was peaceful as if nothing had happened. Thanks to that, there was a lot of progress in material supply and new inventions. Baekjung went down to the first floor and a gate of space was opening in front of him. It had been a long time since he visited the masked castle. He took off his coat and picked up the mask on the table. After finishing his preparations, Baekjung immediately went inside. Upon arrival, he met Lilith, who was nagging him for being late. Cheon-woo was also there. Baekjung also asked about his health and work. Everything was going smoothly. After the reunion, the 3 went outside together. Baekjung's eyes suddenly lit up. In the courtyard outside, the entire masked unit was gathered and standing very solemnly. Violetta and Heroes were also here. Richard was also there. Everyone was solemnly facing Sang-hyuk's statue. An announcement echoed. The 15th anniversary memorial service for the masked monarch will begin with the president of the World Player Association. At this time, Jae was drinking coffee with Ju. It had been a long time since the two met. The reason for this meeting was because Jae had something to say to Sang-hyuk and asked Ju to pass it on. Currently, Jae's team is conducting various researches, and what the Goblin King had said in the past had recently worried them. The Goblin King said that Sang-hyuk was probably still alive somewhere in this world. Ju was very surprised to hear that. Jae calmly took a sip of water and continued. The Goblin King said there were 3 worlds in this space and Sang-hyuk was probably in one of those 3 dimensions. A world like the world of eternity. Ju couldn't believe his ears. Jae said that nothing was certain yet, but there was no trace to prove that Sang-hyuk had died. If so, this was probably a good thing. Ju had a dazed expression, half believing and half doubting what he had just heard. A dark atmosphere covered the entire castle. A Malingyang demon spirit sheep was patrolling the corridor but saw nothing unusual. Van thought the situation was just stalling for time and wondered if he should wake Sang-hyuk up. But Malingyang thought it was not completely safe yet and it would be better to wait a little longer. But now Sang-hyuk has no hope, Van said. He said he would not do something like this for no reason in the first place. This return of Sang-hyuk made him much more interesting than before. Sang-hyuk was unconscious and stretched out on the ground at this time when suddenly his finger moved slightly. Sang-hyuk struggled to raise his body in the desolate ruins. He was very miserable and tattered now, and his face was covered in blood. Sang-hyuk raised his body for a moment and fell to the ground again. He looked at Van's motionless body and thought that the fight against evil was now completely over. Suddenly at this time Sang-hyuk was moved to a strange space. Before he could figure out where this place was, a voice was heard, drawing Sang-hyuk's attention. When Sang-hyuk turned his head, Jun Sang-min was there. Sang-hyuk was very surprised, not understanding why his brother was here and what was happening. Sang-min looked at Sang-hyuk and said there was no time to explain now, because Sang-hyuk didn't have much time left. As he said this, Sang-min's face suddenly darkened and then slowly melted, looking very horrifying. Seeing his brother melt like that, Sang-hyuk was very shocked and confused, and tears almost burst out in fear. At this time, Sang-hyuk returned to the space of the castle. Van appeared and asked, "Are you awake?" Sang-hyuk still didn't understand everything, but when he saw Van he wanted to beat him to death. Sang-hyuk excitedly asked Van what the outside world was like now. Van calmly reassured him that everything just now was just an illusion under Grid's absolute rule and power. The battle between Sang-hyuk and Van ended with Sang-hyuk's victory. Grid no longer wanted the earth and its people. Sang-hyuk was so surprised to hear this that he was at a loss for words. Van said there was one small problem, and that from now on Sang-hyuk could not go back or continue to live with humans. Sang-hyuk was confused and bewildered at this time. Van said that Sang-hyuk was now in the demon world, and that it was completely different from the earth and his world. There was a bigger problem, but Van couldn't tell Sang-hyuk yet even if he wanted to. Van lost all his strength after fighting Sang-hyuk. Sang-hyuk stubbornly thought that Van could probably fully recover in a month or a year. But in reality, it would take him 1,000 years or even longer to recover. Sang-hyuk thought Van was joking at first, but to him 1,000 years was like the blink of an eye. Van said there was still hope and there was a way to help Sang-hyuk go back, but first he would tell Sang-hyuk the truth about this temple. The previous demon king of this place had unimaginable power. Even if Van fought him 100 times, he could not win even once. But strangely, he did not completely finish Van, but rather made him no longer a loser. At that time, Van didn't know the reason, but now he knew it was because of gratitude. To him, the person who was at the highest position and could do anything without any difficulty was the loneliest person. That loneliness was something that even Sang-hyuk could not understand. He always felt interested and accepted Van's challenges. But he never knew that his actions would lead him into a bottomless abyss, because the winner takes everything in this temple. In the end, Van succeeded in defeating him and sat on the throne that ruled the temple. At that time, Van thought he had stood at the top of the world. It was Van's long-held ambition to achieve the dream of conquering this land, until he realized that he had not only obtained the throne but also endless boredom and loneliness. At the northern end of this frozen place is a mysterious abyss. Just as he did to me, after defeating him, I did not completely kill or destroy him. That was my gratitude to him. He had decided to let me live for his own pleasure. He is now trapped in that endless deep cave, bound by chains that bind his soul and body. At the same time, countless notorious and unfriendly creatures live in there. Van demanded that Sang-hyuk go there and bring back the heart of the trapped Satan. If he got it, Van's power would recover faster, which meant he could send Sang-hyuk back to Earth. A long time ago in the demon world, from a faint memory, it was said that it was led by Satan and the demon kings who served him, but they were all trapped in a bottomless pit. It is not known how they live. The bottomless pit is where the essence of the demon world gathers. It is said that his soul and body are bound in eternal chains, but this is a very old story, so perhaps he has gathered his strength. I don't know what kind of monster he'll become, but even the demon king won't be the same as before. The bottomless pit is just that kind of place, friend. The old man in the library said to Jun Sang-hyuk. Then why don't they run away? Jun Sang-hyuk asked. The old man replied, I don't know either, since I've never been there. Maybe the bottomless pit isn't as desolate as you think. If you go in there without any information, you'll get lost, but one thing is for sure, if you go in there in your current state, you won't last long. The old man took a book from the shelf and threw it in front of Jun Sang-hyuk, advising him to level up first. The old man continued without giving Jun Sang-hyuk a chance to say a word. The demon world is vast and no one knows where it ends. There are many unique places, like the one called the Grey Exile. Go there first. If you're lucky, you might find the power to stand against Satan. The night was late, but Jun Sang-hyuk was still awake, thinking about the old man's words and reading the book he had given him. He turned the first page. The title was The War of the New Demons. The story told of the worst war between the new demons, the new world, and the demon world of the Roselia continent. At first, the demon kings who ruled the demon world made contracts with some of the middle class of the Roselia continent. It was a bloody massacre. Humans couldn't resist, so they asked the gods for help. The humans' prayers reached the gods. When the war ended, the prisoners could not return to their land because the people of the new world had trapped them in a black hole. In the demon world, they were trapped in the Grey Exile. This book recorded what the prisoners of the black hole and the Grey Exile had gone through. But who wrote it? Jun Sang-hyuk thought. It must have been written by a human who held hostile feelings towards both demons and gods. But how could he have known about the prisoners' lives? Jun Sang-hyuk wondered. Jun Sang-hyuk left the book open on the bed and went outside. Looking up at the empty sky, he thought, what's the point of doing this here? It would be better to go to the Grey Exile. The Grey Exile was filled with sand, dust, and heat. The residents here were living their normal lives, but were surprised when a carriage appeared in the sky. Inside was Jun Sang-hyuk. The demon world had 4 regions centered around the Demon King's castle. The Grey Exile was located in the south of the demon world and was ruled by Hanpas. Thanks to Van's consideration, Jun Sang-hyuk was able to reach the southern region without any difficulty. After landing, the 43rd Demon King Sabnok said to Jun Sang-hyuk, "From here you have to walk. I've roughly marked it, so look at it and follow." Jun Sang-hyuk answered, "Why are you only telling me roughly and not properly?" Sabnok continued. "You should be grateful that I'm even helping you. I want to kill you right now." Jun Sang-hyuk's expression was cold. "If you want, give it a try. I want to gain some experience points too." Sabnok could only click his tongue and let it go at this time. He said helplessly, "Do you think this is a very fun place? Let's see how long you can last." The sun rose in the Grey Exile. Jun Sang-hyuk pushed open a door and entered a demon world pub. The eyes of all the demons there turned to him, and their faces were so ferocious they looked like they would eat him alive. Jun Sang-hyuk, unfazed by their stares, walked straight to the counter, sat down, and said to the bartender, "Give me the strongest drink here." The demons there all laughed out loud, and one of them even said, "Did you hear what that guy said? He wants the strongest drink here." The demon next to him continued, "You've got a good sense of humor, human." Jun Sang-hyuk still maintained a cold expression and said nothing. The bartender asked back, "Are you serious?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered the female bartender's words. "Of course." Hearing that, the female bartender took out a bottle called Scream of Twilight, slammed it on the table, and said, "This is the strongest drink here." Even the powerful ruler Hanpas went crazy after 2 glasses. Jun Sang-hyuk didn't care, because anything with alcohol was fine for him right now. The female bartender had a cold expression and said nothing. Seeing that, Jun Sang-hyuk asked, "Is this expensive? If so, tell Van he'll pay for it." Hearing Van's name, everyone in the pub fell silent. Jun Sang-hyuk turned around and said to everyone in the pub, "Do you think I'm trying to use Van's reputation to get free drinks?" The female bartender told Sang-hyuk he didn't have to worry about the money, because there was an order from above. Everything used by the human visiting this place was to be paid for by Emperor Hanpas. Jun Sang-hyuk laughed and said, "Really? Then there's no problem." And he turned back and said, "Since I'm bored anyway, how about a bet? You guys drink 2 glasses of Hanpas, the drink named after the king, and I'll drink 3 glasses of this strongest drink." The demons answered in disbelief. "What?" Jun Sang-hyuk said nothing, but the smile on his lips disappeared. They added, "What do you mean by what you said?" Jun Sang-hyuk answered, "If I drink this, what will you guys do?" The demons put away their surprise and answered with a contemptuous laugh. "Whatever you want." Sang-hyuk nodded and agreed, then set a condition. "I want you to be the one to guide me to the Grey Exile." To Sang-hyuk, the strong drink here was no different from plain water. It was nothing. The promise was for 3 glasses, but he gulped it down, and before he knew it, the bottle was empty. The people around him looked at Sang-hyuk as if he were a strange creature. He didn't pay them any mind. The only thing he was interested in now was who would be the lucky one to take him to the Grey Exile. A few guys in the pub hesitated and didn't dare to speak up. Then, as if by agreement, they all looked in one direction. After waiting a moment, finally one of them spoke up and pointed to a dark elf demon named Zupi, saying, "Hey, the guy over there, you know the way, right? Your brother is a guide too." When their eyes met, Sang-hyuk said, "For some reason I feel like we'll be friends later on. I'll buy you a drink." Hearing that, the rest of the guys were terrified and scattered, running away. Only 3 people were left in the pub. The female bartender took this opportunity to introduce another high-end drink. "This is Gur's Lament. It's not as strong as Scream of Twilight, but it's definitely more flavorful. This drink was named after the god of the earth." It sounded truly elegant. Zupi refused the glass Sang-hyuk offered him and said, "I prefer to be rewarded with darkness." He explained that in the demon world, darkness was used as the unit of trade instead of gold and jewels. The female bartender added, "You can think of it as a form of power between us. The more darkness you have, the stronger you become. In short, darkness is money." Zupi asked Sang-hyuk back, "You said you want to go to the Grey Exile, right? Do you know what kind of place that is?" Sang-hyuk showed interest and said, "Is it hard to get there?" Zupi told him that to reach the Grey Exile he had to first pass 3 trials. The first gate is called the Ultra Tomb Zone. It's a place that sucks life, and if you fall in you will disappear without a trace. It is ruled by evil dragons. Sang-hyuk was quite surprised to hear this. He didn't know there were dragons in the demon world. Its real name was the Hellworm. It could swallow hundreds of knights at once. The second gate is called the Valley of Despair. The Siren Queen awaits there. She has a special move called the Bell of Curse, which has the power of a curse. Whoever hears her bell will leave this world. Sometimes when the lords have to patrol there, they offer the queen gifts. It is said that she is very fond of pure souls. Hearing this, he had a comfortable expression. "Then there's no problem. I guarantee I will protect you from the curse. If they pass these 2 gates, what was the 3rd gate that remained?" Zupi answered. "The last one is the Hotland. It's just as its name suggests. This place is especially terrifying as it's the territory of the Balrog clan. Their king is called Ibrahu. He is someone that even the lords dare not be disrespectful to." Sang-hyuk had never been intimidated by anyone. He said confidently, "We'll know who's stronger as soon as we fight." Zupi hesitated and said, "But first let's make a contract. If you give me darkness, I will escort you to the Grey Exile in return." Sang-hyuk didn't have to think much and agreed right away. "All right, as long as everything goes smoothly. I'll give you as much darkness as you want, but if you deceive me you will pay a heavy price." Zupi finished his drink and slammed the glass on the table. He looked back at him and said, "Let's make a deal." They decided to leave by carriage and hired 2 more coachmen. Sang-hyuk and Zupi continued to talk about the surrounding situation. The patrolmen who had tried to invade the Siren Queen's territory were eliminated one by one. After that, they had to prepare a gift for her every time they passed by. "Oh, if you are cursed, there is no way to avoid sudden death." Zupi said in a small voice, "There's a secret you should know. The High Lords no longer patrol there for fear of losing face. It's quite ironic, isn't it? Their face is so important." The sound of a female bartender's laughter was heard from somewhere. Only then did the 2 realize there was a 3rd person in the carriage. Zupi got angry and shouted at her, "How dare you follow us? Do you think we're going on vacation?" Zeronia said she was just too bored. Just then, the 2 coachmen in front shouted loudly, "Oh my God, they're here! The monsters have appeared!" The female bartender looked at this scene with a very interested expression. "Has the blood festival begun?" Seeing the 2 coachmen struggling, she decided to get down and help them. She whipped the monsters wildly with a whip. They vomited blood and collapsed one after another. Sang-hyuk, watching this scene from inside the carriage, felt that this woman was really interesting. "Zeronia, you said, a bartender who's good at fighting?" The monsters kept coming endlessly, and when they killed one group, another appeared. At this time, a giant dragon appeared in the sky. Zeronia instinctively shouted at Zupi, "Brother, lift me up." Zupi, without hesitation, joined hands and, as if accustomed to it, supported her very skillfully. Zeronia soared into the air, and with all her might she threw a punch at the monster to finish it off. After the work was done, they set up a tent and cooked happily. These demons had never had ramen before, so they liked it very much. Zupi kept exclaiming in admiration, "It's so delicious. Do humans usually eat this?" Sang-hyuk answered, "Yes, if you want more, just say so." After giving them a little food, these demons cheered and praised him to the skies. "I can't believe there are so many things in this small tent. You are a really cool man." Sang-hyuk couldn't be bothered to respond to them either. "Here, eat." Sang-hyuk took this opportunity to ask Zeronia, "You mentioned the blood festival earlier. What is that? And what are those monsters?" Zeronia answered, "In the demon world, the energy of darkness fills up twice a year. During this period, demons and monsters exposed to an uncontrollable amount of dark energy go crazy. They bite and kill each other to take away the other's darkness. It is said that the cause of this was the weakening of the boundary between the infinite whole and the outside world. The dark energy from the infinite whole seeped into the demon world." Zeronia couldn't help but wonder why he was trying to go to the exile that no one wanted to go to. Sang-hyuk calmly drank some water and said, "That's something I want to ask you back. I don't know what your plan is, but if you don't intend to answer, go back. I won't work with someone I can't trust." Zeronia opened her mouth. "Zupi is my older brother." Sang-hyuk had already guessed that. The two looked quite similar, and he felt the same way. He pointed to the two coachmen and asked if they were also the two's brothers. Zupi admitted, "I'm the eldest. Zeronia is the third, and the missing second is Zerum. That kid went to the Grey Exile to become a guide for the lords and hasn't returned yet. The pub they were at before was owned by Zerum. Zerum opened the pub to gather darkness, but his ability as a guide was recognized, so he took on the job of a guide under the Lord's orders." Sang-hyuk asked directly why the third was abnormally strong. Zupi hesitated and answered, "Actually, we siblings have a small dream. One of us becomes a lord. If that happens, our siblings can live without having to please anyone, and we won't have to risk our lives doing dangerous things. So they tried to gather the night and give it to Zeronia, the most talented in the family." Sang-hyuk continued to ask, "Then why aren't you taking power right now and restraining yourself? From what I've observed, I think she can beat Andromalius, who is currently ranked 72nd. As his sister was too shy to speak, Zupi answered for her. "Because we don't have a backer. If the Demon King's seat is vacant, everyone will want to take that throne. Usually they needed a powerful backer. If their siblings didn't have such luck, no one could guarantee if they could protect the throne after ascending to it." Sang-hyuk asked, "It doesn't matter who does it, right? What are the conditions to become a sponsor?" The Zupi siblings were surprised to hear that and couldn't believe it. Sang-hyuk continued, "After this is over, I will be your backer." After the night with the full moon passed, they set off again. He was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt a movement. Outside, a group of ghosts had gathered. Zeronia opened the carriage door and prepared to fight. When she was about to have a decisive battle with the enemy with her two older brothers, A's laughter suddenly interrupted. He said to the Zupi siblings, "I think you're all misunderstanding something. I only brought you as guides. You don't need to think too much about other things. Just take me to the Grey Exile." Sang-hyuk put on his mask and stylishly took out his weapon. "I'll handle this." The ghosts were a rather difficult race to deal with, as they were just spirits without matter or bodies, and magic attacks were almost useless. But there was one power that could deal with them, and that was divine power. At this time, the Zupi siblings witnessed Sang-hyuk's true power and couldn't help but admire him. This group of ghosts couldn't hold them for long. Soon they would reach the gate of the first trial. Hearing Sang-hyuk say that he was looking forward to meeting the legendary dragon, Zeronia reminded him worriedly, "A single mistake could lead to instant death. No matter how strong you are, that guy is not an ordinary opponent," Sang-hyuk said. "Do you think I'll lose to him?" Zeronia immediately denied it. "That's not what I meant, but we still have a long way to go. Wouldn't it be better to avoid him?" Sang-hyuk had never thought about a way to avoid him. The hell worms were quite sensitive to vibrations, so guides used to use magic to remove vibrations when passing through this area. Sang-hyuk considered this idea but didn't follow it. Unexpectedly, Sang-hyuk directly caught this giant worm, climbed onto its body, and continued to urge it on. "Why are you so slow? Hurry up, we still have a long way to go." Not only that, but he also intentionally made the worm create large vibrations. The Zupi siblings, watching this scene from inside the carriage, had their mouths agape. Is this really okay? They knew Sang-hyuk wasn't an ordinary human, but they didn't know he was this kind of person. Suddenly they felt sorry for that hell worm. When night came, the group once again took a break. 30 years ago, it was almost impossible for humans to see things thousands of miles away, but now it was very easy. As Sang-hyuk lightly bit into a piece of bread, he could see 32 adults and 4 children gathered in the distance. There was a strange mark on their foreheads. He asked Zeronia if she knew anything about this mark and drew it on the ground. As far as she knew, this was the symbol of the Aryan tribe, a cursed tribe also known as the Unwelcome. Zeronia said that this tribe had existed in the demon world for quite a long time. Before we existed, they were a powerful faction and a cradle that produced numerous demon kings, but with a single wrong choice they became eternal nomads wandering all over the demon world. They made a pact with humans to usurp the current demon king, Satan. Upon hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk asked if the throne could be taken so easily. Unexpectedly, the Aryan tribe was one of the most powerful tribes at the time. They had produced 7 demon kings among their ranks. 2 of them were high-ranking demon kings in the top 10. However, they ultimately failed and were cursed by Satan, leading to their current state. Just as he was trying to understand why this tribe was suddenly being discussed, he heard her brothers swearing beside him. "Get lost, you lot! How dare a wandering tribe like you come here?" An old man with a long white beard, seemingly the chieftain, spoke up. "We were merely following the constellation of prophecy, and that child led us here. Please have mercy on us." Hearing this, Jun Sang-hyuk stepped forward and asked the old man what the constellation of prophecy was. Zeronia explained, "Once every 1,000 years a prophet with great power is born in the Aryan tribe. In the demon world we call him the constellation of prophecy. Is there a constellation of prophecy among you now?" His eyes fell on a white-haired girl standing behind, unable to hide her trembling. Sang-hyuk looked straight at the girl. "Are you the constellation of fate?" He bent down to meet her eye level and spoke gently. "Don't worry. I mean no harm. Don't be scared. Just tell me if you are the constellation of prophecy." The girl shyly said her name was Erin. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jun Sang-hyuk. That's a rather unique name. I know you're a human." Jun Sang-hyuk laughed cheerfully. "You're quite something yourself, little one." He turned to the chieftain and asked if everyone had eaten. Jun Sang-hyuk had them gather around his tent to warm themselves by the fire and eat. Zupi didn't understand why Jun Sang-hyuk was letting them stay and even giving them food. "They are a cursed tribe," Jun Sang-hyuk said nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. There's plenty of food." He kindly asked Erin if she was full and if she wanted more to eat. She quickly waved her hand in refusal. "If I eat my fill today, I'll starve to death tomorrow." Jun Sang-hyuk didn't understand what she meant even after hearing it. Erin explained, "Our tribe's power is sealed by Satan's curse, so hunting is not easy. If we eat everything we hunt, we'll have nothing to eat the next day." Understanding the situation, Sang-hyuk tossed 2 more bags of snacks and said, "But that's your problem. It has nothing to do with my food. Don't worry and eat. There's still plenty here." Just as the chieftain was about to express his gratitude, Jun Sang-hyuk cut him off. "I'm not someone who gives things away for free. Erin brought you here, didn't she? What prophecy did she foresee? If Satan is killed, will the tribe's curse be lifted?" Coincidentally, this was also the purpose for which Sang-hyuk had come. The old man couldn't believe his words. How could killing Satan be so easy? "Perhaps, but you will have to repay my kindness." His gaze stopped on Erin as he said, "As I said, there's no such thing as a free lunch." He called Erin to his tent to talk separately. The girl, seeing the cocoa drink for the first time, was too shy to drink it. When Jun Sang-hyuk told her there was no poison and to drink comfortably, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and took a sip. Unexpectedly, the drink was delicious. It had a very sweet taste, and it seemed like drinking it when sad would make one feel better. He continued to ask, "Have you thought about coming with me?" Erin had thought about it, but she was afraid she would only be a hindrance. Sang-hyuk said it was fine to feel burdened, but if she could go with him it would be a great help in dealing with Satan. "Your ability is quite excellent." At those words, determination filled Erin's eyes. She replied, "I agree. I will go with you." I'll do whatever it takes to break the curse on my tribe." The next morning the chieftain once again expressed his gratitude for Sanghyuk's kindness. He emphasized that he shouldn't misunderstand. He wasn't doing this because he felt sorry for their tribe. "Have you decided where to go? We are not welcome anywhere." Sanghyuk decided to let them stay here for the time being. A boundary was set up around them to ensure their safety from monsters. There was enough food in the tent so they didn't have to worry about starving to death. Zupi thought he was being too overprotective of them. They had survived well so far, but Sanghyuk thought that if something happened, Arin needed a safe place to return to. After finishing the arrangements, they continued on their way to the second gate. Standing in front of the Valley of Despair, he ordered Zeronia to wait in the carriage. He would go to meet the Siren Queen alone. The path inside led through a cemetery with densely packed stone tombs. He walked for a long time but saw nothing. Just as Sanghyuk was thinking he had taken a wrong turn, a witch appeared behind him. He immediately sent her to the afterlife with a fist imbued with divine power. After that, countless other witches furiously charged at him, but they were clearly no match for Sanghyuk. After quickly dealing with the witches and walking a little further, Sanghyuk stood in front of the queen's castle. Sanghyuk, who had safely met her, sneered and said, "I didn't think you'd have a body." Aesopia said that the body is where the soul resides. Getting to the point, she asked, "So have you come to challenge me, or have you brought something to satisfy me?" "That depends on what you want, your majesty." After speaking, he took out an item that made her fidgety. How could Aesopia not recognize such a precious thing? The soul stone of the 15th demon king Eligos. Sanghyuk said, "Is this enough to satisfy you?" She hesitated for a moment, and then said arrogantly, "Fine, give it here." But Sanghyuk was not one to compromise so easily. He told Aesopia that he would only give her the soul stone if she answered one of his questions. "Tell me, why do you stop those who try to go to the Grey Exile?" she asked back. "What do you need to know that for? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Then there's no need for further negotiation." How could Aesopia let go of something she coveted? She quickly surrendered and said, "It's Satan's demand." Satan imprisoned the demon kings and gods captured as prisoners in the new war in the Grey Exile. The reason is simple. The despair of the imprisoned prisoners makes Satan stronger. The demon world is a place where holiness is absolutely forbidden. No matter how loudly they shout, their voices will never reach God. Even if they want to die, they must have Satan's permission. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" As Sanghyuk threw the stone, she immediately snatched it. Upon absorbing it, Aesopia's power immediately increased noticeably. She looked very satisfied and even thought she could easily chew up high-ranking demon kings right now. Sanghyuk saw this and said with a smile, "Shall we give it a try?" Siren Queen Aesopia's hair stood on end as she looked down at Sanghyuk from the air. "You're not afraid to provoke me? Go ahead. Do whatever you want, but you'll have to risk your life for it," she said, feigning generosity. "No, as you grow stronger, you will see your own essence. You are merely a mortal. You cannot fight me." Sanghyuk had no intention of arguing with her. As long as he could pass through this place, it didn't matter what happened. Having received a wonderful gift, Aesopia said she would repay him. Sanghyuk sneered, "Repay me? I think you're misunderstanding my intentions. The soul stone was only to buy your answer. I didn't give it to you to pass through this place." Unexpectedly, Aesopia was quite polite. She immediately apologized for misunderstanding Sanghyuk. "Then is there something you want?" he said. "Actually there is. Let the people who came with me pass through this place without any hindrance in the future." Aesopia agreed after careful consideration. Sanghyuk's group set off again. Zeronia couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked him how he did it. What gift did he give her to pass this way? Sanghyuk didn't tell her the truth, just that he had made her admit she was weaker than him. The frigid land was not far away. They had crossed the border and would arrive soon. Sanghyuk had never heard that there was a border here. Zupi said, "The demon world is divided into numerous regions. There are 4 regions, east, west, south, and north, and each region is ruled by 4 kings. The kings do not rule directly, but there are places that are considered their territory. We are now at the border crossing into the frigid land. The king of this region is called Ibrahu, and he is the leader of the Balrogs. Although he is not a demon king, his influence is considerable. In the past holy war, he achieved merits that surpassed those of a king. Most of the lesser gods and goddesses imprisoned in the Grey Exile were captured by Ibrahu. If he became king, he would probably be in a higher position than he is now. Sang-hyuk suddenly felt a strange presence and ordered the carriage to stop. It seemed like someone was fighting over there. Zeronia said, "That's impossible. That direction is the frigid land. No one can fight without Ibrahu's permission." "Is that so?" The impossible has just become possible. As soon as they set foot on the ground, they could feel that the temperature here was distinctly different from other places. Sang-hyuk looked at a castle in the distance, and it seemed that was where he had felt the energy wave. Zupi called out to him, pointing to a figure staggering towards them. He took one difficult step at a time before finally collapsing. He seemed to be severely injured. What was even stranger was why a human had appeared in a place like this. Sang-hyuk took him to his shelter and even fed him a phoenix heart to heal his wounds. Although he had saved him, he had to wake him up to figure out the situation. Sang-hyuk didn't even know who this man was, but he didn't care much. If he was a stranger with bad intentions, he could just kill him. When he woke up, he asked Sang-hyuk, "Did you save me?" "No need for thanks, just answer my questions. Who are you?" "I am Ibrahu, the king of this frigid land." Sang-hyuk turned to Zeronia. "Is this man really Ibrahu?" She also said in a flustered tone, "How would I know? I've never seen him before." "But you spoke as if you've seen him in person." "Nonsense. I only told you what the guides know." Seeing the two arguing, Ibrahu couldn't stand it, broke the container and went outside. He said, "I was just trying to save you. Consider this my repayment for how you've treated me." His actions directly angered Sang-hyuk. He said to him with a dark face, "Are you trying to run away? From the phoenix heart to this container you will pay a heavy price, because they are certainly more valuable than your worthless life." The man named Ibrahu sat obediently on the bed, facing Sang-hyuk, but still stubbornly said, "I'm not sitting here because I'm scared of you. I just want to hear what you have to say." Unlike his ferocious appearance, he seemed to be quite talkative. Sang-hyuk didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Now tell me, who took your place?" It was clear that someone had challenged Ibrahu, and he had lost the fight. He jumped up and shouted, "Who said I lost? I just fell into their trap." Deception is also a part of battle. Ibrahu thought the battlefield was a sacred place, a place to show pure power, not including any tricks. "Those bastards have sullied the true meaning of a fight." Sang-hyuk asked him, "Who said that?" "Tactics are a useful tool to deal with fools," Ibrahu shouted in annoyance. "Can't you just shut up?" Sang-hyuk immediately let him know who held the reins here. "Don't shout. Be careful. If you test my patience one more time, I will let you know the consequences." With the blood splattered on the floor, "I won't ask twice. Who drove you out?" Ibrahu became much more docile. "As you already know, I was the ruler of the frigid land. Years passed and I had to pass on my position to the next generation. I had 4 sons, and naturally the throne had to be passed on to the most talented child. Among them, the strongest and youngest was Baron, so I intended to pass the throne to him. But the rest of my children were extremely dissatisfied. They had long been plotting to bring me down after that. Baron was imprisoned. He was neither alive nor dead. The remaining 3 sons told me not to return to the frigid land if I wanted to save the youngest." Hearing that, Sang-hyuk joked, "If I cut your throat right now, will the new kings let us pass? Your head would certainly be a great gift to them." Ibrahu sighed. Sang-hyuk continued, "How about making a bet with me, on whether I can return you to the throne?" "I'll bet that I can, of course." Fortunately, this man named Ibrahu was not very stupid, he retorted. "What's the point of a bet when the outcome is obvious? If I bet as you say, you will help me. And if I bet against it, you won't help me," Sang-hyuk said. "Ah, I see. Then I'll make another proposal. Fight, my friend. If you win, I'll help you reclaim your throne." The friend Sang-hyuk mentioned was Vander. Ibrahu looked at his opponent and suspected that Sang-hyuk was deliberately teasing him. "Hey, isn't that guy a death knight? I'm a Balrog. That guy is no match for me." Sang-hyuk said nonchalantly, "If you're really that strong, you can do whatever you want." Ibrahu decided to go all out to show this guy who he was. He was the king of this frigid land. "Let's see how skilled you are." The Balrog leader couldn't fight much and faced reality. He was a man who knew the tide, so he quickly submitted to Sang-hyuk. Ibrahu, who had been an adversary just a moment ago, was now tearing at a chicken leg and affectionately calling Sang-hyuk big brother. Vander was amazed at this sight. "This guy changes his attitude like flipping his palm." Sang-hyuk just thought the guy's head was simple. He walked and talked. He wondered why he was in human form. Ibrahu said this was the trend in demon society these days. Truly, anything could become a trend. On this occasion, Ibrahu expressed his desire to follow Sang-hyuk, and he had no intention of managing the frigid land anymore. Ibrahu provided information to show that he was very useful. Weren't you on your way to the Grey Exile? I know a lot about Adram. He is the god who rules the Grey Exile. He is the best leader among the prisoners of war. Jun Sang-hyuk wondered, then he must be very strong. He must be the son of the holy god. To be able to lead that barren land even after being taken prisoner is truly amazing, Ibrahu added. Actually, the Grey Exile was never an exile. It was a better place to live than anywhere else in the demon world. That's why his subordinates called it the Land of Stars. At this time, Sang-hyuk remembered that this was also the title of the book Visago had given him. He was eager to meet this man named Adram in person. Ibrahu seemed to hesitate. As for meeting him, we're just acquaintances. We fought a few times, so it might be a bit difficult. Sang-hyuk's face hardened at those words, saying that it meant he was not very useful after all. Ibrahu immediately flattered him and shouted, "Big brother, my dear big brother." The two entered the castle smoothly. The gatekeepers were sent flying by Sang-hyuk's single blow before they could come to their senses. This was where the youngest son Baron was imprisoned. His body was covered with large and small wounds and black blood was dripping. He was bound by 4 chains and fixed to the wall. Seeing Sang-hyuk opposite him, he opened his mouth. "Did father send you? Why do you think so? I could be someone sent by your brothers to kill you." Baron said with great contempt, "How could those brothers of mine kill me? Father will definitely be back." Sang-hyuk said that was both right and wrong. Because his father, Ibrahu, had returned, Ibrahu entered the castle smoothly. He looked very relaxed, but when he attacked, he didn't hold back in the slightest. "You bastards are no match for my toothpick. You're the one who ambushed me from behind." Seeing this, his son shouted urgently, "Stop right now, father. You are no longer the king here." Just as Ibrahu was about to teach his ill-mannered sons a lesson, Vander stepped forward and resolved the situation with a few space-cutting sword strikes. The scuffle ended quickly. Ibrahu looked at the Death Knight beside him resentfully. "Why were you in such a hurry?" Baron entered with Sang-hyuk and answered in his father's place, "You just have to capture my brothers, right?" Seeing his beloved son after a long time, Ibrahu was overjoyed. "Oh my son, you've suffered so much. Don't worry, your father is here." The other sons saw this and scolded him. "Father, what are you doing? How could you side with that Death Knight? Have you forgotten the pride of our family?" Sang-hyuk lightly broke one of the punk's horns to shut him up. "A fool shouldn't say such things, right?" Another one chimed in to defend them. "Don't joke around if you don't know anything. We brothers are just trying to correct the mistake our respected father made." Another one said, "I think father's choice was right. I never imagined we would be this much weaker than our younger brother. We're the older brothers after all, but I can't lie to myself anymore." Sang-hyuk thought this one was honest. "Then shall we make a bet? Fight your youngest brother. If you win, I'll stop, just as you wish." Hearing that, the big one suddenly flinched. Sang-hyuk continued to provoke him. "How about it? Not confident you'll win? Then how about the 3 of you fight the kid at the same time?" They looked at each other, understood the meaning and nodded. "All right, we accept that bet." They said they would do anything and were fine with any bet. Speaking with confidence, Sang-hyuk proposed, "If you lose, you will swear to obey Baron." The one with the red topknot was about to get angry, but the white-haired brother whose horn was now broken stopped him. "I understand, we just have to make sure that doesn't happen," Sang-hyuk declared. "Now let the match begin." The battle ended, and of course victory went to the youngest son Baron. While on the move, Ibrahu asked out of curiosity, "What did you feed that child? How would I know if he ate something or not?" He easily guessed that Sang-hyuk had intentionally helped his youngest son, because there was no way Baron could be stronger than his father. Sang-hyuk admitted that since the child had been severely injured before, he had let him use Amon's scent. That's right. Thanks to Amon's scent, that child will become the first king of the fire spirits. He shamelessly demanded his share too. "Give me some too." Sang-hyuk couldn't understand this guy's way of thinking. "Is that something to worry about right now? You should be worrying about your 4th son." "What if the brothers break their promise and rebel?" Ibrahu said nonchalantly. "You're stronger than me. What are you worried about? Just give me Amon's scent." "I even brought the carriage to show my sincerity." Sang-hyuk didn't budge an inch. "Then you must have a ride back home," Ibrahu wailed. "My dear big brother." Night fell. Sang-hyuk saw Ibrahu and Zeronia gathered around the fire, still not in bed, and approached to ask why they were awake. This Balrog was telling the children a beneficial story. Zeronia said, "I have a lot of energy, but I can't control it well." Ibrahu replied, "So what talent do you think you have? Understanding is good, but your body has to adapt to it. Otherwise you will be injured by the surging power. This child's case is a bit special. She probably needs to discharge all the energy she has accumulated so far and gather new energy again. Zeronia was horrified by the harsh reality. How can that be? How am I supposed to gather it again? Ibrahu continued. But it's not like there's no other way. You can make a contract with someone stronger than you. Hearing that, Sanghyuk asked, can you make a contract in the demon world? Isn't this child a dark elf? Since the child is only half demon blood, this is entirely possible. The higher the rank, the better. Making a contract also means becoming that person's guardian. As Ibrahu was speaking, he met Sanghyuk's strange gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Sanghyuk said mysteriously. It seems the problem has been solved. Ibrahu didn't understand at all what he meant even after hearing it. At this time, Zeronia also said, then I wish you good health. Ibrahu realized the situation and said in a fluster, wait a minute, I was thinking of making the contract. Sanghyuk left the two behind and departed, saying, I wish you luck in the future. And so it became clear. Zeronia and Ibrahu made a contract together. The immediate benefit was that Zeronia's body felt much lighter. Moreover, Zeronia now looked more like a demon. Sanghyuk was also satisfied with this result. The carriage stopped, signaling their arrival at the Grey Exile. This name was truly a fraud. The land was far from grey, the ground was green and lush, the trees were dense and animals lived there too. This place looked like the gate to heaven. What exile? Zupi explained. It's because the king has isolated himself and forbidden outsiders from entering. Suddenly, several soldiers in armor appeared from behind them. They all wore unfriendly expressions. How did you get in? This is not a place for humans to come and go easily. If you want to return alive, you'd better tell the truth. Seeing so many people come out to welcome him, Sanghyuk smiled bitterly. This situation is really awkward. Sanghyuk was led to the castle of King Ram, the legendary ruler of the Grey Exile. I heard you need Satan's heart to return to a place called Earth. He first fell into deep thought and then showed great interest. Sanghyuk said he had fought and defeated Van, Satan's other name. So this was completely plausible, but he needed a few things to help. Ram immediately understood his meaning. Are you talking about the holy god's marriage? Sanghyuk replied. That's exactly it. After the fight with Satan, Adram's mother's life was not in danger, but she was very deeply wounded. In the process, a part of her mother's star was broken, and he hid a piece. This is that fragment. A beautiful blue light emanated from the object in his hand thanks to it. This land was able to maintain its green color. But that also meant that if this star disappeared from here, this Grey Exile would return to its original barrenness and become a very difficult place to live. Sanghyuk couldn't let that happen either. He asked if there was another way. I absolutely need this star to eliminate Satan. If you can eliminate Satan, there is nothing more to say. I don't know if you know this, but it wasn't Satan who imprisoned us here. The masterminds were 3 evil dragons. Apparently, Sanghyuk had no idea about this. Adram said, the first called himself the Death Dragon Avalatron. The second was the Dark Dragon Grandaria. And the last was the Demon Dragon Jigria. They lived longer than the ruler of the demon world. They are the ones who cannot be underestimated. That's why Satan imprisoned us. But instead of doing it himself, he gave those dragons the authority to ensure we never escape. The only way to get this star is to defeat those 3 dragons and free us from the curse. Once we can return to our mother's embrace, we will no longer need this star. The king knew this was an impossible mission and said to Sanghyuk, I really don't want to suggest this method to you. Sanghyuk was silent, but his mind was already made up. In another room of the castle, people gathered to discuss going to Mahantra, the lair of the 3rd dragon. Akka's daughter, Melon, would also accompany them to guide the way. Aaron's sharp scream echoed, startling everyone. The girl fainted and then woke up with her eyes wide open, making a strange growling sound as if she were possessed by someone. Aaron opened her mouth, but the voice that came out was not hers. You're coming to see me? What foolish and conceited creatures you are, Sanghyuk asked. Are you Jigria? The voice echoed again. No need to worry. I just stopped by to say hello today. You may not know this, but the constellation of prophecy said that even if I kowtow 1,000 times in gratitude, it would not be enough. The constellation of prophecy was different from her kind since birth. Sometimes when she sees a prophecy, she pours all her excellence into it. Because of that, their fate is also shorter than ordinary people's. This child who has temporarily possessed me is the same. The vessel will become wider and harder, making her stronger than any constellation of prophecy born in the demon world, Sang-hyuk shouted. Stop your nonsense and get out of Aaron's body right now, Jigria sneered. Let's see if you can be this arrogant when you stand before me. I look forward to meeting you, you fool. After saying this, Aaron's body collapsed again and went limp. Seeing this, Melon asked Sang-hyuk, are you still firm in your decision? He turned the question back on her, leaving her speechless. After coming this far, how could I not go? I will depart for Mahanta right now. On the way, Sang-hyuk was restless, wondering how much time had passed. How are the people at home? If they can't find my body, they won't even be able to hold a funeral. Seeing him like this, Vander asked, are you worried that people will forget you? Then he comforted Sang-hyuk. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Everyone is waiting. They won't forget you. Ibrahu took the opportunity to train Zeronia. While fighting, he instructed her that she shouldn't use her energy as she was now, but should utilize it more flexibly. Zeronia diligently accepted. Yes, Master Ibrahu. Zupi and Sang-hyuk watched the two from a distance. After asking if he was jealous of his sister becoming stronger, he handed him a strange pill. Zupi swallowed it, coughed, and asked suspiciously, what did you feed me? Unexpectedly, this was none other than Amon's scent. Zupi didn't understand why Sang-hyuk had suddenly given him this precious thing. Sang-hyuk said gently, and as if it were a matter of course, I feel more at ease when I have talented colleagues, so become stronger for me in the future. Zupi was deeply moved and said, thank you, Mr. Sang-hyuk. When morning came, the two carriages started rolling again. Sang-hyuk gave her in some food and was in the mood to play a prophecy game. The girl correctly guessed that he would take out 3 chocolate bars. Sang-hyuk smiled and raised the difficulty. You guessed the number I was going to take out correctly. But what if I don't take anything out this time? Erin said. Then it's not fun. Let's play another game. I'm sorry. Do you have any difficulties when you use your ability? The girl replied. It's okay, but I feel a little hungry. Ibrahu chimed in. Really? How hungry are you? Your big brother has a lot of delicious things. Erin laughed at the teasing. Big brother? Hee hee. Erin's expression suddenly hardened. She said she saw something approaching. It was invisible and it was coming towards them. Before they could understand what she meant, Melon from outside announced that they had arrived. The lair of the demon dragon of despair, Ja. This was Mahanta. They arrived at Mahanta. Zupi asked, what do we do now? Should we go inside? Sang-hyuk opened his mouth. I don't know. I feel like someone is waiting for us inside. Just then, a figure cloaked in black from head to toe approached from a distance. It is an honor to meet you. I am Jahan, who serves Lord Jigria. Zeronia seemed to have heard this name before. She said he was a master of black magic, the current leader of the Black Mage Guild, and a subordinate of the 9th Demon King. Baron Sang-hyuk said he was just a small fry and said to the figure, did you come all this way to welcome us? Jahan said that Jigria wanted to give everyone a gift, and as he raised his staff and a black orb, the surrounding ground shook violently. A group of skeletons rose from somewhere, holding all sorts of swords and spears in their hands, and charged towards Sang-hyuk's party. After setting up the formation, Jahan said, I hope you like this gift. His figure vanished into thin air. Sang-hyuk quickly put on his mask and swiftly dealt with this group of skeletons. In any case, since he had received a gift, he should show his corresponding gratitude. Each combining their strength, they sent the skeleton army back to the ground. Ji said to Ibrahu with a look of surprise and disbelief, How did I kill so many living corpses? Ibrahu joked for a moment and then praised him for doing well. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from a distance. When the smoke cleared, the shape of a weapon was revealed. Sang-hyuk brought this item for research. According to Ibrahu, this was a metal mace that Satan used to admonish his subordinates. As Sang-hyuk was pondering why it had appeared here, a black and dark aura emanated from the mace. As if in response, Sang-hyuk said, You unruly thing, are you protesting? A blue light emanated from his whole body. Sang-hyuk grabbed it tightly and said, Look at you. Is this what you want to play with? From now on you must know that I am your master. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was in another dimension. This white space made him feel as if he was himself and not himself at the same time. In front of Sang-hyuk was a staircase leading straight to a door. A dazzling light emanated from it, making it impossible to see the other side. Looking at the scene before him, Sang-hyuk asked himself, Can I still become stronger? Then what am I waiting for? He walked up the stairs confidently with determined steps. Sang-hyuk woke up in a familiar space. He was lying on a bed in his container. Sang-hyuk thought he had just fainted, but Vander came in and told him the truth. He was shocked to realize that he had been in a coma for 28 days. How ridiculous. I was just trying to make that mace mine, Sang-hyuk said and searched his space. Suddenly a huge force emanated and a corner of the container was shattered. The people who were eating dinner outside were surprised, not knowing what had happened. Sang-hyuk held a sword and smiled, saying, "You unruly thing, have you finally acknowledged me as your master? That mace has now become a chain sword that can be extended and shortened. Ibrahu's chain sword has the effect of increasing fire attack power by 100, and its special skills were Land of Hell and Dance of Fire." Jigria watched Sang-hyuk's actions and, seeing this scene, smiled bitterly and thought, "He seems to like that mace very much. He'll need a weapon like that to face me. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see if you can relieve my boredom." Sang-hyuk defeated the group of giants outside in the blink of an eye. "Are you kidding me? Is this all?" He couldn't help but be disappointed by such a welcome. Since setting foot in Jigria's territory, battles had followed one after another over numerous days and nights. There was no time to even sleep. The corpses kept attacking as if they were just waiting for them to get tired. But of course Sang-hyuk would never stop fighting. As always, he went into battle with a desperation that was stronger than his determination. Sang-hyuk fought every battle as if it were his last. It was to become stronger and to return to the people waiting for him. Finally, they arrived in front of Jigria's castle. Sang-hyuk nonchalantly said he was really looking forward to the main event. Just then, Jahan appeared. "You've come. I've been waiting for a long time." But he said that only Sang-hyuk could enter the castle and the rest had to wait here. Ibrahu shouted in anger. "What do you mean? Does that mean we can't enter?" Jahan said numbly. "You can enter if you want, but if you die, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Sang-hyuk told everyone it was okay. "I'll go in alone. It's just one dragon, so there's no need for everyone to step up, and it's more comfortable fighting alone, so don't worry and wait here." While everyone was hesitating, he turned to Vander and said, "Can I entrust them to you?" He hesitated for a moment and answered, "Don't worry about us, fight until your last breath." Sang-hyuk gave him a confident nod and thought, "Let's see what's in that hideous den of Jigria." The heavy door opened with a creaking sound. Jigria said arrogantly, "You're late, I was bored to death." Sang-hyuk retorted, "This is our first time meeting, but for some reason it doesn't feel that way. Should I say it's nice to meet you?" He sneered and said, "What a funny guy. Do you know what our meeting means?" Sang-hyuk shot back, "I don't tell me despair is waiting for me at the end of this road." Then he said seriously, "Before we fight, I have one demand for you. Release all the spirits trapped in the gray exile." Jigria heard that and said, "You mean to end the contract with them? It seems you haven't thought about the consequences. No creature in the demon world is friendly to those spirits, but they have survived until now. Do you know why? I'm guessing it's thanks to the contract with you," Jigria admitted. "You finally understood my good intentions," Sang-hyuk laughed out loud. "Ha, yes, it seems you have to meddle in other people's business even when they haven't asked for help." Jigria's face darkened at Sang-hyuk's sarcastic words. He continued, "It's none of your business whether those spirits are killed by other demons or returned to their homeland. Did you really take away their freedom for such a flimsy reason?" He was at a loss for words at that remark and stammered, "What are you talking about?" At this time, two beings appeared and asked, "Is this the one from the human world?" The ones who were meant to meet had all gathered. Who else could it be but the other two dragons, Avalatron and Grandaria? The red-haired dragon snapped his fingers and a table and chairs moved to the center of the hall. They sat down and drank tea nonchalantly as if it were their own territory. The relationship between them didn't seem very good either. "Why are you two here? If you're just here to play, I'll kill you one by one." "How scary. We came to protect our image. If you lose to a human, our reputation will also suffer." Jigria was enraged at those words. "How can you think I would lose to that mortal?" Grandaria said nonchalantly. "Well, maybe you won't, but if everything in this world happened as prophesied, that mortal would not have been able to come this far." He turned to Sang-hyuk and asked, "Are you the masked monarch?" He was surprised that he knew his nickname. Grandaria said, "I met the Demon King before coming here and he told me a very interesting story. He said you had defeated him before." Jigria was horrified at those words, as if he couldn't believe it. Sang-hyuk was getting impatient. "Are you going to break the contract or not?" Grandaria said. "It's not that difficult, but we have rules to follow when we fight. In terms of skill, the three of us are all equal. That means if you can beat one of us, you can beat all three." Sang-hyuk asked back, "Do you mean one of you will come out and fight me?" "That's right. And if you win, we will break the contract with those spirits. Jun Sang-hyuk pretended to consider and then changed his mind. I don't like that idea. I have my own rules when I fight. How about the three of you come at me at once? They were immediately enraged, slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you know who we are? Are you looking down on us because we're talking nicely without using force?" Grandaria in particular looked at Jun Sang-hyuk with a cold expression. What a pity. The offer I just made was our last act of generosity. If you had accepted that good opportunity, Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't stand it and cut him off. A good opportunity, you may think so, but our perspectives are different, he declared war on them. I want to know how much more experience I can get if I take on all three of you. Jigria flew into a rage and unleashed a special move at Jun Sang-hyuk. You arrogant bastard, I'll wring your neck. His attack created a whirlwind and pulled him in as Jun Sang-hyuk was hit by the skill. Jigria appeared behind him and said, "I'll make you spend the rest of your life in despair and a pain worse than death." And he delivered a fatal blow. He thought he had landed a devastating blow on Jun Sang-hyuk, but the figure in front of him suddenly blurred. Jigria was startled by this illusion. Jun Sang-hyuk's voice echoed from behind him. How disappointing. I didn't think you'd fall for such a trick. At that time, 5 Jun Sang-hyuks were flying around. Taking advantage of his confusion, he used the cannon sword skill to destroy the whirlwind Jigria had created. You all should have come at me at once from the beginning, the three still stubbornly said. You'll regret this, masked monarch. I don't think so, but before we start, can you break the contract with those spirits? You won't be able to do it after you're dead. The 3 dragons were immediately enraged as he had hit a sensitive spot. They drew their swords and rushed at Jun Sang-hyuk. All right, you want to fight 3-on-1? I'll teach you some manners. They were all talk, but reality was not as beautiful as a dream. No matter how many times they slashed, they couldn't touch a single hair on Jun Sang-hyuk's head. When this clone disappeared, countless other clones appeared. The magnificent castle exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve from the relentless attacks. The people outside were horrified to see it. This battle was far beyond their imagination. Although they had been together for a while, the Zupi siblings had no idea Jun Sang-hyuk was this strong. A familiar voice was heard and they turned their heads. What are you all doing here? Did something happen? Why are you here? The Zupi siblings had thousands of questions, but they all ran and hugged him joyfully. Jerem shyly scratched his head and said, I've become Grandaria's guardian. It's a long story. Anyway, why are you all here? He then noticed the smoking castle in front of him and looked back at everyone. Wait, is the battle on this side coming to an end? Grandaria finally found the real Jun Sang-hyuk, but before he could do anything he was hit by his blow, vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed. His brother saw it and tried to help, but before he could react he was hit by Jun Sang-hyuk's successive attacks. The last one left was Jigria. He insanely aimed his sword at Jun Sang-hyuk to avenge his brothers and shouted, "Die!" Jun Sang-hyuk was not injured in the slightest and neatly responded to his attack with a single blow. Jigria's face was filled with resentment. He uttered his last words, "You damn human, how dare you!" He thought he was on the verge of death, but Jigria had one last trick up his sleeve. He transformed into a huge dragon and roared madly. Jun Sang-hyuk had never seen such a big dragon before. He was slightly surprised, but he quickly came to his senses and dodged his attack. Jigria continuously shot purple beams of light at Jun Sang-hyuk. He immediately put up a shield to defend, but the line of defense was broken with this one blow. Jun Sang-hyuk slowly got up. He used the cannon sword skill again and soared into the air. Jigria reached for him with his sharp claws, but he quickly dodged. After absorbing Satan's energy into his body, Jun Sang-hyuk clearly felt that his combat power had increased significantly. In his eyes, this dragon looked truly pathetic. Jun Sang-hyuk aimed straight at the dragon's head and stabbed his sword deep into it, making it unable to struggle anymore. He used the Apocalypse skill to end the battle. A huge explosion returned Jigria to his human form. He was lying flat on the ground with his eyes rolling back. The remaining 2 dragons, seeing the scene just now, did not dare to move. Jun Sang-hyuk said to them, "What are you looking at? I don't have much time, so finish it quickly." Unexpectedly, Grandaria surrendered first. "We lost. I'll break the contract as you wish." He knew very well that if he could beat one of them, it was too obvious what the result would be if he stubbornly continued to fight. Jun Sang-hyuk sneered. "Haha, is that really the reason?" Jun Sang-hyuk didn't think so. He was sure that these dragons valued their lives more than their pride. Grandaria said, "It doesn't matter what you think. We have our own priorities. He had no intention of arguing any further. That's a good excuse. He wouldn't get any more experience points, but what was the point of trying to beat demons who had surrendered? Then hurry up and break the contract. At this time, in the gray exile, a shining orb appeared on the chest of every living creature. This was a sign that the contract that bound them had been broken. Ram looked up at the red glowing sky and was horrified. No way did that human really succeed in defeating those dragons. Jun Sang-hyuk's party returned to the gray exile and was greeted with cheers and a warm welcome from the residents there. The king personally congratulated him. I didn't think you would actually succeed. I don't know how I can ever repay this favor. Don't mind it. It's something I had to do to go back where I belong anyway. Hearing that, Ram felt he owed him an even bigger debt. As soon as they were ready, the residents here would return to their own kingdom. They had been waiting for this day for too long. The Zupi siblings were gathered in a small restaurant. They wanted to know in detail what had happened to Jerem and how he had become Grandaria's guardian. Jerem calmly told the story. As I was guiding visitors to the gray exile, I had a lot of thoughts. Although they were trapped in the demon kingdom, these spirits were living with the initial intention of returning to their true homeland. It sounds ridiculous, but their attitude moved me. At that time, I realized that I couldn't become a demon king by just being a guide. After that, I left the gray exile and went to the territory of Grandaria, the most suitable of the demon dragons. Of course, he didn't accept me immediately, but I risked my life and did my best until I was recognized. After a long time, I finally became Grandaria's guardian. Zeronia asked her younger brother, "Was it worth it to become a guardian?" He answered meaningfully, "That's a very good question, but we'll have to wait and see." On the highest floor of the castle, Ram and Jun Sang-hyuk were talking alone. This spirit king warned him, "The endless abyss is an endless pit, just as its name suggests. No one knows where Satan is in the abyss or what lurks there." Jun Sang-hyuk told Ram not to worry. He knew very well that it would never be easy. Adram believed in him completely and was sure that he would be able to defeat Satan completely. They had talked enough, so it was time to fulfill the promise. Ram handed Jun Sang-hyuk the star fragment and reminded him that he had only one chance. The star fragment would transform into the shape he wanted. Jun Sang-hyuk knew exactly what he wanted to use. He closed his eyes and focused all his strength on the fragment. A blue light emanated from all the windows, and when Jun Sang-hyuk opened his eyes, it had merged with his sword. In his hand was now the Hymn of the End, which had a physical attack power of 45007,000, a holy attack power of 3000, 6000, and the ability to eliminate the cooldown of all skills by 100. Its special skills were Rest, Apocalypse, and Hymn of the End. Ram's voice echoed, "It seems you're very satisfied with this result. Shall we go now? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Jun Sang-hyuk said sincerely, "Thank you, Aram." All the spirits and their king gathered in the square and prayed. A golden flash of light appeared in the sky, and everyone and the scenery disappeared. This place returned to the desolate land it was before. Jun Sang-hyuk smiled bitterly. "Shouldn't you have left a place for me to stay overnight? Has something changed? It looks the same on the outside, but you're definitely stronger than before." Van said, "Is this why you sent me to the gray exile? To clean up the mess you made? At least everyone is happy, so that's a relief. It was always a headache that those spirits were trapped in the demon kingdom. Now that you've taken care of it, I can sit back and relax. Is there anything you want? I'll do anything within my power." Jun Sang-hyuk demanded, "Release the Aryan tribe from their curse." Van was surprised by this answer. He thought he would ask for something to make him stronger. He smiled and agreed, "All right, if that's what you want." Van snapped his fingers and then nothing happened. "What? The curse is broken. What? Is that all? What are you expecting? How boring," Jun Sang-hyuk asked. "Isn't there usually some kind of ritual or magic effect? I didn't know you were so naive. Who spread such a ridiculous rumor?" And he asked, "When are you going to the endless abyss?" "Don't worry. I'll leave when I'm ready. Who's worried about you? Get some rest before you go. The endless abyss is much farther than the gray exile." Jun Sang-hyuk was about to leave but stopped. "Oh, I almost forgot. The Demon King rankings might change a little." Van looked at him suspiciously. The Aryan tribe was living as usual when suddenly the marks on their foreheads slowly disappeared. Everyone shouted in joy, "The curse is broken. We're free." Urin looked at the horizon and whispered, "Brother Jun Sang-hyuk." Returning to where Jun Sang-hyuk was, he assigned a mission to each of the Zupi siblings. Zeronia would face the 72nd Demon King, Andromalius. Zupi would face the 71st Demon King Dantalion, and Zapi would face the 70th Demon King Seer. Jun Sang-hyuk himself wondered if he could change the Demon King rankings like this in just one day. He turned around and said to the Zupi siblings, "How is it? Are you nervous to be facing the Demon Kings soon?" Zupi said hurriedly. "Of course, this is my last chance to become a Demon King, according to the laws of the demon world. If you lost in a battle for rank, you could not challenge again for the next 100 years. It was a truly harsh rule. Even so, there's nothing to worry about. Just fight as you usually do. The three of you are much stronger than them, right? You'd better not lose. Otherwise, I'll finish you off myself." The Zupi siblings heard that, exchanged determined glances with each other, and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Jun Sang-hyuk." The day of the decisive battle arrived. The spectator seats were filled with demons, and they shouted in excitement as they watched the scene of carnage. They cursed, and Jun Sang-hyuk's head hurt just from listening, but it was understandable. There's never a quiet moment in a coliseum. This place is called the Coliseum of Greed. Shall we make a bet on this occasion? Van said that the dark elf woman would win. Jun Sang-hyuk said that he should have more faith in someone on his own side. At that moment, an announcement echoed from below the stand stating that the duel to become a Demon King would begin. The challenger is the dark elf warrior Zeronia, and her opponent is the 72nd Demon King Andromalius. "It seems it's time for you to give up that position. It seems this guy heard the news in advance," he said. "Didn't you come to challenge me with the masked monarch as your backer? I have no grudge against you, but I certainly have a score to settle with that bastard, the masked monarch. So I guarantee you will die in the most painful way possible." Undaunted, Zeronia drew her sword and initiated the duel. Jun Sang-hyuk said that he had already shattered your heart twice, and today I will be the one to repeat that history. At these words he became enraged. "You lowly bitch, who do you think you are to be so disrespectful to me?" At the same time he unleashed countless poisonous snakes towards Zeronia. She agilely leaped into the air to dodge them, then landed back on the ground and burned them with fire. How could this guy not recognize that the weapon in Zeronia's hand was Ibrahu's chain sword? She gripped her weapon tightly and charged at her opponent, but two snakes wrapped tightly around both her arms. "Let's see how you get out of this one. A single bite will instantly paralyze your body." Just then another one shot up from behind and bit deep into Zeronia's neck. She was in pain, but she quickly calmed down, choked the snake with her hand and blasted it with fire, splitting its body in two. Seeing Zeronia stagger and unable to stand properly, Andromalius made a sinister expression. "How does it feel to have your insides melting? Savor this sensation slowly. It will be the last moment of pain you'll ever feel." While he was gloating, Zeronia pierced his body with her sword. Before Andromalius could even react, he fell to his knees and collapsed. He looked at Zeronia in disbelief. "You were definitely bitten, so how are you still alive?" She glanced at him and recalled. It turned out that Jun Sang-hyuk had previously warned her that Andromalius's snakes had a deadly poison. A single bite would cause the victim to die in extreme pain. Of course, there was an antidote for this poison, but he had something better. Jun Sang-hyuk had given Zeronia a jet black bracelet. He said she would be safe if she wore it. Fortunately, she had been wearing the bracelet throughout the match. Zeronia looked up at the stands and met Jun Sang-hyuk's gaze. He too was looking at her with a proud expression. An announcement rang out. "A winner has been decided. Zeronia is the new 72nd Demon King." Following that, the battle between Jerem and Dantalion took place. The fight ended in less than a minute with his overwhelming victory, thanks to an obvious difference in power that anyone could see. In the third match, Zapi also easily defeated Seer. The Zupi siblings sat in a restaurant talking cheerfully. Jerem was teasing his eldest brother by imitating Zapi. "I'll bet my life on it. What about you?" As everyone burst into laughter, Zupi said with displeasure, "Stop it. Why? You were so cool back then, brother. Stop it. I know you're all making fun of me right now. I felt that way before the fight, but now that I've won, it just feels cringy." Jun Sang-hyuk also came and livened up the mood. "I'm glad you all won. Imagine saying that and then losing." He sat down and asked everyone how they planned to recruit subordinates. Jerem said that Van had allowed them to use the dark fairies. Zeronia added, "They might be quite weak at first compared to the armies of other demon kings, but I believe they will soon grow and become stronger. Once we form an officially recognized army in the demon world, we will be able to gather more darkness." Hearing that, Jun Sang-hyuk said, You'll all become a heroic family." Zeronia smiled and said, "I hope so too. Are you leaving now then?" Jun Sang-hyuk replied. "Of course, I still have a lot to do. Excuse me, but when are you leaving? Do you have any plans in advance?" Jun Sang-hyuk said. "What is this? Why is a great demon king of the demon world so timid? If you keep acting like this, you'll be devoured by the surrounding demons." Zeronia hurriedly denied it. "It's not like that. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you. You've thanked me hundreds of times already. Just focus on protecting your position as a demon king. Don't let anyone take it from you. If that happens, I'll come back and teach you a lesson." Zeronia once again politely thanked him, and they parted ways there. Jun Sang-hyuk continued heading north. He couldn't help but marvel that this journey would be quite long. The trip to the Grey Exile last time took a long time, but now the Endless Abyss is much farther. He had said goodbye to everyone he needed to, so he didn't know why this guy Ibrahu was still here. When Jun Sang-hyuk looked at him with an unwelcome expression, he felt deeply wronged. "We promised to go on an adventure together, brother Jun Sang-hyuk." He looked at Vander and asked, "Did I really say that?" "I'm not sure, but it's nice to have more company on a long journey, isn't it?" Jun Sang-hyuk didn't offer an opinion. In truth, he wasn't very happy about it, but he couldn't just kick him out now. Jun Sang-hyuk had no choice but to accept. He warned Ibrahu, "If you make me angry, I'll kick you out of this carriage immediately." He quickly complied. They stopped by Agarus's castle. Jun Sang-hyuk said, "I know you don't want to see me, but there's no need to stare so intently. You know very well you're not welcome, don't you, with this magnificent castle and you being the second demon king? So let's get straight to the point." Agarus was a man of few words, but his meaning was clear. "You don't need a guide to go to the Endless Abyss. As Van ordered, I will transport you directly to the territory of Sikchi in the north. Once you arrive there, you just need to go straight north to reach the Endless Abyss." Jun Sang-hyuk replied cheerfully, "Then thank you for your help." Agarus coldly snapped his fingers. "No need for thanks, just get lost." The three of them were instantly transported to another region. They chatted as they walked. "I thought snapping fingers was Van's signature move, but it turns out everyone can do it. It's just that what each demon king can do when they snap their fingers is different." "This city is really huge." A short distance away, two pursuers suddenly appeared. They stared intently at Jun Sang-hyuk's group with red eyes as if they had some ulterior motive. They walked for a long time and found a restaurant, but there wasn't a single empty seat. Ibrahu told Vander and Jun Sang-hyuk to wait a moment, saying he would find a way. However, the method he spoke of was to go to a table with two elves and speak menacingly. "You look drunk enough. Are you going to get up or not?" Frightened by Ibrahu's ferocious appearance, they scrambled to get away. Immediately after, he turned, waved to Jun Sang-hyuk and shouted, "Brother, there's a seat here. Come quickly." This talent for changing attitudes like flipping one's palm isn't something just anyone can do. "The food here isn't bad at all." "Haha, of course. It's the recommended menu." Who would have thought this Balrog could critique food like an expert? Even while eating, Jun Sang-hyuk had to stop because of his commotion. Those two beastmen from earlier showed up. They went straight to Jun Sang-hyuk and asked, "Are you the masked monarch? Who are you? How do you know who I am?" They said they had heard about the incident in the Grey Exile. Someone said he was the one who defeated the demon dragons. While he was bewildered, Ibrahu, who was next to him, winked and took the credit. "I'm the one who spread that rumor. It would be a waste not to tell such an interesting story." "Then what business did these two have in seeking him out?" The one with the lion's head spoke first. "It's nothing special. We heard you are heading to the Endless Abyss. Do you perhaps need a guide?" Jun Sang-hyuk flatly refused. "I don't think so. Don't I just have to go straight north?" The one with the wolf's head continued. "Then at least you'll need a porter," Jun Sang-hyuk said bluntly. "Do you see me carrying any luggage?" Unexpectedly, they persisted. "You will surely need someone to do odd jobs." Jun Sang-hyuk paused for a moment and then asked for their names. The Lionhead and Wolfhead introduced themselves in turn. "My name is Kristen. I am Arin." Jun Sang-hyuk didn't want to get involved any further. "All right, Kristen and Arin, be honest, I think you came here after hearing the rumors about the three new demon kings, am I right?" Kristen had no choice but to admit it. "We have no excuse. Is there anyone living in the demon world who doesn't have the ambition to become stronger? We will do anything. Please take us with you." Jun Sang-hyuk asked his two companions for their opinion. Ibrahu said it wasn't a bad idea. It was definitely not because he would have someone to do odd jobs for him. Vander didn't think it mattered much. After much consideration, Jun Sang-hyuk also agreed to take the two with them. But know this one thing, I will not teach you or help you with anything. You can only become stronger by relying on yourselves. Even if you want to give up midway, I won't stop you." Without a moment to rejoice, they immediately answered in unison, "Understood." During the day, they hunted monsters together, and at night they rested. Seeing the two newcomers diligently doing everything from driving the carriage and cooking to fighting enemies, Jun Sang-hyuk knew he had made the right choice. The monster pulling the carriage suddenly collapsed on the ground while walking. Seeing this, Erin hurriedly informed Jun Sang-hyuk, "It must be that it couldn't withstand the dark energy as we got closer to the endless abyss." Erin said she could treat this monster, but it would soon collapse again. "The closer we get to our destination, the stronger the dark energy will become." From now on, they had no choice but to travel on foot. The deeper they went, the more their stamina dropped rapidly. Now Aaron had also collapsed, and Kristen was supporting him. Both of them were struggling to hold on. Jun Sang-hyuk, walking ahead, threw a remark. "It seems you don't have the ability to withstand this place. If you want to go back, just say so, I'll send you." They asserted that they wanted to keep going. "If we are to die, we will die here." Jun Sang-hyuk couldn't bear to watch them suffer. If they continued like this, they would really die before even reaching the endless abyss. He decided to forcibly make them stronger from now on, but the method he intended to use was one he had never tried before. The two would be test subjects, and if something went wrong, the probability of death was very high. He wanted to check if they were volunteering. The two said in unison, "We accept." Jun Sang-hyuk reached out and placed his hands on their backs. An immense power flowed into Kristen and Aaron's bodies. He kept reminding them that it would be very difficult, but if they wanted to become stronger, they had to endure with patience. Due to the high energy, their clothes were torn, and they groaned in pain. Ibrahu looked at the two muscular bodies before him, unable to close his mouth in admiration. "Good heavens, to turn from skinny bones into death knights in an instant. You two are quite amazing to be able to change like this." Jun Sang-hyuk asked if they planned to challenge a demon king when they returned. Contrary to Jun Sang-hyuk's expectation, Kristen said, "No, I don't have any plans for that yet." Why? It turned out they were thinking carefully. "If I aim for a demon king's position now, won't I have to face the people you previously led?" Erin said. "I plan to wait until they rise to higher positions." Jun Sang-hyuk chuckled. "Does that mean you're confident you can win if you challenge them?" Erin continued to speak confidently. "I don't know how strong they are, but as I am now, I'm confident I can beat anyone." "My, how arrogant," Jun Sang-hyuk reminded him. "Confidence is good, but if you don't know your own limits, the end won't be good." "Understood, I will take your words to heart." Vander called Jun Sang-hyuk and told him to look ahead. They were facing a cave entrance. A deathly red light emanated from it. "So this is the endless abyss." Jun Sang-hyuk muttered to himself that this journey was finally coming to an end. The five of them walked continuously for hours, but there was nothing besides blood-red vines stretching everywhere. They didn't move and only served to provide light. Ibrahu spoke up. "Brother, can we really find anyone here?" Jun Sang-hyuk replied, "How would I know? This is my first time here too." He laughed as if he still had the mood to joke. "So there are things you don't know, brother." Jun Sang-hyuk said with contempt, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know the gods of heaven." Suddenly, they all felt a massive energy pouring out from within. The path ahead suddenly brightened, but this time the light wasn't coming from the vines, but from the eyes of countless revived corpses. There were so many of them. Jun Sang-hyuk immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A stream of red and black mixed power shot at Jun Sang-hyuk and dragged him away. His companions called his name in panic, but there was no answer. Before they could even come to their senses, the horde of revived corpses charged at them. Both sides immediately began to fight fiercely. They had to admit that this opponent was truly strong. These corpses had absorbed an immense amount of dark energy here, so they couldn't be taken lightly like ordinary ones. Ibrahu clicked his tongue and said, "Even so, they're just corpses." He transformed into his original form with shaggy fur and widespread black wings. He shouted loudly, "Do you know who you're messing with?" Kristen and Aaron used all their strength to smash the creatures' heads one by one. Vander was not to be outdone. With a single sweep of his sword, all enemies within a 3-meter radius fell. Ibrahu laughed loudly. "Do you dare think you're on the same level as me? Come at me as you please, I'll take you all on." In the midst of the battle, the horde of revived corpses suddenly stopped. "To think I'd meet that disgusting bitch in a place like this." Ibrahu was sent flying by her sharp claws. But there was another one. When that one used a skill, Ibrahu's arm was immediately severed. He screamed in pain. Vander heard the sound and looked over in surprise. Why are they here? Jun Sang-hyuk went inside alone and stopped in front of a giant iron gate. Even though it was his first time seeing this place, it felt strangely familiar. Satan, we finally meet. I have heard of you for a long time, but this is the first time we meet in person, Vander thought. As expected of the first Demon King, this skeletal creature possessed truly immense power. He attacked relentlessly and used all sorts of bizarre skills, making even Vander struggle. He was almost brought down by that female demon's sharp pincers. Fortunately, Kristen and Arin appeared in time to help. Without a moment to catch his breath, the skeletal creature charged again, at the critical moment. Ibrahu's flames enveloped the opponent's body and slammed it to the ground. Vander quickly plunged his sword into its chest. Blood splattered everywhere as it screamed and then fell silent. Ibrahu said, still sounding bored, "What would you have done without me? Fortunately, I, who hold all these mountains in the palm of my hand, am here." Kristen and Arin had also just dealt with the female demon. "Ah, you did it too. I didn't know you could really become demon kings this way." Kristen saw Ibrahu's wound and became anxious. "Your arm, no need to make such a fuss. It's just an arm, but we should perform first aid." "But where did brother go?" Just as they let their guard down, the female demon's pincers swung and pierced Aaron's body. His voice trembled. "Lord Ibrahu." Kristen called out Aaron's name, dazed. When they looked up, they realized that the female demon, the skeletal creature, and all the corpses from before had been resurrected. Satan looked at Jun Sang-hyuk from beyond the heavy iron bars. "It's been a very long time since a guest has come here. Do you know what kind of place this is? Welcome to the endless abyss. I can't believe someone has come all this way. And a mere mortal, no less. Take this." As he finished speaking, a monster with the body of a dragon and a flaming head appeared before Jun Sang-hyuk. Jun Sang-hyuk said excitedly, "All right, now it's getting interesting." Satan's voice echoed in the cave. "Is this the heart you desire? 1,000 years have passed since our last battle. It wouldn't be fun if it ended as soon as it began. This is just the beginning. Human, let's see you last until the end." Vander, seeing the monster unleash a series of fast and dangerous attacks, shouted loudly for everyone to be careful. "It's been a while, so this feels strange. I'm talking about controlling my power," the monster muttered as it circled around, then launched a sudden attack. "How is it? Is it worth watching?" Every time Vander's group killed an enemy, they came back to life. He cursed in anger. "Damn it, it's a waste of time to fight any longer." Jun Sang-hyuk was fed up with this guy. He looked at him in annoyance and said, "Come out, you bastard, I'll twist your head off." Satan sneered and said, "If you want it, come and get it yourself. But you'll have to break that lock first. Be prepared. Once I get out of here, what follows will be hell. Even your world will be in danger." Jun Sang-hyuk said nothing, but the lock was already shattered. He didn't come out, but quietly looked at him and opened a space-time that connected dimensions. "You need a vast amount of dark energy, but that has a different meaning for Van. I am nothing but a hindrance to Van. He wishes for my death, but he imprisoned me here to prevent himself from doing it. So Van sent you who would do it in his place. You probably don't care. You just need my heart." After hearing everything, Jun Sang-hyuk said, "It's different from what I imagined." Satan laughed and said, "Try living here for once. You'll see what it's like. But what brought you here? Did you come looking for Van?" "They said I need your heart to return to my world." "Ah, I see." Jun Sang-hyuk stood outside the prison, lost in thought for a long time. This fire-headed monster was also quite talkative. "Now I understand Adia's intentions. To me, humans are insignificant beings. You can live for a little over 100 years at best. No matter how hard you try, you can't change the limits of nature, but Adia always said this. Humans have incredible potential that I can't imagine. You humans are truly strange beings, difficult to describe in words." Jun Sang-hyuk just focused on defeating him. "Now that you finally understand, just die." He cast the ultimate skill, Flood of Destruction, and the two sides clashed again without a clear winner. Ibrahu looked on with a worried expression and said, "Shouldn't we do something? What if brother gets hurt?" But there was nothing they could do except inadvertently dodge the falling attacks. From the opponent's slowed movements, Jun Sang-hyuk felt that the monster was already exhausted. Or it could be that he had become stronger. He cast the final blow, the hymn of the end, and a blue light spread across the entire demon world sky. In Jun Sang-hyuk's hand was Satan's jet black heart. He was completely defeated by Jun Sang-hyuk. Jun Sang-hyuk took the spoils to Van. He had an expression of disbelief even while holding Satan's heart in his hand. "Jun Sang-hyuk, you've become much stronger than before. Are you going back to Earth right now? If you want, I can prepare it for you right away." Jun Sang-hyuk finally opened his mouth. Was this your plan from the beginning? Why did you bring me here? Van became tense upon hearing those words. What are you talking about? Satan told me. You had another purpose. He was an eyesore to you, and you decided to use me to avoid getting your own hands dirty. Unexpectedly, Van said. Even if I wanted to kill Satan, I couldn't. In some ways, he is like a father to me. Jun Sang-hyuk wanted to know if it was really necessary to kill him. Wasn't it enough to trap him in the endless abyss? There can't be two kings in one country. Then his words were right. In the end, didn't you use me for your own selfish desires? If I hadn't saved you then, you would have died on the spot. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Van tightly gripped Satan's heart and absorbed the dark energy emanating from it. Just say the word. I'll open a teleportation portal for you whenever you want. Jun Sang-hyuk said, not in a hurry. Isn't there something we need to confirm before that? We have to determine who is the strongest. Jun Sang-hyuk went to meet the Zupi siblings. They knew he had defeated Satan. They were very excited, but more than anything, they were happy to see him again. He asked them how they felt about becoming demon kings. Zeronia answered, There's nothing special about getting this title, I'm just busier than before. He smiled at her. Did you just realize that now? Ibrahu's brother echoed, startling everyone. Everyone in the restaurant looked at them. I heard you're going to fight the Demon King. Jun Sang-hyuk asked about his health and if he was okay. Haha, don't worry about me. I just lost an arm. I'm glad you're so positive. He also asked about Kristen. He was still struggling with the sorrow of losing a close friend, but he would be fine soon. After all, this is a place where the weak cannot survive, Zeronia asked him. What do you mean you're fighting the Demon King? Wasn't everything over? You can go back to Earth now. Jun Sang-hyuk said he still had things to resolve with Van. He felt uneasy leaving things as they were. Don't worry, whether I win or lose, I will return to Earth. This will be my last battle in the demon world. It was a short time, but it was fun thanks to everyone. Take care, the world changes so quickly. The ones standing in the middle of the Colosseum were Van and Jun Sang-hyuk, he said. Do you hear that cheering? They are singing a song to urge us to fight quickly, Jun Sang-hyuk confirmed once more. No matter the outcome, I can go back, right? Don't worry, I've set it up so you can open the teleportation portal even if I die. That said, you should drop that arrogant attitude. I'm no longer the Van you knew. Jun Sang-hyuk became more relaxed. All right, then I don't need to hold back. Let's begin your final battle. How much time had passed? The war was over. The world became a peaceful place thanks to the power of the world of eternity. The world developed much faster than before. A statue of the masked monarch was erected in the city center, but few people actually stopped to look at it. The world will no longer seek me. I will gradually disappear from people's memories. Jun Sang-hyuk thought so. Jun Sang-min was standing in front of his brother's grave when he felt something and turned around. He hugged his brother tightly, his eyes welling up with tears. But that didn't matter. Even if I no longer draw my sword, even if I no longer wear a mask, the people who always waited for me will still remember me.